Chapter 1. 10,000 Cows. Mr. Lee, the 10,000 cows you requested have all been slaughtered. The blood, hides, meat, and internal organs have been sorted as per your instructions. Now, regarding the remaining payment, in the office of a large slaughterhouse. The owner approached Li Chen with a flattering smile that Li Chen, expressionless, walked to the processing workshop to inspect it briefly, then promptly settled the bill. Well done. There will be another 30,000 pigs arriving later. Please help me process them as well. Sure. As long as the payment is in, we will definitely work overtime to finish the slaughter. The slaughterhouse owner greedily glanced at the payment notification on his phone and hurried to inform the workers to work overtime tonight to continue slaughtering pigs. Previously, they had already helped Li Chen slaughter 100,000 chickens. With the additional 10,000 cows and the upcoming 30,000 pigs, this big client would allow him to make a fortune. When the workers heard they had to work overtime again, they immediately complained, our boss going crazy over money. The overtime pay is so little. Working overtime every day, I can't take it anymore. Who is that young man anyway? Who is he selling all these cows and chickens to? Who knows? Just 1,000 cows cost over 200 million. Maybe he's a buyer for some large meat processing company. Better take a break, the pigs will be arriving soon, and we'll have to get busy again. The workers were all curious about Li Chen's identity and the purpose behind slaughtering so many livestock. Meanwhile, Li Chen was sitting in the boss's office, enjoying the air conditioning while playing on his phone, casually counting the money he had left on a piece of paper, and thinking about what else he could buy. He was neither a buyer for a meat company nor a big boss. The reason he was stockpiling so much meat was simply because he had been terrified of hunger in his past life. Li Chen was a reborn individual from a post-apocalyptic world 10 years in the future at that time. Due to a rapidly spreading red mist, the entire world was thrown into chaos, and most plants and animals began mutating, becoming violent and bloodthirsty. Animals grew sharp-boned spikes and indiscriminately attacked all living things. Plants evolved to have teeth and digestive systems, and even a blade of grass by the roadside could grow deadly thorns that could take your life in an instant. The zombies depicted in American dramas, slow and dull, were nothing compared to those mutated humans and animals. In such an environment, less than 1% of humanity survived, huddled in a few scattered bases, struggling to get by, where filling their stomachs became a luxury. All mutated plants and animals were inedible otherwise. One would also become a monster, starting to slaughter companions or be killed by them. Fortunately, among the remaining survivors, some began to experience controllable mutations, developing various incredible abilities. For instance, Li Chen was a top-tier space-type ability user in his past life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to utilize his unique displacement ability to eliminate those monsters and create a large space capable of housing a small town. Unfortunately, in such a severely food-deprived environment, he often had to endure hunger because his ability space couldn't hold living things. Later, Li Chen felt that surviving in that world filled with despair offered no glimmer of hope, so he used his spatial ability to fly to tens of thousands of meters in the air and performed a free fall. Although his proud spatial ability was lost, the space he created somehow remained intact. After being reborn, Li Chen was overjoyed. If he could start over, he promised he wouldn't live such a hard life. In his ability space, time was in a state of absolute stasis. Nothing would spoil or decay. Whatever he put in remained the same when taken out. If he stored enough food in advance, he could survive in the apocalypse for a long time. However, a new problem arose. Before the apocalypse, he was just an ordinary office worker, and after paying rent, settling credit card debts, and other expenses, there was barely enough money left for food. Who would provide food without money? Fortunately, Li Chen's mind was filled with experiences from his past life, where he followed supply-seeking teams to scavenge for resources. He remembered there was a small hidden vault in an old, seemingly ordinary community in the city where a scammer dealing with money laundering stored his assets. It was two connected apartments on the same floor, converted into a secret warehouse for holding illicit funds, containing 2 tons of gold alone, in addition to US dollars, euros, and other foreign currencies, as well as some valuable antiques and artworks. Li Chen was able to discreetly use his ability space to take everything in one trip. When he converted these assets into cash, he ended up with a staggering 1.07 billion. With such substantial funding, Li Chen immediately began a buying spree, purchasing over 500 tons of various grains and vegetables. He considered making a pleasant $0 purchase at a grain warehouse. But these grains were not lifeless, they were living organisms in a dormant state that would still root and sprout if planted in the ground. Thus, without proper sterilization treatment, they could not be stored in his space. The same applied to vegetables. After purchasing vegetables and grains, the remaining task was to buy various delicious meats, leading to the earlier seen point: 10,000 cows, 30,000 pigs, plus 100,000 chickens, enough to feed hundreds or even thousands of people. However, Chen still felt unsatisfied because all these vegetables, grains, and meats required a skilled cook to prepare, otherwise it wouldn't be considered enjoyable and could even upset one's stomach. He had no confidence in his cooking skills, so he began searching online for various snacks and everything delicious that he wouldn't be able to find in the apocalypse. It wasn't until evening that Chen finally put down his phone, rubbing his forehead, and looked at his purchase list, which included over 2 million worth of various snacks. A satisfied smile appeared on his face that, if he ate these things sparingly, they should last for decades. This was an old community with a general height of only 6 or 7 stories. As he arrived downstairs, he saw a well-dressed man standing there, leaning against an electric bike, looking grim while on the phone. "Director Chen? How'd he find this place?" The person in front of him was Chen's immediate superior at the company at that moment. Chen also noticed Chen and immediately began to shout angrily. "Chen, do you not want to work anymore? You've been absent for 2 days without a word, and your phone is unreachable. What do you want to do?" Chapter 2. Back to the company. "Director Chen, I've resigned. Didn't you receive my resignation letter?" Chen wore a cold smile, ignoring his former boss who had nearly caused his death in his past life. This man was a bully who relied on his ability to flatter the boss to climb to the position of office director. In his past life, when the apocalypse first broke out, it was just afternoon. Chen was eating takeout at the office when the sudden screams almost made him drop his lunch. A humanoid monster appeared in the company, covered in black fur with sharp teeth, attacking anyone in sight like an ancient APTO survive. Director Chen hid under the office desk and even pushed Chen out to draw the monster's attention. If that monster hadn't been distracted by a female colleague's scream, Chen would have probably met his end right then, and there.It was during that time that Chen was scratched on the arm by a monster. His companions rejected him and locked him in an empty room, denying him food and water, nearly starving him to death. However, after a few days of fever, he miraculously survived and even awakened his spatial abilities. Unexpectedly, after his rebirth, just 2 days of being missing, Director Chen actually came knocking. Looking at Chen's defiant expression, he continued to roar, "Who the hell did you send it to? I checked our company's attendance records, and you haven't even been to the company. How the hell could I have received your resignation letter?" "Oh really? Maybe I forgot, but it doesn't matter. I might as well tell you now," Chen said with a nonchalant smile, "that in 8 days, the doomsday cataclysm will arrive, and I have no intention of going to work." Seeing his attitude, Chen immediately sneered. "Fine. You want to resign, huh? You'll deduct all your wages for this month and last month. I can't be bothered with you." If it weren't for Chen suddenly quitting, making it hard to find someone to take over his office work, and the phone being unreachable, he wouldn't care about Chen's life or death. Chen picked up a stone from the flower bed and threw it hard at Chen, who was riding away on an electric bike. The egg-sized stone hit him squarely on the back of the head, causing Chen to instinctively cover the injured area. As a result, his electric bike lost control and crashed to the ground with a thud. He was the type who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He didn't dare to fight Chen, who was taller and stronger and could only vent his anger this way. Unfortunately, Chen didn't care at all. The items he left in the company were just 2 cups, a cushion, and a few pieces of clothing. Turning to go upstairs, he stood on the balcony, looking towards the brightly lit city center, and a subtle smile appeared on his lips. In 8 days, all of this will turn to ruins. No matter if you're the company boss, an entertainment star, a social media influencer, or a middle-class individual with several properties in the city center, in 8 days, everyone will lose everything. Only those who awaken their abilities will survive the cataclysm. Chen was an orphan, with no parents or relatives to notify, but he had someone he couldn't let go of in the companion girl who was the only one to show him care and warmth in his previous life. Moreover, that black-haired monster also appeared in the company. If he wanted to awaken his abilities, he had to find a way to endure a scratch from it. Otherwise, without awakening his spatial abilities, just having a space filled with food wouldn't qualify him to survive the brutal doomsday cataclysm. In the remaining 8 days, Chen continued to roam the city, using his spatial abilities to stockpile supplies, converting all his money into everything he needed and hoarding them in his spatial space, that he even took the high-speed train to several places, emptying warehouses that were known to have a large stock of supplies from his previous life. This massive procurement of food supplies quickly made this mysterious big boss a sensation online. Unfortunately, Chen had no time to check or care because he needed to seize the last opportunity to stockpile as much as possible, whether it was grains, vegetables, fruits, or even sealed snacks and canned goods from supermarkets. Everything had an expiration date. If he didn't buy them quickly and store them in a spatial space, they would turn into inedible garbage within a few years after the cataclysm. However, Chen wouldn't empty every place he visited. He had to leave some survival resources for the local survivors. Time passed quickly, and soon it was 8 a.m. on the 10th day. Having prepared over thousands of tons of supplies, Chen calmly arrived at the company he once hated so much. Today, he was going to do something big. A big thing he wanted to do in his previous life, but didn't have the chance. The company where Chen worked was a toy company that integrated production and e-commerce, specializing in various plastic toys that children loved. The boss, surnamed Zhou, was miserly and stingy. Since it was a private company, there was almost no overtime pay, and meal or transportation allowances were out of the question. Just getting his salary on time was a blessing. In his previous life, by the time the doomsday cataclysm broke out, the boss still owed him 2 months' salary. In this life, because he hadn't worked for a few days, his salary for this month, and the last was all deducted by Director Chen. How could he swallow this indignation? Even though at this moment, he had long since looked down upon that little money that was about to turn into waste paper. The security guard at the company recognized Chen and let him in without asking, allowing him to smoothly reach the office building and enter the office area where he had worked tirelessly for over 3 years. Along the way, he encountered colleagues who cast curious glances and greeted him that Chen, weren't you fired? An announcement was already made in the group a few days ago, saying your salary was deducted completely and your personal belongings were thrown out by Director Chen. Ha ha, you little brat. You smashed Chen Wei's head and did something we've always wanted to do. Bro, I support you. Shall we? How about we go out for a gathering after work today? We haven't seen each other for a few days, and you're wearing an Armani suit now. Did you secretly get rich without us? Chen greeted them and directly asked, where's Director Chen? He's in his office, said a female employee in a white shirt and black pencil skirt. Hearing that familiar voice, Chen immediately turned his head and felt his eyes moisten. This female employee was Lin Xiu, the only girl in his previous life who secretly brought him food and water when he was isolated and rejected. Later, the two struggled for over 4 years in the apocalypse, and ultimately Lin Xiu died at the hands of other survivors. That's right, she didn't die at the mouth of a monster, but was killed by fellow humans. In that cruel environment, cannibalism was common, and many beautiful women were reduced to mere playthings. Forget about dignity. Being alive was already considered fortunate. Chen turned around and looked at Lin Xiu, who was now standing in front of him. Full of vitality, he excitedly walked up to her and hugged her tightly, whispering, Xiu, I missed you so much. Chapter 3 Misunderstood. Not only was Lin Xiu stunned, but everyone around was also shocked. What the hell? Chen, when did you manage to hook up with the most beautiful girl in our company? What is going on? Could it be that Chen was fired because of Lin Xiu? Let go of that girl, let me handle it. As for Lin Xiu, she was directly scared silly by Chen's audacious behavior and stood frozen in place, not daring to move. Soon, Chen realized his gaffe and quickly let go of her, awkwardly smiling. Sorry, if I said I didn't mean to take advantage of you just now. Would you believe me? In his previous life, he and Lin Xiu had gone through the toughest 4 years together. At that time, his abilities had not yet evolved, and he could only use some simple abilities like telekinesis. They had to hide from monsters while also being wary of the unscrupulous survivors. It was no exaggeration to say that they had to keep one eye open even while sleeping. Fortunately, he had been reborn and had seen the living Lin Xiu again, making it hard for Chen to control himself. He glanced at the time, ignored the strange looks and whispers from his former colleagues, and without reminiscing with Lin Xiu, turned and strode toward Director Chen's office. After all, Lin Siyu hadn't been reborn with him and naturally didn't have the memories from their past life. If he told her about everything they had experienced, she would probably think he was insane. At that moment, Chen Wei was in his office on the phone, not knowing whether he was talking to a client or a woman he was involved with. Despite the bandages wrapped around his head, it didn't affect his gentle and soft voice or his sly smile. Seeing Li Chen walk in without knocking, Chen Wei was startled and quickly hung up the phone, standing up warily and asking, "Damn it, Li Chen, you still dare to come to the company? Do you believe I?" Before Chen Wei could finish, a brick suddenly appeared in Li Chen's hand, and he hurled it at Chen Wei's head. He had picked it up from a construction site outside. Although it was a poor quality product made of cement and slag, its weight and sturdiness were still enough to scare Chen Wei. "Are you looking for death?" Chen Wei cursed as he ducked to avoid the first brick, but Li Chen quickly pulled out a second and then a third brick. The speed of the bricks was so fast that by the time Chen Wei had been hit over 100 times, leaving him bruised and bloodied, he didn't even see where Li Chen got so many bricks from. Half of Chen Wei's body was buried in broken bricks, and in a weak voice, he cursed, "Damn it, Li Chen, I'll call security to take care of you." Another brick hit him squarely on the forehead. Outside, the colleagues in the company were dumbfounded. They never imagined that Li Chen could be this fierce, even though he had already resigned. Beating up Director Chen like this would probably land him in legal trouble. At the very least, he would have to pay medical bills, and, at worst, he might spend months in jail. But Li Chen, as if nothing had happened, walked straight toward them, smiling as he asked, "Is the boss in the company? I have a big gift I want to give him." He remembered that during the outbreak of the red mist in his previous life, the boss seemed not to be in the company. Chen Wei, that bastard, often deducted employee salaries and then used that to curry favor with the boss, doing plenty of self-serving things. Therefore, even though he was almost beaten to death, no one bothered to check on his injuries. Someone curiously asked, "Li Chen, what's this big matter you're talking about? Don't keep us in suspense, just tell us." The scene of Li Chen beating up Director Chen had already established a certain level of authority in their hearts. Plus, since this guy had just inquired about the boss's whereabouts, they concluded that Li Chen must have more big moves planned. Li Chen sighed and said, "You guys should call now. Do as I say, or it will be too late, because many people will die. With a global population of 8 billion, only about 60 to 70 million would remain, scattered across different continents. In 10 years, this number would sharply decline to around 500,000. This meant that at the moment Li Chen decided to embrace the earth from high above, only 6 lucky ones would survive out of every 100,000 people, which was a terrifying ratio. Humanity would be on the brink of extinction. A female colleague from the finance department, wearing glasses, didn't believe him and scoffed. "You really know how to make things sound dramatic. This is a harmonious society. I've never even encountered a robbery in my life. How could so many people die? Even in the case of earthquakes or tsunamis, it's not something a fired employee like you could predict." As soon as she finished speaking, others felt that Li Chen was lying. "Li Chen, stop bragging. You beat up Director Chen like that. The police will definitely come for you. Hurry and leave while no one has reported you yet. Old Yang was right. If you don't leave soon, you'll end up in jail. It's like you're saying the end of the world is coming. I don't believe any of it." Li Chen scanned the room, stepped forward, and grabbed Lin Siyu's wrist, saying, "Siyu, I don't care about the others, but you'd better come with me. I'll protect you in a bit." "What are you doing? I'm not your girlfriend." Being held so intimately by Li Chen in front of everyone made Lin Siyu's face flush, and she struggled to break free. But Li Chen held her wrist tightly and sternly said, "I'm saving you. In 7 minutes, you'll know why I'm doing this." Chapter 4. The red mist approaches. Lin Siyu was originally worried that Li Chen might have gone insane, feeling a bit embarrassed under the gaze of those around her. However, when she looked up and saw the resolute look in Li Chen's eyes, she suddenly froze. The red mist was about to erupt, and Li Chen didn't have time to explain further. He pulled the dazed Lin Siyu and dashed out of the office. Li Chen got fired and really has gone crazy, hasn't he? Lin Siyu thought, and I actually went along with that madman. The female colleague who had mocked Li Chen earlier was named Zhang Hui. She had always been jealous of a young and beautiful Lin Siyu being pursued by men in the company. At this moment, she sneered, "I think Lin Siyu has probably gone mad too." After a while of discussing, Everyone labeled Li Chen as mentally ill, some calling the police and others trying to help. However, Li Chen didn't go far. He took Lin Xiu to the stairwell. This was the place where the black-haired monster had appeared, and he needed to find a chance to get his powers awakened by letting it grab him again. Xiu, please go to the top floor and close the door. Don't let anyone in except me, Li Chen said. On the top floor of this commercial building, there was a steel blast-proof door. In the first month after the apocalypse broke out, the mutated creatures that appeared weren't very powerful and could hardly break through. In his previous life, they had managed to hold out for several days, hiding on the rooftop. As for a month later, when the mutated creatures underwent their first major evolution, that steel blast-proof door would be practically useless. However, he needed 3 days to awaken his powers, and there were still nearly 20 days left. He had made plenty of preparations in the 10 days before the apocalypse began, and during this month when both ability users and mutated creatures were still weak. He had many things to prepare. For instance, many treasures that had emerged in the past that he didn't have the strength to seize before. He could now seize the opportunity to acquire. Also, he could pull in some future powerful ability users to his side. Oh, why go to the top floor? Lin Xiu asked in surprise. Their commercial office building had more than 60 floors. In the event of a natural disaster, they should be running to the basement instead. There's no time. Trust me. Li Chen pulled out a handgun from his ability space and tossed it to Lin Xiu. This was something he had just stolen from a shooting experience center yesterday. Although its lethality wasn't strong, it would still be somewhat useful against the mutated creatures that had just emerged. In the end, even artillery fire might not necessarily harm the mutated creatures. He took out 2 climbing picks and leveraged them against the wall, quickly climbing over the 2-meter-high wall in a strange posture, bracing himself at the corner of the wall. Lin Xiu, seeing this, couldn't help but widen her eyes. Such a move could only be accomplished by a professional climber, right? Hurry up, trust me. We only have 10 minutes, Li Chen said. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu noticed the strange things about Li Chen and, gritting her teeth, decided to trust him this once since it was only 10 minutes anyway. She swiftly took off her jacket to wrap her gun and ran towards the elevator. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief, bracing himself against the wall corner. After years of surviving in the apocalypse, these climbing skills were basic for every survivor. With the enhancement of their abilities, he had also mastered many combat techniques. Even the best military trainers in the world could not compare to anyone from the mid-apocalypse in life and death combat. He glanced at his watch. There were 3 minutes left before the red mist would arrive, and that black-hair monster would soon appear. Li Chen saw that it was almost time, took another gun from his ability space, and held it in his mouth. From his angle, there was a window that allowed him to see outside. In his previous life, he hadn't noticed the abnormality of the red mist right away. This time, he focused intently on the window. He took one last look at his watch. 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown ended, a strange line of red mist suddenly appeared at the horizon, rapidly spreading, and in less than 5 seconds, it enveloped the entire city. So fast. Li Chen was momentarily stunned. It was too quick to see anything, but judging by the direction, the red mist seemed to be coming from the north. Boom! After the red mist, there was soon an explosion sound, followed by the sounds of cars colliding on the streets, mixed with people's screams and wails. It's here. Li Chen felt both sorrowful and excited. At least he wouldn't have to go to court to explain why he bought 30,000 pigs. Roar. After more than 10 seconds, a strange roaring sound came from the stairwell. Just from the sound of footsteps, he could tell that a massive creature was rushing towards him. Li Chen's breathing remained steady. Years of combat experience had already instilled in him the instinct to stay calm in any situation. Whoosh! At that moment, a gust of wind rushed past him from below, and then a large creature resembling a black-haired ape burst through the stairway. It was indeed that black-haired monster. Li Chen quickly reached for his gun, pulled the trigger, and his body fell at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. 7 bullets were fired the instant Li Chen landed. All 7 bullets accurately hit the monster's head. Green blood gushed from the hole in the monster's head, and it collapsed heavily to the ground. Li Chen rushed forward, took out a dagger from his ability space, and extracted a white diamond-shaped crystal from the monster's head, putting it into his space. This was an alien core. After absorbing it, an ability user could enhance their powers. Then, While the monster was still alive, Li Chen raised its heavy paw and used its sharp claws to scratch 3 bloody marks on his own arm. Hiss! Li Chen gasped in pain and turned to run up the stairs to the rooftop. The people in the office, hearing the commotion, tremblingly opened the door and saw the dead monster. They all screamed in fright. On the rooftop, Lin Siyu was overjoyed to see Li Chen arriving and hurriedly opened the door. Li Chen, what happened? On the rooftop, Lin Siyu could basically overlook the entire magic city. Since just now, a thick red mist had suddenly appeared, nearly covering the entire city. Following that, chaos ensued on the streets, with constant car crashes, explosions ringing out, and countless people wailing. Even in the distance, several factories in the suburbs had exploded, sending thick black smoke billowing into the sky above the city. Isn't it obvious? It's the apocalypse. After entering, Li Chen secured the door tightly. The virus had already taken effect. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he couldn't explain before finding a place to sit down. Lin Siyu swallowed hard, finding it hard to accept. After seeing Li Chen, she exclaimed in surprise, "What happened to you? I should be unconscious for 3 days. No one is allowed to open the door." Li Chen handed Lin Siyu some food and then fainted. It was unclear how much time had passed. Lin Siyu, hand over the gun. Also, this Li Chen is obviously bitten by a monster. He must be thrown out. A man's voice entered Li Chen's ears. Even though he had just regained consciousness and lacked the strength to open his eyes, he could recognize it was Director Chen's voice. "No, we found this place first. I let you in, and now you want to kill us." Lin Siyu stood in front of the unconscious Li Chen, holding a gun and trembling as she spoke. "Lin Siyu, do you really want to kill someone? Let me tell you, murder is a crime." Director Chen signaled to those around him, and the office crowd rushed forward. Lin Siyu had never killed anyone, and, seeing her former 7 or 8 colleagues closing in, she lacked the courage to pull the trigger. Taking advantage of this opportunity, several young and strong men rushed forward, attempting to grab the gun. Chapter 5. Awakening Space Abilities. Lin Siyu ultimately did not pull the trigger. Firstly, she had never killed anyone, and secondly, she couldn't take on so many people. Soon, Director Chen seized the gun, and the crowd subdued her. "Throw Li Chen out. This kid was bitten by a monster, and he will definitely cause problems." After getting the gun, Director Chen regained his former confidence and commanded. Although everyone was unwilling to follow Director Chen's orders in this situation, they all felt Li Chen was a hidden danger and stepped forward. "No, Li Chen is fine. He said he would wake up soon." Lin Siyu struggled desperately, trying to stop them. In her frantic struggle, her clothes were pulled down a bit, revealing a large expanse of skin. Director Chen's gaze swept over Lin Siyu's figure, and he suddenly laughed wildly, his face contorted. "I see. You must have been scratched too. That's why you're protecting this kid so fiercely, right?" "Yes, Siyu. Let us see if you have any scratches." At this moment, another man named Zhang Lei chimed in with a laugh. He had once coveted Lin Siyu's beauty, but had never had the chance. Now, in the apocalypse, he had no reservations. "What are you doing?" Seeing the two getting closer, Lin Siyu shouted in panic, but she desperately realized that the others were either watching coldly or gloating, just watching as she was pinned to the ground. Director Chen and the man then lunged at her. In her moment of despair, she turned to look at Li Chen, blaming herself for dragging him into this mess. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of something cutting through the air was heard, and Lin Siyu felt a shadow flash past her, followed by the heavy pressure on her body disappearing. Lin Siyu quickly put her jacket back on and turned to look, stunned. It was Li Chen who had saved her. Li Chen had grabbed Director Chen's neck from a distance and then violently slammed him to the ground. With a thud, Director Chen's neck snapped, and he fell to the ground without a sound. The other man, Zhang Lei, who had ill intentions towards Lin Siyu, was so frightened that he hurriedly picked up Lin Siyu's gun and aimed it at Li Chen. Li Chen extended his hand, and a burst of spatial ability erupted from his palm, pulling the gun from Zhang Lei's hand. After taking the gun, Li Chen felt his spatial power. It was roughly the same as in his previous life, temporarily allowing him to retrieve objects from a distance. "Do you know that murder is illegal?" Zhang Lei, seeing this strange situation, turned pale and attempted to threaten Li Chen with the law. Bang! Li Chen frowned slightly, instantly pulling the trigger, and a blood hole suddenly appeared in Zhang Lei's forehead, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. So much nonsense, Li Chun said with a slight narrowing of his eyes. After waking up, Li Chun had killed 2 people in an instant, leaving everyone present in silence, each displaying fear on their faces. Lin Xiyu looked dazed, and after a long while, she took a deep breath and said softly, "I'm sorry, it was my fault. I almost had us both killed. In the apocalypse, if you're even a bit soft-hearted, it could cost you your life. Don't trust people easily in the future." Li Chun threw the gun back to Lin Xiyu, offering no comfort and speaking in a cold tone. "I understand, I won't do it again." After receiving the gun, Lin Xiyu's gaze gradually became resolute. Li Chun nodded. After all, Lin Xiyu had just entered the apocalypse, and it was human nature to feel a twinge of pity for former colleagues. Knowing their past connection, he understood that once Lin Xiyu realized the situation, she would no longer have unnecessary sympathy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have supported each other for 4 years. Li Chun crouched by the wall, surveying the entire city. Fortunately, he had not discovered any flying mutated creatures. So far, the high ground was relatively safe. Li Chun sat down against the wall, having just awakened his powers. He still felt somewhat weak and needed to replenish some energy. He then took out 2 bottles of purified water, 2 self-heating hot pots, and a few pieces of bread from his ability space. Li Chun began to eat and called Lin Xiyu to sit down with him. When she saw the magically appearing food, she was a bit surprised, but wisely didn't ask too many questions. Soon, the hot pot emitted a delicious aroma, and the 2 of them began to feast. Meanwhile, several colleagues led by Zhang Hui looked on as Li Chun and Lin Xiyu enjoyed their meal, unable to suppress their swallowing. They had been trapped on the rooftop for 3 days, and the little food they had brought was long gone. They were nearly starving and would have resorted to gnawing on the floor tiles. Lin Xiyu held food in her hands and felt a moment of pity for her starving colleagues, but it was quickly suppressed. They hadn't spoken up when she was almost assaulted, which had left her utterly disheartened. Li Chun noticed and felt gratified that Lin Xiyu was already in the right mindset. "Li Chun, do you still have food? Can you share some?" At that moment, a man from the group stepped forward, smiling as he spoke. Although he wasn't very familiar with Li Chun, they had never been adversaries either. "No, and besides, why should I risk starving myself to share with you?" Li Chun replied. The food in his ability space could feed them for decades. However, that food was meant for recruiting other ability users. In the apocalypse, one should not support the useless. We're colleagues. In such difficult circumstances, we should help each other. Yes, together we can face difficulties better. Li Shen, you should know that one tree cannot hold up a mountain. The crowd immediately spoke up in unison. Li Chun picked up his handgun and inspected it before slowly saying, "Making noise will attract mutated creatures. If you don't quiet down, don't blame me for throwing you off the roof one by one." Upon hearing this, everyone indeed fell silent. After all, the bodies of Director Chen and Zhang Lei were still lying nearby. Li Shen Snadat. These people had proposed to kill him while he was unconscious and had coldly watched when Director Chen attempted to assault Lin Xiyu. Now, they had the nerve to criticize him. It was truly disgusting. Only force could make such people quiet down. Looking at the fearful expressions on the group, Lin Xiyu felt a sense of relief and then asked, "Where are we going next?" "Let's wait here for a few days. I have someone to meet." After finishing their meal, Li Chun stood by the wall again, overlooking the entire city, finally focusing on the entrance of the office building. He needed to wait for a friend from his past life, Miao, who would likely pass by here in about 10 days. She was a top expert among fire ability users, an 8th-level fire ability user, known as the Flame Queen by the survivors of that time. They had collaborated a few times, but Miao seemed to dislike men and spoke little to him. It was said that in the last life, Miao was extremely reclusive because she had been insulted during the apocalypse. In this life, he wanted to rescue her before she faced that insult. He aimed to build a force in the apocalypse, and Miao was certainly a great candidate for recruitment. While waiting for someone, he could hunt low-level zombies to strive for an early promotion to a 2nd-level ability user. As the sky darkened, Li Chun decided to act the next day and took out 2 lounge chairs and 2 blankets, inviting Lin Xiyu to sleep against the wall. The rooftop was over 60 stories high, and the cold night wind was no joke. Chapter 6. Where did the lounge chairs come from? As the cold wind swept in, the group from the company huddled together in a corner, shivering, their noses and tears frozen from the cold and hunger. When they turned their heads and saw Li Chen and Lin Xiyu, their faces were filled with uncontrollable astonishment. What's going on? The blankets are one thing, but where did those lounge chairs come from? If it weren't for the zombies and the cries outside, the two of them seemed as if they had come to the rooftop to stargaze. Their faces were unable to hide their envy. Zhang Hui finally couldn't help it, tightening her clothes to accentuate her figure, forcing a smile as she approached Li Chen. Brotherly, can you share some food and a blanket? I'll do anything you want. Zhang Hui leaned in a bit, speaking flatteringly. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Lin Xiyu, she was still charming, especially in her somewhat ragged professional outfit, which added to her allure. Get lost, Li Chen said coldly. In the apocalypse, he had seen too much of this kind of exchange of resources for physical favors. He had no good feelings for Zhang Hui's opportunism, and even if she threw herself at him, he wouldn't be interested. Seeing Li Chen dismiss her, Lin Xiyu couldn't help but smile, but she worriedly said, "What if they come to sneak attack us while we're sleeping?" "Of course, but I'll keep watch tonight." "You can sleep peacefully," Li Chen replied. After the impact of the apocalypse, Lin Xiyu was undoubtedly extremely exhausted at this moment. On the other hand, Li Chen had trained his willpower to a strong degree after 10 years in the apocalypse, and with the enhancement of his abilities, he could guard for 5 days and nights without any issue. Hearing Li Chen's words, Lin Xiyu felt relieved, and after feeling the warmth of the blanket for the first time in many days, she soon fell into a deep sleep. Li Chen simply closed his eyes and rested, while also planning his future strategies in his mind. Aside from the 2 people killed by Li Chen, along with Zhang Hui, there were still 5 people left in the company. They were too cold to sleep, curled up in the corner. "We have more people. There are only 2 of them. Even if they take turns keeping watch, they won't last long. We can find an opportunity to capture both of them," Zhang Hui whispered. The other 4 men nodded in agreement. After some discussion, they decided to send 3 men to capture Li Chen, while Zhang Hui and another man would hold down Lin Xiyu. Although Li Chen was quite far away in another corner of the rooftop, his abilities had also enhanced his hearing. Even though Zhang Hui and the others had lowered their voices, their words all reached his ears. After several hours, Zhang Hui and the others seemed to feel the time was right. They woke each other and quietly approached Li Chen. Although he wanted to kill them directly, he decided to take a different approach to avoid instilling fear in Lin Xiyu. Soon, Zhang Hui and the others got closer and, seeing that Li Chen had not woken up, were overjoyed and rushed up, with 3 of them pinning Li Chen down. Zhang Hui and another man quickly held down the sleeping Lin Xiyu. Lin Xiyu woke up, her expression fearful as she looked at the crowd, saying, "What do you want to do?" "Li Chen, do you still have any food on you? Hand it over quickly." Zhan Yu, seeing that both Li Chen and Lin Xiyu were tied up, immediately said excitedly, "I've already eaten it all. You can search me if you don't believe it." Li Chen was pinned down by 3 people, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of panic in his heart, even without using his abilities. With the strong combat skills of an ability user, he could easily turn the tables on these 3 at any moment. The reason he willingly got captured was to let Lin Xiyu see the true colors of these people. The 3 men searched Li Chen and found nothing. No, they definitely didn't have it from the beginning. It must be hidden somewhere here. Let's look for it. Zhang Hui said, "Wait a minute, this kid is very skilled. I think 2 people probably can't hold him down." At this moment, the one pinning Li Chen down said, "Then let's throw him down the stairs. If he gets caught by the monsters, who knows if he will become one? And besides, he has killed someone." Zhang Hui pointed at Li Chen and said, "Right? Okay, let's throw this monster down together." The several men looked at each other and said excitedly. A flash of pleasure passed through their hearts. As long as this strong man Li Chen was dead, the 2 women on the rooftop would surely be no match for them. They would be free to deal with them as they wished. Thinking of this, the men's eyes turned greedily towards Lin Xiyu, their eyes revealing no concealment of desire. Even if they died, having fun with such a beautiful woman before dying would be enough. Lin Xiyu's face stiffened. She had seen this kind of gaze in Director Chen's eyes, and she trembled all over. At this moment, she deeply regretted letting these people in. The 3 men then lifted Li Chen and moved towards the wall, while the man holding Lin Xiyu already had his hand reaching toward her face. Bang! Suddenly, a burst of spatial power erupted from Li Chen's palm, and the 3 men were like being hit by heavy stones flying out. Li Chen legally stopped. His movements as agile as a leopard, kicking the man behind Lin Siyu away, while simultaneously handing a gun to Lin Siyu. In the apocalypse, if you don't kill, you'll be killed by others, Li Chen said lightly. Lin Siyu was both shocked and scared. Li Chen's words sounded like the whispers of a devil in her ears. She gripped the gun tightly, aimed at the man who had captured her, and pulled the trigger. Bang! With a sound, the man fell to the ground, twitching twice before becoming still. After killing someone, Lin Siyu felt a strong wave of nausea rise up, covering her mouth, unable to speak. Good job. Li Chen calmly patted her shoulder, then quickly rushed in front of the three men, and with a few strikes, he brought them all down to the ground. You wanted to throw me down the stairs, right? Let you taste this feeling first. Li Chen snapped, grabbing the three men like chicks and throwing them down the stairs without mercy. Over 60 floors, the three of them would surely be dead beyond recovery. In a moment, only Li Chen and the two women, Lin Siyu and Zhang Hui, were left on the rooftop. Chapter 7. Is this the apocalypse? Brother Li, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I'll do anything you want. Seeing the situation, Zhang Hui was almost scared silly and immediately knelt down, crawling to Li Chen's feet, pleading repeatedly. Good. Li Chen lifted her up, smiling as he said, as long as you can let me live, I'm willing to do anything. You can rest assured. Director Chen always says I live well. Encountering such a huge change in the apocalypse, with colleagues dying one by one in front of her, Zhang Hui had completely forgotten any etiquette. Go downstairs and check the situation, Li Chen said lightly. Hearing this, Zhang Hui's face immediately stiffened. Asking her to go outside, where monsters roamed, was no different from sending her to her death. Brotherly, it's too dangerous outside. I could do something else, Zhang Hui said pitifully. To be frank, you don't have any skills worth me keeping you alive. Now you either come with me, or I'll just throw you down the stairs, Li Chen said. Hearing this, Zhang Hui's face turned pale, and she could only agree to follow Li Chen down. You stay up here and wait. I'll go down to see what resources are left, Li Chen said to Lin Siyu. Although he needed to wait for the Flame Queen Meow here, he couldn't waste time. The apocalypse had just begun, and there weren't many ability users. Moreover, no one knew that the mutated creatures had cores that could be absorbed. You must be careful. I won't let anyone else come up. Lin Siyu knew that following Li Chen now was merely a burden, and her small face tightened as she said, There's no need to be too nervous. Here, have a bag of chips. Li Chen handed over the gun along with a bag of chips, and Zhang Hui's eyes widened, swallowing hard with envy. Afterwards, Li Chen and Zhang Hui went downstairs together, with Li Chen pointing the gun at her back, forcing Zhang Hui to walk in front. Li Chen decided to start sweeping from the 60th floor. When he pushed open the door to the first room, there were only 2 or 3 wandering female zombies inside, their tattered clothes vaguely revealing a sexy appearance. The 60th floor was a female internet celebrity incubation company, and Li Chen seemed to have seen these female zombies before. They were once glamorous urban beauties, but now they had turned into disgusting zombies, aimlessly wandering about. Li Chen shot their heads with 3 bullets, then extracted the cores from their brains and absorbed them into his body, causing the crystals within him to grow significantly. He remembered that in his previous life, it took him a month after awakening his powers to learn that absorbing cores could enhance his strength. By then, he had already missed out on valuable early development opportunities. As a result, later on, no matter what treasures he robbed, his strength lagged behind the top tier. With 10 years of experience in the apocalypse, having even fought against level 6 mutated creatures, Li Chen easily cleared the entire floor in less than 20 minutes. He absorbed a total of 13 cores, and with a few more, he would be able to advance to a level 2 ability user. At that time, with his rich combat experience, he would be nearly invincible before the first major evolution of the mutated creatures. He could occupy treasures within 100 miles in advance. Afterwards, Li Chen went to the next floor. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the hallway filled with zombies, no less than a dozen. Li Chen grabbed Zhang Hui, who was caught off guard, and threw her directly into the hallway, where the group of zombies pounced on her like dogs seeing food. Zhang Hui barely let out a cry before falling silent. These low-level zombies had no intelligence, only knowing to fight for Zhang Hui's flesh and blood, completely ignoring Li Chen in the distance. Seizing this opportunity, Li Chen shot the zombies one by one in the head from behind. After killing them, he walked forward. Zhang Hui had been bitten to the point of not leaving a shred behind, not even getting the chance to become a zombie. Li Chen's expression was indifferent. Letting Zhang Hui act as bait was already a way to demonstrate her value. Afterward, he could give her a piece of bread. It was just that she didn't survive, so he couldn't be blamed. Li Chen extracted the cores from those zombies one by one. Buzz. After all the cores were absorbed and turned to powder, he felt a strange sense of expansion within his body. The discomfort lasted only a few seconds, and then the crystals inside Li Chen immediately doubled in size, naturally enhancing his spatial abilities as well. In addition, Li Chen's physical quality also improved significantly. His punching power was roughly 20 times that of an ordinary person. The higher the level of the ability user, the more terrifying their strength. For example, Miao, known as the Flame Queen, was a level 8 ability user who could burn down an entire city with her full power. In his previous life, it had taken him 2 full months to advance to a level 2 ability user. This time, it was incredibly easy. However, if he wanted to advance to level 3 next, he would need 50 level 2 mutated creature cores. Not to mention that there aren't many level 2 mutated creatures around now. Even if he found some, they would all have special abilities, far more powerful than the mindless zombies. The difficulty level was almost skyrocketing. The later it got, the harder the promotion conditions became. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent a grueling 10 years in his previous life just to become a level 5 ability user. Even as a level 5 ability user, he was still among more than 80% of the survivors. Do you have any special abilities? Lin Xiu asked in surprise, looking at Li Chen's unusual demeanor. Li Chen nodded and pointed his palm at the stone wall about 5 or 6 meters away, unleashing a burst of spatial power. Instantly, the wall appeared with a dozen cracks, 3 to 4 centimeters deep. This was the new ability he mastered after advancing to a level 2 ability user. He could compress and smash the spatial power outwards, then let it spread on the target, a technique called spatial strangulation. High-level spatial users in later stages could directly decompose the space where the target was located using this move, which was much more terrifying than a direct attack. Lin Xiu's eyes widened. That was reinforced concrete. Although Li Chen's penetration was insufficient, in terms of lethality, it was probably no weaker than a handgun. This is an ability. I am currently level 2, and after reaching level 3, I basically won't have to fear bullets. Li Chen then explained the situation regarding abilities to Lin Xiu. What about me? Can I awaken an ability? Lin Xiu said excitedly. You can. You're of the lightning type, but you should wait until 10 days later to awaken. Li Chen thought for a moment and said. He wasn't too clear about the conditions for ability awakening. Most people awaken their abilities about half a month after the apocalypse began, and some took even longer. Li Chen speculated that it should be because there was red mist in the air, and after accumulating exposure over time, mutations began to occur, just like those creatures. Lin Xiu nodded and couldn't help but feel excited. Ability users have a larger appetite than ordinary people. Li Chen immediately took out an entire sheet from his ability space, set up a barbecue grill, started a fire, and began grilling while sprinkling some pepper, Sichuan pepper, and other seasonings on top. By the way, do you eat spicy food? Not long after, Lin Xiu stared at the grilled lamb and snacks in front of her, taken aback. Why was the food she was eating now even better than before the apocalypse? Chapter 8. The Flame Queen. Not long ago, Zhang Hui and his group had lost their lives over food. She couldn't help but doubt whether she was still in the apocalypse. However, the aroma of the grilled meat wafted over, making her drool, and she quickly started eating, throwing all those thoughts aside. Your cooking skills are a bit unsatisfactory, Lin Xiu said. With your skills, you still have the nerve to criticize me? Li Chen said helplessly. He knew his skills were lacking. But after 4 years with Lin Xiu, the things she had burnt were few and far between, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. It seemed he would have to wait for the Flame Queen Miao to arrive and recruit her as soon as possible. The food cooked by fire-type ability users was truly exceptional. Over the next few days, Li Chen had basically cleared out all the zombies in the entire building, obtaining more than 130 level 1 cores. At the same time, he also conveniently collected the bottled water and some snacks from the female employees' lockers into his ability space. As for the large amounts of cash, Li Chen completely ignored them. They were too hard to use, and he didn't want them taking up space in his ability space. Chen lay on a folding chair, stretched lazily, and looked at his phone. Although he couldn't access the internet, the calendar function still worked, and calculating the time. Today was the day Mi Yao would pass by the company. Chen was extremely excited about recruiting Mi Yao. She would be the strongest fire-type ability user in the entire Magic City in the future, ranking high in the world. She probably hadn't awakened her ability yet. I'm going out to take care of something. If this works out, we can change locations, Chen said. Lin Xiu was sitting on the chair, holding a tablet, watching the combat training videos that Chen had specially recorded. She was completely at ease with Chen going out now. She had gone out with Chen once before. Those zombies that had caused countless deaths were easily handled by Chen, as if he were chopping vegetables. The zombies in the office building had basically been cleared by Chen, and he made his way unobstructed to the first-floor lobby, finding a hidden spot to hide. If he wanted to recruit the other party, he couldn't rush out first. He needed to save her at a critical moment for the best effect. There were 3 men and 1 woman, and one of the women was tall and elegant, with a particularly delicate nose and a pair of phoenix eyes that revealed a killing intent, exuding a mature woman's aura. She was none other than the future Flame Queen, Mi Yao. At this moment, she had no abilities and was holding a stainless steel pipe stained with zombie blood and brain matter. No wonder she would become a top expert in the future. Even without her abilities awakened, she had already started killing zombies. However, it seemed that this beautiful expert was already running low on energy, completely unaware that 2 men behind her were eyeing her with eager gazes. Meow, it seems there are no zombies here. Let us take a break. You've already killed 2 zombies, one of the men said. We can't relax. Let's take turns keeping watch. The world has undergone a drastic change, like a primitive jungle. We can't let our guard down for a moment. Meow shook her head and said, unable to help but teach in her teacher's tone. She was a physical education teacher at a university, and when the red mist erupted, places with many people like schools had almost turned into hell. She had escaped with a group of students, and now only 4 of them remained, all of whom were her students. Chen, hiding in the dark, was momentarily stunned upon hearing this conversation. It was truly a classic scenario of teacher and students. Whoosh! Just then, a zombie suddenly charged out from behind the 3 men. Lunging at one of them, Meow was startled and quickly pushed the person away, raising the pipe to clash with the zombie. Zombies possess twice the strength of ordinary people, and Meow was already exhausted. She lost her balance and tumbled down the stairs. Among the 3 male students, 2 seemed to be friends, taking the opportunity to push one of them towards the zombie to get him bitten. Then amidst the chaos, they killed the zombie. The student who was pushed was already bitten and dead. Chen watched the 2 from the shadows, silently sentencing them to death in his heart. They were still just students, yet they betrayed a classmate without necessity. Such people were truly pure evil. Subsequently, the 2 boys arrived on the first floor, where they saw Meow with a blood mark on her forehead. Her injury wasn't too serious, and the bleeding had stopped. It appeared that she wasn't in great danger. Teacher, are you okay? Meow slowly opened her eyes and weakly said, I have no strength left. What about the zombie? We've already killed it. The 2 boys said, but their gazes suddenly fell on Meow's body. After days of fighting and rolling down the stairs, Meow's clothes were torn, revealing large areas of sensitive, fair skin, making the 2 boys breathe heavily. They exchanged glances, seemingly understanding each other's thoughts. Since there was no law, there were no restraints in their actions. Moreover, Meow was a goddess-level teacher back in school. If it were before the apocalypse, they would have never had the chance to touch her. Teacher, we have some physiological needs and want to find a way to solve them with you. What do you think? One of the boys' eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly reached out to tear Meow's clothes. What are you doing? Stop it, Meow said in panic, desperately trying to push the 2 away, but after several days of intense action without food and combined with her injuries, she had no strength left. At this moment, she deeply regretted bringing the 2 people along. She thought that students would be more innocent than those in society, which is why she let her guard down. Teacher, don't blame us. It's your fault for being so beautiful and enticing us to commit crimes, one boy said. Hee, there's no talk of crime now. We can do whatever we want. Bang! Just as the 2 finished speaking, a gunshot rang out, and a mixture of blood and brain matter splattered. The remaining person saw his companion fall to the ground and immediately looked terrified, trembling as he looked at the man walking towards him. Who are you? Why are you killing people? Killing is illegal. Haha, trying to scare me? Li Shen snarled, pulling the trigger again, and that person instantly met his end, perhaps at the beginning of the apocalypse. Some people still believed the world would return to normal, and that the law still had a deterrent effect. But no one understood better than Li Chen that this world would only become darker and more chaotic. Miao was feeling desperate when she suddenly saw this scene and was momentarily stunned. Then, she saw Li Chen, who had a calm expression, walk over, take out a coat, and place it behind her, then offered her some jerky. Who are you? Miao asked cautiously, eyeing the jerky. I can just kill you with a gun. There's no need to waste food, Li Chen replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Miao seemed to find it reasonable. The aroma of the jerky wafted into her nose. Having been hungry for a long time, she could no longer resist and ate it all. A few pieces of jerky were obviously not enough to fill her stomach, which had been empty for days. Miao licked her rosy lips, feeling a bit unsatisfied, but her pride made her unwilling to beg for food from others. Li Chen glanced at her forehead, knowing it wasn't a big deal. Seeing it was lunchtime, he took out a self-heating hot pot from his supernatural space and started to eat nearby, sweating profusely. Miao was slightly surprised. It had been half a month since the apocalypse began, and many foods outside had started to spoil. Most of what could be taken had been looted, and food scarcity was already beginning to show its effects. In the future, food would likely become even scarcer. This person actually has hot pot to eat. Oh, right. Eating meat without garlic loses half the flavor. Li Chen added some garlic into the pot. There's seasonings too? Miao swallowed hard, her eyes widening. The other party was clearly tempting her, but her proud nature made her reluctant to speak up. If Li Chen hadn't given her a few pieces of jerky to whet her appetite, she might not have wanted to eat so much. This person was too bad. Li Chen smiled lightly. Strong individuals often had a high sense of pride, and he knew he had to take his time to win her over. Do you have a place to go? Li Chen asked. Miao shook her head and asked, I see everyone is panicking. Why do you seem so unafraid? There's nothing to fear. If I can't hold on, then I might as well die. It won't get any worse anyway, Li Chen replied calmly. What are your thoughts? Miao asked. Li Chen was taken aback. As expected of the future Flame Queen, she could still maintain her composure and respond to him in this situation. I want to establish a survivor base, gather various strong individuals. Are you interested? Li Chen said. Miao narrowed her eyes and replied, Why should I follow you? I can provide you with food, 3 meals a day, Li Chen said, extending his hand and unleashing a spatial attack on the wall, causing dozens of cracks to appear with a loud bang. Seeing this scene, Miao was immediately stunned. Such a thing exceeded the realm of science. This is called supernatural ability. I can teach you this so you can survive in this apocalypse, Li Chen said. In fact, Miao could become a top-tier strong individual on her own. However, by guiding her now, she would inevitably think that it was because of his instruction that she became strong. Although Miao was proud, she also knew how to be grateful. Such a great favor would surely make her follow him closely. Upon hearing this, Miao's eyes lit up as if she saw hope for survival in the apocalypse. Okay, I'll go with you, she said readily. Li Chen then threw a whole bag of pork jerky to Miao, who did not hold back and immediately started eating. This is Miao. She will be our companion from now on, Li Chen explained. Lin Xiu stepped forward and pulled him aside, whispering, Didn't you say you couldn't just bring people along? Don't worry, Miao is fine, Li Chen replied. In his previous life, when Miao was still a low-level supernatural being, they had teamed up a few times in the wild. Miao was not the kind of person to stab someone in the back. Seeing Li Chen say this, Lin Xiu had nothing more to say. Then, Li Chen took out some regular medicine from his space and bandaged Miao's wounds. Can you walk? We need to leave now. After resting for several hours, Li Chen looked at Miao beside him and said, Where to? Miao asked. Qishan Prison. It's suitable for a survivor base, and we need to secure it first. Li Chen replied. In his previous life, Qishan Prison was the central refuge fortress in Modu, located on a mountain on the outskirts of the city. Easy to defend and hard to attack, with thick walls and ample firearms and ammunition, as well as complete facilities. He remembered that to gain entry into the Qishan Refuge Fortress, He had submitted a large amount of food and supernatural nuclei, which had pained him for a long time. He also recalled that the leader of that refuge fortress was the former warden of Chishan prison, named DEFY, who was a warlord in the area after the apocalypse. He presumed he had already established a foothold with a gun, along with the surviving guards. What's more, according to the timeline, they had likely not awakened their supernatural abilities yet. Miao nodded, agreeing with the plan, and Lin Xiu naturally had no objections and followed along. The building was cleared out, and the three of them made their way to the parking lot, where a few people were wandering around trying to drive. Miao, under Li Chen's guidance, quickly became proficient with the gun and shot down 3 zombies. Lin Xiu was not to be outdone. After half a month of hard practice, she also shot down 2. Li Chen scavenged car keys from these zombies and ultimately chose to start a black motorcycle, calling the 2 to get on. Soon, the black motorcycle raced down the road, and the surrounding zombies, wandering day and night, rushed over upon hearing the noise. Li Chen revved the throttle to the max, speeding down the road with the 2 beauties. Miao had initially been puzzled as to why they didn't choose a safer small car, but after seeing the road, she understood. Everywhere was filled with corpses and car wrecks. If they drove a small car, they would be blocked within 30 meters. Fortunately, this office building wasn't far from the outskirts, only about 7 or 8 kilometers from Chishan prison. Although these zombies were faster than ordinary people, they still couldn't catch up to the motorcycle speed. With Miao and Lin Xiu providing cover fire, Li Chen quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain. A few zombies were wandering around in the mountain, seemingly villagers from the nearby area. After Li Chen killed them one by one, he extracted the supernatural nuclei from them. What is that? Miao noticed and immediately asked. This is called a supernatural nucleus. In the future, when you awaken your abilities, absorbing this will be the most important source of strength, Li Chen explained. As expected of a university teacher, even in an apocalyptic situation, she was still so eager to learn. However, this would become common knowledge in the apocalypse. Telling her in advance was not a problem. When they arrived at the gate of Chishan prison, the heavy gate was closed and 2 armed guards stood on the thick wall. What do you want? The 2 guards raised their guns and asked warily. Finally found people. We are refugees. There are too many zombies in the city. Li Chen raised his face, pretending to be frightened as he trembled while speaking. In the apocalypse, pretending to show emotions was a skill most people were forced to learn. Meanwhile, Miao and Lin Xiu were genuinely scared because before coming, Li Chen had specifically taken their guns away. This is clearly making them lambs to the slaughter. Chapter 10, Future Refuge Fortress. Get lost, or I'll shoot you. The guard at the city wall was ready to drive Li Chen away. Food was already scarce in the prison, and there was no spare food to feed idle people. Moreover, they didn't know if Li Chen had been bitten or if he would turn into a monster. Wait, look at those 2 women behind you. They seem to be top-notch. At this moment, another guard hurriedly stopped him. The man looked over upon hearing this, and his eyes lit up. The fear from half a month of the apocalypse had only inflated their desires, and lust was clouding their judgment. Let's search them and then let them in. We have guns. Whether to kill or do something else will be up to us. After discussing, the 2 came to the entrance and opened a small window in the iron gate. Strip, take off your coats. Li Chen and the others immediately took off their coats, only wearing short sleeves, and the 2 guards made them turn around a few times. After confirming that their thin clothing could hide no weapons, the guards opened the door and let the 3 in, but kept their guns pointed at them. You've taken off your clothes? Beautiful ladies, let me search you personally. One of the 2 guards pointed a gun at them, while the other was excitedly moving closer. Few could remain rational when faced with 2 stunning beauties at their mercy. Seeing the man getting closer, Miao looked at Li Chen with pleading eyes. Li Chen was halfway through taking off his clothes when he suddenly directed his palm at the gunman, and the suction force from his palm surged, causing the man's Type 03 automatic rifle to be pulled away by Li Chen. After becoming a level 2 ability user, his ability to retrieve objects from a distance had significantly improved. Even an adult in a prepared state would generally not be able to resist it. Swish! After grabbing the gun, Li Chen rushed forward and stabbed the bayonet attached to the gun into the man's neck, instantly killing him before he could even let out a cry. The other guard, having trained for many years, immediately raised his gun upon hearing the noise and aimed it at Li Chen. Put down the gun. or I'll shoot." The guard shouted sternly at Li Chen, who hadn't yet raised his gun. Li Chen didn't lift his gun. He just smiled at him and said, "Go ahead, try shooting." Damn it, looking for death. Seeing his comrade killed, the guard immediately wanted to shoot, but he found that the trigger had mysteriously been crushed. This was the ability of the space-type ability user, using spatial power to crush objects from a distance. Although Li Chen, now a level 2 user, couldn't crush anything too hard, the trigger was still manageable. The guard's face turned pale with fear, while Li Chen, now holding the long gun, swung the blade towards him. Seeing Li Chen actually engage him in a knife fight, the guard was momentarily delighted and swung his bayonet in response. Miao and Lin Xiyu were both stunned. Was Li Chen crazy? He had a gun, but chose to fight with a knife. Swish! Immediately after, Li Chen unleashed a spatial strangulation from his palm, directly shattering the guard's bayonet. And he took the opportunity to stab the man in the neck. Witnessing Li Chen swiftly and efficiently eliminate the two guards, Miao couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. "Grab the gun, and you two hide outside first," Li Chen said. Miao and Lin Xiyu exchanged glances and took the automatic rifles, hiding behind the rocks outside the prison. Li Chen then quietly moved toward the prison interior. Encountering a guard on duty, he used his spatial power to throw the bayonet like a flying knife, silently taking him down. These guards had never seen abilities before and were quickly eliminated by Li Chen, who then changed into the guard's uniform and rapidly approached the office. "Warden, I see that group of people has thoughts of rebellion." A voice came from the office. Li Chen recognized it. It was Zhang Dehai, the future leader of the Qishan Refuge Fortress. This man was ruthless and understood how to control others. In the future, he would expand the Refuge Fortress to accommodate thousands of people, all under his command. However, 4 years into the apocalypse, this place would be wiped out by a level 7 mutated creature. In the last life, Lin Xiyu had died at that time. This time, he wouldn't let the tragedy repeat. Li Chen walked toward the door, where a guard with a gun stood. Upon seeing Li Chen, he immediately raised his gun and asked, "Who are you? You look a bit unfamiliar." But he was horrified to discover that the trigger had somehow been crushed. Swish! With a sound of breaking air, Li Chen's figure suddenly surged forward like a gust of wind, slicing through the guard's neck with a knife. "Who?" The people inside seemed to have heard the noise and shouted warily. Li Chen grabbed the corpse and threw it inside. The two people inside immediately opened fire, bullets raining down on the corpse. Taking advantage of the situation, Li Chen glanced around and saw 2 people inside. He shot one in the head. Then, he aimed at Zhang Dehai behind the desk and unleashed a spatial strangulation. Bang! With a loud noise, Zhang Dehai's face was hit, leaving him with dozens of blood streaks. And he cried out in pain while covering his face. Li Chen stepped forward, collecting several guns into his ability space, then stepped on Zhang Dehai's face. "Little brother, we have no grudges, right?" Zhang Dehai quickly said. "Who said that? I want this place, and you occupying it means we have a grudge." Li Chen smiled and said, No, little brother, if you want this place, I can give it to you. There's no need for us to fight." Zhang Dehai quickly flattered. Li Chen narrowed his eyes. Zhang Dehai was indeed cunning. Even when being stepped on, he remained polite. Unfortunately, in his previous life, he had seen this man kill a mother and daughter in front of everyone, just because they couldn't afford the high protection fee. "Don't think this old guy is so polite now. He must be plotting to find a chance to kill me. Enough with the nonsense. Tell me, have you recently collected a strange gemstone, and where is it?" Li Chen said coldly. "It's an ice spirit crystal, which can use some abilities of ice-type ability users, such as shooting ice spikes or freezing someone's blood. Although it's not as powerful as ice-type ability users, the attack power is comparable to the user's level, making a useful tool for combat. In his last life, Zhang Dehai had relied on this gemstone to maintain his position as the leader of the Qishan Refuge Fortress. After 10 years of the apocalypse, many such treasures appeared. As long as he remembered, Li Chen would find a way to get them first. The gemstone is here, in the prison. Upon hearing this, even while being stepped on, Zhang Dehai couldn't help but look confused. It seemed that even in the apocalypse, gold was useless. Yet someone still wanted a useless gemstone? Chapter 11: The Power of the Ice Spirit Crystal. "Lead the way," Li Chen said coldly. "Little brother, You have to let me get up first to lead the way, Zhang Dehai flattered. Li Chen pulled out handcuffs from a desk, preparing to cuff Zhang Dehai behind his back. At this moment, Zhang Dehai suddenly struggled fiercely, attempting to resist Li Chen. But he sadly found that Li Chen's strength was immense, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He exerted all his strength, but couldn't move an inch. This left the soldier-born Zhang Dehai horrified. Was this the strength a person should have? After securing the handcuffs, Li Chen let him stand up and slapped him hard, saying, "If you have any crooked thoughts again, I'll kill you." Zhang Dehai felt a burning pain on his face, and his heart was filled with extreme anger. Whether before or after the apocalypse, he had never suffered such humiliation. But he was also a local tyrant. At this moment, in order to save his life, he pretended to be submissive. "How many people are left in your prison?" Li Chen asked. 13. "Then you don't need to look. They've basically all been killed," Li Chen said indifferently. Hearing this, Zhang Dehai's footsteps trembled, and he silently led Li Chen down the corridor to a remote room in the prison. The room was locked with an iron door and had no windows. Li Chen took a key from Zhang Dehai's pocket and opened the door. Inside were many miscellaneous items, including some large red lanterns and folding fans. "What is this place for?" "It's a prop room for cultural performances in the prison. I've stored the antiques and money I've collected here, and I keep the key myself," Zhang Dehai said. He used to worry about these embezzled treasures being discovered, but now that the world was ending, he no longer had that concern. Moreover, in his view, these things had lost their value. So he honestly explained everything to Li Chen. After Zhang Dehai pointed out, Li Chen dug out a brocade box, opened it, and indeed found an ice spirit crystal. Zhang Dehai looked at Li Chen and couldn't help but wonder. He had had someone authenticate this gem, but it seemed like a child's toy to him. After all, it was something he'd spent a lot of money to obtain, so he hid it here. "Oh, little brother likes this thing? Then we really hit it off. If you like it, I'll give it to you," Zhang Dehai said with a chuckle, smiling kindly. The next moment, before the smile could leave Zhang Dehai's face, he suddenly took a grenade from his waist, intending to blow Li Chen up. After seeing his subordinates all killed when he came out, he had realized that Li Chen was decisive and would definitely kill him, so he decided to fight for his life. After throwing the grenade, Zhang Dehai quickly ran outside, and to his astonishment, there was no explosion. Turning around, he saw Li Chen slowly walking towards him, holding a grenade that had been punctured and was now empty. "Did you think I was blind?" Li Chen said, tossing the grenade aside and aiming the ice spirit crystal at the bewildered Zhang Dehai. Boom! A large amount of blue, icy air fell onto Zhang Dehai, instantly freezing his body and covering it with a layer of frost. Li Chen kicked out, and Zhang Dehai's body shattered like ice. This person, who would have been a formidable figure in the Magic City, died here before awakening his abilities. "Indeed a treasure," Li Chen said, stroking the ice spirit crystal and storing it in his ability space, ready to be taken out for use at any moment. "All right. It can also be used to make ice cream sometimes." Li Chen then went outside and called the two people hiding behind a rock to come in. Mi Yao and Lin Xiyu looked at the corpses scattered throughout the prison and couldn't help but feel a bit of a chill. Mi Yao stared at Li Chen, warily saying, "Did you kill all these people? They were guards, and their physical qualities are better than ours. Since you want to establish a refuge, why did you kill them and leave us? What do you really want?" Li Chen looked back at Lin Xiyu in surprise, saying, "Are you with her?" Lin Xiyu shook her head, saying, "No, I'm with you." Mi Yao's face turned awkward. She originally wanted to test Li Chen's intentions by using the numbers, but she didn't expect Lin Xiyu to trust him so much. In the apocalypse, only abilities matter. Previous physical qualities hold little value. "If you don't trust us, you can leave right now," Li Chen said. Mi Yao gritted her teeth and reluctantly apologized. "Sorry, I was being too suspicious." She had been on edge for the past half-month, and now that they finally had a safe place, how could she bear to leave? The three of them looked at the materials in the office and roughly understood the overall structure of the prison, then cautiously inspected the prison. After finishing this, they temporarily moved the dining table to the top of the surrounding wall, allowing them to observe the outside situation at any time. "What are we eating today?" Lin Xiyu said excitedly. "Roasted pork," Li Chen said, turning around and pretending to go into the room. He took out a barbecue grill, coal, oil, salt, and 5 pounds of pork from his ability space. Mi Yao's eyes nearly popped out when she saw this. After half a month of wandering in the city, having a meal with just some biscuits was already good enough, and these two actually had roasted meat. Again with the roasted meat? Don't you know any other dishes? Lin Siyu said helplessly. Miao's mouth dropped in shock. How could one complain about roasted meat? She suddenly felt a bit disheartened. Miao tentatively said, "Do you have a pot? How about I help you cook?" Li Chan was waiting for this sentence and immediately took out a pile of pots, bowls, and even some vegetables. Miao then showcased her cooking skills, which were not solely due to her fire ability, and soon 4 dishes were ready. Lin Siyu took a bite and was so moved that she nearly cried, and the 3 of them then enjoyed a hearty meal. Bringing me Jie here was truly the best decision, Lin Siyu exclaimed. Li Chen nodded. It seemed their quality of life had improved significantly. During the following time, Li Chen observed the Qishan prison. The surrounding wall was 7 or 8 meters high, and now most of the outside creatures were first-level mutated beings. Which couldn't he jump that high? Li Chen looked at the calendar and said to the 2 women, "The city is quite dangerous. Where are you going?" Lin Siyu asked. "I have my plans. You just need to be careful. Considering the time, you should awaken your abilities in the next few days. Your reactions won't be as intense as mine, and you won't faint, so don't worry," Li Chen explained. "Then you must be careful," Lin Siyu said. Li Shen nodded. "Once I awaken my abilities, I'll go out and help you." Miao still maintained a proud demeanor. However, compared to her cold demeanor in her previous life, she was much better now. It seemed that preventing her from being insulted had made Miao a bit gentler. Chapter 12. The blue crystal from beyond the sky. This is good. Otherwise, being with someone cold every day in the apocalypse would only make things worse. After bidding farewell to the 2, Li Chen immediately left Qishan prison and headed towards the city center. He carried nothing on him. Everything was stored in his ability space, including the ice spirit crystal. In battle, he could take it out instantly, which was more unexpected than carrying it on him. The reason he temporarily left his ideal refuge was that on the 18th day after the apocalypse began, something extremely important was going to happen in the center of Magic City. In his previous life, on the 18th day after the apocalypse, a celestial object crashed into the center of Magic City, shaking the entire city. In that giant pit, there were 5 blue crystals, each the size of a palm, known as the blue crystals from beyond the sky. Absorbing this thing could actually allow people to develop a second ability. However, the number was extremely limited, and since it was early in the apocalypse, it was picked up by 5 lucky individuals who just happened to be nearby. Unfortunately, their talents were mediocre, and after obtaining the blue crystals from beyond the sky, their strength was not impressive. The 5 of them ended up in quite a miserable situation, with being dissected for research considered a light outcome. Li Chen did not ride a motorcycle. He ran directly into the city. With his speed as a second-level ability user, he could jump over 2 meters high, moving through the city with the agility of a monkey in the mountains, so there was no need for a motorcycle. Li Chen looked at the slightly reddened sky, recalling the time when the blue crystals from beyond the sky would fall, which would be around noon tomorrow. He had a day left. He stopped by several large supermarkets, but everything had long been looted. However, he did not regret it. The food he carried was enough for him to eat for hundreds of years. He needed to seize the prison before the people from Qishan prison awakened their abilities. Otherwise, the difficulty would greatly increase. Li Chen pondered for a moment and remembered that there was a snack warehouse in Magic City, so he headed that way. Snacks were a powerful tool for winning over female survivors. In the apocalypse, many people yearned for the taste of snacks, and it was common for people to fight to the death over a single bag of snacks. With Li Chen's speed, he quickly crossed over 10 kilometers and arrived at the food warehouse. At the entrance, several large trucks were parked, blocking the zombies outside, suggesting that there were survivors inside. Li Chen easily climbed onto a truck and jumped into the yard, startling the 2 men guarding it, who immediately surrounded him with steel pipes. "Help! At that moment, a woman's wailing came from inside the house, accompanied by the raucous laughter of the 2 men. Outside, a little boy was crying and banging on the door, shouting, "Let go of my mom." People from other rooms also came out, and upon seeing this scene, although they felt pity, they were too frightened to intervene. Li Chen frowned and kicked each of the 2 men with steel pipes, sending them flying several meters away. They collapsed on the ground, blood spewing from their mouths. Lacking the strength to stand up, Li Chen walked to the little boy, gestured for him to move to the other side, and then with a bang, kicked open the iron door. Inside, two burly men were holding a ragged woman. Upon seeing Li Chen, they immediately drew their guns from their waists. Li Chen quickly understood that these two men had become the leaders of this makeshift shelter by relying on their guns, making everyone else too afraid to speak up. Li Chen extended his hands, using his spatial ability to directly seize the two guns. Who are you? One of the burly men looked at Li Chen in shock. Li Chen aimed the guns at both of them. No, good man. We'll let you be the boss here. There are 4 women and food, all yours. The burly man pleaded. Bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, and the two burly men fell to the ground. Fools, killing you doesn't mean I won't take these things for myself. After that, he didn't care about the mother and daughter who were hugging and crying, and turned to walk towards the warehouse. The survivors here, seeing Li Chen come out from the leader's room, dared not stop him. Li Chen entered the warehouse, took a rough look around, and found chips, waffles, chocolate cookies, and about 5,000 or 6,000 boxes. He walked around. Almost all of it was put into his ability space, leaving a small portion enough for the people here for 10 days. After 10 days, those monsters will be stronger, and you won't be able to hold out. There are 10 days worth of food here. Think of a way after you finish eating. Li Chen said loudly to the people in the room. After the apocalypse, the human population would sharply decline, and he didn't lack food for himself, so he left some behind. If there were future ability users here, they could also contribute to the fight against mutated creatures in the future. Just as he was about to leave, the ragged woman suddenly knelt in front of Li Chen, holding the little boy. Benefactor, please take my child away. Let him help you or something, as long as you can protect him, I beg you. The woman had seen Li Chen's skills earlier. Although she didn't know the reason, she could tell that he was no ordinary person, which is why she came to plead with him. I'm not interested. You'd better fend for yourselves. Li Chen turned to leave. Raising a child in the apocalypse was purely a burden. The woman knelt on the ground, her face filled with sadness. Li Chen glanced over and suddenly noticed that the woman's figure was voluptuous, and her mature and beautiful face seemed somewhat familiar. What's your name? Li Chen asked. My name is Lu Lanji, the woman replied. In his previous life, there was a woman in the Chishan shelter who specialized in healing people. She had a healing ability and was named Lu Lanji. This was a very rare ability. For ability users, having a healer was equivalent to having an extra life. Li Chen was taken aback for a moment, and then said, I need someone to help out with chores. It might be a bit hard, but I guarantee your food and safety, and you won't be bullied. Li Chen thought of the 2 women in the shelter. Lin Xiu was not cut out for housework, and Miao would be the flame queen in the future, so she wouldn't deal with those trivial matters either. Having someone for logistics would save him time to do more important things. In the 10 years of the apocalypse, he needed to seize treasures before others did. All right, my son may be small, but he can wash dishes and mop the floor. Lu Lanji quickly nodded in agreement. Li Chen quietly handed Lu Lanji a gun. I'll come back here to pick you up tomorrow afternoon. Lu Lanji was taken aback, just as she was about to agree. When she looked up, Li Chen had already disappeared. Chapter 13. Poor acting skills in the center of the magic city. Li Chen sat by the window on the 3rd floor of an office building, taking a break while looking at the nearby Jiao shopping mall. In his previous life, he had passed by and visited the giant pit where the outer blue crystal fell, centered around this mall. Brother, I see you have good skills. Come join us. At that moment, a burly man with a friendly face approached. He called himself Lu Zhuang, one of the people hiding in this office building, likely a plumber, still wearing work clothes, and his companions included several white-collar workers. They were all in good physical shape and intelligence. After the red fog erupted, they had been using this office building as a base, gathering food, and had basically cleared the mutated creatures here with the blast doors. Lu Zhuang, with his strong physique, had vaguely become the leader of the group, and he had witnessed Li Chen nimbly bypass the zombies at the entrance and ascend to the 2nd floor in just 2 steps, which was why he had come to recruit Li Chen. No, I'm not interested, Li Chen said lightly, looking outside. With his current strength, he didn't need incapable companions. He wasn't idle enough to take on burdens in the apocalypse. You really don't know what's good for you. Do you think you can survive alone in the apocalypse? Exactly. We invite you because we think highly of you. You can't even dare to sleep alone. The white-collar workers behind Lu Zhuang immediately began to criticize Li Chen. Click! Li Chen remained silent and suddenly took out his gun, changing the magazine. The white-collar workers instantly fell silent. Calm down, brother. Don't be angry. We won't disturb you anymore. However, if you change your mind, we welcome you to join us anytime, Lu Zhuang quickly said with a smile. Afterward, the group retreated, and Li Chen finally got a moment of peace. The third-floor office had only one main door, but there was a balcony outside that could be jumped to the adjacent corridor, allowing for both offense and defense. Lu Ge, that kid might also be an ability user. Let's take action together and seize his gun, said a white-collar worker named Huang Cheng. He and Lu Zhuang had discovered this morning after feeling dizzy that they could spew flames from their palms. They were initially shocked, but when they realized their bodies and minds were still human, they were overjoyed. Seeing Li Chen's unusual demeanor, they speculated that he might have experienced something similar. It seems we aren't too proficient. That person is very calm and seems quite confident. It might not be that simple, Lu Zhuang frowned and said. What's wrong with that? We could pretend to get close to him, then kill him directly and seize his gun. We would be unstoppable against those zombies, Huang Cheng said excitedly. In their understanding, they were unaware that ability users also had levels of strength, and later-stage ability users were not afraid of firearms. They still believe in the power of guns and wanted to seize them upon seeing Li Chen. That might not be good, although that person is a bit cold. He doesn't seem to have bad intentions. Lu Zhuang hesitated. Lu Ge, what time is it? Are you just going to watch the gun slip away? It's a lot of effort to fight zombies with steel pipes, and it's not safe. How about this? Let's vote, Huang Cheng suggested. Subsequently, everyone present except Lu Zhuang raised their hands. Seeing this, Lu Zhuang had no choice but to agree, sighing, all right then, but if we take his stuff, let's not kill him. Okay, we'll listen to Lu Ge. Li Chen leaned against the window on the second floor. Although there was a ceiling between them, his physique as a secondary ability user allowed him to faintly yet clearly hear what was happening outside. It turned out that among these people, there were actually 2 ability users. No wonder they could clear an entire office building in the city center. If he hadn't known in advance, this time the extraterrestrial blue crystal might have been theirs. Calculating the time, Mi Yao and Lin Xiu should also be awakening their abilities soon. The timing of awakening had no relation to strength. For instance, these 2 called Lu Zhuang. He had no impression of them in his previous life. Perhaps they died not long after. Moreover, they would have to wait until the second month for the news about mastering and absorbing the ability cores to spread. It had to be said that although the black hair monster had grabbed him, it also allowed him to break through early and gain an advantage. Bro, we have food here. I see you didn't bring any, so we want to share some with you. At this moment, Lu Zhuang and Huang Cheng walked in with smiles, holding half a pack of biscuits. After 10 years of struggling in the apocalypse, Li Chen could see through their false pretenses at a glance, offering kindness for no reason. It's either a scam or a robbery, don't you know? Li Chen said calmly. Hee, brother, let me be direct. We want to recruit you, so we want to gain a bit of your goodwill. This biscuit is our token of sincerity. Huang Cheng, pretending to be bold, spoke with a shy expression as he slowly approached Li Chen. Although Lu Zhuang's eyes flashed with a hint of reluctance, he also cautiously moved in from the side. Such fake acting wouldn't last a day in the mid-apocalypse. These 2 first-level ability users couldn't even withstand a bullet. However, Li Chen didn't rush to shoot, but allowed them to come closer. Bang! Bang! At a distance of only 1 meter, both of them simultaneously extended their palms and released a large fireball. Although it couldn't be fatal, it could burn the eyes and nose, temporarily incapacitating someone. Such a long-lost feeling. It's been a long time since I fought with ability users, Li Chen said. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhuang and Huang Cheng were filled with confusion, and then they were horrified to see their fireballs split into 4 streams, completely bypassing Li Chen's body. It was Li Chen using spatial power to separate the flames. After releasing the fireball, the 2 first-level ability users felt half their strength drained and couldn't launch another attack immediately. Swish! Li Chen took a step and quickly charged in front of Huang Cheng. Huang Cheng threw a direct punch, but Li Chen easily dodged and knocked him to the ground with a punch. Huang Cheng was just a white-collar worker, usually lacking the strength to climb stairs. If it weren't for his awakened ability giving him a boost in strength, he wouldn't have dared to harm anyone. There was no way he could defeat Li Chun. Li Chun took out a dagger from his ability space and directly slashed Huang Cheng's throat. The man twisted on the ground for a while before dying. Seeing this, Lu Zhuang's scalp went numb, and he was frozen in fear. He never expected that this seemingly harmless man would kill someone so decisively. After killing, he remained so calm. Perhaps professional assassins were no different. At this moment, he deeply regretted having thoughts about this man. Chapter 14. First encounter with a secondary mutant you. You killed someone? Lu Zhuang said in shock. Why didn't you kill me? Lu Zhuang asked, stunned. What do you do for a living? Li Chen replied, changing the subject. I've been in this line of work for a long time, fixing water pipes and electrical circuits. I understand a bit. Lu Zhuang said, somewhat fearfully. I'll find you a safe place, provide you with food, and you'll be in charge of fixing the water pipes and electrical circuits. Either you agree, or I'll kill you now. Li Chen stated. Okay, I can definitely do it well. Lu Zhuang instantly nodded excitedly when he heard there was work. Compared to killing, he preferred to do his job. Li Chen smiled faintly. He had heard Lu Zhuang's previous conversation with the others, and this person's heart wasn't too bad. It was necessary to have someone responsible for repairing the basic infrastructure of the prison. If this person had any harmful intentions, he and Mi Yao could kill him in an instant. I'll take you away tomorrow. You just stay here. Li Chen said. Can we bring those people with us? Lu Zhuang asked. No, we don't need that many people for now. It would waste food. Li Chen shook his head. Those white-collar workers only worked in front of computers. But now that there was no internet, they were of little use. Seeing Li Chen so determined, Lu Zhuang didn't dare to say much. Li Chen stopped talking and took out some meat dishes and rice that Mi Yao had prepared earlier to eat. As for Lu Zhuang, he hadn't done any work yet, so he had no right to eat first. Lu Zhuang's eyes widened. The snacks he had eaten these past few days were less than what he had consumed in half a lifetime, which didn't suit his taste at all. His mouth was so dry it felt like a bird had flown out. At this moment, seeing Li Chen's steaming hot food, he couldn't help but feel envious. After Li Chen finished eating, he tossed Lu Zhuang a package. Lu Zhuang opened it and was instantly excited to find it was a pack of jerky. Although it wasn't fresh meat, it was enough to satisfy his cravings. Lu Zhuang was filled with hope for the days to come. Is there any supplies nearby? Li Chen asked. Since the extraterrestrial blue crystal had to wait until tomorrow, he couldn't afford to be idle today. Time in the early apocalypse was precious and shouldn't be wasted. There's a food street behind, where there are quite a few stored food supplies, but it's occupied by a group of security guards who have electric batons. Lu Zhuang explained. Let's go take a look. Li Chen said. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhuang's eyes lit up. That group of security guards had not only seized food since the apocalypse began, but also forcibly taken some women. He had long been displeased with them. Now that Li Chen had a gun, he naturally didn't have to worry about not being able to beat them. The two then went downstairs and walked towards the food street. However, when they exited through the back door of the first-floor lobby and reached the entrance of the food street, they found several skeletons lying by the roadside. All were white bones, without a shred of flesh, and all the corpses were facing towards them, as if they had tried to run this way when alive. Li Chen frowned. If this were the work of zombies, it wouldn't be so cleanly eaten. It was likely done by rats or ants. These corpses were those of the security guards. Lu Zhuang picked up a piece of torn clothing from the ground, and it was vaguely recognizable as a security uniform. Quick, let's go, Li Chen said, turning and running back into the building, completely ignoring Lu Zhuang. Lu Zhuang wasn't a fool. He quickly followed Li Chen and ran. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, from various pipes and sewage wells, a mass of black shadows surged out, making a chilling sound as they rushed towards the two. No wonder that group of security guards had left not a trace of flesh behind. Thinking of their miserable fate, Lu Zhuang ran for his life. But he sadly realized that he couldn't outrun the swarm of rats, nor could he catch up to Li Chen. Li Chen heard the sound and immediately recognized it as the rat swarm. And these were mutated rats, even more terrifying. Although he was now a secondary ability user, his spatial ability didn't have area damage attacks in the early stages. If he was surrounded by the rat swarm, he would also be in trouble. Lu Zhuang was on the verge of tears. Compared to facing these rats, he would rather fight those security guards. At least he wouldn't be gnawed down to bones alive. You go upstairs and help me lure some of the rats. It will make it easier for both of us, Li Chen suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhuang had no choice but to comply. He quickly climbed up the stairs, and the rats indeed split in two. But the remaining ones still filled the stairs and chased after him. Chen took a look. After the rats split, there were no longer thousands chasing him, which significantly reduced the pressure. Tat, tat, tat. Gunfire erupted as Chen took out an automatic rifle and began to shoot. Although these rats had mutated, their individual strength was still less than that of first-level zombies. Being hit by bullets, they either died or couldn't move anymore. Chen had killed about 100 rats when suddenly they parted in the middle and a huge figure charged out. It turned out to be a giant rat, as large as a large dog, with eyes the size of pearls, which instilled fear in people's hearts. If it were an ordinary person, seeing the scene would surely scare them to death. However, Chen squinted his eyes, not expecting that there was a rat king among the group, which was a level 2 mutated creature. Chen immediately opened fire on the rat king, which dodged left and right, avoiding most of the bullets. Even a few that hit it only caused superficial wounds. Soon, the rat king had the other rats lie on top of it, forming a natural armor. In front of Chen was a group of zombies, and he charged towards them, bringing the rat swarm along. An ordinary person would never dare to act this way. Even a level 1 ability, user wouldn't believe they could remain unscathed among a horde of zombies. But since Chen had survived in the apocalypse for 10 years and was now a level 2 ability user, if he were to be scratched by the lowest level of zombies, he might as well wait to die. Chen maneuvered through the zombie horde. Before the zombies could bite him, they were knocked down by the rat swarm, and a fight broke out between the two sides. Chen reaped the benefits. On the office building, the group that had previously followed Lu Zhuang heard the commotion and leaned by the window, horrified. What was this person doing? Everyone in the world was hiding in buildings, trembling, while he was teasing zombies and mutated rats. Besides, wasn't this the person Lu Zhuang and Huang Cheng planned to ambush? Run, there are rats. Just as everyone was confused, they heard Lu Zhuang's panicked voice from outside. They hurried to the door to look, only to see the stairs filled with gigantic rats, instantly rendering them speechless. The rats also noticed them and all rushed to bite. This group of people, who had just been scheming how to use Chen's gun after taking it, were now all reduced to bones amidst their cries of despair. Chapter 15. The forthcoming treasure. Hearing the screams from above, Chen nodded slightly. The reason he had Lu Zhuang take some rats upstairs was also to kill that group of people. After all, if they stayed behind, it would easily expose the fact that he had obtained the alien blue crystal. At that moment, the Rat King's enormous eyes fixed on Chen as it charged towards him. This level 2 mutated creature had developed some intelligence and wouldn't be deceived by Chen's tactics. Come on, beast, Chen sneered, stepping forward to charge at the Rat King. Spatial strangulation. Chen spread his palm, and a large amount of energy surged forth, smashing outwards. The Rat King seemed to hit a heavy object. Its movement halted, and several bloody gashes appeared on its head. Flesh and blood mingled. After all, it was a level 2 mutated creature, and the wounds from the spatial strangulation were not too deep. Infuriated by its injury, the Rat King charged at Chen again. This time, Chen intentionally let it get closer, then pretended to grip with his right hand and quickly thrust it forward. The Rat King opened its large mouth, revealing terrifying sharp teeth, looking down on Chen with disdain. Foolish creature, daring to use its flesh against my teeth. With a piercing sound, Chen had taken an ice spear from his ability space during his charge. He formed it in his hand, which was imbued with his ability energy, making it far sturdier than aluminum alloy. Although the Rat King sensed a deadly danger, it didn't have time to dodge and was directly pierced through the head, dying on the spot. The enormous rat face, which was shocking, still wore a terrifying grimace. Those rats, being low-intelligence creatures, had no sense of revenge after the Rat King died and continued to fight fiercely with the zombies. Chen dug out a crystal the size of an egg from the Rat King's head. It was much larger than the alien cores found in the zombies' brains and contained denser energy. Chen's eyes brightened. Level 1 alien cores no longer significantly enhanced his strength. Since level 2 creatures were relatively rare before the first major evolution, he didn't expect to encounter one. After absorbing the energy within, ordinary level 2 mutated creatures would basically be no match for him. In a world where most people had just awakened their abilities, no one among humanity would be a match for Chen. Holding the level 2 alien core in his hand, Chen felt that this place was unsuitable for long stays. The alien cores from the zombies and rats were of little use to him. Taking the Rat King's alien core, he swiftly withdrew. The remaining rats, now leaderless, were even less able to pursue him. Following the trail, he found Lu Zhuang on the 11th floor, exhausted, hiding in a corner and desperately smashing at the rats with a chair. But as more and more surrounded him, he felt a sense of despair. Suddenly, he heard gunfire, and the rats immediately began to scatter, with some rushing towards the gunfire from Chen. Lu Zhuang, nearing 50, was on the verge of tears. With their combined efforts, the two quickly repelled the rats. They sat on the ground, panting heavily, resting together. Chen gradually absorbed the level 2 alien core, feeling the crystal within him grow once again, and his spatial abilities enhanced significantly. Chen raised his hand and aimed at a teacup on the table, squeezing from 4 to 5 meters away. With a bang, the teacup shattered instantly. Chen nodded slightly. Previously, the range of his spatial strangulation ability was only the size of a trigger, but now it had doubled. When he reached level 3, he would likely be able to directly strangle the Rat King. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhuang was shocked, relieved that he no longer had the idea of ambushing Chen again. The same ability, yet the power gap was so vast. Afterward, the two rested well for a night, and Chen even rewarded Lu Zhuang with some food. Lu Zhuang, who hadn't eaten proper meals in half a month, was overwhelmed with emotion. The next day, Chen mostly gazed at the sky, watching the time draw closer, feeling a bit anxious. The alien blue crystal could awaken a second ability, and such a precious treasure had fallen fewer than 200 pieces nationwide, with Magic City alone possessing 4. Having a second ability would naturally greatly enhance 1's power, and it could even combine with the original ability, like thunder and fire combining for stronger attacks. Although having dual abilities didn't necessarily mean being stronger. Like Miao, known as the Flame Queen, who only had fire abilities but rarely faced opponents, having dual abilities was ultimately better. Chen understood that his talent was not the strongest, but there were many treasures in the apocalypse that could improve 1's talent. He could seize the opportunity. Feeling joyful, he raised his head to look at the sky, and indeed, he saw a massive blue light sphere descending. Since the blue crystal was an otherworldly object, could the red mist also be? A trace of confusion flashed through Chen's mind as the light sphere crashed down with a tremendous roar, just before the sound reached his ears. He heard Lu Zhuang's terrified scream. Boom! With a deafening sound, a terrifying gust of wind swept in, shattering all the glass in the entire building as heavy objects flew up and crashed down. Chen used his spatial powers to form a protective shield in front of him, deflecting the objects. However, Lu Zhuang was not so lucky and was knocked unconscious. Just as well, if he had seen the alien blue crystal, Chen would have to struggle with whether to kill him to keep it a secret. Chen took a step and rapidly dashed down the stairs towards the massive pit. In the surrounding floors, some people stood by the windows, fearfully watching Chen, not understanding why this madman was rushing towards such a dangerous place. After arriving at the location, Chen realized he had taken things for granted. This fall had swept through the entire mall and the surrounding buildings, leaving debris everywhere. Finding 5 palm-sized extraterrestrial blue crystals was indeed quite difficult. However, thinking of the immense value of these blue crystals, Chen didn't have time to ponder and quickly began his search. His steps were swift. His secondary ability enhanced his vision and reflexes, allowing him to scan the environment quickly and accurately. About 3 minutes later, Chen uncovered a glowing blue crystal beneath a piece of iron. The extraterrestrial blue crystal. Seeing this, Chen's breath became rapid. With this, he would not only be on the path to becoming a strong individual, but would also be nearly invincible among those of the same level. While others might possess only one ability, he had 2. If he couldn't win, that would be foolish. Of course, against higher-level ability users. Even having multiple abilities wouldn't matter much. Overall, in this apocalypse where strength was paramount, this item was worth its weight in gold. Chapter 16. Seizing the extraterrestrial blue crystal after absorbing this extraterrestrial blue crystal into his ability space, Li Chen's spirit surged. No matter what, his dual abilities were secured. However, he was determined to obtain the other four as well. Each one was incredibly precious, and with the right person, it could nurture a master. Li Chen continued to search through the rubble, but his luck did not hold. It took him a full half-hour to find the second extraterrestrial blue crystal in the debris. At this point, shadows began to flicker around him. They were drawn by the loud noise and were bold enough to approach. When they saw a figure moving through the ruins, seemingly searching for something, they were puzzled but cautiously observed. After all, they had been in the apocalypse for half a month and had witnessed many instances where a moment's carelessness could lead to death. Under the furtive gazes of those around him, Li Chen quickened his pace and found the third extraterrestrial blue crystal. At this moment, the onlookers finally understood that this person was searching for a blue crystal. Seeing Li Chen's speed, they assumed he must be skilled, and his willingness to venture into the ruins meant there was something valuable. Immediately, over a dozen figures rushed out and began a search. Li Chen was not worried. In the apocalypse, there was always a shortage of people, especially when it came to seizing treasures. He glanced around. These people were running faster than world sprint champions, suggesting they had awakened their abilities. However, they were only at level 1, which posed no threat to him. However, the two extraterrestrial blue crystals were likely buried deep. And after a long search, the crowd found nothing. At this moment, two strong men caught sight of Li Chen and walked over. "Bro, what did you just get? Show us what you got." "I'm quite busy right now." "You'd best leave," Li Chen replied, keeping his head down and continuing to search, his tone indifferent. "Huh? You don't think you're the only one with abilities, do you?" One of the strong men unleashed lightning from his palm, while the other grew to nearly 3 meters tall, his muscles bulging like a giant. They had lightning and enhancement abilities, which were quite common. Seeing this, those around them hesitated, having searched for so long without finding the blue crystal. Many began to think about targeting Li Chen. Initially, Li Chen's speed had been impressive, making others wary of provoking him. But now that someone had stepped forward, everyone viewed Li Chen as an easy target. Li Chen lifted his head, stomped his foot on the ground, and charged towards the fire ability user. The opponent had never seen anyone move this fast and was immediately taken aback. He quickly raised his palm to unleash flames, trying to push Li Chen back, only to find the flames completely bypassing him. In the next moment, Li Chen's palm pressed against the fire ability user's chest, and the ice spirit crystal emerged from his ability space, directly forming an ice spike that pierced through the man's chest. The fire ability user hadn't even reacted before collapsing, his face a mix of fear and disbelief. "Anyone else want to try?" After swiftly dispatching his opponent, Li Chen turned to the others. Having spent 10 years in the apocalypse, Li Chen not only outclassed them in combat skills, but also emanated a fierce aura. Under his sharp gaze, the crowd instinctively took a few steps back. The enhancement ability user swallowed hard, his massive body involuntarily retreating. Li Chen charged forward. The strength and defense of the enhancement ability were significant, but their agility was lacking. Facing Li Chen's nimbleness, they were utterly helpless. Seconds later, an ice spike pierced through the back of the enhancement ability user, who fell to the ground. The man's body shrank rapidly, becoming the size of an ordinary person as he lay on the ground, blood pooling beneath him. "Why, you're so strong?" The man looked at Li Chen in terror. He and a fire ability user had once teamed up to kill another ability user, which was why they dared to target Li Chen. Yet, in less than 10 seconds, they had been defeated, leaving him unable to comprehend how, as fellow ability users, they could lose so decisively in a 2-on-1 situation. Li Chen crouched down and whispered, so only the man could hear, "Abilities can be upgraded. You're just level 1, while I'm level 2. Upon hearing this, the man's pupils dilated. While this was common knowledge in the later stages of the apocalypse, no one knew it now. In the next moment, he was pierced through the heart by the ice spike. Seeing this scene, the crowd instantly dared not gather around Li Chen, all retreating to search diligently in the rubble. Li Chen searched the two bodies and only found a few packs of biscuits, feeling somewhat disappointed. If only these people had known about the existence of ability cores, they might have found some. At that moment, on the edge of the ruins, a man was pretending to search while slowly trying to slip away. Whoosh! Chen dashed over and blocked the man's path. The man sent someone in front of him, looked up to see it was Chen, and his expression changed, but he quickly feigned calmness. Hand it over. Chen said, I didn't find anything. I just wanted to leave because I was scared of you. The man feigned innocence. Bang! Without further ado, Chen slapped him, sending him flying to the ground, where a blue crystal tumbled out of his pocket. The man hurriedly tried to pick it up, but Chen was quicker, aiming his gun at him. If you don't leave now, be prepared to die here. Firearms had a significant psychological impact on level 1 ability users. The man swallowed hard, revealing a look of regret, and hurriedly crawled away. Although he vaguely sensed the value of that item, he didn't understand what it was. When he eventually learned of the worth of the extraterrestrial blue crystal, he would surely regret not taking the risk. Chen did not pursue him further. After all, the man could never keep up with his pace of advancement, so he was not a concern. Thus, 4 of the 5 extraterrestrial blue crystals had already made their way into his pocket. In his previous life, he was fortunate to survive, never having imagined he could acquire so many precious treasures. Afterward, everyone searched for 3 to 4 hours, and by afternoon, no one had left. Chen began to feel suspicious. With so many ability users searching, they should have finished combing through the area, especially since the extraterrestrial blue crystals wouldn't be buried too deep. He looked up and scanned the surroundings, estimating there were now over 20 ability users. After weighing his options, Chen guessed that someone had likely found something but pretended to act nonchalant. This could make things somewhat tricky. Chapter 17. Awakening of Me. Yao Chen immediately said loudly, Everyone, stay where you are and let me search you. If anyone moves, I'll kill them. As soon as this was said, the crowd erupted in anger. Who do you think you are, daring to threaten all of us? That's right. Do you believe we can kill you together? Chen ignored the shouts of anger from the crowd and started walking towards the nearest person, actually beginning to search them. Although the person felt humiliated, seeing the corpses of the 2 who had just provoked Chen made him calm down and endure without moving. After all, he had nothing on him, and being searched was better than losing his life. Chen found nothing and didn't make things difficult for that person, then walked towards the second person. Brothers, this person is too much. Let's kill him together and split the treasures on him. The man had a tattoo on his arm, and before the apocalypse, he was involved in the underworld. He could not tolerate Chen searching him, so he roared angrily, gathering a huge earth ball in his palm and smashing it towards Chen. Seeing this, many in the crowd became excited and rushed over. As fellow ability users, they certainly didn't want Chen to ride over them. However, Chen merely raised his palm, creating a slight disturbance in the space beneath the earth ball, causing it to fly off in a strange direction. Chen quickly stepped forward. The tattooed man turned to run, but the level difference doomed him not to escape more than 5 steps before Chen caught him by the neck and slammed him down to the ground. Then, a dagger appeared, and with Chen's immense strength, it pierced the man's chest. Chen stood up straight and scanned the terrified crowd, saying, I only want things. I won't take your lives, so cooperate. The surrounding people had no choice but to stop and stand still, not daring to move. Although they knew that if they all attacked together, they couldn't be stopped by Chen, no one dared to be the first to die. After all, they had nothing on them, so being searched was fine. Just then, someone from the outer circle suddenly turned and ran outside, simultaneously swallowing a blue crystal. Damn it! Chen cursed angrily and quickly moved forward, catching up to the person in a few seconds and punching them. I've already eaten it. You're too late, the man said with a smug face. Chen smashed the man's head with one punch, then cut open his belly to retrieve the extraterrestrial blue crystal that hadn't been absorbed yet. Too late? It seems not so much now, though it was a bit disgusting. It was worth it for the extraterrestrial blue crystal. Chen obtained 5 extraterrestrial blue crystals and left without further delay. The surrounding people felt their hair stand on end and could no longer speak. Lu Zhuang also realized it was a special situation and didn't act pretentious. Following Chen while enduring the pain, they took a detour to the food factory to pick up Lu Lanji and her son. After all, she was a medical ability user and much more useful than Lu Zhuang. The 4 of them headed towards Qishan prison, with Chen leading the way, killing many zombies and collecting their cores along the way. When they arrived at the iron gate of Qishan prison, Lin Xiu, who was on duty at the wall, excitedly shouted Chen's name and then came down to open the door. Seeing this place, Lu Zhuang and Lu Longji's son showed glimmers of hope in their eyes. This place was located in the suburbs and was very solid. Perhaps they could really live a quiet life here. Where's Miao? Chen looked around, puzzled. Miao was the top expert for the future and his best support right now. She couldn't have encountered an accident. She said she went out to kill zombies. Lin Xiu replied. Suddenly, the iron gate was banged on twice, startling everyone, followed by Miao's voice. When the gate opened, Miao walked in, and Lu Longji and Lu Zhuang immediately breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the woman with some unusual expressions. Who is this person? It's so scary to bang on the door without saying anything. Chen was not surprised. Miao was just that fiery. After glancing at her, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback and said, "You absorbed the core? How about it? You told me that I could absorb cores to enhance my strength. After I awakened my ability yesterday, I went into the mountains and killed 4 zombies, absorbing them. My strength has indeed increased a bit," Miao said proudly. Chen was slightly stunned. She really was the Fire Queen, daring to go out and counterattack mutated beings right after awakening. Be careful. If you encounter a level 2, your life is not guaranteed right now, Chen reminded helplessly. Weren't you the one who said that level 2 mutated beings are extremely rare now? How could I encounter one so quickly? Show me how strong you are. After that, Miao pulled Chen to an open area in the prison, and Lin Xiu and the others followed. You go first. Chen had no choice with his fiery Fire Queen and raised his hands. Underestimate me? Just wait and see. With that, Miao rushed over swiftly, stopping just a few meters away from Chen, and a fireball erupted from her palm, smashing towards Chen's back at a strange angle. Chen sensed the position of the fireball using his spatial power, dodging to the side while rushing towards Miao. Suddenly, a fire ignited at Chen's feet. It turned out Miao had left behind a fire energy on the ground in advance. Truly, she was the future Fire Queen. She was already starting to play dirty. I've already seen it, Chen said calmly. Just before the flames appeared, he had already circled around and rushed in front of Miao, pressing a stick against her throat. If it had been a knife, Miao would have been dead. Miao was stunned, knowing she had lost, and couldn't help but grit her teeth in frustration. Chen felt a moment of pleasure. Beating the Fire Queen felt pretty good. However, it wasn't glorious to defeat someone of a lower level. Just as Chen was about to withdraw, a bolt of lightning suddenly rushed towards him from behind. Chen quickly sidestepped, extending his palm to repel the lightning with spatial power. The attacker was Lin Xiu. How about it? If I had used my full strength just now, could I have ambushed you? Lin Xiu said with a smile. Boasting, Chen Raplia. I already knew you awakened lightning powers, and besides, those little bad intentions of yours are all written in your eyes, Chen said. Lin Xiu took out a small mirror, puzzled if her expression was that obvious. Who are these people? After Miao withdrew her hands, she looked at the 3 newcomers without feeling discouraged. Chapter 18. Absorbing extraterrestrial blue crystals. These are the newcomers I brought. It's all good. Old Lu, you go fix the light bulb in the restroom. It seems to be broken by zombies. There are tools over there. I'll treat you to meat later, Chen said. Although the power station was damaged by zombies, the prison had an independent power system that only required diesel. Okay, I guarantee it will be usable tonight. Lu Zhuang, hearing about meat, immediately went off cheerfully. Seeing this, Lu Longji felt a bit embarrassed. She also wanted to get some food for her son, but she was just an accountant before the apocalypse and couldn't do anything else. You go clean the room first. We'll have dinner together tonight, Chen said. Lu Longji quickly agreed and took her son to clean. Director Li of the prison, what tasks are we assigned? Lin Xiu asked Chen. You go clear the restroom, Chen said, seeing Lin Xiu's face turn green, then smiled and took out 3 extraterrestrial blue crystals, saying, you don't have to work. Come and absorb these. In his previous life, Lin Xiu had died for him, and even if he was raising her for free, Chen had no complaints. What is this? Miao asked, holding the blue crystal with a puzzled expression. Hold it in your hand to absorb it. You can awaken a second ability. This matter must be handled with caution. We can't let outsiders know, or all three of us will attract trouble, Li Chen said in a low voice. Hearing this, Miao and Lin Xiu couldn't help but brighten their eyes. The importance of abilities goes without saying. To survive in today's world, one cannot be without abilities. Awakening a second ability will undoubtedly greatly enhance personal strength. Even if the two of them do not know the origin of this item, they understand its immense value. Don't worry, we won't say anything, Lin Xiu assured. Why are you giving me such a precious thing? Miao asked, somewhat stunned. She could understand why Li Chen gave Lin Xiu something, as they seemed to be longtime companions. But she had always been a bystander receiving care from Li Chen. I believe in your future strength, so you can see this as an investment in you, Li Chen smiled and said honestly. Upon hearing this, Miao also smiled knowingly, feeling a slight fondness for Li Chen's frankness. If Li Chen had said some grandiose empty words, she would have felt uneasy. The three of them then entered the same room to look after each other, sitting down to absorb the outer blue crystal. Li Chen held the outer blue crystal, eager to start absorbing it. He was curious about what his second ability would be. Soon, the room fell silent, with only the faint sound of energy flowing into the three bodies. As a level 2 ability user, Li Chen absorbed the energy the fastest, clearing out the outer blue crystal's energy in just 2 hours. Then, he felt the terrifying power surging through his body, as if it were about to tear him apart. A sharp pain hit him, causing Li Chen to collapse on the ground, writhing in agony, his body curling up like a shrimp, spasming. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud banging on the door from outside. Soon after, Lu Zhuang rushed in, momentarily stunned by the scene in the room. Miao and Lin Xiu were both in the critical moment of absorption, their eyes closed and unable to divert their attention, while Li Chen was writhing on the floor in pain. Boss, a group of people with phones and guns are coming outside. They're about to break in, Lu Zhuang said. Hold on, Li Chen managed to say through the pain. He knew that absorbing the outer blue crystal would involve a few minutes of pain, but he was clearly past that time now. Lu Zhuang nodded and quickly ran outside. Outside, Lu Longji was holding the door, but she clearly couldn't withstand the combined force of a group of ability users trying to break it down. At that moment, Lu Zhuang climbed up the wall, gun in hand, and began to shoot at the group. Among the crowd was a stone-type ability user who lifted a large rock and hurled it at Lu Zhuang, causing him to fall. Soon, the iron door was smashed open, and Lu Longji was thrown back, landing in a corner. A group of muscular men dressed in suits entered. Clearly not good people even before the apocalypse, each holding a handgun. The bald man at the forefront lifted Lu Longji and said, "Who's in charge here?" Lu Longji bit her rosy lip, showing no intention of speaking. Li Chen had saved her life, and she would rather die than betray him. Damn it, you filthy woman. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Tie her up, everyone else come in and search. Kill the men, leave the women. This place will be ours from now on, the bald man said, raising his gun. Soon, the recently awakened Lu Zhuang was also captured and brought down. Dare to shoot at me? Do you believe I'll kill you right now? The bald man said, pressing the gun against Lu Zhuang's forehead. No, big brother. Let me tell you, there are some people lying in ambush inside. You mustn't go in, Lu Zhuang quickly said. How many people? How many guns? The bald man asked, becoming cautious after hearing this, signaling his men to step back. There are 8 men, 3 women, with both handguns and rifles, plus a sniper rifle. Lu Zhuang tried to buy some time, hoping Li Chen would recover soon. In his view, as long as Li Chen woke up with his terrifying strength, he would definitely be able to deal with these people. Furthermore, working under Li Chen was clearly much better than letting this group take over the prison. You two, go in and take a look. If things don't seem right, retreat, the bald man instructed the 2 men. The 2 shorter men slowly made their way into the prison. The bald man turned to Lu Zhuang and threatened, if you dare to deceive me, I'll peel your skin off. Lu Zhuang trembled inside, only hoping Li Chen would finish soon. Li Chen was absorbing the outer blue crystal in a relatively secluded room for safety, and the 2 members of the Qinglong gang were moving slowly, fearing being ambushed. When they reached the window of Li Chen's room, more than 10 minutes had passed. As soon as they appeared, suddenly, their heads uncontrollably tilted to the side, and then one of them extended 2 daggers, piercing through their skulls. Li Chen easily dragged the 2 bodies inside, and then noticed a Qinglong symbol on his arm. King Longgong. Li Chen was taken aback. This gang, led by Zhao Qinglong, had formed a certain scale after the apocalypse, committing all sorts of atrocities, and was a cancer near Modu. Later, most of them were killed off, leaving only a dozen being maintained by Zhang Dehai as muscle. Boss, it's been half an hour, and those 2 still haven't come out, a subordinate of the Qinglong gang said. I damn well know. The bald man named Zhao Qinglong shouted angrily. First, cut off this kid's head and throw it out. Let's see if they come out, Zhao Qinglong ordered. Upon hearing this, Lu Longji was instantly terrified, clutching her son tightly and trembling all over, despair written all over her face as the 2 muscular men drew closer. Chapter 19. Second Ability Bang. At that moment, a sound suddenly came from the iron door, and the Qinglong gang members turned to look, only to see a woman who had snuck up behind them and closed the door. Zhao Qinglong's eyes widened. He often indulged in pleasure outside, but had never seen such a charismatic woman. Miao felt a bit nauseous under his gaze, raised her palm, and instantly released a fireball toward him. Zhao Qinglong was startled and quickly ran to the side. He was also a level 1 ability user and barely managed to dodge the fireball. If it had been closer, he would have definitely been hit. Shoot, kill that woman. Zhao Qinglong, filled with dread, quickly ordered the others to open fire, and suddenly, more than 20 guns erupted in flames, countless bullets flying out. Miao raised a bulletproof shield in front of her, then set up a layer of water curtain in front of the shield. The water ability was her awakened second ability. As the bullets passed through the water curtain and struck the bulletproof shield, they quickly lost their power and fell to the ground. This scene stunned the Qinglong gang members. This woman's ability wasn't fire. How could she summon water? Suddenly, another fireball flew out from the side, smashing toward the center of the Qinglong gang, mixed with lightning. The attacker was Lin Siyu. Chaos erupted within the Qinglong gang, and a figure took the opportunity to dash out from a corner, moving so fast that people could only see a blur. Soon, Zhao Qinglong among the crowd found himself lifted by the throat. Tell your men to put down their guns, Li Chen said calmly. Zhao Qinglong was terrified. He was also an ability user, yet he hadn't even seen who this person was before being captured. It was clear that this person was much stronger than him. Stop! Everyone stop! Zhao Qinglong quickly said. He had seen many killers before, their eyes filled with killing intent. But he felt that none of them could compare to the young man before him. After years of wandering the underworld, he was inexplicably scared to the core. Li Chen struck Zhao Qinglong's neck with a palm, and he slumped to the ground. Tie them all up. I have use for them, Li Chen said. Lin Siyu and the other 2 immediately stepped forward. Some attempted to resist, but were easily subdued by the 3 supernatural beings and handcuffed. Suddenly, as Lin Siyu was about to cuff one individual, he drew a handgun from his waist and fired without hesitation. At such a close distance, Lin Siyu, being only level 1, would undoubtedly struggle to defend herself. Stay still. Seeing this, Li Chen suddenly shouted, and the bullet actually froze in midair for a second. Lin Siyu quickly dodged. The time manipulation ability was Li Chen's second awakened power. It sounded impressive, but its practical use was limited. In his previous life, Li Chen had encountered very few individuals with this rare ability over 10 years, and those he did encounter were not particularly strong, lacking the top-tier level of time manipulation. This was because the ability had little offensive power. Stopping a bullet in midair for a second had already nearly drained Li Chen's energy. With such low lethality and high consumption, it was no wonder no one could use this ability effectively. Additionally, Li Chen discovered that the 2 abilities could not be upgraded simultaneously. For instance, his spatial ability was level 2, but his time ability was still only level 1 and required separate absorption of energy cores. Li Chen charged forward and angrily pierced the man's head with an ice spike. The others immediately became much more compliant upon witnessing this. After handcuffing over 20 people, Li Chen knocked them all unconscious one by one. What are you keeping these people for? Lin Siyu asked, puzzled. Not far outside the Magic City, there's a mountain range that contains some crystals, which are great for enhancing supernatural abilities. Since we're mining, we naturally need some workers, Li Chen explained. Then just recruit more people. Why keep them? It's too dangerous, Miao said. Hiring workers and using prisoners comes with a big difference in pay, Li Chen said with a sinister smile. Miao felt he resembled a greedy boss. As for their danger, there's no need to worry. Li Chen stepped forward, made an incision at Zhao Qinglong's navel, and then infused a strand of supernatural energy into him. This way, he won T be able to mobilize his powers, and he won T recover. His physical condition will deteriorate over time. There is no need to worry about them revolting. For ordinary people, just sever a tendon in their leg, Li Chen stated. Miao then understood that Li Chen wasn't T just resembling a greedy boss. He truly was one. All these individuals were locked in a cell. The supernatural beings had lost their powers, and escaping from the steel cells was completely impossible. Old Lu has done well. Tonight we're having barbecue. Lu Jia, you should bring Xiao Yuan along too, Li Chen said, stretching and expressing his admiration. Then I won't hold back, Lu Zhuang said, touching the injury on his forehead. Although it had been simply bandaged, it still hurt a bit. Thank you, President Li, Lu Zhuang said, unable to find a proper form of address. Just call me Li Chen, he replied. Lu Longji seemed to think this was a bit inappropriate, and suddenly felt dizzy, collapsing to the ground. A young boy named Lu Yuan looked at her with concern. Don't be afraid. Your mom is fine, Miao and Lin Xiu said excitedly. They were very clear about this phenomenon. It meant she was about to awaken her powers. This meant that all 5 adults here were supernatural beings, making this refuge even more fortified. It couldn't help but raise suspicions about Li Chen's ability to discern supernatural beings. Li Chen squinted his eyes at the dazed Lu Longji after she awoke and said, place your hand above old Lu's wound. Then activate the crystals within you to release energy. Lu Longji nodded and clumsily followed Li Chen's instructions. A large stream of pale yellow energy erupted from her palm and sprayed onto Lu Zhuang's wound on his head. Miao and Lin Xiu's eyes widened in shock as they watched Lu Zhuang's injury visibly heal at an astonishing speed. Lu Zhuang felt the pain dissipate and then touched his forehead, discovering that the wound had miraculously healed. This is much better than a hospital. As you can see, Lu Jia's ability is medical. If anyone gets injured in the future, you can ask her for treatment, Li Chen said with a smile. That's amazing. What did you notice? Lin Xiu asked in surprise. It depends on the situation, Li Chen casually replied. What situation? I can only sense those who like me. Li Chen fabricated. Lin Xiu was taken aback and then punched Li Chen's back. Miao knew he was joking and couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Longji, however, was comforting Lu Yuan, seemingly deep in thought. Lu Zhuang felt that the boss was indeed impressive. With just one sentence, he could excite 3 women. Chapter 20. Future ice-type powerhouse, alright. If you kill me, you won't have anything to eat, Li Chen said as he went into the room and brought out a large amount of pork and side dishes. This dinner was once again prepared by Miao, featuring braised pork, stir-fried pork with green peppers, and enoki mushroom rolls. Looking at the full table of dishes, Lu Zhuang's eyes nearly popped out, almost moved to tears. Lu Longji was also astonished, looking around and wondering if the apocalypse was fake. Miao could empathize with their feelings, having been in a similar situation before. Lu Zhuang couldn't help but start feasting. Lu Longji remained somewhat polite, serving meat to Lu Yuan while only eating vegetables herself. Li Chen was secretly pleased. This was still just the early stage of the apocalypse, and the power of food was already evident. Once the outside food started to rot later on, the temptation would be even greater. By the way, did the people in the prison get something to eat? Li Chen suddenly asked, worried that if they starved to death, he would have to mind himself. Don't worry, as you instructed, each got a bowl of porridge with some pickled vegetables, Miao replied. Li Chen nodded. After all, it was their first day in his refuge, and they should eat well as a welcoming ceremony. He decided to remove the pickled vegetables tomorrow. After dinner, Lin Xiu and Miao agreed to practice combat skills in the square, while Lu Longji went to wash the dishes, and Lu Zhuang was in charge of guarding the door. Brother Li Chen, can I awaken my powers? Lu Yuan, Lu Longji's son, asked curiously. I'm not sure, but it's rare for children to awaken powers, Li Chen said, patting the boy's head and smiling. Lu Yuan turned away dejectedly, feeling guilty for not being able to protect his mother. Li Chen could somewhat empathize with Lu Yuan's feelings. Wanting to protect what you cherish, but feeling powerless due to lack of strength is a deep sense of helplessness. But that was in his previous life. In this life, he must not allow himself to have any regrets. Afterward, Chen rested overnight in the prison. With Lu Zhuang's repairs, the lights and faucets were temporarily functional, of course, with water and electricity being self-supplied. Chen gathered Lin Xiyu and Mi Yao, explaining that he needed to go out again. Is our base not solid enough? Lin Xiyu asked, surprised. Is there anything we can help with this time? Mi Yao inquired. Not nearly enough. Chen said, in the apocalypse, hiding is unrealistic. The mutated creatures outside grow rapidly. If you're not careful, you'll fall behind, and the consequences will be dire. Chen actually thought about slacking off and hiding in the prison since he had enough supplies to last him for centuries. How long will you be gone this time? Miao suddenly thought of something and asked. At least 3 to 4 days, but it could be 10 days to half a month. I will leave you plenty of food, Chen replied. Miao nodded and didn't say more. Chen then left the prison. This time, he didn't head toward the city, but turned and walked into the forest behind. His goal this time was to find a flying mutated creature known as the ironclad eagle. In his previous life, this ironclad eagle was tamed by an ice-type girl and was extremely loyal and intelligent. More importantly, the ironclad eagle was incredibly powerful, almost equivalent to a human powerhouse. Furthermore, as it grew, it could carry people, making travel much more comfortable and providing significant support. This time, he had to capture the iron-armored eagle before that ice-type girl. Walking through the mountains and forests was far more dangerous than in the city. Many fierce creatures from before the apocalypse were now equally terrifying, with quite a few being level 2 mutated beings. Fortunately, it wasn't yet time for the first major evolution. Otherwise, there might even be level 3 or 4 mutated beings in the mountains and forests. Chen, following the memories of his previous life, ran about 40 to 50 kilometers through the mountains and forests and arrived at a village called Heishui Village. Upon entering the village, he found corpses everywhere, gnawed on by wild beasts, and even a zombie with its head exploded lying on the ground. It seemed that someone had been here. Chen searched the entire village from top to bottom, finding some food supplies, which he conveniently stored in his ability space, but he did not find the iron-armored eagle. Wait a minute. Chen remembered hearing in his previous life that the ice-type girl's iron-armored eagle was found right here in Heishui Village. After the apocalypse, food became scarce, and with little entertainment, people liked to gossip after eating their fill, allowing Chen to hear quite a few rumors, which now turned out to be quite useful. Just as Chen was at a loss, he arrived in front of the last old wooden house when suddenly a girl came running out, holding a stone spear. Are you a human or a monster? The young girl asked warily. I'm a human. Isn't it obvious? Chen said with a helpless smile, looking at her crude weapon. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could this girl be the one who killed the zombies here? Chen specifically sensed the situation and was surprised to ask. You're also an ability user? Ability? Is this what you mean? The girl produced a small ice spike from her palm. Chen's mouth twitched. Heishui Village, ice-type girl. Could she be the previous owner of the iron-armored eagle? I thought I had become a monster. It turns out this is called an ability. Big brother, do you have any medicine? My grandmother is sick, the girl said immediately. Take me to see her. Chen followed the girl into the wooden house, where he saw an elderly woman in her 70s or 80s lying on a sickbed, her face pale and full of pain, unable to open her eyes. Chen grabbed the old woman's arm and looked. Sure enough, there was a scratch mark. She was scratched by a mutated being. Medicine 1T help. But I have a way, Chen said. This was not a lie. With Lu Longji's healing ability, treating a scratch was no problem. Please, say my grandmother. I have food at home. I'll give it all to you, the girl said. I'm not short on food. What is your name? Chen asked. My name is Zhong Shuang, the girl replied. Goodness, she really was the owner of the iron-armored eagle, a future level 7 ice-type ability user. Only 1 tier lower than top-notch experts like Miao. Do you have any eagles or eagle eggs for me? I'll help you treat her for free. And I can also take you to a safe place with food. Chen said. Really? Zhong Shuang asked excitedly, and then she brought out an egg from the room. Chen took a glance and immediately knew it was from a mutated being. She had thought about going out for help, but found that the phone didn't work, and everyone in the village had turned into monsters. She had to take care of her grandmother, and with monsters outside, she was trapped here. All she could do was go up the mountain to collect some herbs, hoping to cure her grandmother. Chen observed for a while. This was indeed the iron-armored eagle. He didn't expect to obtain this treasure so smoothly, and moreover, he had recruited a future ice-type powerhouse for the refuge. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 21. Not even a feather? This bird egg, I don't know what kind of monster it is from. I want to see if I can eat it, but I can't break the shell, Zhong Shuang said with a distressed face. Chen carefully observed the eggshell and indeed saw some cut marks. Fortunately, it hadn't been pierced, or else such a good pet would have been made into a fried egg, which would be a waste. You can't eat mutated beings casually. Have you ever eaten one? Chen asked. Currently, mutated beings were more terrifying than creatures affected by nuclear radiation. Ordinary people would experience various terrifying symptoms like vomiting and rashes, and it was easy to die. In the late apocalypse, there was hardly any food left, and people only began to try eating mutated beings, discovering that level 4 ability users could eat most mutated beings without being affected, although they would occasionally feel discomfort. Once they reached level 5 and above, as long as it wasn't a highly toxic mutated being, they could basically eat it. No, I've been eating sweet rice balls and steamed cakes these past few days, Zhong Shuang said. Do you have any left? I'll trade you for some potato chips. Chen said excitedly. He had stored a large amount of food and meat, but hadn't had time to stock up on snacks. Zhong Shuang nodded and brought out 2 large bowls from the room. Chen then took out several bags of potato chips and some jerky cookies, also giving her a backpack. Zhong Shuang, being a young girl, naturally preferred these. Both of them were very satisfied with the trade. I'll clear the path in front. You carry your grandmother and follow me, Chen said, taking a bite and storing the large bowl of sweet rice balls into his ability space. Zhong Shuang then carried her grandmother. With her awakened ability, carrying an old person was very easy. What about the bird egg and steamed cakes? Zhong Shuang asked in surprise. I've got them. You don't need to worry, Chen replied. On the way, Chen killed about 100 zombies, keeping all the cores for himself. When Lu Lanji heard the news, she came over to treat Zhong Shuang's grandmother. The abilities of healing ability user made treating scratches very easy, so there was no need to worry. Chen called Miao and Lin Xiu to another side, handing all the cores to them and urging them to absorb them quickly. He predicted that the egg would hatch in a few days, so he stayed in the room, waiting for the iron-armored eagle to emerge. During this time, after 2 or 3 days of treatment, Zhong Shuang's grandmother's illness had been cured. Zhong Shuang came to thank him, and Chen simply asked them to stay here to live, also giving her a tablet to learn combat skills. It was clear that Zhong Shuang was very grateful to Chen, not only for saving her grandmother, but also for providing them with good food and drink. She naturally didn't know that the food consumed by the 2 women, one old and one young, was hardly worth mentioning compared to Chen's food stash. A little food in exchange for the heartfelt gratitude of a future ice-type powerhouse was too worthwhile. Lin Xiu and Miao also specifically came to Chen's room. Miao said, "Thank you, I'm already level 2 now." A small flame flickered at her fingertips. Though small, it contained a terrifying aura, even more so than a level 1 fireball. Being able to control the flames so skillfully showed her strong talent. Lin Xiu had also upgraded her lightning ability to level 2. Chen nodded and said, I'll be going into the city in a few days. You can hunt some zombies nearby. Once you reach level 2, those low-level zombies won't be able to hurt you. What are you going for? Miao asked. Besides these 2 reasons, there was another more important one. That was, there were less than 10 days left until the first major evolution of mutated beings. He needed to take this opportunity to hunt more level 2 mutated beings, obtain their cores, and strive for an early breakthrough to level 3. Moreover, there were still many places where food was hidden that he hadn't looted yet. He was basically walking through the apocalypse now, and it would be too regrettable not to take more. After the first major evolution, level 3 and even level 4 mutated beings would appear, and that would be a disaster for humanity, with food becoming even scarcer. I'll accompany you. I also want to practice some real combat, Miao said. No, it's inconvenient with 2 people. You could just find some zombies nearby to practice alone. It's the same, Chen replied. At present, The only hidden danger in the prison was Lu Zhuang. The others hadn't acted. However, with Mi Yao and Lin Xiyu both advancing to level 2, Lu Zhuang was no longer concerned. Now, with Zhong Shuang added, his old nest was even safer. Hearing this, Mi Yao just nodded. Anyway, she was also going out every day to find zombies to practice. All right, I'll clear out a few stores on the way for you. After Li Chen agreed, Lin Xiyu happily took Mi Yao out. Click. Not long after they left, Li Chen suddenly heard a cracking sound and excitedly went to the eggshell, where he indeed saw the beak of the iron arm eagle breaking through the shell. When the iron arm eagle finally emerged, it was all sticky and about the size of a dog. No wonder it would be able to carry people in the future, being this big at birth. It would likely be about the size of a car when fully grown. After raising it, going hunting with this iron arm eagle would definitely be impressive. Li Chen took out a pound of pour from the ability space and brought it to the eagle's beak, which quickly swallowed it. After the iron arm eagle finished eating, it affectionately rubbed against Li Chen. Li Chen was delighted. He had stayed in a room for so many days just for this moment. As long as the iron arm eagle saw him first upon hatching, it would recognize him as family, which was basically secured. The iron arm eagle flapped its wings, and a gust of wind blew the table to the ceiling. Eagles are wind-type abilities, so that's normal. Li Chen patted its head and scolded, "Don't be mischievous." The iron arm eagle seemed to understand, folding its wings and hiding in the corner with a look of grievance. This little thing was indeed quite perceptive. As long as you were obedient, the meat would be plentiful. Li Chen stepped forward to wipe its body, and after some thought, he called Lin Xiyu over to introduce her to the iron arm eagle, advising her to raise it well. After all, he wasn't familiar with the others. And with Mi Yao, it was more of a cooperative relationship, so they might not necessarily be on the same path in the future. Li Chen also didn't intend to completely enslave the other party, as that could easily lead to retaliation. After thinking it through, he decided that while he went hunting in the city, it would be safest to entrust the eagle to Lin Xiyu. Lin Xiyu liked the fluffy iron arm eagle, so she agreed. The iron arm eagle, still a juvenile and with a childlike mentality, blinked its eyes and looked at the two, confused. Its parents looked so different from it. Why didn't it even have feathers? Chapter 22. Feeding birds? Outside Shishan prison, several groups of people came sporadically, most of whom had fled from the city. Seeing that Shishan prison was solid, they wanted to go inside. At the same time, Mi Yao and Lu Zhuang were guarding the wall, aiming machine guns at the crowd and warning them to back off. Among these people, at most there were only first-level ability users who couldn't withstand machine gun fire, so no one dared to approach for a while. Although they didn't dare to go in, they also didn't want to leave, as it was hard to find such a good place to take refuge. It was breakfast time, and Lu Longji and Zhong Shuang were responsible for cooking according to the standards set by Li Chen, which included meat buns, pies, soy milk, and barley porridge. The aroma wafted out, and the crowd outside couldn't help but have their stomachs rumble with hunger. Although not many people came each time, they gradually gathered, and there were already 20 or 30 people outside the wall, all looking starved. Mi Yao felt anxious seeing this and didn't dare to lower her machine gun. Li Chen received the news and took the iron arm eagle to the wall to take a look. "If you can't guard such a large place, let us in," a voice shouted among the refugees. "That's right, I'm telling you, we're starving and we could do anything desperate." With many people, their strength was great. "How could a few of you occupy such a large place?" Others chimed in. "If you could do anything, go find some food." Li Chen simply sat there guarding, then called Lu Longji to bring breakfast up to the wall to eat. The crowd below, smelling the aroma, became even more eager. "Brothers, let's just charge in." The man who had just boasted that they would do anything suddenly conjured a fireball with his hands and hurled it at the iron gate. He had guts and was really willing to act. "Mi Yao, take it down," Li Chen said. The man thought that with his rallying cry, others would follow. But what awaited him was Mi Yao raising her machine gun and aiming at him. After a burst of gunfire, the man was turned into a sieve. Seeing this, the others immediately calmed down, and no one dared to speak easily anymore. At that moment, two people stepped out of the crowd, presumably sisters. The elder, about 17 or 18, was named Cheng Shuai, and the younger, only about 6, was named Cheng Cheng. "Hello, my sister hasn't had water for 2 days. Can I exchange a bottle of water for a pack of instant noodles? Chen Shui looked up at Li Chun from below. The strange red mist had contaminated the water source, and for ability users below level 4, drinking this water was like drinking poison. Li Chun didn't speak, but threw a bottle of water down from his ability space. Chen Shui was overjoyed, slowly taking out a bag of instant noodles from her backpack. Though reluctant, she gritted her teeth and tossed it towards the wall. Li Chun used his telekinesis to pull it up. This move made the others even more apprehensive and reluctant to act recklessly. The people inside the prison not only had guns, but were also ability users. After Chen Shui got the water, despite her own chapped lips, she squatted down and first fed her 6-year-old sister Cheng Cheng. Cheng Cheng seemed very sensible, only taking a few small sips before pushing it back to her sister. Li Chun wasn't short on instant noodles. He had thousands of boxes hidden away. As long as they weren't trying to take things for free or rob him, he was willing to help in exchange for something. Just a pack of instant noodles. Li Chun was too lazy to put it away, so he opened the bag and fed it to the Iron Arm Eagle as a snack. The Iron Arm Eagle took a few bites, but seemed to find it unappetizing and spat out quite a bit. The crowd below immediately erupted. Many of them hadn't eaten for a long time, and instant noodles were already a rare treasure. You're actually feeding birds? Many people began to curse at Li Chun, and he turned to the Iron Arm Eagle and said, "Little Iron, those people are cursing us." Little Iron was the name Li Chun had given to this Iron Arm Eagle. Li Chun found naming troublesome, so he directly used the first letter of its species. When the Iron Arm Eagle grew up, it would be called Old Iron, which was convenient. It was quite perceptive. At once, it flapped its wings and charged towards the person who cursed the loudest. Aside from that person's wailing, the others instantly fell silent. Just the strength of a bird was this formidable. One could only imagine how strong its owner was. For a time, many people left the area, deciding to seek other ways to survive. No salary, but food and lodging included. Upon hearing this, the remaining people became excited. Those around Li Chun clearly had good meals. If they followed Li Chun, it would surely be better than their current situation. Many immediately left to find zombies, and Chen Shui also turned to leave with Cheng Cheng. Li Chun quietly watched the crowd. Most of them were exhausted and found it difficult to deal with first-level zombies. But he wasn't a philanthropist. Even if he lacked manpower, he would only accept those who met the strength requirements. The Cheng sisters wandered around the mountains, finding only zombie remains, the crystals already dug up. In fact, the zombies in Xishan had mostly been killed by Mi Yao for practice. With no other choice, Chen Shui had to take her sister closer to the city area. And sure enough, they encountered a few zombies, in groups of 3 or 2. After attracting 3 zombies, Chen Shui activated her ability, a white light falling on her. Tripling her strength, she stepped forward, wielding a steel pipe, and smashed the zombies' heads. She was a rare light-type ability user, with a ratio of about 1 in 1,000 among ability users. She could heal and enhance, but her basic strength was too weak. At that moment, 2 more zombies charged at her, and with her current strength, handling 2 was still quite challenging. Just then, 6-year-old Cheng Cheng raised her hands, black light emerging from her palms and landing on one of the zombies. The zombie didn't show any wounds, but its speed slowed down by about 50 to 60%, making it easier to deal with the 2 zombies separately. Cheng Cheng had also awakened an ability, which was dark type, currently only able to slow down the target's speed. At this moment, the Iron Gate was opened, and Li Chun, along with Mi Yao and Lin Xiu, who had come to maintain order, were standing at the entrance. A few people were already lined up here. Someone stepped forward and handed over 10 mutant cores. Li Chun waved his hand, and Mi Yao and the others let him in. Those who passed through received a reward of 2 steamed buns, which they immediately stuffed into their mouths regardless of the taste. The people behind couldn't help but swallow, urging the ones in front to hurry up. Someone tried to pass off 2 fake crystals, but Li Chun kicked him out. Soon, it was the turn of the Cheng sisters. Chapter 23. A pleasing voice here, are 10. Can I let my sister in alone? Chen Shui said as she handed over the mutant cores. Li Chun did not respond, but looked at Chen Shui, slightly surprised that he actually recognized her. He hadn't at first because they were too far apart. In his previous life, he and Chen Shui had met 5 years after the apocalypse began, fighting over a level 5 mutant core. Later, relying on his space-type ability to walk through the void, He not only took the mutant core, but also swiped some of her food. As a light-type ability user, Chen Shui could both heal and amplify. So many people were willing to team up with her. She called numerous teammates to surround Li Chen, beat him up, and took everything he had, throwing him out. Now, seeing this old enemy again, Li Chen felt quite complicated. However, even then, Chen Shui hadn't killed him, indicating that her heart wasn't entirely bad. "Forget it, you two can come in together," Li Chen said. "No need, we will rely on our abilities to get in." "I won't agree to your excessive demands," Chen Shui said coldly, feeling uncomfortable as she thought Li Chen had been eyeing her for too long. It wasn't her fault. She had encountered 5 or 6 guys wanting to force themselves on her in less than a month of the apocalypse. Li Chen glanced at Chen Shui's not-so-obvious feminine features and couldn't help but sneer. Although Chen Shui's abilities were akin to a healer in a game, her figure did not live up to that title at all. "Your abilities are quite good. Consider this a recruitment. You're accepted outside the normal criteria," Li Chen said. "Thank you." Chen Shui bowed slightly with her sister Cheng, but her tone was somewhat stiff. "Since you came to me, don't blame me for holding a grudge." Li Chen waited for a while longer until the afternoon before closing the iron gate. This time, including the Chung sisters, he recruited 8 people. Not to mention, having them take turns keeping watch and washing vegetables will be more convenient. After entering, each person received a bottle of water and 2 steam buns. Immediately expressing their gratitude to Li Chen, Chen Shui was relatively better. She first thanked him and then tilted her head back to drink half a bottle of water, savoring it when she put it down. However, due to the scarcity of supplies over the past few days, she dared not drink it all at once. Before long, Mi Yao brought out dinner, which included fried crispy meat, braised pork, raw marinated hairy crabs, chopped pepper fish heads, fried chicken legs, special stuffed 3 treasures, and seaweed egg flour soup. Looking at the full table of dishes, the 8 people couldn't help but swallow. Given Li Chen's decisive actions in killing before, no one dared to overstep. "Work hard. As long as you perform well, I will ensure you have good food and drinks in the future." Li Chen scanned the group and then said, "Lu Zhuang, take those 6 and arrange them." "Yes, boss." Lu Zhuang complied and left. He originally called Li Chen boss, but after being rejected, he changed his title. Chen Shui and her sister were left at the dining table, feeling extremely awkward as the aroma kept wafting into their noses. Even though she was reluctant, Chen Shui couldn't help but stare at the table of food. Li Chen walked up to Chen Shui and whispered, "Call me good brother, and I'll let you eat. How about it? You wish." Chen Shui's face turned red with anger immediately. She knew well that this person had ulterior motives. If Li Chen knew, he would definitely shout that it was unfair. Their previous life's grudge hadn't been settled yet. They were originally supposed to compete fairly one-on-one, and she called others to beat him up. That was just cheating. He only wanted her to say something nice. "Not calling out is fine. You can let me beat you up instead," Li Chen said. Chen Shui, what kind of person is this? Not only does he not cherish a woman, but he also wants to hit her upon their first meeting. Chen Shui looked at her younger sister, Cheng, who was pale from hunger and swallowing hard, gritted her teeth, and said softly, "Good brother." It sounded reluctant, and she felt she was losing out. "Little Cheng, if you call me big brother, I'll treat you to braised pork. How about that?" Li Chen squatted down and said, Big brother, big brother." The 6-year-old girl had been hungry for many days and lost her rationality from the aroma, immediately shouting obediently. "Listen to that, it sounds pleasant." Li Chen quickly pulled Cheng onto the dining table, called for bowls and chopsticks, and intentionally served her a lot of meat. Chen Shui knew Li Chen was tempting her and simply turned her head away. As long as her sister had something to eat, she would be fine with steamed buns. However, no matter her thoughts, she couldn't control the delicious smell invading her nose. After the meal, Li Chen saw Chen Shui wipe her mouth several times and couldn't help but feel secretly pleased, although it was a bit malicious. Who told Chen Shui not to play fair in the last life? As for Cheng secretly hiding a chicken leg for her sister, Li Chen pretended not to see it and only approached when Chen Shui had eaten half. "I'll give you a chance. You can choose one of the 3 women with me. As long as you agree, I can let you and Cheng eat with us every day." Chen Shui awkwardly put down her chicken leg and asked, "What is the price?" If you lose, you join my team, not as a newcomer doing chores, but as part of the core team, Chen said. Are you not afraid I will betray you or kill you in the middle of the night? Chen Shui asked. As long as you're not a mutant, you wouldn't dare to kill a chicken, Chen scoffed. Chen Shui was taken aback. How did he know? However, she didn't want Chen to see her at a disadvantage, so she immediately put on a fierce expression. But in Chen's eyes, it lacked any killing intent and instead appeared somewhat playful. Chen Shui was famously soft-hearted. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let him go in the last life. Accepting her as a healer and amplifier was both useful and worry-free. So why not? I made my choice, that little girl. Chen Shui hesitated for a moment and then pointed at Zhong Shuang. Among the three women, Zhong Shuang looked the youngest and had no sharpness. Chen smiled faintly. Picking a future ice-type powerhouse, his choice was good. He then called Zhong Shuang over, explained the reason, and instructed her not to hurt Chen Shui, but just to knock her down. The two then took positions in the open area, and after Chen announced the start, Zhong Shuang rushed out first. A level 2 against a level 1. And with Chen Shui not being good at solo combat, her defeat was inevitable. In less than 3 seconds of combat, Chen Shui was knocked to the ground with a single punch. She hadn't even used the power boost she had just applied to herself. Chapter 24. Psychological imbalance. You can go ahead with your business, Chen said. Zhong Shuang nodded and left with an expression like ice. Chen walked up to Chen Shui and reached out to help her. But Chen Shui stood up by herself and dusted herself off. I lost. I'm not someone who goes back on my word. I will join your team, Chen Shui said, her lips slightly trembling. Welcome. Chen knew she had a strong sense of pride and didn't say much more. Just smiled and then took out a bowl of braised pork and a bowl of rice. Chen Shui looked at him with wide eyes, full of confusion. Perform well. Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll have meat to eat. Chen patted his chest and declared. Thank you. Chen Shui, smelling the aroma, sincerely expressed her gratitude. Chen smiled faintly. Although Chen Shui's kindness was a disadvantage in the apocalypse, it still made him feel reassured as a teammate. Oh right, regarding the patrol rotation, you, Miao, Lin Xiyu, and Zhong Shuang are responsible for it. I don't trust the others. Chen Shui was lost in thought, chewing on the braised meat, pondering Chen's last words. The others? He doesn't trust them? Sister, why are you blushing? Cheng asked in surprise. Nothing, it's just that the food is too spicy. Cheng's small face was filled with confusion, but there were no chili peppers in the meat. In the following days, aside from nurturing his bond with the iron-armored eagle, Chen had Miao train the new recruits. These individuals had decent combat abilities, and after following the combat tutorials he had pre-recorded on the tablet, their strength surged remarkably. Under the ample food and strange cores provided by Chen, the iron-armored eagle grew rapidly, seemingly nearing the peak of level 1. Looking at the calendar, Chen, who had been idle for a long time, finally remembered the matter of entering the city as the first significant evolution was about to arrive. There was no way around it. The days filled with delicious food and beautiful women were just too comfortable. He needed to bring someone reliable to help guard the home, while he and Miao could not always stay at home to prevent their nest from being raided. Although he carried his wealth with him, he would still feel quite upset if their base was searched. After giving Lin Xiyu and Miao some instructions, he was about to head into the city when he was suddenly stopped by Zhong Shuang. Brotherly, are you going out to look for food? I can accompany you, Zhong Shuang said. No need. You could just find some zombies to kill on this mountain. You don't need to worry about food, Chen replied. No. You saved my grandmother and gave us food. I can't just eat for free. I must go, Zhong Shuang insisted. This girl from the countryside had a unique resilience. And after several rounds of insistence, Chen had no choice but to agree. Anyway, Zhong Shuang was quite capable. She might even be able to help. Just as they stepped out the door, Lin Xiyu rushed over with the iron-armored eagle, looking quite distressed. This little eagle is too mischievous. You better take care of yourself, Lin Xiyu said irritably. Chen helplessly took it and let it perch on his arm. The three of them then headed toward the city. Along the way, to cultivate his relationship with the iron-armored eagle, Chen occasionally took out some pork to feed it. The iron-armored eagle flapped its wings joyfully. Indeed, it was good to follow this person who had meat to eat. Seeing this, Zhong Shuang couldn't help but look puzzled. Wasn't it said that food was scarce outside? How could there be meat to feed a bird? They tried to avoid crowded areas, but there were still many people peering out from the windows on both sides of the road, looking famished and calling out regardless of the danger. Brother, do you have any food left? I'll pay 200,000 for a box of biscuits. I have 10 pounds of gold at home. If you take us to a safe place, I'll give it all to you. Li Chen heard many such voices as he passed by, but he did not stop at all. Right now, money was barely worth using even for wiping. Gold was equally useless. Zhong Shuang, kind-hearted, seemed a bit pained by the cries of the people around them, but she glanced at Li Chen's indifferent face and obediently kept silent. Do you think I'm cold-hearted? Li Chen asked. No, Brother Li is willing to save my grandmother, and I'm already very grateful, Zhong Shuang replied. If food was given to the wrong person, it would be a waste, but who knows if it might come back to bite them. Since Zhong Shuang could later become a strong person, her character didn't need much of his guidance. What a big bird. We can have bird meat now. A sinister voice came from an alley that Li Chen and Zhong Shuang were passing through. Shortly after, a few people charged at Li Chen, surrounding him, Zhong Shuang, and the bird in an impenetrable circle. The iron-armored eagle immediately squawked, seemingly protesting against Li Chen. Li Chen scanned the group. All 6 were ability users, but they didn't T-pose much of a threat. Hand over whatever you have, and maybe we can spare your lives. The lead bald man shouted loudly. Bro, that girl looks pretty good. Hearing this, the bald man turned to look at Zhong Shuang and couldn't help but show a greedy expression. All right, kill the guy. Roast the bird to eat, and we can all enjoy this woman, the bald man declared. The others cheered wildly. Bang! Zhong Shuang couldn't hold back any longer and was the first to strike, directly knocking the bald man to the ground with a punch and then stepping hard on his bald head. The man felt as if his head was going to explode under her foot, pleading for mercy. I was wrong. Miss, we have bread here to make amends. At that moment, he realized that Zhong Shuang was far stronger than him, so he had to pull out his last-ditch treasure, a wrinkled package of bread. Zhong Shuang sneered. She had been eating meat with Li Chen every day and was almost sick of it. Did she really need this? Hearing her response, the bald man thought there was still hope and immediately took out a cheap supermarket sausage worth $1 each, saying, Take this. And you guys, each of you take out 2 sausages. Upon hearing this, the bald man's subordinates showed difficulty. Those sausages were hard-earned from fighting others. How could they bear to hand them over? Li Chen took the bald man's sausages and fed them to the iron-armored eagle. However, the iron-armored eagle took a couple of bites and spat it out. What is this? It has no meat flavor at all. The others looked troubled upon seeing this. They had saved up those sausages, reluctant to eat them easily, and now they were being fed to a bird? Not only that, but the bird even rejected it. The group felt a sense of imbalance. Chapter 25. Take me away. I'll give you 10 million. Li Chen was too lazy to waste words. He executed a spatial strangulation on the bald man, killing him instantly. The remaining people were so frightened that they turned and fled. Hearing this, Zhong Shuang chased after them, using ice spikes and freezing abilities to easily take down the remaining 4. One managed to escape far away, but Li Chen dealt with him as well. After the killing, Zhong Shuang, who had been holding back for a long time, stood there with a pale face. Li Chen said nothing. This was a normal reaction. It was already impressive that she could hold on until after the fight. Afterwards, Li Chen, recalling his previous life, crossed half the city and arrived at the center of the magic city. His brother, who had met with misfortune just 2 years into the apocalypse, was over here. A crowded city center meant a lot of zombies. Although they tried to rely on the terrain to their advantage, they were forced to kill over 200 zombies, which Li Chen absorbed. The effect of absorbing level 1 cores with level 2 was not very ideal, but the quantity made up for it. Li Chen estimated in his heart that with about 10 more level 2 cores absorbed, he would be able to advance to level 3. He wasn't in a hurry. According to his previous life's timeline, it took 2 to 3 months into the apocalypse before the first human level 3 ability user appeared. By the time most people broke through to level 3, it would be 6 months later. Li Chen believed he wouldn't need that much time this time around. He remembered that there was a vein on the outskirts of the magic city that produced purple source crystals, which were equivalent to cores and could greatly accelerate the advancement of ability users. that was considered hard currency in the apocalypse. He had even prepared miners, namely the Qinglong gang. After wandering for a while, Li Chen and Zhong Shuang stopped in front of the building of an entertainment company, Shengshi Entertainment. This company was quite famous in the Magic City and even the entire entertainment industry, having produced 3 A-list stars. Li Chen's friend, Kai Mo, was a photographer for this entertainment company. In his previous life, the two worked together for 2 years and saved each other's lives multiple times, becoming close friends. Unfortunately, Kai Mo had died due to a hunting accident with a mutated creature. According to the conversation from the previous life, Kai Mo should still be in the company at this moment. When Li Chen arrived at the 13th floor, he saw a warehouse with an iron door, from which the voices of several people could be heard. During the outbreak of the apocalypse, a total of 7 or 8 people had taken refuge in this warehouse. Among them was Kai Mo, as well as the owner of Shengshi Entertainment and several security guards. There are also 2 first-tier stars, 1 male and 1 female. They had been hiding for several days, and their food supplies were almost depleted, so they began sending people out to find food. Naturally, the company owner could not go out, and the 2 stars, who were used to a life of luxury, forced the security guards and Kai Mo, who was a photographer, to go out in search of food. The others dared not refuse. They knew nothing of the outside world, and thus maintained the social hierarchy that existed before the apocalypse. Later, when 2 people died outside, no one dared to go out again. The group then starved for 2 or 3 days, growing weak. The corpulent owner was able to withstand hunger, while the 2 slim stars, who were concerned about their figures, were suffering greatly from hunger. Damn it, why am I raising you useless people? Hurry up and go find something to eat. The company owner shouted angrily, pointing at Kai Mo and the security guards. You dare to disrespect me? Huh? I'll tell you, once we get out of here, I'll have someone kill you, a little security guard, the owner yelled. As the photographer, Kai Mo hid in the corner, not wanting to participate in the argument. Later, he realized he was fine, but his palms strangely could summon wind. He was afraid others would discover he was a monster and throw him out, so he kept it to himself. Boss, people are starving to death. You should let them go out to find something to eat, said the female star named Huang Fushan, pouting at the owner. This kind of woman is adept at using her beauty regardless of the environment. Upon hearing this, several security guards took a deep breath. 1 million? How many years would they have to work as security guards to earn that? They had been hiding in the warehouse for so long and rarely went out. So in their minds, the previous world order would surely be restored. Only Kai Mo knew about the abnormalities within himself and felt something was off. All right, Boss Zhao. If you give us a written agreement, we'll go out to find food. The security team leader quickly picked up his baton and said with a smile. The company owner had no choice but to take out some paper and a pen, giving each person an IOU for 1 million. However, he was secretly sneering. Weren't you just very arrogant? In front of money, you can instantly become a dog. Once order is restored, he could use his power to put all these security guards behind bars for extortion. These people wouldn't get a single cent. After receiving the IOUs for 1 million, the security guards excitedly donned their helmets and grabbed baseball bats. They carefully opened the warehouse door, only to see a nonchalant Li Chen standing at the entrance. Who are you? The guards looked at Li Chen in surprise. Get out of the way, Li Chen said indifferently. What a big bird. Upon seeing the Iron Eagle, the guards became excited. They didn't even have to risk killing zombies. They had a bird right at the door. Li Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. These people were really starving and mistook the eagle for a bird. The Iron Eagle flapped its wings in protest. Before Li Chen could react, the 3 people inside, including Boss Zhao, rushed out frantically. Boss Zhao grabbed Li Chen and excitedly said, Little brother, how much for that bird? I'll give you 50,000. Is there someone named Kai Mo here? Li Chen directly ignored him and looked inside. Upon hearing this, Kai Mo raised his head in surprise and looked at Li Chen. Seeing this, Boss Zhao hurriedly blocked Li Chen's line of sight and said, Little brother, do you know a safe place? If you take me, I'll give you 10 million. Hearing this, Li Chen couldn't help but snicker. Not to mention 10 million. Even 1 billion would be worthless now. Chapter 26. You don't want billions, you want a chef? No matter how much money there is, it's useless. No one wants it in the apocalypse. Seeing Li Chen's reaction, Boss Zhao thought he wasn't offering enough and gritted his teeth, saying, 30 million to buy your protection. This price is even higher than that of a bodyguard. Li Chen couldn't be bothered to deal with him and continued to look inside. The male and female stars looked quite good based on their appearance and seemed to be celebrities, though Li Chen didn't pay much attention to them. He would occasionally catch a glimpse online. However, in the apocalypse, looks didn't matter. Mutated creatures wouldn't spare you just because you were good-looking. Moreover, these people had not awakened any abilities, and after the Great Evolution, they would almost certainly die. Even if they survived, they would likely become the playthings of some powerful individuals. You in the corner, come with us, Li Chen pointed at Kaimo and said. Kaimo froze for a moment before cautiously walking over. Li Chen continued, I can take you to a safe place. Why just me? Kaimo asked in surprise. Because you have abilities. Only those who have awakened abilities can survive. I invite you to be my companion, Li Chen said straightforwardly. Using other excuses might raise Kaimo's suspicions, so it was better to be direct about the cooperation. It felt more reliable. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. They had not awakened any abilities and had been hiding, so they were completely unaware. Are you going or not? I will go, Kaimo quickly replied. He wasn't foolish. Li Chen could safely arrive here, which meant he was powerful, and following him would definitely be better than staying here. I'll give you half of my assets. It's several hundred million. Just take me with you. Boss Zhao hurriedly stepped forward to grab Li Chen, his voice almost breaking into tears. That was several hundred million. Li Chen kicked him away and turned to take Kaimo with him. Kaimo and Xiang Daji were stunned. A boss of this level must have significant power. Not to mention treating him with respect, but you shouldn't kick him like that. It was too bold. Boss Zhao, still reeling from being kicked, got up and pointed at Kaimo, saying, Kaimo, I know your family's address. If you leave with him, once I get out. Hearing this, Kaimo's anger flared up, and he raised his fist, ready to turn around and hit Boss Zhao. But thinking of the latter's power, he ultimately stopped. The world order before the apocalypse had a deep influence on those who were still unaware of the situation. Is that injury from him forcing you to go out for food? At this moment, Li Chen noticed the wound on Kaimo's arm. Kai Montauk panicked, worried he would be seen as a monster and thrown out. But he didn't dare to hide it and nodded. Li Chen looked at the others. Boss Zhao and the two stars were relatively well-dressed, while the security guards and photographer Kaimo were in rags. He instantly understood what had happened here. Li Chen suddenly pulled out a gun and aimed it at Boss Zhao. What are you doing? No, I'll give you all my billions. Boss Zhao was stunned and quickly pleaded. With a bang, Boss Zhao fell to the ground. This scene stunned everyone present. Handsome, take me with you too. I don't want to die, Huang Fushan said, looking up pitifully, her eyes glistening. One couldn't deny that as a top female star, her face was indeed exquisite. Xiang Daji's eyes widened, wishing he could say, let me come. Li Chen narrowed his eyes and asked, can you sing? Yes. I've released many songs and even won awards. After all, he had enough food, and having one more person to take care of wasn't a big deal. Since he had found a chef, he couldn't neglect spiritual entertainment either. A 5-star chef cooking, plus a female star singing live every day, this life seemed pretty good. Upon hearing about the 2 to 3 hours of singing, Huang Fushan was somewhat surprised. Singing was indeed physically demanding, and doing it for so long every day would surely leave her hoarse. Moreover, she used to charge hundreds of thousands for a single performance. But now, she dare not say anything more and could only nod hastily. At this moment, the male celebrity also wanted to come over, and Li Chen quickly stopped him. Sorry, I don't have any particular preferences. At this time, a fat man in the corner mustered his courage and ran over to say, I am a chef from Huajiang Hotel. I can cook. Can you take me with you? As he spoke, he couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. In the current situation, everyone didn't even have biscuits to eat. Who would want to hire a chef? Unexpectedly, after seeing Kaimo nod, Li Chen immediately said, that's great. You can come with me. The Huajiang Hotel is a 5-star hotel, and Li Chen also learned that this person was named Xiang Daji, and he was a Chinese cuisine chef. The others exchanged glances, not wanting to give up billions just for a chef. Everyone was wary of Li Chen's decisiveness, and no one dared to say anything more. Subsequently, the 5 of them, led by Li Chen, crossed the city and headed towards Chishan prison. As soon as Li Chen stepped out, he suddenly saw a 3-meter-tall monster on the street, hairless, with yellowish skin and a long tail. The monster was lowering its head to gnaw on a level 2 mutated tiger. At this moment, the monster seemed to sense Li Chen, turned its head to look at them, and opened its huge mouth filled with sharp teeth. Xiang Daji, who was following Li Chen, took a glance and immediately fainted from fear. Li Chen also narrowed his eyes, not expecting to encounter a predator so soon. This was one of the more terrifying mutated beings in the early apocalypse, with extremely frightening strength. Of course, the energy absorbed from the alien core was also considerable. Whoosh! The predator kicked off the ground with its limbs and charged towards Li Chen. It sensed that Li Chen's aura was extremely dangerous and used all its strength right away. Just as the predator was about to charge at him, Li Chen suddenly used telekinesis to lift a stone lion at the entrance. With a bang, the predator smashed the stone lion, and although it wasn't injured, it temporarily stopped to adjust its breath. It could no longer see Li Chen's figure. Zhong Shuang continuously released ice spikes to disturb the predator from the side. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chen quickly rushed out from behind it, and when the predator turned around, Li Chen executed a spatial strangulation, targeting the predator's abdomen. The predator usually hunched over to protect its weak abdomen, which was its weak point. Having mixed in the apocalypse for so long, Li Chen was already very familiar with this common knowledge. With a bang, flesh and blood flew, and the predator was sent flying, severely injured. To be able to stay calm and strike while being so close to the predator required a strong heart, something very few could achieve. Chapter 27. Training subordinates with food. Li Chen had faced even more terrifying and larger creatures before, so he remained unfazed. After that, they fought again, and with his familiarity with the predator's habits, Li Chen was able to deal with it rather easily. The predator was extremely agile and fast for early-stage ability users. If it weren't for Li Chen's 10 years of combat experience, perhaps even 3 level 2 ability users working together would struggle to win. Afterward, Li Chen dug out an alien core the size of an egg from the predator's abdomen. Risks and rewards coexisted. The energy contained within was equivalent to 5 level 2 mutated beings' cores. Then, Li Chen pulled Xiang Daji into a safe room, and while waiting for him to wake up, Li Chen began to absorb the predator's alien core. Back then, he and 4 others had teamed up, and even lost one person just to hunt down the predator. Then, even holding the alien core, he didn't dare to absorb it and exchanged it for a very small amount of food. In this life, he had gained rich combat experience. And with the addition of the Ice Spirit Crystal, he effectively had 3 abilities, allowing him to win so easily on his own. There was no need to exchange it for food anymore. A large amount of energy from the alien core surged into Li Chen's body, causing the space alien core within him to continuously grow. Since the last time the outer blue crystal was absorbed into his body, Li Chen had gained a crystal of time-based ability. However, for now, Li Chen decided to focus on enhancing his space ability as it was the most familiar to him. Afterward, he could still work on improving his time ability. After 2 hours, Li Chen had roughly absorbed all the energy from the alien core, and the crystal within him had doubled in strength. With Li Chen's current strength, he could basically roam without fear, even easily dealing with level 2 mutated beings. Tonight marked the first major evolution of mutated beings, with strange occurrences arising. It was best to stay hidden in the prison. It's okay. You won't have to do that anymore. I found a chef from Huajiang Hotel, Li Chen said, as Xiang Daji, understanding the situation, went to the kitchen by himself. Once in the kitchen, Xiang Daji couldn't help but exclaim, surprised by the table full of fresh ingredients. Power outages occurred shortly after the apocalypse began, and without refrigeration. The fresh meat outside had basically expired, but he didn't expect there to be so much here. Huajiang Hotel, I've eaten there many times before, and the food is great. It seems we are in for a treat, Mi Yao said with a smile. Originally, she didn't want to do these chores. Wow, it's Sister Huangfu, the big star. You're so much prettier than on TV. Lin Xiyu exclaimed excitedly. Huangfu Shan could only smile awkwardly. She was still haunted by the incident when Li Chen casually shot the big boss and dare not say another word. All right, don't just stand there. Sing a few songs for everyone before dinner, Li Chen said, pulling up a stool to sit down. Huangfu Shan dared not refuse, walked over, and began to sing. While she sang, she couldn't help but take deep breaths, inhaling the aroma of the food that Xiang Daji was cooking in the kitchen. Having not eaten properly for a month, her stomach suddenly ached with hunger, but she could only continue singing. The melodious voice made everyone quiet down. And even Zhong Shuang and Lu Longji came out to listen. In the apocalypse, being able to hear a professional singer perform live eased everyone's tense emotions after many days. Li Chen himself took a sip of soda. Unfortunately, he forgot to ask if that male celebrity could dance. Otherwise, having him as a backup dancer would be nice. Huang Fushan sang for an hour, feeling dizzy and exhausted, and when she saw the table full of dishes, she couldn't help but drool. When Li Chen finally said, "All right, let's eat," Huang Fushan felt as if she had been pardoned, stopping abruptly and nearly losing her balance, only to be supported by Lin Xiu. Li Chen called for Mi Yao, pretended to walk into a room, and then pulled out a large dining table from his spatial ability, setting it up in the open area for everyone to eat together. Naturally, the fewer people who knew about his spatial ability, the better. The dining table was soon set up, and Huang Fushan, exhausted, nearly closed her eyes, but upon seeing the table full of food, she perked up again. After Li Chen started using his chopsticks, everyone began to eat. Although Huang Fushan reminded herself to maintain her celebrity etiquette, she couldn't help but indulge herself. Since being trapped, she often went without biscuits and bread, never expecting to enjoy a feast prepared by a chef from Huajiang Hotel. She nearly cried from the overwhelming emotion. Aside from Mi Yao and Li Chen, everyone present couldn't help but exclaim how delicious it was. Although Mi Yao cooked well, she was obviously no match for a 5-star chef. Anyway, he didn't lack for food at all. After dinner, Mi Yao and Lin Xiu were responsible for guarding the prison. Lu Longji and her son, along with Zhong Shuang, took it upon themselves to wash the dishes. At night, Li Chen sat on the wall, looking out over the city. Beside him was Mi Yao, who was on night duty tonight. The Qishan prison where they were located was halfway up the hill, barely allowing them to see most of Modu. Something big would happen tonight. Li Chen took a sip of the tea that Xiang Daji made for him and slowly said, "What?" Mi Yao, standing on the wall, asked in surprise. "Don't you think zombies are too weak? After tonight, mutated beings will significantly increase in strength, and you'll have plenty to fight." Li Chen was joking, but there was no smile on his face. He knew that after this major evolution of the mutants, there would be several more times, each causing significant damage to humanity. Mi Yao was a university teacher after all, and she sensed the sorrow in his words. So she couldn't help but ask, "You seem to know a lot. I don't want to deceive you. This is my secret, so please don't ask again in the future." Li Chen, perhaps feeling hungry from drinking tea, took out some snacks and started eating. They seemed completely unaffected, feasting on meat and fish every day, even having meals prepared by a 5-star hotel chef. All of this was thanks to the person in front of her. As long as she could ensure her safety, she wouldn't inquire about other matters. "You seem to have become stronger again," Miao exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, to put it simply, I have now completed half of the process of advancing from level 2 to level 3, Li Chen said. Chapter 28. If you have the guts, starve to death inside. This was his gain. Now, there were basically no level 2 mutants that could defeat him. After introducing Mi Yao to the situation, he explained that after tonight, the outside world would truly be the apocalypse, with various powerful creatures appearing out of nowhere. How has the training of the people we recruited last time been? As Mi Yao was lost in thought, Li Chen asked. I recruited 4 more people, dividing them into 3 tiers. Tier 1 is Yin Feng. Tier 2 consists of 3 people, and Tier 3 has 6 people. Cheng Shui and Cheng Cheng, since you seem to know them. I didn't include them in the ranking, Mi Yao said, handing over a list. Li Chen took it, glanced through it, and found that Yin Feng was a soil-type ability user with decent talent, only slightly weaker than Zhong Shuang. Although soil-type abilities were not strong in combat, their defensive capabilities were incredibly strong, making them suitable for protecting homes. The ranking would affect their treatment. For instance, Yin Feng would receive meat at every meal, while others could improve their status through hard work and training in their abilities to receive better treatment. This way, the people in their refuge would maintain healthy competition. Cheng Shui and Cheng Cheng's abilities are all supportive, so they don't need to be ranked, Li Chen said. In the future, the survivors would need to band together. No matter how strong he was alone, he couldn't fight off many opponents. With the people he recruited as a foundation, he could establish a powerful force of his own in the apocalypse. Miao nodded. She had known it would be this way. The next day, at Xishan prison, the people continued their training as usual. Chen also ran with them and did push-ups, but when it came to combat skills training, he became the instructor. Everyone's spirits were low because the night before, strange beast roars, explosions, and the wails of many humans echoed throughout the city. Although they had not seen it, they knew something big was happening outside. Only Chen seemed to know about it in advance and remained calm. All right, everyone has been training hard lately, so we have a special reward for lunch. When lunchtime came and training was over, Chen looked at everyone and said, dragging their tired bodies to the prison cafeteria, they saw Lu Lianji pushing the food over. Each person not only had rice, but also a small plate of meat, a small plate of vegetables, and even a bottle of soda. The crowd couldn't help but cheer. They hadn't had a proper meal since the apocalypse began. Yin Feng, who was rated Tier 1, had 2 plates of meat. While everyone was delighted, they secretly envied him and resolved to train even harder. On the second floor, Chen stood behind a one-way glass, watching everyone. This had once been a position for monitoring prisoners. Having experienced 10 years of the apocalypse, Chen basically wouldn't fully trust anyone. But these people had fled outside the city without complaints, so it was evident that their hearts were not bad. The strength of the people he recruited was secondary. Stability was the primary concern. As long as he held strong power and provided them with a path for improvement, they would gradually develop a sense of belonging. Chen had seen many refuges train talents using this method. However, hiding here and training without action wouldn't work. You should find an opportunity to take everyone out for practice. Chen was taken aback. It was no exception. Survivor disputes over territory were common. Xishan prison was a coveted spot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have occupied it in advance. When Li Yao and Mi Yao arrived at the top of the wall at the main gate, they saw more than 30 people gathered below. The leading man, upon seeing Chen surrounded, immediately recognized his identity and called out, "Brother, I know you don't have many people. My brothers can fit inside too. Let's southguard this place together. It's safer. Get lost. Don't force me to drink the punishment wine." Among our 30 or so people, more than 20 are ability users, and we have guns. If it comes to a fight, you'll get hurt. The leading man brandished a pistol and threatened fiercely. Chen waved his hand, and Lu Zhuang raised a machine gun, aiming it at them. Instantly, the crowd showed signs of panic, although they had awakened their abilities. The intimidation of firearms was deeply etched in their minds. You have 3 seconds to get lost, otherwise, we will shoot, Chen said calmly. Hearing this, the crowd below showed signs of retreat, but the leading man refused to leave. 3, 2, 1, fire. At Chen's command, Lu Zhuang and the others immediately opened fire. And besides handcuffs, firearms were the most abundant in the prison. In an instant, bullets rained down. Several people were hit and injured. Did they really dare to shoot without fearing retaliation from so many ability users? At this moment, the leading man shouted loudly, and a soil wall suddenly rose from the ground in front of him, blocking a large number of bullets. Very few bullets could get through the wall, and even if they did, their power was greatly diminished. Chen then announced to stop shooting. It turned out he was a level 2 Earth-type user. No wonder he dared to attack the prison. The leading man thought Chen had run out of bullets and called his men, "Brothers, there are many women inside. Rush in, and I'll let each of you enjoy once." With the man's command, a group rushed toward the iron gate. Bang! A loud explosion rang out, and the first person to rush forward was suddenly blown away, their body obliterated. The crowd realized that there were landmines here. At the same time, several more explosions rang out, and about 10 people hurriedly ran to the front. Chen glanced and immediately knew that this group had been sent to sneak around from behind, triggering the landmines. The entire prison was surrounded by landmines. Little fools, you think you won't be blown to bits? The leading man was a level 2 ability user with over 40 people. No wonder he dared to target his prison. You little brat, you dared to plant landmines and set a trap. Just wait. We'll surround you now. If you have guts, you'll starve to death inside. After learning that 3 of his subordinates had been blown up, the leading man became furious, pointing at Chen and cursing. Afterward, This man actually led his group to camp outside the prison wall, staying for several days while constantly sending people to keep an eye on the inside. He had no idea that with Li Chen's abilities as a level 2 space-type user, he was hunting mutants outside through the secret passage every day without them noticing. Chapter 29. The Lethality of Food Aroma. In these few days, Li Chen had killed several level 2 mutants, absorbed their cores, and had roughly reached the peak of level 2. The leading man, Wang Gang, seemed to feel that the time was right and ordered his men to set up a pot in front of their camp and start a fire. He boiled several packs of instant noodles, specifically adding a few hot dogs and tossing in some spoiled green onions, putting in all the seasonings he had on hand. Then, he called over a wind-type ability user to blow the aroma. And finally, a bit of fragrance wafted out. "Hurry up, send the aroma into the prison," Wang Gang anxiously said to the wind ability user. "Captain, I have half a sausage here." At that moment, someone ran over, raised the half sausage, and proudly said, "Look, good, quickly put it in. When the people inside can't stand it anymore and surrender, I'll reward you with a woman." Wang Gang waved his hand grandly. At this time, Chang Shui, who was responsible for patrolling, and a newcomer seemed to have caught a whiff of the scent and poked their heads out to look. Seeing this, Wang Gang became even more excited. "See, it's effective." He urged the wind ability user to use even more force. With food so scarce nowadays, the people in the prison wouldn't go out to look for it, and even if they had supplies, they must be running low. As long as they let them starve to the point where they can't take it anymore, they would definitely surrender willingly. This was what he called winning without a fight. Wang Gang couldn't help but admire his own wisdom. "Stop cooking." Cheng Shui couldn't help but shout from the wall. Wang Gang looked up and saw, "Oh, it's a beauty." He immediately flattered her. "Beauty, hurry up and surrender. We'll share a bowl with you. It's much better than following that useless guy. If you don't stop, I'll shoot." "It stinks," Cheng Shui said disdainfully. Wang Gang was taken aback. He couldn't believe that his bowl of noodles wouldn't tempt someone who had been locked up for several days, thinking Cheng Shui was just putting on a brave front. "Beauty, don't worry. My strength is definitely better than that person's. As long as you lead me, I guarantee I'll not only help you survive, but also let you live well, with instant noodles to eat every day." Wang Gang shouted loudly beside the pot. Cheng Shui was left speechless. That pot of noodles had no idea how many ingredients were added. Calling it dark cuisine was an understatement. To think he wanted to use that to tempt people was beyond ridiculous. Cheng Shui couldn't hold back anymore and turned to tell Li Chen, who was training in combat skills. Li Chen pondered for a moment, then called for DEFY, telling him to bring their cooking utensils to the wall. Before long, various five-star restaurant dishes wafted through the air from the wall. The crowd below caught the scent, initially stunned, thinking they were hallucinating. There was steamed base, beef stew with potatoes, garlic prawns, braised pork with preserved vegetables, and country-style stir-fried meat. At first, they didn't believe it, but soon they flocked to smell it. Unable to get enough, as if they were enchanted, Li Chen, holding a bowl of rice, looked down at Wang Gang and asked, "How does your instant noodles taste?" Wang Gang's face turned ashen, looking at that bowl of dark noodles. Feeling so ashamed, he wanted to dig a hole and hide. He actually tried to use this to tempt others. Wang Gang held his neck high and said defiantly, "Just keep pretending. Let us see what you'll eat after this meal." Immediately, a few of Wang Gang's men pounced, picking up shrimp heads and slurping them. They couldn't help but marvel at how delicious the seasonings were. On the wall, several women couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Wang Gong, seeing his subordinates making such fools of themselves, couldn't resist rushing forward and directly punched a man who was licking a shrimp head on the ground to death. The others, seeing this, timidly backed away. After finishing his meal, Li Chen threw the bones down and then turned to leave. By night, Wang Gang's men still couldn't resist going to pick up shrimp heads and bones. There were too many people, although Wang Gang was furious. He couldn't really punish so many. He saw someone pick up a piece of bone with meat still on it, looking very happy, and he kicked that person away, then picked up the bone and started gnawing on it. Every day, there was 8 dishes and a soup, never the same. Wang Gang's subordinates were afraid to openly pick up bones, but they tacitly ate whenever they cooked at Chishan prison. This way, when they ate expired bread, they could smell the aroma and pretend they were eating gourmet food. 3 days later, Wang Gang finally realized he couldn't starve Li Chen out. Instead, they were more likely to be the ones starving to death. That night, Wang Gang gathered his subordinates, preparing to launch a direct assault on Qishan prison. The next morning, Li Chen was quickly pulled up by Lin Xiu and brought to the wall. Li Chen rubbed his eyes, yawned, and heard someone speaking below. "Boss, we killed Wang Gang and decided to join you." Li Chen looked over and indeed saw Wang Gang's head, cut off and stuck on a wooden stick, with everyone below looking at him. This group of people had clearly been oppressed by Wang Gang for a long time, and they saw that Li Chen's teammates could eat various gourmet foods every day while they could only smell the aroma, which fueled their resentment against Wang Gang. That day, when they saw Wang Gang casually kill a teammate, they completely lost faith in him. Therefore, on the night Wang Gang was preparing to counterattack, they killed him instead and presented his head to Li Chen. Li Chen was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect to win so easily with his current strength. Even if he could deal with them, he would have to sacrifice some teammates. Was this the lethal power of food aroma? Li Chen didn't say anything else. He simply took out a bag of rice from the ability space and threw it down. "We don't lack people here, but this is your reward. 3 gene of rice for each person. Get far away, don't disturb us while eating, or else you'll die," Li Chen said. The 30 or so people below looked at the bag of rice, their eyes immediately lighting up, and they rushed towards the person holding the rice. 3 gene of rice, if saved properly, could last half a month. In this situation where every meal was uncertain, it was no wonder they were so frantic. Although Li Chen's shelter was still lacking in people, those who had killed their previous master could not be accepted into the team. Today we've repelled the enemy for the first time. Let us treat everyone to a meal, add braised pork and soda for each person, Li Chen turned and said. He usually couldn't casually increase rations, as that would spoil his subordinates. Although this battle didn't involve real weapons. Just using the aroma of food caused internal strife among the enemy. But with such a good reason to win hearts, how could Li Chen not take advantage of it? It was just a little flattery. He had plenty of it. Instantly, cheers erupted among the crowd. They all silently marveled at their luck to be following such a good leader in the apocalypse. Chapter 30, Shoot Now. Once Wang Gang was dead, his subordinates happily left with the 200 gene of rice given by Li Chen. However, the group soon began to fight over the distribution, with some young people surrounding the rice and arguing nonstop. Others who were weaker didn't even have the qualification to compete. Although Li Chen had said each person would get 3 gene, in the apocalypse, the weak are seen as lambs to be slaughtered by the strong. So how could they share food with the weak? Li Chen had anticipated this and had them fight for it themselves to avoid the hassle. "All right, Xiaolan, and I want 10 gene, the rest you can divide." At this time, a man named Lu went shouted loudly. Beside him was his girlfriend, Xiaolan. The crowd had no objections. This couple was relatively strong, both fire abilities, and together it was hard for others to defeat them. After Lu won and Xiaolan took 10 gene of rice, they didn't rush to leave but stayed nearby, waiting for everyone to finish dividing. At that point, if any weaker people got their hands on some, they could secretly follow and kill them for their goods. Soon, someone couldn't hold back and started fighting first, causing a chaotic brawl among everyone. Some weak individuals nearby attempted to take advantage of the chaos to sneak in and grab some, only to end up losing their lives for the food. "Zombies are coming," someone shouted, and the crowd immediately turned in fear, only to see hundreds of zombies rushing toward them. It seemed the zombies had caught the scent of a large amount of blood. If it had been a normal team of 30 or so, they might have been able to resist, but since everyone had just been fighting each other, asking them to cooperate now was simply a dream. Before long, everyone was in disarray, as the group of zombies seemed to be organized, blocking all the surrounding paths. If someone looked closely, they would see a glimmer of intelligence in one of the zombies' eyes. Some people spontaneously fled to the entrance of Qishan prison, where it seemed they could still hold out. The patrolling guards on the wall, seeing this from afar, were already frightened and went to report to Li Chen. Li Chen was biting into a spicy chicken neck, feeling bored as he walked to the wall. Seeing about 100 zombies, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found a second-level zombie behind the horde. After the Great Evolution, a small portion of zombies had awakened special abilities and gained intelligence. It was precisely because of the existence of intelligent zombies that the second-level zombies, despite having the intelligence of a 4 or 5-year-old child, could organize an attack. Chen furrowed his brows. With so many zombies rushing in, even if he could escape, it would be difficult to ensure that Lin Xiu and me, Yao, wouldn't get hurt. Leader, please open the door quickly and save us. Yeah, with so many zombies, we can only kill them together. Hurry up and open the door. The zombies are catching up. A few who ran fast arrived at the entrance of Chishan prison. They knew there were landmines at the entrance and couldn't rush in, so they all pleaded. These people were relatively strong, which was why they escaped quickly. They were also part of the group that had just occupied the rice, including Lu Wan and Xiaolon. At this moment, they no longer looked like bullies fighting for resources. They all wore innocent expressions, begging Li Chen. Hurry, hurry, Li Chen urged. The two guards felt a warmth in their hearts, not expecting the leader to still have a sense of humanity. No one to tell them to quickly open the city gates to save people. Open fire now. Let those people be our human shields and kill as many zombies as possible. What are you standing there for? Also, brace the main gate. Li Shen shotaludli. The two guards were momentarily dumbfounded, but once they reacted, they hurriedly opened fire. The rest of the people in the prison received the news and came over, continuously firing. Although first-level zombies could still move after taking a bullet, under such a barrage of gunfire, they were turned into sieves. Of course, the group below also inevitably suffered some stray bullet injuries. The group was suddenly shocked. Not only were they not let in, but they were also shot at. Brother Lu, what do we do now? Xiaolon asked Lu when amidst the crowd. The two of them indeed had good strength. With their fire abilities combined, no ordinary zombies could get close. Lu anxiously looked around, and suddenly his eyes lit up. The gunfire from Chishan prison had taken down quite a few zombies, creating a gap, and they quickly escaped through it. About 30 to 40 zombies were shot dead, significantly reducing the pressure on the crowd, who then scattered and fled. The leading second-level zombie seemed to be angered by Li Chen's rogue tactics and immediately directed the zombies to charge toward the prison. After all, with the intelligence of a 4 or 5-year-old child, it had no tactical sense. The zombies attacked on flat ground again, losing another 20-30, and the remaining ones triggered landmines at the wall, followed by several explosions. The second-level zombie suddenly realized that only 7 or 8 zombies remained by its side and sensed something was wrong, quickly turning to leave. Now you want to leave? It's too late. Li Chen immediately jumped down from the wall, found a pit created by the explosion to land in, and chased after the second-level zombie. The core of the second-level zombie contained rich energy. How could he pass up such an opportunity? Seeing this, Miao also followed, helping Li Chen clear away the zombie minions. Taking advantage of this, Li Chen caught up to the second-level zombie. The second-level zombie turned around angrily, having only ever bitten people, yet now a human dared to chase it. After a few exchanges, the second-level zombie was killed by Li Chen's space strangulation, its head crushed. Meanwhile, Miao had also dealt with all the zombies. Li Chen then called for the team members in the prison to come out and collect the cores. This time, he gained quite a bit. Otherwise, he could look for someone next time to attract the zombie horde over to kill. Li Chen shook his head, abandoning this evil thought, deciding to wait for others to come to him. After all, with the excellent geographical location of Chishan prison in the apocalypse, it was like a giant ship amidst turbulent waves, continuously attracting survivors. At the foot of Chishan, Lu Wan and Xiaolon managed to escape together. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, they suddenly heard the sound of vehicles approaching. They quickly turned to flee. Encountering other humans in the apocalypse wasn't necessarily a good thing. It could be worse than encountering mutated beings. A bullet struck the soil in front of them, forcing them to stop. They saw several heavily armored off-road vehicles surround them. A few strong men got out of the cars, all dressed in work uniforms with Huaning Steel Group printed on them. One man walked in front, looking like the leader. "Boss, there's a girl here." The man referred to as the boss was a middle-aged man named Zhou Hai, who cast a subtle glance over Xiaolon. "What do you want?" Xiaolon said coldly. "Beautiful lady, don't be nervous. We're just inviting you to our shelter for some fun," Zhou Hai said. "Yes, our boss just wants to invite the beauty to have some fun," said the lewd man who spoke first, named Zhang Ho, who was called Monkey by his colleagues before the apocalypse. They had all been low-level employees at Huaneng Steel Group. Zhou Hai later awakened his special ability, discovered the secret of the cores, and advanced to the second level, becoming the leader of everyone. Zhang Ho, being close to him, became his second in command, transforming from monkey into brother monkey, respected by all. Even the group leaders from before the apocalypse had to obediently call Zhou Gu and Monkey Gu now. The current Huaneng base had over 100 people, truly a large camp, and Zhou Hai had only brought a small team to search for supplies this time. I have a boyfriend, Lu Gu, Xiaolan said, scared, hiding behind Luwen. Zhou Hai shot a glance, and Monkey immediately understood, stepping forward with a swaggering tone. Kid, do you have any objections? Upon seeing that there were 7 or 8 ability users around, Lu Wen abruptly shook off Xiaolan's hand and turned to run. Lu Wen, you shameless coward. Are you still a man? Xiaolan was stunned for a moment and then angrily cursed. Lu Wen's actions left the people from Huaneng base momentarily stunned, but they soon laughed wildly, surrounding Xiaolan and leering at her figure. Let's let Brother Zhou try first, said a former deputy manager of Huaneng Group, now a lackey in the Huaneng base, laughing. Zhang Ho slapped him, causing blood to spill from his mouth, saying, of course, it's Brother Zhou who tries first. Don't dare to steal my thunder in front of Brother Zhou. To think that slapping this old brat felt quite good. Comparing how he flaunted his power before the apocalypse to his current humiliated state made Zhang Ho feel secretly pleased. Xiaolan was surrounded by a group of men, being looked up and down, trembling with anger and fear. She never expected that the boyfriend she had accompanied for so many years would abandon her and run away just like that. In the past, Lu Wen had sworn eternal love to her. Looking back, it was truly laughable. You just want women, right? I can tell you that there are not only many beautiful women in Xishan prison, but also meat, fish, lobsters, everything you can think of. Xiaolan gritted her teeth and said, meat? Hearing this, the people from Huaneng base immediately revealed greedy expressions. They had lacked meat for nearly a month and were almost starved of it. Is what you said true? Zhou Hai asked with a frown. I'll lead you there. If you can get it, help me kill that dog of a man from earlier. Xiaolan said through gritted teeth. If it's fake, then just wait to die. Zhou Hai immediately called his subordinates to drive the modified steel war vehicles and charge towards Xishan prison. When they arrived outside the prison and saw the countless zombie corpses on the ground, they were stunned. The people from Huaneng base instantly lost their bravado and hid in the jungle. Boss, these people don't look like good folks, Zhang Ho exclaimed in horror. Zhou Hai's brow furrowed. Although he had more than a dozen ability users among his subordinates, it would not be easy to kill over 100 zombies at once. If that woman dared to deceive him, he would kill her on the spot. Xiaolan then explained the origin of the zombies and how Chen and the others were shooting from the wall, reaping the benefits. Zhou Hai was still hesitating when he suddenly caught a whiff of roasted meat in the air, and his mouth nearly watered. The others in the team also smelled it and became excited. The people inside were actually roasting meat, which proved that there was indeed a significant amount of meat inside. Moreover, the patrolling girl on the wall was quite impressive. She was at least a campus belle level. It seemed that the woman hadn't lied. Zhou Hai glanced at his teammates' greedy expressions and realized that even if he tried to stop them, they would probably go in anyway. As night fell, Zhou Hai immediately gave the order for everyone to wait until dark and then drive their reinforced off-road vehicles directly in. The others naturally had no objections and all rolled up their sleeves, as if meat and beauty were within reach. Chen handed over more than 100 he had collected to Zhong Shuang, and also gave some Akayemo and Yinfeng. With these, they should all be able to break through to level 2. The rest, Chen fed to the iron armored eagle, which was indeed much stronger than humans, absorbing the quickly, and its power was rapidly increasing. There was a knock on the door, and Miao walked in and said, there are some people hiding in the woods outside. They've been there for a long time and probably plan to make a move tonight. Although the people from Huaneng base were hiding well, they clearly didn't expect someone as perceptive as Miao to exist. Let us bury some landmines in the corridor behind the iron gate. Anyway, there are 2 Earth-type ability users in the team. They can fix it up quickly. Chen said. Upon hearing this, Miao's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected Chen to think so boldly. He was willing to blow up his own walls to bury mines inside. Such a cunning move, the opponents would definitely not expect it. Little did Meow know, there were far more insane schemes than this in the late apocalypse. After that, Chen ordered everyone to take their weapons and hide in various concealed spots around the prison, waiting for the enemy to rush in at night so they could launch a surprise attack. When night fell, Chen didn't have to wait long before a commotion erupted outside. "Brothers, charge. Whoever goes in first. I'll reward him with a woman and 20 pounds of rice." It was Zhou Hai shouting from outside. Following that, there was the sound of cars crashing through the iron gate, followed by an explosion. One car flew backward and was totaled, and the occupants were surely gone. After the loud explosion, the people from Huaning were momentarily stunned. What kind of operation was it to bury landmines in their own territory? Originally, they only dared to come out after seeing the zombies tread on the mines. Chen was just about to lead his people out when he suddenly noticed several of the reinforced off-road vehicles turning around and fleeing. It turned out that Zhou Hai was extremely afraid of death. As a low-level person before the apocalypse, he had finally tasted the flavor of power and was no longer bound by the law, so he was reluctant to take risks and die. Seeing the group in front of him perish from the landmines, he immediately turned the car around and ran. When the others saw their boss fleeing, they also quickly turned their vehicles around and headed down the mountain. Chen used spatial strangulation to blow out one tire of the last car, which then wobbled and crashed into a big tree, coming to a stop. Chapter 32. Is it necessary? Chen stepped forward and pulled out a man with a bloodied head from the car. After taking a look, Chen narrowed his eyes. There was no need to ask where he was from. The clothes bore the name of Huaning Steel Group. That scoundrel Zhou Hai still wants to plot against me. I'll make you pay for my doors sooner or later, Chen said angrily. Huaning Base was formerly Huaning Steel Group, one of the 3 major refuge fortresses in future Magic City. This Zhou Hai was also a character. He had originally been a worker, but later led thousands of people, standing on equal footing with Zhang Dehai from Qishan Refuge Fortress in his previous life. There were a total of 4 people in the car. 2 were already dead from the crash, and another was seriously injured. Chen caught a live one and casually extracted the crystals from the other 3. He didn't feel disgusted at all. Having seen everything in the 10 years of the apocalypse, he even heard of people eating 2-legged sheep. Lu Zhuang, get the car in and see if there's anything useful. Yin Feng called the Earth-type user as well. You guys seal the door. Sister Lu, save this person. I want to ask questions. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly got busy, and Lu Longji soon revived the man. The man looked at Chen in panic, unable to speak for a long time. How many people do you have? Chen asked. There are over 100 people. More than a dozen are ability users. The boss is Zhou Hai, who is already level 2. Besides him, there's another named Zhang Ho, who is also level 2. The man quickly rattled off a long string of information without daring to hide anything. Upon hearing this, Chen smiled faintly. So there are already 2 level 2 ability users. It seems that the people at Huaning Base are developing quite well. Although Chen was also level 2 now, he had long since advanced to this level and absorbed many, so ordinary level 2s were not his match. Coupled with years of combat experience, Chen was confident he could handle both level 2s at the same time. No, with Mi Yao and Lin Xiyu on his side, he had more than enough numbers to suppress them. There was no need to expend effort to take on 2 at once. Tell me about the situation over there. We found the highest factory in the group as a base. Thick steel plates have been erected around, making it hard for ordinary zombies and monsters to break in. And only 2 entrances are left, both guarded day and night. Chen then had the man draw a map. After killing Zhou Hai's people, the opponent would surely hold a grudge, and Zhou Hai would rebuild a powerful force, so he had to eliminate them in advance. Chen casually dealt with this person, but did not rush to retaliate. After all, he had just collected over 100 and had just distributed them to his subordinates. Sure enough, 3 days later, Zhong Shuang came to announce her promotion to level 2, and that night, the iron-armored eagle also broke through. Yin Feng and Kai Mo had poorer talents and took 5 days to break through one after the other. As time went on, the differences in talent at this level would become more pronounced. During these few days, Chen ventured into the city alone to hone his skills, absorbing and raising his second ability, time ability, to level 2. Chen's talent couldn't be considered top tier, but it didn't matter. There would be many treasures to improve talents in the later stages of the apocalypse. He happened to remember some sources. Since most of the team had already broken through to level 2, Chen gathered the personnel, bringing all the level 2s along, and the 7 level 1s as well. After all, Chen carried the resources with him, and he specifically instructed the few guards to let them exit through the secret passage if a larger team came to attack, avoiding the spotlight. From Chen's experience, unless it was a large team of over 50 people, they wouldn't be able to withstand him and the iron-armored eagle. A total of 6 level 2 ability users. Chen was very clear about the location of Huaneng's steel group. In his previous life, he had no advantages and had traversed various refuges throughout the apocalypse. At the entrance of the steel group, there were very few zombies, presumably cleared out. Just then, several armored off-road vehicles drove out through the gate. Since Chen had sensed it in advance, he instructed everyone to hide, and those vehicles surprisingly did not notice them. Chen recognized that it was Zhou Hai's vehicle. After all, this was not a food factory. Once the food in the cafeteria was collected, Zhou Hai had to go out almost every day to find something to eat. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so eager for the meat in Qishan prison. Chen then led the group into the headquarters of the Huaneng base, where there were about 50 to 60 people left, apart from 2 gatekeepers who were superhumans. The rest were ordinary people, all looking emaciated, clearly having little to eat. After Chen and the others rushed in, they instantly killed 1 superhuman, and the others offered no resistance, all squatting obediently on the ground. Zhou Hai absorbed them, making them do some hard labor to satisfy his desire to be a leader. And often they went without food, so naturally no one would resist. Chen captured the other superhuman. Although it was called a base, there were actually no resources, and having 2 superhumans guarding, it was already quite generous for the term base. If you don't want to die, just do as I say. Chen held onto the captured person and hid in the security room, waiting. Chen crouched down and threatened the gatekeeper to open the gate for the team. After the convoy drove in, Yin Feng, who was hiding in the shadows, immediately used his Earth-type abilities to trigger the explosives buried under the ground. The 5 landmines Chen had set off detonated simultaneously. With a loud bang, the vehicles were blown into the air, and it took a while for anyone to emerge. They were probably all dead. After a moment, only Zhou Hai, covered in blood, crawled out from the 2 vehicles in the middle. Chen smiled and walked over to Zhou Hai, saying, "A few days ago, was it you who had people blow up my gate?" At this moment, Zhou Hai finally understood the reason for his ambush. He had planned to gather some people and then storm Qishan prison, but unexpectedly, the other side was even more ruthless, directly taking down his lair. "Big brother, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I'll compensate you for the door. I'll give you all the steel here." Zhou Hai said painfully, "Is it just a door that got blown up? Is it that serious?" If Chen knew what he was thinking, he would definitely agree. "You will be a big shot here in the future. In this apocalypse, wanting to snatch my resources to survive is understandable. But my revenge against you is entirely justified. You can only blame the apocalypse for that." "Boss, someone is coming from outside," Yin Feng said as he approached. "Mr. Zhou, I want to ask if you have any meat left." A voice came from outside, and then a strong man walked in. Chen squinted his eyes. He had seen this person once before, a well-known figure at Huaneng base, known as Zhou Hai's top killer, Shen Luo. "Who are you? Where's Mr. Zhou?" Shen Luo frowned and asked. "What do you need me for?" Chen inquired. Shen Luo looked around, his expression a bit wary, and said, "My father was injured and is gravely ill. He probably won't recover. He loves to eat braised pork, and I wanted to have it once before he passes away." Chapter 33. A bowl of braised pork for a henchman. If you could give me 2 pounds of meat, I would be willing to be a henchman for 5 years. "No, 10 years. Shen Luo said with a despondent expression. In this harsh world, it was surprising that a Taekwondo instructor would be willing to be someone's henchman for 2 pounds of meat. Chen understood at once. No wonder Shen Luo had become Zhou Hai's henchman in his previous life. He assessed Shen Luo, who had already awakened his abilities, but was only a level 1 enhancer. Chen looked at the injured Zhou Hai beside him and asked, "Do you have any meat on you?" Although Zhou Hai did not understand, he shook his head with difficulty. "I've killed all your people. What resources do you think I have?" "Sorry to disturb you." Shen Luo also sensed something was off, but since he had little interaction with Zhou Hai, he did not want to draw trouble upon himself and was about to leave. He felt somewhat disappointed that, as a son, he couldn't even bring his father a bowl of braised pork before he died. "Wait, I have meat. How about you be my henchman?" Li Chen called out to him. "Really?" Shen Luo said instinctively, but seeing that Li Chen and his group could take down Zhou Hai's lair, he realized they must be strong and had no reason to deceive him. "It's genuine, and I have all the spices, plus a 5-star chef from Huatian restaurant." Li Chen smiled. "That's great. If you can really give me a bowl, I willingly offer to be your henchman for 10 years. Shen Luo said, clasping his fists. Li Chen nodded. A bowl of braised pork for a top henchman was a deal that was definitely worth it. Moreover, in his previous life, Shen Luo had never betrayed Zhou Hai until the fall of Huaneng Base, making him trustworthy. Shen Luo only glanced at Zhou Hai on the ground and kept his distance. He had always disapproved of Zhou Hai's tyrannical treatment of ordinary people, which was why he had never joined Huaneng Base, let alone risking his life to save anyone. After Li Chen finished speaking, he turned to leave. The 3 women present all knew that Li Chen had storage space and figured he was going to get steel, so they just casually picked up a few things to put on a show. Only Yin Feng and Kai Mo truly believed they had to rely on their luck and worked hard. They looked forward to being appreciated by Li Chen later, fantasizing about getting extra food in the evening. Li Chen made several rounds and arrived at the steel-making warehouse, moving dozens of tons into his storage space. Although he didn't need this much to forge the gate, it could be useful later for building new houses or expanding the base. Shen Luo also brought in a pale, middle-aged man, emaciated and clearly near death. "Boss, what do we do with these people?" Yin Feng asked as he stepped forward. Li Chen glanced around and decided to let them fend for themselves. These people did not even have abilities and would have no power to retaliate in the future. Li Chen instructed the others to finish securing the gate while he went to the kitchen. Calling for Xiang Daji, make a bowl of braised pork, and 8 dishes with a soup. After all, he had plenty in storage, and since he wanted to win people's hearts, he might as well go all out. When Li Chen brought in so many dishes, both Shen Luo and his father were taken aback. "Isn't it all monsters outside? Isn't food short?" Shen's father was astonished. Shen Luo, at a loss for words, looked at Li Chen, who said, "Uncle, the monsters outside have been cleared, and things will gradually get better." "That's great. Thank you, young brother," Shen's father said with joy, eagerly starting to eat. Shen Luo was worried that his father's gratitude might offend the leader here. However, seeing that Li Chen showed no displeasure, he felt grateful. Li Chen called Shen Luo outside and asked, "What illness does your father have?" "Late-stage stomach cancer." Hearing this, Li Chen was at a loss for words. Perhaps in the later stages, a healer could treat it. But now, there was no way there would be a superhuman of such high level. The next day, someone came to report to Li Chen that Shen's father had passed away. Sure enough, not long after, Shen Luo walked in, bowing to Li Chen. "Thank you for your generosity, leader. For the next 10 years, Shen Luo is willing to follow your orders." Shen Luo said, "No need for that. 3 years is enough." Li Chen shook his head and said. Shen Luo was taken aback, not expecting that after becoming a henchman, Li Chen's first words would be this. However, in Li Chen's view, in 3 years, he would probably be able to gather all the treasures from the early apocalypse ahead of everyone else. By then, he wouldn't need bodyguards or henchmen. It would be hard for anyone to defeat him. "You also don't have to follow me around all the time. Just act like the other team members and move around freely when there's nothing to do," Li Chen said. Shen Luo was stunned. Indeed, his strength was even less than Li Chen's, so how much could he possibly do? In the end, it was still myself who took advantage of Li Chen. I couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy inside. "If you're really restless, you can go out and kill some zombies for their cores. I can give you extra points," Li Chen said. Seeing the number of people in the prison increasing, Li Chen drafted new rules. Each person had to pay 3 level 1 cores every day. With so many people, he couldn't keep supporting them for free, and it would also help them practice their combat skills. Additionally, he established a points system. After completing their daily tasks, they could exchange any extra cores with him for points. Points could be exchanged for some food or daily necessities. For example, a small amount of points could buy 2 liang of meat or a bottle of drink. Besides that, there were chickens, ducks, fish, meat, a variety of drinks and snacks, as well as cigarettes and alcohol, and even some clothes which were high-quality women's clothing obtained from Shengshi Entertainment. He had plenty in stock. There were many ways to earn points. Besides cores, providing useful information or promotions would also earn generous rewards and points from Chen. This was also a way to win people's hearts. The number of points could also be exchanged for corresponding positions. In the entire shelter, besides Chen being the leader, there were also a deputy leader, squad leaders, first-tier members, second-tier members, third-tier members, and new members. A complete promotion system made life feel hopeful, reducing the likelihood of betrayal and gradually fostering a sense of belonging. These were systems used by many shelters in the previous life, and Chen simply copied them, so it was established quickly. As expected, after hearing Chen explain the system, Shen Luo responded excitedly and turned to go hunt zombies. Seeing this, Chen knew the system was good and quickly promoted it. Damn it, after eating instant noodles for so many days without any meat, I'm about to throw up. At the foot of Qishan, a group of people was eating freshly cooked instant noodles, and one man couldn't help but curse. I heard that being a little brother at the Qishan prison means you get food and meat, said one of his companions. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Everyone knew that Qishan prison had good treatment. However, it was said that to enter Qishan prison, one had to kill zombies and pay cores. If they had the guts to fight zombies, they wouldn't be starving like this. Why don't we gather some food and see if we can trade it for some meat at Qishan prison? Someone suggested. The others agreed, gathered some food, though it was mostly chocolates and instant noodles, and went to the prison gate to explain their situation to the guards. Upon hearing their request, Yinfeng, who was standing on the wall, looked a bit awkward and refused. He didn't know how much food the prison had, but he had never seen Chen worry about food. Moreover, these snacks didn't seem to impress the boss Li. Every time he took out snacks to reward everyone, they were of a much higher quality than this. This small matter probably wouldn't bother boss Li. Yinfeng thought for a moment and said, if you really want it, you can trade cores from the brains of zombies and mutated creatures. The group looked at each other in dismay and left in frustration. If they dared to fight zombies, they wouldn't be looking for ways to trade for meat. They turned and walked toward the foot of Qishan when they suddenly encountered a convoy made up of dozens of vehicles. The leading vehicles approached, and one man rolled down the window, revealing a fierce face, and said, "You guys, why are there no zombies here?" The man, named Chen Tao, had been a martial arts instructor before the apocalypse, and after awakening his powers, he thrived. Later, his students also awakened their abilities, and he quickly formed a team. They had come here to gather resources. One man thought of the meat and many beautiful women in Qishan prison, and feeling unbalanced, pointed at the mountain and said, "There's a group of people in Qishan prison. They cleared out the zombies, eat meat every day, and there are more than 10 girls, each one a school beauty." He didn't really understand the situation in Qishan prison, but intentionally made it sound more enticing to provoke the others. Such a place, they really know how to enjoy. Upon hearing this, Chen Tao became excited. He immediately announced orders over the walkie-talkie, and dozens of vehicles, totaling over 100 people, set off towards Qishan prison. Upon seeing this from the prison wall, Yinfeng quickly turned around to call Li Chen. Chen Tao and his group got out of the vehicles and stopped at the prison gate, looking up at the wall in awe. They saw that the girls beside Li Chen were indeed stunning. Each of them had a rosy complexion, fair skin, and clean clothes. It seemed they were living well, and the food inside must be good. It appeared those people weren't lying. Li Chen waved his hand, signaling the others to ready their machine guns. Although there were many people below, there were only a dozen or so ability users. Chen Tao's expression stiffened. This young guy was directly brandishing a gun, quite ruthless. "Kid, you think you're the only one with a gun?" Chen Tao waved his hand, and his subordinates quickly pulled out many guns. "Share half of your meat and women with me, and I can guarantee you 3 months of peace," Chen Tao said with a grin. Li Chen ignored him, waiting for his subordinates to take their positions before he would act. Anyone who believed such words would have been dead within days of the apocalypse. "Wait, Mr. Li, I know that guy. Let me negotiate with him," Shen Luo stepped forward and said. Seeing Li, Chen nodded in agreement. Shen Luo immediately walked out the door towards Chen Tao. "Old Shen, what are you doing here?" Chen Tao frowned. "Chen Tao, this is my boss's territory. Give me some face and take your men away," Shen Luo said. "Are you crazy, old Shen? In this world, you can kill whoever you want. If we take this place, everything here is ours." Why do we have to be someone else's little brother? Chen Tao said, surprised. You can't beat Boss Li. I suggest you leave quickly. Shen Luo shook his head. I have so many people here, and how many does he have? Out of respect for our past friendship. I'm just talking nonsense with you. If you don't want to die, get out of the way now. Chen Tao pulled out a handgun and aimed it at Shen Luo impatiently. Suddenly, Shen Luo rushed forward and instantly snatched the gun from Chen Tao's hand, then punched him in the abdomen. His enhancement ability had two branches, one leaning towards defense and the other towards strength. Shen Luo leaned towards enhancing strength, and this close-range punch had power that ordinary ability users of the same level couldn't withstand. Chen Tao, a level 2 ability user, was immediately bent over and fell to the ground. The people around quickly aimed their guns at Shen Luo, but he showed no signs of panic and directly held Chen Tao in front of him as a hostage. Brother Shen, we used to eat together often. Are you going to go against me for a stranger? Chen Tao exclaimed, both shocked and afraid, quickly playing the emotional card. He initially thought that being a level 2 Earth-type ability user, he wouldn't fear anyone, but facing an enhancement ability user up close made him suffer a great loss. Seeing this, Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Shen Luo was indeed loyal. Will you back off? Shen Luo pressed the gun against Chen Tao's temple and shouted. Everyone back off quickly, retreat. Chen Tao, terrified, repeatedly said, although he was a level 2 ability user and had some resistance to firearms. Being aimed at his temple meant he would only end up with a blown head. Have them all drop their guns, Li Chen called from the wall. You heard my boss. Chen Tao had no choice but to give orders to his subordinates. A few ordinary people, feeling powerless without abilities, decided that their only chance for survival was to rely on guns, so they simply grabbed their weapons and ran. On the wall, Li Chen, whose physical abilities had been enhanced through powers, held a sniper rifle and shot down anyone trying to escape. The group quickly became obedient, dropping their guns one by one. After giving a signal, Kai Mo hurriedly led people down to confiscate the firearms. I promised you all, can I go now? Chen Tao gritted his teeth and said. Li Chen was his boss, and whatever Li Chen said had to be decided by him. Everyone, we are currently recruiting ability users at Qishan Prison. If you have supportive abilities, you can come in directly. For other abilities, you can hunt 10 energy cores and then come for an interview. Here, we provide unlimited rice. And occasionally, there is meat. Li Chen scanned the crowd and shouted. Chen Tao felt an urge to eat Li Chen alive. It was one thing for him to bring his brother to plot against him, but now he was openly poaching right in front of him. When the crowd heard this offer, they were immediately tempted. In this world, there were still places that offered unlimited rice. With such good treatment, could it be a scam? Chapter 35. The team is dispersed, seeing the expressions on everyone's faces. Li Chen knew they were somewhat skeptical, so he called someone to ask Xiang Daji to bring the barbecue grill to the wall. Come on, set it up here and bring the charcoal, Li Chen said. The crowd below was momentarily stunned. What was this for? They recognized the barbecue grill, but who would dare indulge in barbecued meat now? Then, Li Chen demonstrated with actions that such indulgence was indeed possible even in the apocalypse. He took out 30 pounds of pork and placed it on the table, causing gasps from both above and below the wall. Everyone couldn't help but brighten at the sight, if it were theirs. With an ice ability user freezing it and cooking soup, how long could they last? Xiang Daji, can you barbecue? Li Chen asked, pulling out some side dishes and seasoning bottles. Don't worry, boss, I can definitely do it well, Xiang Daji replied. He was not lying. Even barbecuing revealed the skills of a 5-star chef, and soon the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Among various cooking methods, barbecuing undoubtedly produced the most intense aroma. Even in normal times, street barbecues could stimulate appetites, let alone in a world of food scarcity. The group below, without exception, couldn't help but swallow hard. Looking at it now, Li Chen's offer was absolutely genuine. With food and meat, who wouldn't be tempted? If it weren't for Chen Tao's special status, he would have wanted to join too. I'm a light ability user. Can I join you? A shy young girl stepped forward and said, according to the conditions, her type of ability could qualify without an interview. Moreover, seeing the cheerful and calm women around Li Chen made her yearn for such a life. In her current group, she often faced harassment from men, and although Chen Tao pretended to maintain balance on the surface, he often eyed her figure in secret. Of course, welcome. Li Chen immediately had someone bring the girl up. Her name was Lin Yun, a level 1 ability user. Due to Li Chen's barbecuing skills, nobody thought of her as a traitor. Instead, they envied her. Li Chen quickly had her join the barbecue team, and everyone saw Lin Yun, who had just eaten pickled vegetables with them, now enjoying grilled meat. Almost all the ability users in the group turned to hunt for energy cores. The other ordinary people saw the ability users run off and quickly dispersed as well. A group of over 100 people broke apart just because of that barbecue. Now, Chen Tao had become a lone commander. Li Chen walked over to him, a murderous intent evident in his eyes. Boss, I promised him earlier. Can we spare his life? The usually quiet Shen Luo suddenly spoke up. Li Chen glanced around, including at the newly joined Lin Yun, and couldn't help but smile helplessly, nodding his head. Thank you, boss. Shen Luo was delighted and immediately let go of Chen Tao. Chen Tao, wary, shot a deep look at Li Chen before turning to flee. Anyone who wasn't a fool could understand that Shen Luo alone was stronger than him, and that young man was definitely even more formidable. Li Chen glanced at Shen Luo, wanting to say something, but ultimately decided against it. People can't be taught. They can only learn through experience. Before long, 7 or 8 of Chen Tao's former followers came back with 10 energy cores to join. Li Chen accepted them and temporarily arranged for them to stay. It seemed he still needed to recruit more people. 10 was far from enough. Li Chen stroked his chin and said, Didn't we just recruit some people? Lin Xiu asked in surprise. Li Chen smiled and remained silent. Since he had plenty of food, he instructed Lin Xiu to put up a sign outside to recruit more manpower. The sign read that apart from directly recruiting supportive ability users, others would need to pay 10 level 1 energy cores. After all, the probability of supportive ability users appearing was extremely low, and even lower level ones could play a significant role. The benefits Li Chen offered were quite decent in the post-apocalyptic world. Food and lodging provided, unlimited rice, and occasional meat. Just the promise of unlimited rice alone could beat out 99 of other teams' recruitment offers. Sure enough, the sign hadn't been up for long when many people came to apply. Li Chen and Mi Yao were responsible for screening and brought in 3 more individuals. By nightfall, Li Chen instructed Mi Yao to keep the others on high alert, not to sleep and to respond to each other. Although Mi Yao was somewhat puzzled, she arranged it nonetheless. Based on years of experience, Li Chen sensed that the new additions from Chen Tao's group might pose a problem. Just as Li Chen had suspected, the 8 new recruits gathered quietly together. Do we really have to listen to Chen Tao? Someone whispered. Of course, you saw it. There's meat and so many beautiful women here. If we play it safe, we won't gain anything, another replied. Right, let's ambush Chen Tao and kill that kid. All this will be ours. Before they acted, they quickly discussed their plan, and someone went to quietly open the big door. Although he felt that things were going too smoothly and found it suspicious, thoughts of the beautiful Mi Yao and Lin Xiu clouded his judgment, and he hesitated no longer. The door opened, and Chen Tao led over a dozen ability users inside quietly. Old Chen, are you sure this will work? Another man named Jin Kuei whispered. These were all his underlings, and Chen Tao was now almost a lone commander. After his defeat, he sought out Jin Kuei, telling him there were beautiful women and plenty of food, which prompted Jin Kuei to bring his men for this risky ambush. Don't worry, my underlings have scouted it out. They only have a dozen ability users. Our numbers are twice theirs. Chen Tao said, what about high-level combat power? There should only be 2 level 2s. We can each take one. Chen Tao said through gritted teeth. Although he wasn't entirely sure, he felt that saying anything else would only deflate their morale. Besides, among the dozen or so ability users, there were generally only 2 level 2s. Even if the people in Shishan prison were powerful, and even if they had more level 2s, their numbers were still double. They were sure to win. The group arrived at the opposite side of Li Chen's room. Is this where he lives? Chen Tao asked his underlings. Yes, I saw it clearly. The leader went into that room and hasn't come out. The person responsible for opening the door replied. All right, brothers, let's capture the leader first. If we kill that person inside, we're halfway there. After that, food and women will be shared among you. Chen Tao said in a deep voice. As soon as the words were spoken, more than a dozen people rushed towards Li Chen's room, and the iron door was instantly broken. But when they looked inside, they were all stunned. It was completely empty. Chapter 36, Butterfly Effect, Don't Move. Chen suddenly thought of something and shouted urgently. However, one of Jean Kuei's subordinates, probably intoxicated by the earlier rhetoric about the beauty of the meat, rushed in first and suddenly felt something strange underfoot. Get out! Just as Chen Tao's words fell. A loud explosion échouait. The few people who were just about to turn and flee were blown away by the powerful shockwave, most of them crashing to the ground. From a distance, Li Chen quietly watched all of this. After reaching the third-level ability, hot weapons could slowly be phased out, but for the current group, hot weapons were still quite effective, so why not use them? Never give the enemy a chance. They will seek revenge, and you will be the one to suffer. Li Chen said. Yes, Shen Luo said, feeling ashamed. After the explosion, Chen Tao, Jean Kuei, and a few others got up. They had been cautious and had lagged behind a bit during the charge, so they weren't greatly affected. At this moment, Miao, who had been lying in ambush for a long time, rushed out with her team, surrounding the enemies who had suffered varying degrees of injuries from the explosion. Li Chen also walked over with the Iron Eagle. Kid, you actually used landmines for ambush. That's not fair. Chen Tao shouted angrily. Crazy, Li Chen casually cursed. Is it allowed for you to sneak attack, but not for me to ambush? However, Chen Tao was probably scared to the extreme and started talking nonsense. If you want a fair fight, fine, I'll duel you. Li Chen stepped forward. Recently, he had recruited some new people, and the morale was unstable. He couldn't miss this opportunity to establish authority. We're injured now, it's not fair. Let's have two of us fight you. Chen Tao saw an opportunity, and although he didn't understand why Li Chen agreed, he quickly said, with Shen Luo alone, he had been beaten without any ability to fight back, and he truly felt a bit intimidated to challenge Li Chen one-on-one. All right, Li Chen smiled, feeding a piece of meat to the Iron Eagle as a late-night snack. Seeing this, Chen Tao quickly added, we haven't eaten, we need to add one more person to make it fair. Don't agree to him. Lin Xiu stepped forward, worried. Li Chen pushed her hand away, gently shook his head, and said, let's do it. Upon hearing this, Chen Tao, Jean Kuei, and the strongest subordinate they had selected all charged towards Li Chen. Although Chen Tao wanted to propose adding another person, he feared angering Li Chen. However, in his view, 3 people could definitely take down Li Chen. If they could kill him while he was being arrogant, they might still have a chance to take over this place. Bang! Bang! At that moment, a ball of lightning and a dirt ball rushed towards Li Chen, but he easily dodged them. With 10 years of combat experience, facing the clumsy attacks of second-level ability, users was almost like dodging with his eyes closed. Before the enhanced first-level ability, user could even reach Li Chen. He was slapped in the face. After releasing a spatial strangulation, the opponent collapsed and died instantly. Everyone present was stunned, and Li Chen quickly charged towards Chen Tao and the others. Although they hurriedly launched attacks again, they were all easily dodged by Li Chen. Then, using his time abilities, Li Chen froze Jean Kuei for a second, and the spatial strangulation fell, directly obliterating him. At this point, only Chen Tao was left. Facing him, Chen Tao suddenly shouted in rage, you can't kill me. My boss is Zhang Jin. If you kill me, you will definitely regret it. Li Chen squinted, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Who is this Zhang Jin? Seeing this, Shen Luo stepped forward and quietly explained, Boss, Zhang Jin occupies the center of the political building in Modu. It is said that last week, he had over 300 subordinates and more than 30 ability users. He is currently the most powerful figure in Modu. Zhang Jin? Li Chen was taken aback, repeating the name in his mouth. It turned out he was the most powerful in the vicinity now. Could it be that his rebirth had caused a butterfly effect? It seemed like that was the only explanation. What's wrong, scared? I have over 100 people. All of them are under Zhang Ji's command. Besides, there are 2 other families. Hurry up and let me go, and maybe Zhang Gu will spare your life. Chen Tao seemed to grasp a lifeline and desperately tried to bluff. Li Chen took a few steps forward and threw a punch. Chen Tao, confused, was about to block it when Li Chen's other hand reached out with a spatial strangulation. Chen Tao fell to the ground with a terrible death. Seeing this, the others were momentarily stunned before snapping back to reality and quickly turned to flee. At this moment, Miao and several second-level ability users led the way, capturing everyone one by one. Kill them all and throw them out, to eliminate future troubles, Li Chen said. Upon hearing Li Chen's order, everyone had no objections. Being able to kill 2 second-level and 1 first-level ability user at once demonstrated such strength that it truly intimidated them. Even Miyao's eyes were filled with amazement. Li Chen looked around. It seemed that establishing authority had indeed had some effect. Shen Luo seemed to feel guilty and took the initiative to lead everyone to bury the corpses in the back mountain. Miyao approached Li Chen and asked, "What are you going to do about Zhang Jin?" "Don't worry, just train and recruit as usual," Li Chen replied. Miyao didn't say anything further and stepped back. In her view, since their individual combat abilities were strong, they could just abandon the base and run if necessary. Li Chen rested for a day, assigning the management of the base to Miyao and Lin Xiyu before heading out of Qishan towards the city. He thought for a long time about investigating Zhang Jin's power. After all, he had never encountered him in his previous life and didn't know the other's background, which made him somewhat uneasy. If possible, it would be even better to touch their granary. With over 300 people without food, it would surely be very lively. Qishan prison was located in the southern part of the city, while the political building was in the north. Li Chen decided to circle around the outer ring. The mutated creatures had already completed their first major evolution, and second-level mutated creatures had noticeably increased. Although many zombies have been killed, many had now awakened abilities and intelligence. Li Chen carefully chose his route, and along the way, he encountered quite a few humans. However, everyone tacitly kept their distance. It seemed everyone was starting to get familiar with the rules of the apocalypse. After all, the number of people who died at the hands of humans was not less than those who died at the hands of mutated creatures. "Handsome, help me, help me." At that moment, a voluptuous woman in revealing clothing rushed out of an alley, clinging to Li Chen and pleading pitifully. Chapter 37. Where is the granary? In the alley, 2 men chased out, shouting at the woman. "Handsome, can you help me stop them? I have 2 pounds of meat here. We can split it," the woman said, holding up a piece of somewhat spoiled meat. Li Chen nodded, turned around, and faced the 2 men. At that instant, the woman conjured a ball of lightning in her hand and smashed it towards Li Chen's back. Swish! Li Chen suddenly shifted his body to dodge the attack, and a dagger appeared in his hand. With a swift motion, he slashed down, severing the woman's hand. So quickly that the woman only felt pain after watching her hand drop to the ground. She began to scream. The 2 men, seeing this, were so frightened that they instinctively stepped back. "Your trick is too old. Do you still think you can fool people?" Li Chen couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that the woman and the 2 men chasing her were in cahoots, trying to act out a scene, just like before, with the woman sneaking an attack while the 3 of them attempted to rob the target of their belongings. 3 people had tried and failed repeatedly, but unexpectedly, they fell into Li Chen's hands. In fact, Li Chen was very familiar with this trick. He had seen it many times in his previous life and had become numb to it. Li Chen stored the 2 pounds of meat that was about to spoil into his ability space. Although he didn't eat it himself, it could be used to feed the ironclad eagle later. After all, mutated creatures have good digestion. Then, Li Chen casually wiped the woman's neck and chased after the 2 men who hadn't had time to run far yet. He targeted them one by one, and they couldn't escape at all. With a spatial strangulation, he blew one man's head apart, while the other was kicked to the ground. "Don't kill me. I am under Xiaoma," the man on the ground said in a panic. "Who is this Xiaoma?" Li Chen asked in surprise. Even if he caused a butterfly effect, it shouldn't have changed this much. Just recently, he encountered Zhang Jin, and now there was another unfamiliar name. He is one of the 10 squad leaders under Zhang Jin, who leads a team to occupy areas and form strongholds around the political building center. Xiaoma is one of them, managing a stronghold 500 meters south of the political building. This was convenient for Li Chen. As long as he could find out the location of the granary, he could make a move. This is a hotel, reinforced with steel, leaving only a small entrance, and there are 2 guards at the door. The man said, "This is my brother. I brought him to pay respects to Xiaoma." Li Chen pretended to be friendly, putting his arm around the man's shoulder while secretly hiding a dagger in his sleeve. If the man said the wrong thing, his head would roll. The man had no choice but to help Li Chen deal with inquiries from acquaintances along the way. Soon, they arrived at the office, where a skinny young man with yellow hair was embracing a woman intimately. "Majie," The man Li Chen was holding seemed to see his savior, calling out with a bitter smile. "Erji, how's it going? Did you find any big fools to scam today?" The man known as Ma Gu, named Ma Yuan, said with a smile. With the dagger pressed against him, the man couldn't respond and could only look at Li Chen, pleading, "I brought you to see Ma Gu. Please let me go." Li Chen picked up the dagger and directly cut the man's throat while simultaneously closing the door behind him. The action was seamless, and the people inside hadn't even had time to react. "Who are you, daring to kill me?" This scene startled Ma Yuan. After pushing the woman away, he unleashed a fireball from his palm, hurling it at Li Chen. Li Chen stepped lightly and agilely dodged the attack, quickly charging towards Ma Yuan like a swift leopard. Ma Yuan cursed and struck at Li Chen with his flaming fists. Li Chen took a step back, waiting for the opponent to finish his punches, standing just inches away and unharmed. Li Chen surged forward, placing the dagger against Ma Yuan's neck. Ma Yuan had decent combat experience, but compared to Li Chen, a veteran of the apocalypse for 10 years, he was far behind. "Move again, and I guarantee your head will roll," Li Chen said calmly. Ma Yuan indeed dared not move a muscle, his entire body stiffening, cold sweat pouring down. Ever since he promoted to level 2, he had never been at a disadvantage in a fight. He had no idea that although they were both at the same level, Li Chen had already been at the peak of level 2 for some time. Coupled with the difference in combat experience, there was no contest. Bro, let's talk this over. What do you want? I'll give you whatever I can." Ma Yuan immediately lost his arrogance. "Where does your boss, the one from the political building, keep their food?" Li Chen asked. "So you're here to steal food? You're really asking for it." Right now, every faction's food is heavily guarded, and stealing food is nearly impossible. Unless you steal a little, there is still hope of taking it out. "Bro, you want food, right? I have 2 bags of rice. You can take them, and I'll pretend I didn't see you." Ma Yuan smiled awkwardly. "I'm asking you where Zhang Jin's granary is," Li Chen said, slapping Ma Yuan hard. "You think I'll let you go with just 2 bags of rice? Do you think I'm a beggar?" Ma Yuan looked wronged. 2 bags of rice could feed a person for a year. This was a fortune in the apocalypse. It's in a small warehouse just south of the building. "I don't know exactly how much, but Boss Zhang has sent over 20 people to guard it day and night." "You can't steal it," Ma Yuan said. Li Chen thought carefully. It seemed that if they could support 300 people, there were probably thousands of pounds of food. As long as he got a chance, he could take it away with his ability space. With his current strength, unless there was a level 2 wind-type ability user, no one could catch up to him. "All right, you take me there," Li Chen said. Ma Yuan was startled. This guy is so reckless. He said it's impossible to get in, yet he still wants to go. "Either you take me in, or I kill you now to silence you," Li Chen said. Okay, I'll take you," Ma Yuan quickly replied. Chapter 38. Unseen and unheard. Leading Ma Yuan to the small warehouse south of the political building, Li Chen found that there were indeed more than 20 people guarding it, all of whom were ability users. This meant that Zhang Jin's subordinates were not few. However, it was naive to think that such a small number of people could stop him. He pulled Ma Yuan in front of him and said with a smile, "You know what to say when we get there, right? Say that the boss sent me to borrow some food?" Ma Yuan tentatively asked. Li Chen slapped the back of his head in annoyance. "Did you grow your brain for nothing? I need to borrow your little bit of food." "Then what should I say?" Ma Yuan asked with a mournful face. "Just say Zhang Jin sent you to check the granary to see if there are any cases of guarding while stealing. In a past life, this situation often occurred. Many people guarding food would secretly hide some due to hunger or other reasons, where everyone would conspire together to rob all the food and escape. After all food has a shelf life. If self-sufficiency cannot be achieved, the amount of food will only decrease. If others eat one more bite, you will have one less bite." Ma Yuan dare not object and quickly nodded. Okay, whatever you say, big brother." The two walked toward the warehouse, and the guards immediately came out to question them. "Oh, isn't this Ma Gu? How come you have time to wander around here?" Although Ma Yuan was a small leader, these guards were all Zhang Jin's most trusted subordinates, so they still had to undergo questioning. The dagger pressed against his skin. Ma Yuan could only endure the pain and replied sternly, "Boss Zhang sent me to check if you guys are stealing while guarding." Upon hearing this, the faces of the warehouse guards changed instantly. Regardless of whether they were truly guilty or not, this was a signal that the boss no longer trusted them. In reality, they were indeed engaged in stealing while guarding. Many of the easily spoiled foods in the warehouse had already been secretly eaten by them. With over 20 mouths to feed, the daily rations were simply insufficient, so they often let one person enter the warehouse to steal food while the others kept watch. Even if the warehouse is well sealed, there is a ventilation opening that allows a long bamboo pole to be inserted. As long as they wrap a piece of double-sided tape around the top of the pole a few times, they can take out a little food each time, which adds up. A male guard asked with a forced smile, "Does Boss Zhang suspect us of stealing from the warehouse? I think you want to steal food. Share with you? Why should I? As long as I kill you, no one will know about this. Damn it. Why waste words with him? Just kill him and throw him into the zombie horde." Throwing him into the zombies is the best way to destroy the body, as anyone would be gnawed to nothing. A man in a jacket coldly mocked, "You're not worthy." Although they were guarding the food in the warehouse, with over 20 mouths to feed, they still couldn't get much, as they were afraid of being discovered by Boss Zhang if they took too much. Zhang Jin had a very volatile temper, and he could easily eliminate them if he was displeased, throwing them into the zombie horde. Watching the warehouse within reach, Chen didn't plan to waste any more time with them. He directly moved to a spot behind him, and the wall instantly shattered, with a large number of zombies pouring in. Earlier, he had used his own blood as bait to attract a large group of zombies. Confidence aside, Chen wasn't arrogant enough to think he could take on over 20 guns. However, if he had those 20 guns and enough ammunition, his plan could be realized even sooner. The zombies, drawn by the smell of blood, saw a large group of survivors ahead and immediately charged forward, howling. Among the zombies were many second-level evolved zombies, which were faster, more agile, and stronger. The guards were caught off guard by the sudden zombie horde and quickly picked up their weapons to fight back, but they were too few in number. Even though they were all ability users, they were surrounded by 400 to 500 zombies. Meanwhile, Chen had already climbed to a higher place, watching the zombie horde feast on Ma Yuan's body. That kid reacted too slowly and was directly knocked down by the horde. Taking advantage of the ability users in front being entangled by the zombies, Chen circled to the back of the warehouse, pressed his hands against the wall, and created a rectangular hole in the wall with a spatial shift. He gently set aside the dismantled wall section, entered the warehouse to take a look, and indeed found several tens of thousands of pounds of rice and corn, enough for hundreds of people to eat for several years. There were also many other non-perishable foods. Chen quickly skimmed over the grains and food as if he were a purchasing agent, and in less than a minute, he stuffed all the food into his ability space. Looking at the empty warehouse, Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction, thinking that it was better to store the food in his ability space than to waste it on those worthless people. At least no one could steal it. The small group of 200 to 300 ability users would quickly fall apart without food, and some of the ability users would be taken in by larger bases. But those ordinary people wouldn't have such treatment. After successfully raiding the warehouse, Chen immediately began to change positions, leaving the area unnoticed. Half an hour later, the guards finally cleared the zombie horde, but after searching the vicinity, they found no sign of Chen and immediately felt something was wrong. Could it be a diversion? They hurriedly rushed in the warehouse, opened a heavy, clumsy lock, and found it completely empty, with not even a food packaging bag left behind. All stolen. What to do? The president will definitely kill us. Damn it. How did that kid manage to silently move so much food? Doesn't he fear it being too heavy to carry? At that moment, they still didn't know that there was an ability called spatial ability. Otherwise, they would never have thought of such a naive possibility. After discussing for a while without reaching any conclusion, they nearly got into a fight over unclear responsibilities. Not long after, Zhang Jin, having learned of the food warehouse theft, rushed over. He looked at the empty warehouse with not a single centimeter of food left and said with great pain, "Damn it, is this how you guard the warehouse?" Chapter 39. The temptation of fresh strawberries. Just now, we were patrolling when suddenly Ma Yuan brought a stranger over, claiming to check us. And then the zombies came rushing in. We were busy dealing with the zombies, and in less than 10 minutes, everything was gone. With several ability users chiming in, Zhang Jin was also puzzled. In 10 minutes, could all the tons of food he had collected be completely moved? The question was, what kind of ability was so terrifying? Practically the king of resource gathering in the apocalypse? Could it be a spatial ability? Although he hadn't heard of such an ability, He couldn't think of any other possibility. Just as Zhang Jin and his ability users were a loss, suddenly there was a loud bang that startled them. The sound resembled an explosion. Before they could figure out what had exploded, another loud bang came from the sky. When they saw the brilliant fireworks explode high in the air, Zhang Jin's face instantly lost all color. Fireworks before the apocalypse were romantic, but in this special period, it was simply courting death. Usually, they try to keep a low profile, not daring to make too much noise for fear of attracting nearby zombies and mutated monsters. Yet someone was setting off fireworks in his territory, and they were large fireworks over 10 centimeters in diameter. Before they could react from the shock, another loud bang sounded, and the second large firework shot into the sky. Zhang Jin and the ability users beside him looked as if their ancestors' graves had been dug up. Damn it! Who's setting off fireworks? Are they asking for death? Zhang Jin was both angry and anxious, shouting, "Go kill that firework shooter now!" This was his stronghold, built up with a lot of time and effort. If they could withstand the attack of the zombies and mutated monsters, it would be fine. Otherwise, they would have to relocate immediately. However, their warehouse had just been emptied, and now they would have to move on an empty stomach, not knowing how many people would starve on the way, and they might not even find a better base in the main building. Those fireworks were something he had accidentally found while searching for supplies in a firework factory. It was quite expensive before the apocalypse, capable of making young girls scream in excitement. But in the apocalypse, it had a very detestable special use, which was to attract zombies to harm others. Just like the ancient signal arrows, one arrow could summon countless zombies. Anyone who dared to set off fireworks would attract all the zombies within a radius of several miles. Without caring about the main building base anymore, Chen turned and left in large strides, casually taking out any zombies he encountered along the way, extracting their cores without wasting anything. He was now at the peak of second-level abilities, and as long as he absorbed enough energy, he could advance to third level. Currently, the zombies and mutated monsters had already experienced the first wave of evolution, and as time passed, there would soon be a large number of second-level zombies and second-level mutated creatures, further compressing the living space for survivors. The number of survivors in the entire base had already exceeded 30. Most people spent their days hunting zombies and collecting cores, while others were idle. And there was a vast area of empty space in the prison. It wouldn't do to leave it empty for long. So he called a few people to find tools to break up the originally flat concrete floor, clearing out the concrete blocks to expose the soil beneath. Next, they would need to start researching how to grow vegetables. Otherwise, if they kept consuming without replenishing, the food stored in his ability space would eventually run out. And keeping a group of survivors like this would only accelerate the depletion. Unfortunately, among these ability users, only one man in his 30s had experience with farming, while the others were mostly white-collar workers from various industries. But having one person who understands is much faster than a group of people groping around blindly. He didn't store many fresh vegetables because after the apocalypse broke out, many people began to cultivate the land for food. And some plant-based ability users could even ripen tons of vegetables in just one day. However, so far, Chen had not encountered a single such ability user. So he could only make use of these idle survivors for now. Otherwise, as the number of survivors under his command grew, he couldn't just feed them like pigs 3 meals a day without any effort. Meow's fire ability also came in handy, responsible for burning away some bacteria and debris on the surface, while several strength-type ability users temporarily acted as plow oxen, responsible for turning the soil and leveling it. Even his ironclad eagle contributed a pile of eagle droppings. Li Siyu stood next to Chen and asked, "Is it that our food is running low?" Food is the foundation of survival in the apocalypse. Without sufficient food, everyone could turn into ferocious beasts like zombies, even turning against their own kind. She was very clear about this. Chen smiled and patted her shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, there's plenty of food. I'm just being prepared and reducing consumption. Otherwise, if everyone is idle all day, it will eventually lead to trouble." Human nature has always been the same throughout history. When well-fed, one thinks of wealth. When hungry and cold, one thinks of theft. When there's nothing to eat, all sorts of bad ideas can arise. And once full, people will think of other things. Li Siyu replied, "That's good. Starting tomorrow, I'll join the vegetable planting team. I have some experience from when I tried to grow leeks, onions, garlic sprouts, and strawberries on my balcony at home. Speaking of strawberries, Chen suddenly had a brainwave and remembered that he had bought a batch when he raided the fruit market. So he immediately took out 4 or 5 from his ability space and presented them to her like a magic trick. Is this the kind of strawberry you're talking about? Wow, you even prepared strawberries? Lisi you instantly smiled happily, saliva dripping. Although they hadn't worried about food during this period and could even eat meat at every meal. They had never had fruit. It wasn't that Chen was reluctant to bring it out. He simply forgot. His ability space was stuffed with millions of tons of grain and various foods, and there were some things he couldn't even remember himself. When others saw that Chen had actually taken out strawberries, they immediately swallowed hard. Strawberries? Is that really strawberries? Damn, I haven't seen fruit for over a month. And the boss actually has strawberries. Brother Chen, can I have one? I'll be yours tonight. Those survivors busy organizing the land, upon seeing the strawberries, all had red eyes. Although their living conditions were already countless times better than those outside, they could eat their fill every day and even have meat occasionally. Fruit was still a huge temptation for most people. Chen looked at everyone with a smile and said, I have some fruits here, but they will only be rewarded to those who make outstanding contributions. If you can make these lands yield abundant vegetables, I will reward everyone with a fruit feast. Wow, boss, you better keep your word. Work. For the sake of fruit, let's go all out. It's great to follow our boss. Not only can we eat well, but we can also have fruit. Everyone, let's get to work. After seeing the strawberries, these survivors were instantly filled with motivation, and they worked harder at tilling the land. Chen stuffed the strawberries into Li Siyu's hands and whispered, Go wash them and eat them. Don't save them. I have plenty. He was afraid this silly girl would hesitate to eat and let them go bad. Mi Yao's gaze was fixed on the strawberry in Li Siyu's hand, clearly wanting to eat it, but her proud personality meant she would never lower herself to beg for a few strawberries. Chen saw through her thoughts and pretended to casually walk past her, secretly slipping 2 strawberries larger than plums in her hand, then clearing his throat and shouting, Everyone, work hard on the vegetable planting. Tonight, we will have braised meat. Boss is mighty. Today, we can plant vegetables on this land. And tomorrow we will utilize all the available land. Thank you, boss. We get to eat meat tonight. The prison had a considerable area, but most of it was occupied by cells, so the actual usable land was quite limited. However, if some unnecessary cells were demolished, the total area would still be quite impressive, considering that this prison covered over 100 acres. If there were level 5 Earth ability users, they could instantly flatten those useless cells. They were born talents for construction, but unfortunately, they couldn't cultivate such high-level Earth ability users at the moment. Besides that, plant-based ability users were also included in his next batch of recruits. In the first few years after the apocalypse broke out, mutated plants were not very common. By the later stages, when those mutated plants grew up and a large amount of mutated pollen, spores, and even seeds began to scatter everywhere, the amount of land available for farming on the Earth's surface will be drastically minimized. By then, it will be too late to think about farming. An 8th-level mutated plant could turn thousands of hectares of land into its exclusive territory, sucking all the moisture and nutrients dry. Additionally, those mutated flying creatures were also a headache, as they would raid any food they could find. If discovered, it would be like locusts passing through, with all food either being ruined or completely consumed. Therefore, Chen also considered it carefully and decided to temporarily utilize the land in the prison to plant some vegetable crops, reducing food consumption in his ability space. If the yield is large enough, he could store some more. Having experienced hunger in his past life, he understood how crucial food was in the apocalypse. In front of his desk, Chen wrote the 2 characters for vegetables, falling into deep thought again. Once the land was cultivated, the next step would be to reinforce the walls. Level 2 zombies would develop a certain level of intelligence and have the ability to command lower-level zombies. They would do everything possible to break into the survivor's base and treat everyone inside as food. Although the prison walls were high enough, they had lost power supply, and the high-voltage electric fence on top was essentially useless. The thickness of the walls was also insufficient. If zombies managed to create a big hole, they would surge in like a tide, charging fearlessly. Besides zombies, those mutated creatures were also a key point of defense. He remembered in his past life, there was a wild boar that somehow evolved into a level 7 mutated beast. Not only was it huge like a mountain, but its skin was harder than that of an armored vehicle, making it like a moving fortress, and no survivor base could escape unscathed from its passage. Although such perverse mutated creatures wouldn't appear for the time being, there were traces of wild boars active in the surrounding forests. So they had to guard against the possibility of encountering level 2 mutated wild boars. Welding work would have to be done by Meow. As a fire ability user, she could melt the areas that needed welding on the steel plates, and once cooled, they would naturally become one piece. So, Chen wrote down reinforcement of the city walls and Meow on the paper. With sufficient food and water, the land in the prison was also being utilized. And once the walls were reinforced, there would only be one thing left to do: power supply. Although there was a diesel generator in the prison, it was too noisy and lacked sufficient parts. Once the diesel ran out or the generator broke down, it would plunge into darkness at night. A true blackness where one couldn't see their own hand. Chen remembered there was a small hydropower station nearby, so he immediately noted it down on paper, preparing to take people there the next day to see if they could get it running again and lay a dedicated cable for the prison's daily electricity. The next day, after waking up, Chen called several main combat type ability users to his office and announced, "Today, we have an important operation targeting the Jiaha hydropower station, which is 16 kilometers away." Miao curiously asked after hearing, "Are you trying to take over the power station, lay cables, and deliver electricity to our base?" True to her past life as the Flame Queen, she understood immediately. Hearing his description of life, the survivors in the base became excited, with someone blurting out, "Can we watch movies?" Many homebodies have them on their computers. It's much easier to find than films or dramas. As soon as this was said, the male survivors burst into laughter, looking at the blunt young man. Chapter 41. Arriving at the hydropower station. Boss, when do we leave? Yin Feng, now the leader of the combat team, eagerly asked. "No time to waste. Let's set off now." Chen stood up, folded the notes on the table, and put them in his pocket. He had actually been contemplating the power issue at Qishan Base for a long time. Since they had some free time now, it was essential to implement it quickly. "Boss, can we go too?" Zhong Shuang, who was behind Miao, asked. Chen waved his hand. "No need, Miao. Yin Feng's team and Shen Luo will follow me, and the others will stay at the base to guard the home." After all, they had just taken over Zhang Jin's granary, and it was very likely that the other party would come to launch a sneak attack. So having more people at home wouldn't hurt. Chen then briefly arranged some matters at the base, instructing people to take care of the already sown vegetable seeds. After saying goodbye to Lin Siyu, he left the base with the others. The Jiahua hydropower station was located about 10 kilometers south of Qishan prison. With the speed of Chen and the others, if there weren't too many second-tier or higher mutated creatures blocking the way, they could reach it in less than 20 minutes. However, Chen chose not to take the shortest route, but instead opted to go around a valley. Although there might be more zombies in that direction, taking a straight line could leave a human scent along the way, which would attract more zombies and mutated creatures to the route, increasing the risk of the cables being damaged. This time, Chen planned for the cable installation to be used long-term. If it were being damaged frequently, maintenance would be a hassle. About 15 minutes later, the sound of rushing water entered Chen's ears. In the direction the group was heading, a multi-story building appeared. As they got closer, the sound of flowing water became more pronounced and even somewhat noisy. "Boss, the water reservoir structure of the hydropower station is intact. And judging by the sound the water flow, this hydropower station has likely not been damaged by mutated creatures at all," Miao reported loudly, showcasing her keen observation skills. This hydropower station was far from the city center, so there were naturally fewer mutated creatures and zombies invading. Chen nodded. Hearing this, the members of Yin Feng's team instantly showed joy on their faces. So this means the hydropower station is completely usable, and we'll have electricity? I told you keeping smartphones would be useful. Once we have power, we can play on our phones again. Damn, Chong, you actually still kept your phone. Well, I just kept it since I could fit it in my pocket. After the global blackout, no one kept electronic devices on them. Seeing this, Chen quickly came up and tapped each person's head from behind. "Where are your minds at?" We haven't even laid the cables, and you're already thinking about using electricity. Hurry up and check inside to see if the equipment can still work. Then, under Yin Feng's leadership, they entered the hydropower station's main door. After Li Chen and Miao briefly observed their surroundings, they also entered the hydropower station. The Jiehua hydropower station was not small. It could be considered a medium-sized hydropower station. Once inside the equipment area, they occasionally saw human skeletons on the ground. It was obvious that these people had starved to death here, with their clothing showing no signs of being torn. Given the distance from the city, when the red mist descended, this place was like a dead island in a vast ocean. The number of people in the hydropower station was already small, and food could not be replenished. If there were no ability users, ordinary people could not possibly have survived in the hydropower station until now. Boss, we've checked these floors. There are no living people, nor any signs of zombies entering. Only the control room on the top floor remains. Let's go up now. The hope of whether Chishan base could be powered relied on whether the equipment in this control room was still usable. Although in the previous days, Li Chen had used diesel and generators to provide some electricity, it was quite weak and could only power a few light bulbs. Using electrical appliances was completely out of the question. However, if the Jiehua hydropower station could operate normally, the electricity it generated would make Chishan base bright as day. It could even restore the prosperity it had before the red mist invasion. With many thrilling thoughts, they arrived at the top floor of the hydropower station. As soon as they reached the top steps, they noticed something was off. There were mutated plants growing inside this man-made structure. Mutated plants should have started growing from the first floor, so why were they appearing on the top floor instead? Moreover, the plants were not only growing here, but were also extremely lush, covering the walls and stairs, leaving no place to step. What is going on? Yin Feng asked, puzzled. Li Chen quickly gestured for everyone to stop and said in a deep voice, "Don't speak. There may be someone inside." Since there were no mutated plants spreading on the lower floors, the current situation could not have emerged naturally. It must have been brought in by someone or something. Just then, the door of the control room suddenly opened with a click, and a small figure walked out. Li Chen looked over and saw a petite girl wearing round glasses, her clothes severely tattered, exposing her fair skin. Given her age, she seemed more suited to be a young girl. The moment the girl saw the crowd, her mouth dropped open in surprise, and then her expression gradually turned odd before she actually started crying. Finally, someone is here. The girl, with a choked voice, directly stepped barefoot onto the mutated plants on the ground, rushed down the stairs in a few steps, and hugged Li Chen, who was in the lead. Li Chen coughed a couple of times, lifted the girl up, and placed her in front of him. He was quite sure that this was the first time he had met this girl, and why she was so emotional was beyond him. "Who are you? Why do you come up to hug me upon meeting?" Li Chen shook his head and smiled. Hearing Li Chen's question, the girl managed to calm down a bit and said, "My name is Chao Han, and I am the operator of the hydropower station." Miao glanced into the control room and asked, "How many people are left here?" The girl's gaze became distant as she suddenly said, "There are no living people except me because I killed them all." The chilling words made Yin Feng and the others shiver. They quickly pulled back, ready for battle. Chapter 42. Chao Han's request compared to Yin Feng and the others. Li Chen and Miao remained calmer, although a hint of vigilance arose in their eyes. "What do you mean?" Miao narrowed her eyes, staring at her. But this question made the girl's eyes redden instantly, and she cried out again, "Wah, it's all my fault. I attracted these plants, and then they killed the others. Wah, wah, you mustn't get close to these weeds." The others died because they were stabbed and then poisoned. Since Chao Han mentioned that she attracted these plants, it was obvious that she was a plant-type mutant. The plant-based mutant has a strong affinity for the plants around her, which explains why there are no mutated plants on the lower floors. Instead, the control room where Chao Han is located is filled with mutated plants. At the same time, according to what she said, these mutated plants killed other people, yet Chao Han walked down among them unharmed. It seems that Chao Han is not only a plant-based mutant, but also possesses a high level of talent. Thinking of this, Li Chen immediately released his perception, estimating it to be at the early second tier, slightly weaker than Miao. She truly is a gifted girl. Since you're the operator of the hydropower station, why don't you take us up there to take a look? Once we understand the situation, there won't be much to fear, Li Chen said directly. However, just as Li Chen stepped forward, he was immediately stopped by Chao Han. No, if you get scratched by these weeds, you'll be poisoned. It's very dangerous. This is Mi Yao. Chen raised an eyebrow at Mi Yao. The latter quickly understood and said, "Got it, boss." Mi Yao then stepped forward and extended her palm. Boom! A fierce flame curtain erupted from Mi Yao's palm. The intense heat instantly raised the temperature in the corridor, and the mutated plants were reduced to ashes in an instant. Chao Han, standing aside, looked at the scene in shock. What is this? Fire is shooting out her palm? Chen smiled and pushed her lightly. Let us go, little girl. He then pulled Chao Han up the stairs, and the group entered the control room. The control room of the hydropower station was quite spacious, filled with a lot of equipment and various control panels. Chen approached the console, observed it for a moment, and then tried to flip a few switches. Beep, beep, beep. Accompanied by electronic prompts, the console activated. Although the entire hydropower station had stopped operating, the equipment in the control room still had some backup power. Chao Han seemed still stunned by what had just happened. She swallowed hard and asked, "What do you want to do?" "We're going to start the control room, get the hydropower station running, and then lay cables to transport the power to my base." Base. Chao Han seemed to catch on to some key words, her eyes lighting up. "Brother, please take me to the base too. Let me follow you. I really can't stay here any longer." In a rush, Chao Han started to choke up and then rushed over to hug Chen. This left Chen a bit amused. How to put it? He indeed needed a plant-based ability user right now. But he hadn't even spoken, and she was already so eager to cling to him. Chen cleared his throat, intending to pull Chao Han away, but the strength with which she was hugging him was surprisingly strong, so he gave up. "Why do you want to follow me? I don't know what has happened here. Everything is in chaos, everyone else is dead, and there are monsters attacking me." The girl looked at Chen with tearful eyes, both wronged and pitiful. "It feels like the end of the world, and I'm really scared. Also, you are the most handsome here, and being with you makes me feel safe. I can survive." After hearing this, Chen couldn't help but smile. Indeed, it was like the end of the world. Her thoughts were not wrong. "Let go of me first." Shen Luo explained the situation to her. Seeing that Chen didn't have any intention of directly rejecting her, Chao Han relaxed a bit. Shen Luo then came up and explained the effects of the red mist and the current situation to Chao Han, covering the topics of ability, users, and mutated beings. 10 minutes later, Chao Han sat slumped in a chair, glancing at Chen and then at Mi Yao. "So, I'm a plant-based mutant. And this sister is a fire-based mutant?" "That's right," Chen nodded. Hearing this, Mi Yao narrowed her eyes in warning. "I am indeed fire-based, but I don't think I'm older than you." Looking at Mi Yao's fiery gaze, Chao Han seemed a bit scared and moved back behind Chen. "Brother, what is wrong with this sister? Why does she glare at me every time I hug you?" Chen waved his hand casually. Maybe she is jealous. However, this statement seemed to act as a catalyst, instantly turning Mi Yao's face red. "I am not jealous. I didn't do anything." Chen teased with a smile. "Just joking. Why are you so worked up?" "Just joking?" Upon hearing this, Mi Yao felt extremely awkward and turned her head away, not daring to look at Chen anymore. Chen didn't pay much attention to it and waved to Yin Feng and the others. "Come over. We're going to start the console and find a way to get the hydropower station running." At this moment, Chao Han suddenly poked Chen. "Good brother. If I help you start the hydropower station, can I join your team? Also, I have a beautiful gem that I can give you." Originally, he planned to use food to attract her, but since Chao Han was plant-based, he probably didn't need to worry about food. However, she still needed to feel safe by following him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have requested it multiple times. Of course, there was also the factor of appearance influencing her decision. As for the gem that Chao Han mentioned, Chen was quite interested at the moment. "Let us see the gem you mentioned." Behind Chen, Yin Feng and the others shook their heads upon hearing the word gem. In the current environment, the most useless things were probably money and jewelry. Gorgeous jewelry couldn't help people survive, but food could. No matter how high-end a ruby, sapphire, or jadeite was that Chao Han pulled out to everyone, it was nothing but a worthless stone. Chao Han fumbled under the table for a while, then held up a fist-sized crystal with both hands. It was crystal clear and emanated a strong energy of abilities. Everyone present suddenly jumped up. A third-tier energy core. Chapter 43. The Flag Mountain Base is electrified. In the control room of the Jiha hydropower station, The crystal that Chao Han produced made everyone present widen their eyes. This was not some worthless jewelry, but an energy-rich mutant core. The color and energy it emitted were completely not comparable to an ordinary second-tier energy core. It was undoubtedly a third-tier energy core. The room was suddenly filled with the sounds of people swallowing. For ability users, high-level energy cores undoubtedly had great allure. Chen stepped forward and took the energy core. After feeling its energy up close, he finally confirmed its level. It was at the peak of the second tier. It should not have reached the third tier. Otherwise, the crystal would have changed color. Saying this, he directly pocketed the energy core. Although the others were drooling, they also understood who the boss was here and quickly adjusted their expressions. After putting away the energy core, Chen looked at Chao Han again. A peak second-tier energy core is quite rare in the current environment. How did you get this? After pondering for a moment, Chen asked. I struggled desperately, and the plants around me also swayed wildly. Then I got knocked out by a mutated bird. When I woke up, the bird was gone, and only this gem was left. Upon hearing this, Yin Feng and the others gasped. This petite girl had actually used plants to kill a peak second-tier mutant? Her combat power could only be described as terrifying. The key point was that she didn't even know it. Chen nodded, feeling even more satisfied with Chao Han. It seems that this time, I have not only found a helper to solve the planting problem, but also a potential killer with unpredictable abilities. Chao Han, welcome to our team. From now on, you are a member of the Qishan base. Hearing Chen's words, Chao Han finally felt overwhelmed with joy. Before Chen appeared, she really doubted that she was about to die in this desolate place. Fortunately, life is now full of hope. Yin Feng came over and patted Chao Han's shoulder. Speaking in a welcoming tone, girl, following our boss is definitely the right choice. The food is guaranteed, and the living conditions are comfortable. Additionally, if you perform well, you can be rewarded with meat. Meat? This word somehow reignited Chao Han's emotions. She grabbed Chen's hand and asked, Boss, does our base really have meat? Chen was taken aback for a moment, yes. Chao Han immediately shed a tear of gratitude. Since this world changed, my last wish has been to eat meat one more time before I die. From now on, you'll be my boss. And as long as you can let me eat meat, I could do any work. All right, then let's get to work now. After bringing Chao Han into the team, it was time to get down to business. The Jia hydropower station had stopped operating shortly after the invasion of the Red Mist. Of course, the equipment and buildings were not damaged. As long as the correct operations were performed, it could be up and running again quickly. Chao Han, as the operator of the hydropower station, was extremely familiar with all the processes. The others present were also ability users, so tasks requiring external force, such as pushing doors and striking pins, were easily resolved. After an afternoon of effort, the power storage pile of the hydropower station finally lit up. It was powered on. At this moment, Mi Yao and the others couldn't help but show relieved smiles. After successfully generating electricity, they needed to start laying cables. Compared to starting the hydropower station, laying cables would be much more difficult. Chen's first task was to ensure the clearance along the cable laying route. You guys listen to Chao Han's instructions and prepare to lay the cables, with Mi Yao supervising. I will clear the obstacles on the road. Remember, the laying speed must be quick, no delays. Understood, leader. After giving the order, Chen no longer hesitated and turned to enter the forest. The straight-line distance from the Jia hydropower station to Qishan prison was about 15 kilometers. Even if the cable laying was done at full speed, it would probably take more than a day and night. This also took into account the dangers that might be encountered along the way, which would further extend time. Therefore, Chen decided to take action himself to clear the zombies and mutants on the road. After Chen set off, Mi Yao led the rest to start digging the ground in preparation for the laying work. Fortunately, both sides were progressing smoothly. There were no high-level mutants near this route, and Chen easily completed the clearance. On Mi Yao's side, under Chao Han's professional guidance, the speed of laying the cables was faster than everyone had imagined. After about 30 hours, this 15-kilometer power project was finally completed. Within the Qishan base, Lu Zhuang had already repaired the entire base's electrical system according to Chen's arrangements. At the moment the cable laying was completed, it was immediately connected to the power system of the Qishan base. Just as evening fell and the sky gradually darkened, In the central square of the Qishan base, a white light suddenly flickered twice before completely turning on, illuminating the entire playground. Immediately afterward, all the surrounding electric lights turned on one by one in a chain reaction, lighting up the walkways, various floors, rooms, and even the entire Qishan base. The place was brightly lit, like a bustling Roman Colosseum. What bright lights! This is so much better than that diesel generator, isn't it? The diesel generator could barely last an hour, but now we can turn on the lights during the day without paying for electricity. Xiangzi, didn't you say you kept your phone? Hurry up and turn it on. Yeah, do you have any movies saved on it? Amid the expectations of others, Xiangzi quickly took out his phone from his pocket. But then, he suddenly froze. Oh no, I kept the phone, but it seems I forgot the charger. You idiot. Everyone surrounded Xiangzi, lamenting his failure to get things done. After the Qishan base was powered, it became noticeably livelier. However, for Li Chen and the others who had been busy for 30 hours straight, they needed to rest well. The next morning, just as Li Chen had woken up, he called the core members to the office again. Perhaps because the power was restored, everyone had smiles on their faces. But Li Chen's next words made everyone's hearts tighten. Everyone, from today on, I will enter closed-door training. Chapter 44. Closed-door training begins. Hearing Li Chen's sudden decision, everyone looked puzzled. Lin Xiu, standing behind him, gently patted Li Chen's back. Li Chen, is something wrong? Why this sudden decision? Do you remember the second tier peak I got? I want to use it to break through to the third tier. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu nodded thoughtfully. After a long time, she spoke again. This will take quite a bit of time, won't it? Li Shen nudda. The transition between the second and third tiers for ability users is a watershed moment. Most ability users can easily move from the first to the second tier by grinding through wild monsters, achieving it in just a few months. However, the transition from the second to the third tier is not so easy. If second tier ability users only gain some physical enhancements and learn a few skills, then starting from the third tier, they will need to understand and develop their abilities at the attribute level. With the experience from his previous life, Li Chen was very clear about what this meant. Fully understanding one's ability attributes and merely knowing two skills are completely different concepts. Moving from a first to the second tier is something that 99% of mutants can achieve. It just takes different amounts of time. But advancing to the third tier heavily depends on the mutant's talent. The ability to understand and enlighten one's ability attributes is key to breaking through to the third tier. Overall, the difficulty of breaking through to the third tier is more than 10 times that of breaking through to the second tier. Li Chen estimated that he would need at least 3 to 4 days for his breakthrough to the third tier. Shun Luo, Kai Mo, during my closed-door training, you are responsible for guarding the door. No one is allowed to enter except for Lin Xiu. Understood, the two replied in unison. All right, leader. Zhong Shuang nodded seriously, and Miao also slightly nodded. Then, Li Chen gave various instructions one by one. It must be said that the scale of the base was getting larger, but it was also becoming more difficult to manage. Many areas needed Li Chen's attention. Of course, this was not a difficult task, recalling his previous life. Li Chen had managed areas several times larger than Qishan Prison with the same level of order. Half an hour later, everyone left the office after receiving their orders, leaving only Lin Xiu and Li Chen. You will be in charge of the base for the next few days, Li Chen said, wrapping his arms around her waist with a smile. Lin Xiu, slightly shy, push him away, just watch. If anything happens, I can come in to find you. Li Chen shook his head and chuckled, then gently set Lin Xiu down. With a wave of his hand, a crystal-like appeared in his palm. Are we starting now? Lin Xiu gazed at her beautiful eyes sparkling. MHM, I will wait for you outside. Lin Xiu took one last look at Li Chen before leaving the room and closing the door. Since everything has been arranged, Li Chen no longer hesitated, and the spatial ability in his hands gradually began to exert power. A strange energy began to swirl, absorbing the entire room fell into silence. This tranquility was expected to last for at least 3 days. Outside the building where Li Chen was located, other areas of the base were still quite lively. In the open space of the planting area, many people had gathered. After Chao Han arrived at the base, everyone knew they had a plant-type ability user. Therefore, they were curious to see how the plant-type ability user activated their powers. Joining the Qishan base, Chao Han was both excited and thrilled. almost unable to sleep the night before. With the help of Mi Yao and Lin Siyu, after about half a day of practice, Chao Han could basically freely mobilize the abilities within her body. However, she had never attempted to accelerate the ripening of crops. At this moment, Chao Han was preparing to try to accelerate the ripening of crops for the first time. Sister Siyu, I'm so nervous. I don't know if I can succeed. Chao Han bit her lip, nervously looking at Lin Siyu beside her, her palms sweating. Before Li Chun went into seclusion, he tasked her with successfully ripening at least one crop. It was not required to ripen the crop to the point of being directly edible. This was quite challenging for Chao Han, who had just started practicing her abilities. Lin Siyu, with a gentle smile, encouraged her, there's no need to be nervous. You can try many times. We'll practice slowly and gradually get better. Encouraged by Lin Siyu, Chao Han finally relaxed a bit. Then, under the gaze of everyone, she slowly closed her eyes. At the same time, she extended her left hand, palm facing down. A wisp of light green energy slowly flowed out, transferring to a seedling in the soil. I've been observing this batch of corn for several days, and they haven't moved at all. I wonder if this little girl can make the seedlings grow a bit taller. You're underestimating others. The boss said that plant-type ability users can ripen crops in a day and eat them directly, you know? What the boss said refers to later-stage plant-type powerhouses. This girl is not even skilled in using her abilities. How could she ripen them in a day? Can you all stop talking? You're making the girl nervous. The crowd discussed among themselves, but everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. They wondered how far Chao Han could ripen the crops. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chao Han's abilities began to take effect. The corn seedling, about finger height, swayed under the light green energy as if it had been imbued with vitality. Soon, a small set of green leaves sprouted, and the height of the seedling began to subtly increase. However, the speed was not very noticeable, but upon closer observation, it could be seen that it had grown about 2 centimeters. Phew, I'm a bit tired. I need to rest. You're tired already? Others present looked at her in confusion. Didn't they say plant-type ability users are incredibly powerful? It only sprouted a small set of leaves, and that's it? I thought we'd be eating corn in no time. At this rate, who knows when that will be? This plant-type ability is too weak. It's almost non-existent. The surrounding murmurs immediately made Chao Han lower her head in disappointment. Just then, a crisp female voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. Perhaps I can enhance her abilities and make the corn mature within a month. A month? Who is talking big over there? Chapter 45. Breaking through to level 3. Cheng Shui pushed through the crowd with Cheng Cheng and came to Chao Han's side. The gazes of those around them fell on her. Since Cheng Shui joined Li Chen's team, she had not shown her abilities. So apart from a few core members close to Li Chen, most people were unaware of her mutation abilities. Hearing Cheng Shui say this, everyone looked at her with curiosity, wondering what this woman would demonstrate. As the person involved, Chao Han was also very puzzled and glanced at Lin Siyu for clarification. Lin Siyu explained, Cheng Shui is a light-type ability user. She can enhance the strength of others' abilities, providing a support effect. She will help you accelerate the ripening of the seedlings this time. After hearing this, Chao Han took a deep breath, then extended her hand again to activate her abilities. As she began to mobilize her energy, Chao Han suddenly felt a warm current coming from behind her. It was like caffeine directly injected into her physical energy, instantly invigorating her energy and amplifying the ripening effect of her abilities. Hey, the seedlings are starting to grow. I can see it. Wow, this speed is amazing. 2 leaves. 3 leaves. With Cheng Shui's help, this time the ripening finally achieved the results everyone wanted to see. The corn seedlings began to grow at a visible speed, and tender green leaves sprouted one after another. Seeing this, Chao Han was also delighted and quickly increased the output of her abilities. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that sweat appeared on Chao Han's forehead. Feeling a bit fatigued, that she stopped her actions. Looking at the corn seedlings again, they had already grown to the height of an adult's thigh, full of vitality, and even the corn buds could be seen peeking out from the leaf tips. Well done. At this rate, we can indeed eat corn in a month. Looks like we'll have extra meals in the future, haha. In just 10 minutes. The corn seedlings had been ripened to about half a meter tall, which excited the others present, who started to applaud and cast appreciative glances at Chao Han. However, Chao Han just smiled shyly, avoiding eye contact, and pulled Lin Siyu aside into a corridor, seemingly wanting to say something. Are you going to say that your performance wasn't ideal and was somewhat disappointing? Lin Siyu spoke first. Chao Han looked at Lin Siyu with a mixture of surprise and complexity before expressing her reason. It turned out that Chao Han completely could not ripen plants. More specifically, she could not skillfully control her abilities, although she had indeed made the corn seedlings grow a bit. Chao Han understood that she could have performed better, but just couldn't grasp the method. Seeing the distressed and self-reproaching Chao Han, Lin Siyu did not blame her, but instead offered a gentle look. You don't need to feel guilty. After all, you've just started to adapt to being an ability user. How about this? When Li Chen finishes his seclusion, I'll have him personally guide you. Miao and I were largely trained by him. Upon hearing this news, Chao Han's eyes suddenly lit up. Can a boss really guide me? That would be great. To receive guidance from one of the strongest in the southern region of Magic City would undoubtedly save her a lot of detours. Don't worry, go have lunch first. Okay, sister, see you. In the warden's office, Li Chen was sitting cross-legged. The second-level peak that was originally in his hands had now disappeared. After 2 days and nights of absorption, the energy of the had entered Li Chen's body. However, it had not been fully absorbed yet, so from a distance, Li Chen's entire person was now surrounded by a faint halo, constantly emitting light. Li Chen tightly closed his eyes, controlling the spatial abilities within his body, continuously compressing them. Indeed, after absorbing his body had reached a state of saturation. What Li Chen needed to do was to use the completely saturated energy to break through to level 3. Of course, just having the energy provided by that was not enough. To progress from level 2 to level 3, he had to attempt to understand his spatial abilities. That was the key to advancing to level 3. However, for Li Chen, this seemed to be the simplest task. Don't forget, in his previous life, Li Chen was a powerhouse of spatial abilities. If anyone in the world understood spatial abilities best, Li Chen's level of comprehension was undoubtedly the highest. Under Li Chen's control, all the energy was gradually compressed onto his. The of a supernatural being is originally a non-luminous crystal. However, under the immense energy provided by the peak second tier, Li Chen's felt like a supernova on the verge of exploding. It continuously expanded and contracted, emitting light and heat. Certainly, Li Chen's control was perfect, wasting not an ounce of energy. Was the breakthrough finally coming? After the energy was compressed to a certain degree, Li Chen indeed felt that familiar bottleneck. He took a deep breath and then focused all his attention on the application of spatial abilities. Relying on his years of understanding of spatial abilities, at the moment the energy reached the bottleneck, with a snap, the second tier bottleneck shattered. He broke through to the third tier. Vast energy instantly flowed into Li Chen's entire body, and he felt as if his whole body had undergone a major upgrade. His physical quality had improved by several levels, and the spatial abilities in his hands had also been enhanced multiple times. The feeling of the third tier was quite good. Li Chen smiled, but he did not rush to end his seclusion. At this moment, Li Chen had completely reached the third tier, but the energy from the peak second tier was still not stable. Moreover, the energy provided by the peak second tier was too immense. A portion of it had not been fully absorbed yet. Therefore, Li Chen did not plan to end his seclusion right away. He could use this time to stabilize the energy he had just advanced to. This would be more beneficial for future development. Meanwhile, in the Qishan base, everyone was busy having breakfast. In 2 hours, the boss will have been in seclusion for 3 days. Do you think he will come out? I can't guess that. After all, it's a major advancement, and even the boss himself can't be sure how long it will take. Otherwise, we VE powered up, but only have a light bulb, which is such a waste of electricity. Exactly. Just as everyone was chatting over breakfast, a sharp alarm suddenly rang out from the city gate. Ding, ding, ding. At the same time, Miao's stern voice followed. Enemy attack. Everyone, get into a defensive position. Chapter 46. Zhang Jin's attack. What? An enemy attack. Miao's voice instantly startled everyone. However, the people present were not inexperienced. The moment they heard about the enemy attack, they immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed to the city gate. Lin Siyu also arrived beside Miao at the first opportunity. Meow, what's going on? Are we sure there are enemies? Meow nodded with a serious expression and adjusted the direction of the binoculars, signaling Lin Xiu to take a look. This was a telescope that had just been set up at the city gate to prevent sudden enemy attacks. Lin Xiu took the binoculars and, sure enough, saw a group that had gathered outside the woods, and it was clear that they hadn't just passed by. The size of this group was large, with at least 200 or 300 people. They were shouting loudly, each armed with weapons. Oh no, could it be Zhang Jin's forces coming over? Lin Xiu thought for a moment and immediately guessed the possible identity of the group. Indeed, not many people knew about Li Chen's visit to Zhang Jin's granary. But Lin Xiu and Mi Yao were aware of it. Therefore, they were wary of this potential enemy. Moreover, the Qishan base had gained a certain reputation in the nearby area. Ordinary small forces would not dare to invade them. If Zhang Jin's group planned to invade, they indeed needed to take it seriously. A group of hundreds of people would not be easy to deal with. Zhang Jin held the largest force in the entire Devil City, with over 300 people that could be detected, not to mention those hidden combatants. The number of supernatural beings under him was even greater than that of the entire Qishan base. More importantly, each supernatural being under Zhang Jin was an elite. With a larger scale, the resources available to them would also increase, leading to stronger growth. The Qishan base's current combat capability might not be able to withstand a direct confrontation. What should we do? Zhang Jin's group is incredibly large, and the number of supernatural beings is countless. We only have so few people, and the boss is still in seclusion. Miao suddenly felt a bit anxious, which was rare for her, who usually dealt with matters calmly. But thinking about how Li Chen was still in seclusion, and they had to face Zhang Jin's attack alone, Miao couldn't help but feel worried. It was at this critical moment that she realized Li Chen's importance to the Qishan base and to herself. Lin Xiu took a deep breath, trying to calm herself as much as possible. You go command the front line. We must hold off Zhang Jin until Li Chen completes his advancement. Right now, Li Chen is still in seclusion, and we absolutely cannot let the outside world disturb him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Miao nodded. In that case, we can only hold on forcibly. Without Li Chen's intervention, it would be impossible for the Qishan base to defeat Zhang Jin's group with their current combat capabilities. They could only see how long they could hold out and try to buy time for Li Chen. Everyone, listen to my orders. Grab your weapons and come to the city gate, ready to fight at any time. Understood. Below the city wall, everyone in the Qishan base was on high alert. However, in contrast to the tension of Mi Yao and a few others, most people were still relatively relaxed. After all, they did not know they were facing Zhang Jin's forces. About an hour later, Zhang Jin's troops finally emerged from the woods, approaching the gates of the Qishan base. The scene was quite grand, with more than 300 people forming multiple teams, arrayed in a dense formation. Lin Xiu stood on the city gate with Mi Yao and Zhong Shuang. Among the local forces, a man in his 30s, somewhat slender but with sharp eyes, emerged in front of the city gate. His gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk, making those being watched feel as if their souls were being seen through. You are Li Chen's women, right? Zhang Jin spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse, but clearly laced with long-suppressed anger. Zhang Jin, what do you mean by bringing such a large force to the gates of my Qishan base? If you leave within half an hour, I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, your actions will represent a declaration of war against the Qishan base. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Declare war? From the moment Li Chen stole my food, we were already at war. Now you come and ask me if we are at war. It's quite funny, isn't it? Where's that dog Li Chen? Tell him to come out. Don't let a few women keep babbling here. What? Having taken my food. Are you too ashamed to admit it? With each word Zhang Jin spoke, his neck flushed red with excitement. However, Lin Xiu did not want to give him face. Zhang Jin, you say this is your food. That's a bit ridiculous. If I remember correctly, the packaging of your food has military supplies printed on it. Perhaps you should explain where you stole these military supplies from. As soon as Lin Xiu's words came out, both sides, the Qishan base and Zhang Jin's group, immediately erupted in whispers, especially those behind Zhang Jin, who looked at him with strange expressions. They remembered that Zhang Jin never allowed anyone else to see the granary. It turns out that these grains are not owned by Zhang Jin at all, but but were stolen from the warehouse of the Zhonglu Center. Moreover, they are military supplies. Zhang Jin gritted his teeth and shot a fierce glare at Lin Xiyu. Stop talking so much nonsense today, regardless of whether Li Chen shows up or not. I must take Qi Shan. Brothers, don't listen to this woman's instigation. Charge in. It doesn't matter whose grains they are. As long as we seize them, they are ours. You all see these women. Each one is a beauty. As long as we take this base, whether it's women or grains, they will all belong to us. That's right. As long as we take Qishan, isn't it all ours? Why care about so much? Kill. Zhang Jin's shout seemed to have an effect, and in just a few words, it excited the troops behind him. In this apocalyptic environment, no principles need to be followed. As long as there is strength, that is the hard truth. As long as they successfully take the Qishan base, they can fill their stomachs again. So why bother about where those grains come from, or from whose hand Zhang Jin took them? Amidst the thunderous shouts, Zhang Jin led a large group of people to the gates of the Qishan base. Just as Zhang Jin and his men were about to make a move, a piercing sound of wind broke out, and a shadow suddenly rushed out from the city gate, sending Zhang Jin flying. Zhang Jin, you really have guts. The power of this attack was so great that it was completely beyond what an ordinary second-tier ability user could possess. Zhang Jin, who was already at the late stage of the second tier, didn't even have time to react before being knocked back several meters. The people on the city wall were stunned for a moment, then immediately realized, with such powerful attacking force, who else could it be but Li Chen, who had broken through to the third tier? As the figure landed, Lin Xiyu finally let out a sigh of relief, revealing a joyful smile. Inside the city gate, everyone also recognized the identity of the figure and exclaimed excitedly, "The boss has successfully advanced." Chapter 47. Defend Qishan, eliminate the scum. It's really the boss. The boss has come out. As expected of a third-tier powerhouse, the boss's speed is too fast. I couldn't even see his movements clearly. With Li Chen's appearance, cheers immediately erupted from behind him. Lin Xiyu and the others at the city gate rushed down at the first opportunity. "You guys always love to show off," Lin Xiyu said with a smile, shaking her head. "I'm just here to help you," Li Chen replied. Calculating the time, it had been exactly 3 days since he entered seclusion. However, on the second day, Li Chen had already successfully advanced, and the remaining time was used to stabilize the energy within him. At this moment, Li Chen was completely at the third tier. He was not in the hazy state of just breaking through, but had thoroughly stabilized himself, thanks to the massive energy provided by the peak second-tier ability core. After a brief inquiry, Li Chen turned his gaze to the front of the city gate, just in time to meet the staggering Zhang Jin, who had finally stabilized himself. At this moment, Zhang Jin had reined in much of his arrogance, and a hint of surprise and vigilance appeared in his sharp eyes. As a physical ability user whose vision and speed had been enhanced, he couldn't even see clearly the attack Li Chen had just launched. This was a very terrifying thing. Zhang Jin's ability, a pure physical enhancement, was quite rare among physical ability users. Most ordinary physical ability users merely became stronger but lacked any standout capabilities. However, those with specialized enhancements could elevate certain aspects of their bodies to the extreme. Zhang Jin's abilities were to enhance his vision and speed. It was precisely these 2 points that allowed him to become the boss of the Zhonglu Center. Yet today, the ability he had always been proud of was outdone by Li Chen, who had just entered the scene. Even with his excellent vision as a late-stage second tier, he could only see a series of afterimages from Li Chen's attack. He couldn't even tell whether Li Chen was punching or kicking. "Li Chen, you really have some skills. But I said, today either you die or I die." No matter how much he feared, Zhang Jin had no way out now. Li Chen had emptied the granary. Without food reserves, even if he had an army of 300, it would be difficult to survive in this apocalypse. Therefore, the moment he arrived at the Qishan base, Zhang Jin had already prepared for a fight to the death. In contrast to Zhang Jin's fury, Li Chen remained calm and collected, standing leisurely at the city gate. He glanced at Zhang Jin and said, "You talk too much. If I were you, I would have already attacked." Although his words were plain, they were highly insulting. Zhang Jin could no longer contain himself. "You're seeking death." With a furious roar, Zhang Jin exerted force beneath his feet and charged in front of Li Chen. throwing a deadly punch. His speed formed afterimages in the eyes of others, quick as lightning. But to Li Chun, who had already stepped into the third tier, it was nothing much. With his exceptional perception, Li Chun could clearly catch most of Zhang Jin's movements and then defend against them. The battle erupted almost in an instant. Brothers, defend Qishan. Eliminate these scum. With Mi Yao's shout, the combatants surged out of the city gate like fierce beasts. Beside her, Kai Mo and Shen Luo, who had just rushed out from the office, exchanged glances and joined the battlefield. Zhang Jin's side was even more furious. Without food, they had already lost their way out, all rushing forward, attempting to crush Qishan with sheer numbers. The chaotic battle of hundreds of people was spectacular. Various abilities flew chaotically. Such scenes could only exist in sci-fi movies half a year ago. But now, it was vividly presented before them. In the sky, armored eagles continuously snatched up enemies, trying to approach the city gate, and flung them away. However, at the center of the battlefield, there was a vacuum zone. Only two people were fighting there, Li Chun and Zhang Jin. After all, it was a showdown between the strongest of both teams. And no one intended to approach this area. If they accidentally got caught in the crossfire, they would at least be crippled. Inside the combat circle, Li Chun was not in a hurry to use his abilities, but engaged in close combat with Zhang Jin, wanting to see what unique skills this speed ability user possessed. At first, Zhang Jin used his speed to launch a preemptive attack and was still slightly above. But as time passed, Li Chun seemed to become more adept at this combat mode, gradually gaining the initiative and slowly suppressing Zhang Jin. He continuously restricted Zhang Jin's space, turning defense into offense. In fact, if Li Chun truly wanted to kill Zhang Jin, it would be a very simple matter. He was just a bit curious about what capabilities the leader of this 300-man team had. However, this battle was becoming increasingly boring for Li Chun. I'm done playing. Let's finish this. With a lift of his hand, the levitation skill was immediately activated. In front, Zhang Jin, who was about to launch the next round of attack, suddenly felt his body stiffen, as if the surrounding air had solidified. Terrifying. The 1-second control time brought by levitation also gave Li Chun enough time to unleash his trump card. Spatial strangulation. As soon as the words fell, a turbulent flow of space erupted behind Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin's head fell to the ground. Instant kill. Zhang Jin was killed. Ha ha ha, you guys are in for it. I told you Zhang Jin was definitely not a match for the boss. Look, Zhang Jin is dead. Do you still want to resist? After dealing with Zhang Jin, Li Chun glanced at the battlefield, then moved swiftly, casually killing a few characters similar to the captains of the 10-man squads. At this point, the battle began to show a one-sided trend. Half an hour later, Mi Yao and Kai Mo arrived in front of Li Chun to report together. Boss, the remnants of Zhang Jin's team have been controlled. Most of those who wanted to resist have been killed, and there are about 50 captives left. Li Chun nodded. Just as he was about to check, a sudden sound of footsteps came from the front of the city gate. Everyone looked and saw a team of Zhang Jin subordinates, who had somehow stood up and were marching towards Li Chun. All were fully equipped and seemed ready for a fight. Good heavens, just 20 people, and they still want to resist? Mi Yao sneered, her flames gathering power again. But the next moment, the actions of this 20-person team left everyone present in utter confusion. The 20 individuals faced Li Chun and suddenly knelt on one knee, shouting in unison, "We greet Chief Li Chun." Chapter 48. Incorporating the affiliated army. Watching this strange act from the team, everyone looked on in bewilderment. Clearly, they were Zhang Jin's subordinates. And even though they had just become prisoners of war, they suddenly knelt before Li Chun and called him chief. Wasn't that a bit abrupt? Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and asked, "What does this mean?" Chief Li Chun, I am Zhao Shi, a staff member from the central government building, responsible for managing military rations. After the Red Mist invasion, I distributed the rations to the public. But not long after, the military rations were forcibly taken by Zhang Jin. Perhaps out of some ridiculous sense of morality, Zhang Jin didn't kill my people, but instead made me one of the 10-man squad captains. However, I never acknowledged being Zhang Jin's subordinate, and my people did not take action during the recent battle. So that is how Zhang Jin obtained the military rations. The people around Li Chun remained silent as they listened to Zhao Shi's account. My brothers and I were once from the central government building. We have long wanted to break free from Zhang Jin. However, the food was tightly controlled by Zhang Jin, and we had to remain at the center for survival. Now that Zhang Jin is dead, we are free again. Moreover, we have heard many stories about Chief Li Chun and understand that you are a virtuous hero in these chaotic times. We only ask for a chance to join Qishan. We will have no complaints, no matter what you assign us. I see. They are unwilling to be prisoners of war and want to rely on Qishan. Upon hearing this, Li Chun had a rough idea already. However, before Li Chun could speak, Zhao Shi spoke again. Chief Li Chun, regardless of whether you agree or not, I will provide you with a strategic piece of information. Oh, please tell. I was previously in charge of the northern area of the central government building. Not long ago, I discovered that powerful mutated zombies or mutated beings are gathering in the northern mountainous region. Moreover, there is more than one of them. From the movement patterns of these mutated beings, it is highly likely that they will invade the entire Magic City area within a month. By that time, there will probably be more than one third-tier mutated zombie among the zombies. Zombies actively gathering? Upon hearing this news, everyone was surprised and opened their mouths in shock. Until now, most people still thought that zombies were mindless creatures. But now that zombies were actively gathering and evolving to third-tier strength, this was indeed big news for everyone. However, for Li Chun, he was already aware of the gathering of third-tier zombies. With the experience from his past life, he could anticipate many things in advance. It was just that the exact location and movement of the zombies were still unclear. Zhao Shi proactively providing this information saved him the trouble of sending someone to investigate. How will you prove your identity? Li Chen asked loudly. Zhao Shi nodded and carefully took out a small piece of paper from his pocket. It was Zhao Shi's identification. Shen Luo took it and showed it to everyone. Zhao Shi, a staff member of the Magic City Disaster Prevention and Preparedness Department, responsible for managing disaster rations, with work numbers and so on. It seemed that Zhao Shi was not lying. Following this, Zhao Shi and 7 or 8 others also found their work certificates from the central government building. As for those without proof, they explained that they had lost it, but could recite their work numbers. Li Chun waved his hand. No need to recite, that's too troublesome. After saying that, he rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Regarding Zhao Shi's desire to join, Li Chun first made it clear that he could not allow them to join the regular teams within the base. After all, they had a former master, and becoming Zhao Shi's new master also carried the risk of betrayal. Therefore, Li Chun's idea was to allow Zhao Shi to be part of the affiliated army of Qishan base, stationed outside the base. They could be considered as having joined, but they wouldn't officially enter the base. This approach was somewhat redundant for Li Chun personally, as he would have to support them as an affiliated army. However, for the development of Qishan base, it was actually a good thing. In the future, Qishan base will definitely grow larger. This is an inevitable trend. Zhao Shi's team could serve as an affiliated army stationed in the northern part of the base. They would need to surrender a certain amount of anomalous nuclei or other resources daily in exchange for food. Zhao Shi would become a lookout for Qishan base. If the zombies gathered in the north suddenly attacked, they could provide an early warning. At the same time, Li Chun would also send people to supervise Zhao Shi's camp, fundamentally managing them, and if they encountered danger, Li Chun could also send help. In this way, the relationship between the two sides would be established. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chun conveyed these thoughts to Zhao Shi. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shi and his group all showed expressions of joy. They nodded in unison and loudly thanked him. Thank you, Chief Li Chun. Li Chun's actions essentially agreed to their request to join. Although they could not enter Qishan base, at least they could be stationed outside the base. They were currently prisoners of war, and with a single command from Li Chun, they could all lose their heads. Not to mention, now Li Chun was offering them a chance to survive and providing them with food. Miao, Kaimo, and Zhong Shuang. You 3 will take turns supervising Zhao Shi and the others. The reward and punishment system will follow that of the base. They will provide a certain amount of food daily, and if they surrender good things, they can also be rewarded with meat. Yes, boss, the 3 replied. Hearing about the meat, Zhao Shi and the others instantly lit up with excitement. When they were with Zhang Jin, the rations they received daily were extremely tight. And as for meat, they hadn't seen it in ages. But unexpectedly, now that they had become Li Chen's affiliated army, they had the chance to eat meat. Touched, Zhao Shi and the others quickly expressed their gratitude again. Thank you, Chief. Next was the cleanup work for this battle. The remaining 50 or so prisoners were detained. Kai Mo and Zhong Shuang led Zhao Shi's team to set up camp about a kilometer north of Qishan base. Lin Xiyu also led the other people in the base to clean up the battlefield. There was a lot to do, and everyone was busy until nearly midnight. Fortunately, the base had electricity, and even in the middle of the night, the entire base was brightly lit, providing ample illumination. Just as everyone was busy, the overhead light bulb suddenly flickered with a buzz. The entire Qishan base instantly lost power. In an instant, all illumination vanished, plunging everything into darkness. The power was cut off. Had someone sabotaged the lines? Could it be another enemy attack? The sudden change made everyone tense up again. Chapter 49. Li Chen's reminder. Just as everyone turned on their flashlights, preparing to check if it was an enemy attack, Lu Zhuang came down from the stairs. Don't worry, everyone, it's just that the voltage is too high and the circuit breaker tripped. It's not an enemy attack. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, Li Chen also arrived with Lin Xiyu and a few others to check the situation. Chao Han asked Lu Zhuang to take her to check the transformer, and sure enough, the power provided by the hydropower station was too high. Currently, there were no large electrical appliances in the Qishan base, only lights, so it couldn't use that much electricity, which caused the breaker to trip. Eventually, Lu Zhuang reset the circuit breaker, and all the bulbs in the base lit up. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful to have so much electricity transmitted from the hydropower station every day without being used. Everyone then busied themselves for an hour before taking a break. Seeing Li Chen's particularly playful demeanor, Lin Xiyu was a bit curious. Haha, just wait and see. Li Chen laughed heartily, then opened the door and walked out into the hallway. Here we go, don't blink. Lin Xiyu pouted and stared at Li Chen, her amber eyes sparkling with fascination. But in the next moment, Li Chen suddenly vanished from the hallway in a strange manner. At the same time, Lin Xiyu felt a pair of big hands wrap around her from behind. How did you do that? Lin Xiyu's mouth slightly opened, her eyes filled with surprise. Li Chen embraced the person in his arms and sniffed the fragrant hair. This is the ability I comprehended after reaching the third tier, teleportation. At this moment, Li Chen had learned his third ability after mastering telekinesis and spatial strangulation, teleportation. However, based on its current intensity, it should be called short-distance teleportation. Each use consumes about 1/5 of Li Chen's stamina, allowing him to teleport to any position within a 10-meter radius. This distance limitation will expand as Li Chen's strength increases. Although it consumes a lot of energy, teleportation is a divine skill for both killing and escaping. See you. You won't need to close the door when you shower from now on. Li Chen suddenly said. Why? Lin Xiyu looked at him in confusion. Anyway, I could just teleport in. You bad guy. The next morning, Li Chen gathered everyone on the playground. In front of them was the planting area where seeds had been sown a few days ago, and some seedlings had already sprouted. Today, Li Chen was going to address matters concerning Chao Han. Lin Xiyu had already informed him about Chao Han's attempts to accelerate the growth of corn seedlings. The situation was roughly what Li Chen had anticipated. This plant-type girl had no awareness that she was an ability user in the months following her awakening. Thus, she lacked the conscious self-training that early-stage ability users usually undergo. In other words, even though Chao Han's ability level was Tier 2, she was probably the least skilled user in the entire Qishan base. She completely didn't know how to use her abilities. She couldn't even understand her own powers, making it seem as if she were trying to pick up chopsticks with her toes. Not only was she frustrated, but her effectiveness was also poor. Chao Han, come here. Li Chen's voice was not particularly stern. However, given his status, merely standing there made others feel a subtle pressure. Chao Han felt incredibly nervous when she heard Li Chen suddenly call her and took small steps toward him. Then she thought, the boss had given her a task before going into seclusion, and now that she performed so poorly, was she going to be punished? Thinking of this, Chao Han felt even more wronged, twisting her hands, unsure of where to place them. Li Chen, having lived 2 lives, could read her thoughts with just a glance. Don't be afraid. I won't punish you this time. Extend your palm and release your ability. Although Chao Han was puzzled, she complied. With her palm facing up, a pale green energy gradually emerged. Li Chen didn't say anything but extended his hand, aligning his palm with Chao Han's, and began to channel his own energy. Of course, Li Chen was not attacking. Instead, he was using a gentle approach to make contact with Chao Han's energy. At the moment of contact, Chao Han immediately felt a pressure. However, this pressure seemed to guide her, leading her down a specific path. Chao Han closed her eyes and concentrated on feeling it. Now, use that feeling to accelerate the growth once more. Chao Han nodded and followed his instructions. The next moment, the effect was immediate. Without the assistance of Cheng Shui's light abilities, Chao Han was actually able to accelerate the corn seedling's growth by herself. The speed was visibly fast. Leaves continued to grow, and within 10 minutes, they reached shoulder height. Wow, boss, I really learned it. Thank you, boss, thank you. You taught me how to use my powers. Chao Han exclaimed, almost in tears of joy. It was worth noting that just 10 minutes ago, she was a newbie trying to use chopsticks with her toes, and now she had managed to significantly accelerate the corn growth on her own. No problem. With his past life experiences, Li Chen found it easy to guide a low-tier ability user, even if their powers were different. Seeing this scene, everyone present cast envious glances. The boss's personal guidance had such remarkable results. Many people looked to Li Chen, hoping he could offer some guidance to them as well. But naturally, Li Chen couldn't afford to spend that much time. After giving a few simple instructions, he took another group and left the base gate. After resolving Chao Han's matter, Li Chen took Shen Luo, Miao, Cheng Shui, and Yin Feng's team to the Demon City district. However, upon arriving in the city, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Everywhere was rubble and ruins, and it was impossible to see a single intact building. It was unclear whether they could still find usable electrical appliances in such a situation. Let's split up and search. Yes. Then everyone planned to act separately, but after taking just a few steps, a shout came from behind Li Chen. It was Cheng Shui. Ah, help! Chapter 50. The four-clawed furry monster, the mutated creature before them, had a very strange shape. It was impossible to tell what species it had mutated from. Its body was filled with tubes and metal pieces, and its body parts were just chunks of flesh pieced together. However, its four limbs looked like the tails of some kind of pet. At this moment, those four furry claws were tightly gripping Cheng Shui. Don't be afraid. We're coming to save you, Miao shouted, then waved her hands, and two flames shot out. However, the intense flames seemingly had no effect on the monster and almost harmed Cheng Shui instead. Next, Shen Luo made his move. Shen Luo's ability was physical enhancement, specifically enhancing his legs, which improved his jumping ability and speed. He pushed off the ground and rushed in front of the monster. Then he tried to grab the monster's furry arm with his bare hands, attempting to pull Cheng Shui down. However, the monster's strength was so great that even as a physical enhancement ability user, Shen Luo could only pull it slightly. After realizing that pulling wasn't effective, Shen Luo abandoned that idea and turned to attack the creature's body. After a backflip, Shen Luo's legs kicked directly against the monster. The powerful force made the creature tremble all over. Seeing this, Yin Feng and the others quickly followed Shen Luo to attack the monster. However, after a couple of hits, they found that this monster seemed quite resilient. It appeared to have absorbed a lot of building debris, concrete blocks, metal pieces, and various plastic fragments, all attached to its body. When Shen Luo and the others attacked, they inevitably struck these things. In the end, the damage to the monster was minimal, but their own fists were injured. Boss, what should we do? Shen Luo rubbed his fist, feeling somewhat helpless. A second-tier, nearly third-tier mutated being was indeed a bit difficult to handle. While everyone was attacking just now, Li Chen was also observing and frowned. If it were just a simple second-tier mutated being, that wouldn't be a problem, but now Cheng Shui was being controlled by the monster. So when everyone attacked, they also had to prevent hurting Cheng Shui, which greatly restricted their actions. Miao, you go close to the monster, but don't attack. Why? Although she asked this, Miao still followed the command and quickly approached the monster, staying alert. At that moment, the monster indeed moved. Its four fluffy arms suddenly flung Cheng Shui away and then wildly waved around. Like a tangle of chaotic ropes, the moment it released Cheng Shui, it immediately grabbed me, Yao beside her. Damn, why did it grab me? Fortunately, the claws were not sharp, and were covered in fluff. Amidst Mi Yao's curses, Cheng Shui also fell to the ground. Yin Feng hurried over to catch her. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. The monster didn't hurt me." Cheng Shui's face was somewhat pale, but it was only because she was scared. She wasn't injured. Seeing Cheng Shui land safely, Li Chen nodded. "See, it worked." Indeed, Li Chen's strategy of having Mi Yao approach the monster was to distract it, making it attack Mi Yao while rescuing Cheng Shui. "Li Chen, you actually used me as bait. What are you afraid of? This monster won't eat you." Li Chen, being experienced, had already figured out the monster's attack pattern. It was covered in debris from buildings, and there were signs of living creatures, so it was clear that this monster would eat anything. Thus, using Mi Yao as bait would definitely succeed. However, the monster's forearms didn't possess any real damaging capability. They could only restrain their prey. As for how it would eat, Li Chen hadn't figured that out yet. Just then, the monster suddenly lifted Mi Yao up, right in front of its head. Who knows if it even had a head? After all, the monster was covered in building debris and had no eyes, making it impossible to distinguish any body parts. After lifting Mi Yao, a part of the monster's head suddenly clicked open, revealing what seemed to be a refrigerator door. Once the refrigerator door was opened, the monster began to shove Mi Yao into its mouth. "You want to eat me? Dream on." Although it was just a simple refrigerator door, Mi Yao felt extremely disgusted looking at it. She immediately shouted, and then unleashed a burst of intense flames from her hands. When the flames passed, the fluff on the monster's claws was instantly burned away. "Aya!" The monster let out a strange cry, clearly in pain, and dropped Mi Yao. "That's more like it." Seeing Mi Yao finally counterattack, Li Chen nodded. Any girl caught by such a monster would likely not escape death. It's assumed that girls would be scared of monsters. Even if they were stronger than the monsters themselves, they would still hesitate to act. But this future Flame Queen was different. Her past experiences had forged this fierce character. After Mi Yao landed, Li Chen didn't intend to wait any longer. "Get back, I'll finish it." Mi Yao heard Li Chen's words, but didn't retreat immediately. Instead, she looked very upset and continued to attack fiercely with the flames in her hands. Although these fluffy arms didn't look dirty, Mi Yao found them extremely annoying. The feeling of having her skin touched, especially being held like that. "I'll burn you alive." Li Chen shook his head with a smile and didn't say anything. With a thought, he instantly teleported above the monster. Then, using the force of telekinesis, he yanked the monster's refrigerator head off. He then tossed it aside. Without its refrigerator head, the monster immediately trembled, its large body becoming unsteady. Li Chen didn't hesitate and followed up with a spatial strangulation. The powerful explosive force instantly blew the monster to pieces, its entire body collapsing into a disgusting pile of flesh. "Done. Let's continue looking for appliances." Li Chen clapped his hands, signaling everyone to get back to work. The others nodded. Dealing with mutated beings was something they saw almost every day, so the men present and Mi Yao were all quite accustomed to it. Only Cheng Shui still felt a bit shaken. Soon, everyone entered a boring search period. In a city that had been destroyed like this, it seemed impossible to find any intact appliances. Just when everyone was feeling a bit downcast, Mi Yao suddenly shouted, "Boss, I think I found something." She was standing at the spot where the monster had died, and below, there was a hole. Looking through the hole, it seemed to hide a warehouse, and there was light coming from inside. Chapter 51. The mysterious person in the warehouse from the rubble of the building above the hole. It was impossible to tell what this place used to be, but Li Chen was certain that there was light coming from inside the warehouse. "Let's break it open and see what's inside." After Li Chen gave the order, Shen Luo and Yin Feng immediately took action, smashing the small opening in the ground to create a large hole. Li Chen and Mi Yao jumped down first. As soon as they entered, they found that it was indeed a warehouse, filled with many boxes, but the light was dim, making it hard to see what the goods were. Everyone come down. After making sure there were no mutated beings, after a quick scan, Li Chen called the others down. Using Mi Yao's flames for light, Yin Feng led everyone to the goods. Upon opening one of the boxes, they were shocked to find that they were all refrigerators. Moreover, it was a batch of new refrigerators stored intact in the warehouse, with about 20 units. "Boss, it's electric refrigerators." Changzi excitedly approached Li Chen with a smile. Although they hadn't found a television to watch movies, discovering a batch of appliances was already a great result compared to searching like headless flies. Have you all checked? How many are there? At this moment, Li Chen's attention wasn't on the refrigerators. Instead, he was focused on another door at the back of the warehouse. Chilled watermelon? Upon hearing this term, Yin Feng, Chong Zi, and the others were so excited they almost jumped up. Yin Feng's team was essentially Li Chen's guard, so they naturally knew about Li Chen's stock of fruit besides food and meat. If this batch of refrigerators could really allow them to eat chilled fruits, it would be a true luxury in this apocalyptic world. The invasion of the Red Mist brought about changes that went beyond just zombies and mutants. It caused huge alterations globally in terms of species, climate, and environment. Li Chen remembered that during the first year of the apocalypse, summer lasted twice as long as in previous years. At the same time, the first winter was very short, lasting only about a month. However, that winter was the kind that could freeze people to death. In short, despite it already being October, the current hot climate would continue until the new year. Moreover, the surface temperature would keep rising. The Qishan base obtaining these refrigerators would help alleviate the effects of the heat to some extent. At the very least, refrigerators could fulfill their most basic function of preserving food. Therefore, finding a batch of refrigerators was even better than discovering entertainment appliances like televisions. After a brief contemplation, Li Chen looked towards the back door of the warehouse and walked straight over. In fact, once he entered the warehouse, he felt a bit strange. He sensed a human presence in the room behind the back door. Yes, it was just one person. Who could it be that could survive alone in this small warehouse for so long? With this question in mind, Li Chen pulled Miao along and walked over. However, just as they approached within 5 meters of the back door, 2 small windows suddenly opened in the wall ahead. It was as if they were a trap that had been set up long ago, ready to spring into action. The moment the windows opened, 2 black gun barrels were revealed, aimed directly at Li Chen and Miao. At the same time, a hoarse voice of an elderly man followed. "Who are you and why are you here?" Yin Feng and the others, hearing the commotion, immediately came to Li Chen's side, ready for battle. Li Chen waved his hand to signal everyone to step back, then curiously looked at the machine guns that had appeared from the small windows. This place was obviously just an ordinary warehouse. Who was the person inside that could set up such flexible mechanisms in this small space? Moreover, Li Chen knew there was only one person inside. How could they control both machine guns at the same time? After some thought, Li Chen spoke up. To be able to survive alone in the apocalypse until now, your mutated abilities must be quite impressive, right? I'm also a mutant and can sense your presence. I am Li Chen from Qishan Base, and we mean no harm. Li Chen looked inside the warehouse, his voice calm and composed. I know you are neither an old man nor a man. If it's convenient, why not come out and meet? We could be friends, and perhaps we have a chance to collaborate. From the level of vigilance and alertness displayed by the other party, it was clear they were not an ordinary person. Li Chen was quite willing to try to recruit them, as Qishan Base needed a lot of talent to grow. After Li Chen finished speaking, the scene fell silent. About half a minute later, another small window opened above the back door of the warehouse. However, instead of revealing a figure, it displayed an electronic screen. The image flickered, and surprisingly, a Peppa Pig avatar appeared. Then, the signature pig sound of Peppa Pig followed. "Humph, so you're the boss of Qishan Prison. You are a bit better than the image I'd guessed." Li Chen remained unfazed. "You know about our base?" "Humph, I've scouted your main gate. It's a pile of chaotic steel plates." Upon hearing this, Miao chimed in. "So how about it? Our base's main gate is pretty sturdy, right?" The steel plates were welded on by me, Yao using her ability. Peppa Pig sniffed and said, "It's quite average. I just need to make a mechanical arm over 70 pounds, along with a screwdriver, and I could take your gate down in 10 minutes. What did you say?" Miao stomped her foot in anger. However, the other party's words only made Li Chen more interested. "Little girl, can you open the door? Let's talk face to face." After Li Chen said this, the other party fell silent again. But soon, with a click, the back door of the warehouse was finally opened. Li Chen and Yao exchanged glances and entered the back door of the warehouse without hesitation. The space inside was much larger than everyone had imagined, seemingly transformed multiple times. Had the originally small room turned into a mechanical factory? Just as everyone stepped inside and had the chance to observe, a roaring sound of wheels suddenly erupted, and from the side, a seemingly heavily modified off-road vehicle charged out. The front of the vehicle was even spewing flames. It came rushing towards Chen. It was an ambush. Chapter 52. Did Little Iron get lost? The moment the flaming vehicle charged out, everyone reacted quickly and immediately moved aside. Chen also jumped, dodging the rush of the flaming vehicle and landing behind it. He then got a good look at what the flaming vehicle looked like. It originally seemed like an ordinary off-road vehicle, but it had been modified with a flamethrower, a machine gun, and the driver's seat was heavily reinforced. The vehicle was covered in spikes, and there was a huge cone installed at the front, which looked rather terrifying at first glance. Chen frowned and, with a powerful pull, activated his ability to retrieve objects. A strong suction instantly pulled the flamethrower and machine gun off the off-road vehicle and tossed them aside. Space strangulation. Chen's gaze sharpened, and the powers released from his hands immediately generated a burst of force. With a loud bang, the off-road vehicle was blown to smithereens, turning into scattered parts on the ground. After the vehicle was destroyed, a somewhat childish girl's voice finally came from right in front of everyone. Off-road V5. Held on for 8 seconds. It seems your strength is indeed quite strong. Everyone looked over. A little girl who seemed to be only 8 or 9 years old stood with her hands on her hips on a mechanical platform. She had short hair and a delicate, cute face, but her still youthful eyes held a certain depth. A nearby strong man slapped his forehead and said, "So it's really a little girl. How did the boss know before even coming in?" Having lived 2 lives, Chen had already guessed her identity based on the earlier Peppa Pig image and the other party's words. However, it was surprising how ruthless this little girl was despite her young age. Before Chen and the others could speak, the little girl opened the door next to her and prepared to get in. It was a larger off-road vehicle, equipped not only with the weapons from the previous off-road V5, but also with a mechanical arm. The chassis was also fitted with flamethrowers all around. Overall, it looked extremely imposing, with combat power likely several times that of the off-road V5. "Oh no, she's going to use this war vehicle against us." Yanfeng cursed under his breath and quickly prepared for battle. Just as the girl was about to close the door of the modified vehicle, a ghostly figure appeared at the door, elusive and unpredictable. Then, with a swift grab, Chen pulled the girl out. "Dare to ambush me? Don't you fear I'll kill you?" The girl seemed startled and then struggled to punch Chen's arm. Realizing it had no effect, she could only helplessly shrug her shoulders. Although the girl was being held by Chen, she still crossed her arms and glared at him impatiently, as if to say, "You're using cheats, I don't accept that." Seeing Chen catch the culprit, the others hurriedly approached. Just as Miao got a good look at the girl's face, she suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, aren't you the one who participated in the Magic City Technology Exhibition last year? What was your name again?" Last summer, Miao had taken her students to participate in a technology competition, where all the contestants were talented individuals from major universities. However, only one 8-year-old genius girl brought her invention and won first place. This left a deep impression on Miao, as it was unforgettable to see an 8-year-old girl outsmart a group of college students. Zwatong. Zwatong looked at Miao, and her gaze and tone finally softened a bit. However, upon hearing this name, Chen instantly recalled events from his previous life. Zwatong, a brain mutant, also known as an intelligence mutant, possessed an extraordinarily powerful mind. In his previous life, she had been the strategist and weapon master for the Flame Queen Miao, helping her achieve significant victories. Chen had also interacted with Zwatong before, and many of her strategic insights had left him in awe. I didn't expect that Zwatong looked like this when she was a child, and to meet her here. After thinking for a moment, Chen still set her down. This girl, who is currently only 9 years old, is just above Chen's waist in height. However, Chen understands that Zwatong is probably the smartest person in the entire Magic City area, even including himself. It's just that Chen has a lot of experiences and his own strength that Zwatong does not possess. Zwatong pushed up her glasses and said to Miao, "I remember you, the university's female PE teacher, always surrounded by a group of male students who stare at you. My name is Miao, and this is the boss of our base, Chen." It seemed that Miao was introducing Chen, but in fact, she was extending her hand to Zwatong. Zhuotong naturally shook hands with Miao and exchanged a smile. Seeing this scene, Li Chun couldn't help but click his tongue in his heart. He understood that in his previous life, Miao and Zhuotong had a wonderful bond and tacit understanding that was difficult for others to describe. Now that they were meeting for the first time, that feeling seemed to appear immediately. After shaking hands with Miao, Zhuotong then looked at Li Chun and took the initiative to extend her hand. Sorry, I just wanted to test your strength. Once you discovered this place, I knew I would definitely be caught by you. I just wanted to see the future boss's strength in advance. Zhuotong looked like a little girl, but her demeanor and speech were like a seasoned player in the business world. Li Chun didn't mind and shook hands with her. Since you already know my intentions, why don't you share your thoughts? It's easy to win Zhuotong over, but Li Chun knows that keeping her and getting her to work for him won't be easy. After all, she is a brain-based supernatural being, with her intelligence being the enhanced part. Talking to her is like facing a psychologist. Let's not talk about anything else. My daily food and meat must be in place. Zhuotong raised her index finger. Yin Feng, who was beside her, smiled and agreed. You can rest assured about this. Our boss can lack other things, but there will be plenty of meat and food. Zhuotong glanced at him. Second, I need a large independent room. I have many inventions and creations to work on. As expected, Li Chun nodded. No problem. Following that, Zhuotong also brought up matters regarding rewards and punishments, with every detail covered. However, they were all acceptable, and Li Chun directly agreed. Thus, Zhuotong officially joined the Qishan base. At the base gate, as soon as Li Chun arrived, he saw Lin Xiyu rushing down from the upper floor in a hurry. Li Chun, the ironclad eagle, is missing. Stepping back, Kai Mo was indeed holding an empty birdcage. Chapter 53. Li Chun's mounted the base gate. Both Lin Xiyu and Kai Mo had worried expressions. When Li Chun wasn't home, they were responsible for feeding the little iron. Earlier that afternoon, Lin Xiyu had brought meat to the little iron's nest, only to find bite marks on the birdcage, and the little iron was nowhere to be found. Lin Xiyu immediately sent people to search within the base. But even after digging 3 feet into the ground, they couldn't find a single feather of the little iron. Well, they did find a lot of feathers, as the little iron loved to play around in the base. But they really couldn't find the little iron. Li Chun looked at the bitten birdcage, stunned. It disappeared so quickly. From his tone, it seemed he had anticipated that the little iron would go missing. Boss, do you know why the ironclad eagle is missing? Kai Mo asked with confusion. Li Chun nodded lightly, then went to comfort Lin Xiyu. Don't worry, the little iron didn't run away. It just went to level up. Level up? From Tier 2 to Tier 3? That's right. In his previous life, the ironclad eagle was Zhong Shuang's mount, and Li Chun was familiar with the ironclad eagle's habits. Whenever the ironclad eagle was about to level up, it would actively go out to hunt for prey. Find a mutated creature slightly weaker than itself, kill it, absorb its core, and use the energy from the core to level up. This seemed to be an instinct ingrained in the little iron, just like eating meat when hungry. As for where the little iron went, Li Chun had an idea. A few times when he took the little iron out for a stroll, he noticed that the little iron liked a highland about 20 kilometers away. It was a small peak around 300 meters high, with beautiful scenery and a lower temperature, and the little iron loved to circle around there. The location where the little iron would level up was likely there. If the little iron left around noon, it was probably already in the process of leveling up. I'll go find it to prevent it from wandering around outside. Understanding the reason, Lin Xiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not running away from home. As for Zhuotong, she was left with Miao. Fortunately, the gate of Qishan base was wide enough to allow Zhuotong's off-road vehicle to enter. As such a powerful vehicle appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the base. Li Chun couldn't be bothered with that and headed straight for Iron Mountain. Since the little iron liked that hill, Li Chun named it Iron Mountain after the little iron. Covering 20 kilometers, Li Chun arrived in less than 5 minutes. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he indeed saw many corpses of mutated creatures. Clearly, these were the little iron's achievements. Without hesitation, Li Chun made his way up the mountain. When he reached a spot where he could see the peak, a loud cry immediately rang out. Caw! The little iron was seen lying at the highest point of the mountain, peeking its head out, seemingly greeting Li Chun. Li Chun smiled and said, Little iron, you leveled up faster than I expected by a whole week. Li Chun had long estimated the little iron's potential for growth. But it seemed that the little iron's potential was even higher than he had anticipated. Once at the peak, Chen sat down next to the little iron. At that moment, the little iron was absorbing the core, its body emitting a faint flow of energy. After a simple check of the little iron's body, Chen noticed blood at the base of its right wing. Moreover, the area was quite large, staining a significant part of the wing root red. Chen examined the wound and found that, thankfully, it was just a flesh wound, not affecting the internals. It would heal in 2 or 3 days at most. From the cut flesh, it was clear that the little iron had gone through a fierce battle, but fortunately, it had won. Although Chen was busy, he hadn't neglected the little iron's training. He had long thought about how to train the little iron. He wanted to cultivate the little iron into a flying, killing beast, one that poses an absolute threat both in the air and on the ground. If it became one of those little cats or dogs living in a greenhouse, too timid to even look at the enemy, Chen wouldn't be able to accept that. Clearly, the little iron did not belong to that category. On the contrary, under Chen's training, the little iron was very spirited and daring to fight. This could be seen from the wounds on Iron Mountain. Little iron, you did well this time, but it's a pity I didn't get to see you in action. If it weren't for having to deal with something else, Chen would have definitely wanted to witness the little iron's battle. Caw! It seemed that having heard Chen's praise, the little iron lay its head in front of Chen. Its usual fierce hawk-like gaze transformed into a spoiled look. If there had been others from the base present, they would have been utterly shocked by the little iron's behavior. One must know that the little iron usually wasn't aggressive in the base, but often playfully pounced on others in a fierce manner. Yet now the ironclad eagle, which was always fierce in others' eyes, was acting all sweet and cuddly in front of Chen. Fortunately, they couldn't see this scene. Otherwise, they would likely think they were hallucinating. You little rascal, you only know how to act spoiled with me. Chen laughed and scolded. With a wave of his palm, a large piece of fresh meat was taken out from the ability space. Caw! Tai instantly became excited, opening its metallic beak and started to tear at it. Chen took a deep breath and looked into the distance. In fact, the scenery on Iron Mountain was quite nice, with beautiful mountains and rivers nearby, although the temperature was relatively low. Perhaps Tai liked it here because of the cooler temperatures. After spending 2 hours together with a sharp cry, Tai completed its advancement. Chen opened his eyes and looked at Tai, which had grown significantly in size, feeling quite satisfied. Good job, Tai. Spread your wings and show me. Caw! Tai shook its feathers and spread its wings. The wingspan was over 10 meters, which meant Tai could carry a person. Tai, try to carry me and fly. Chen then directly climbed onto Tai's back. After advancing to the 3rd level, Tai's size had more than doubled. The space on its back was just enough to carry 1 person, maybe 2 at most. Caw! Once Chen settled down, Tai kicked off with its claws and flapped its wings to take off. It successfully flew over the mountain with Chen on its back. Ha ha ha! Well done, Tai. The 3rd level Iron Eagle indeed has the ability to carry people. The cool breeze brushed across Chen's face, and the feeling of overlooking the earth from above was simply wonderful. From now on, Chen wouldn't need to walk when going out. Tai would become his most convenient means of transportation. Chen patted Tai's neck, and it immediately understood. Tai flew at an extremely fast speed, and in less than 5 minutes, the gate of the base appeared in Chen's sight. However, at a certain location within the base, thick smoke suddenly billowed up, with bright red flames visible below. Chen's gaze sharpened. The base is on fire? Tai, speed up. Chapter 54. The fate of the provocateurs outside the gate of Chishan base. A small team of about 10 people quietly approached the front gate. Boss, is this really going to work? What do you know? Didn't you see all the beautiful women around Chen? It means he's a lecher, and this beauty trap will definitely work. Several people surrounded a scar-faced man who was binding 2 severely tattered women, and they arrived at the gate. This group was from a small settlement near Modu. A few days ago, they heard that Zhao Shi had brought his subordinates to join Chen's Chishan base and had become Chen's subordinate army. With enough food every day and the occasional meat, which made them very tempted. That day, they planned to bring the 2 most beautiful women from their group, strip them naked, and present them to Chen to become part of Chishan base's subordinate army. However, after waiting for a long time, the scar-faced man grew impatient. After all, He had sacrificed 2 women to please Li Chen, yet Li Chen hadn't even said a word, which made him furious. He then threw a Molotov cocktail directly onto the gate of Qishan base. The homemade incendiary bottle wasn't very powerful, but it would definitely ignite a fire and create a lot of smoke. The sudden flames made everyone inside Qishan base immediately alert. Zhong Shuang reacted very quickly releasing a wave of ice mist to extinguish the fire. The crowd, led by Mi Yao, climbed up the city gate with serious expressions. You're looking for death. If it weren't for the fact that many people had come to join in recent days, and Li Chen had ordered them not to kill indiscriminately to avoid missing out on useful talents, Mi Yao would have rushed down long ago to turn this group into ashes. Call your boss out. I have something to discuss with him, the Scarface man said, his face turning red. Mi Yao sneered. How convenient that the boss isn't here, and he gave orders before leaving. If he were here, the first to die would be you. Just as Mi Yao finished speaking, a series of whistling sounds suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up to see the magnificent iron eagle gliding down toward the city gate. Soon, Li Chen appeared on the back of the iron eagle. Wow, is that the boss? So cool. Riding the iron eagle, this was just too awesome. The way he appeared made all the men present stare in awe, while the other women gazed at him with starry eyes. Li Chen did not land immediately, but hovered above the city gate, looking down at the scar-faced man. You're looking for me? His voice was calm, but his solemn demeanor made the scar-faced man sweat nervously. Well, I want to join the base of Chief Li Chen, and these 2 women are a gift for you to kill. Upon hearing the word kill, Mi Yao and the crowd finally showed a dangerous smile. Li Chen continued, rules are dead. People are alive. We don't need to be so rigid. No matter who it is from now on, anyone who provokes us will be killed without mercy. Yes, the subsequent scene was quite brutal. Mi Yao, fighting with full force, was like a reaper from hell. Within minutes, this team of 10 or so people was completely turned to ashes. Zhong Shuang also took action, freezing the remaining few into ice sculptures. After it was all over, everyone turned their gaze to Li Chen, who was riding the Iron Eagle. Lin Xiyu came to the city gate, looking at the Iron Eagle with great satisfaction. Was the advancement process smooth? Li Shen nodded. For Xiao Tai, Li Chen and Lin Xiyu were like its parents, the 2 closest people to it. Kai Mo stepped forward, somewhat uncertain, and said, Boss, this scene is really too cool. The others behind, Yin Feng looked on with envious eyes. Not just cool, it's simply awesome. It seemed that someone was whispering. If only I were a woman. Ahem. Li Chen cleared his throat. Stop watching the excitement and go do what you need to do. Then, the crowd reluctantly dispersed. Shortly after, a man called out, Chief Li Chen, please wait. This time, even without Li Chen's instruction, Xiao Tai immediately turned around so that Li Chen could face the speaker. Li Chen glanced over and saw a small team of only 8 people. All 8 were ability users, with half of them being second level, showing decent strength. What can you offer? After interacting with many teams, Li Chen no longer wasted time asking for names. He was more interested in what they could contribute. The leading man nodded and signaled the others to bring up their goods. Li Chen's gaze turned to the back, where he saw 2 people carrying a huge sack. The size was roughly equivalent to a truck. This surprised both Li Chen and the people on the city gate, making them curious. Considering what other teams had brought, which were mostly food, tools, or vegetable seeds, all relatively small and could be carried by hand, this team was providing something as large as a truck. However, even though it looked large, it seemed very light. The 2 men carrying it appeared to be quite relaxed. With every step they took, the huge sack shook, suggesting it contained something soft. Li Chen pondered and said, Introduce your team. Yes, Chief Li Chen. Perhaps thinking that the previous incident with the Scarface man being killed was a warning, the members of this team behaved very respectfully. My name is Chen Lei, a second-level Earth ability user. We have 8 people, 4 of whom are second level. I've heard about the number of ability cores you require, and we can meet that demand. We come from a goose farm in the suburbs of Modu. We were all factory workers, but after the incident, we've been surviving on goose meat. However, our food is nearly exhausted now, so I want to join Chief Li Chen. I believe the gift we brought will certainly be useful to you. Chen Lei finished speaking and carried a sack the size of a truck to the city gate. He untied the rope and prepared to open it. At the city gate, Meow and the others also leaned out to take a look. What could such a large bag of gifts possibly contain? Chapter 55. Gathering talent under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The huge sack was finally opened by Chen Lei. A flash of snow white appeared before everyone's eyes. It turned out to be a large bag of down feathers. Leader, Li Chen. This is the top-quality goose down we collected from a goose farm. The insulation effect of these down feathers is excellent, and every day, people from the clothing factory come to us to purchase goose down. I think with winter approaching, these down feathers will definitely be useful to you, Leader Li Chen. Chen Lei's purpose seemed very clear. He was aiming to join the Qishan base, and his words were filled with confidence. Upon hearing this, Li Chen remained non-committal. First of all, this man named Chen Lei had a reasonable idea and was considering survival issues in the apocalypse. He thought that Li Chen knew that winter wound tea comes so quickly this year and had not made too many preparations for it so far. However, this was indeed a problem that couldn't be overlooked. Keeping warm during the winter in the apocalypse was crucial. So if we really talk about it, the batch of goose down contributed by Chen Lei does have its uses. After the Red Mist invasion, anywhere humans exist is generally attacked by zombies and mutated beings, and almost all buildings and resources have been destroyed. Once, when Li Chen passed by a clothing factory, he specifically checked to see if there were any usable cotton clothes. Unfortunately, during the summer of the apocalypse, the surface temperature was higher than usual, and flammable cotton had long been burned to ashes. Therefore, materials for warmth like cotton would become a necessity as winter approached. But just relying on this little bit of goose down to join Qishan seemed too easy. The goose farm was so large. There couldn't be just this amount of goose down, right? Li Chen looked at Chen Lei and asked. This time, I didn't bring all of it with me, Chen Lei replied. But as long as Leader Li Chen speaks, I can quickly transport all of it here. Hearing this, Li Chen nodded. If there were 5 more bags, it wouldn't be a problem to provide everyone at the Qishan base with a cotton coat. At this point, Li Chen had already made a decision about Chen Lei's team. In some ways, Li Chen didn't require those teams to provide very good tributes. Instead, he looked at whether they had the qualities to become an affiliated army of the Qishan base. First, he looked at their strength. Secondly, he considered their ways of survival in the apocalypse. Like that Scarface man from earlier, who clearly lived in harsh survival conditions but valued women more than food. So, Li Chen could only resolve it before nature killed him. On the other hand, Chen Lei's team satisfied Li Chen. Bon envie d'inconfort. Chen Lei's foresight in considering winter showed that he had a sense of crisis, which was a good survival skill. Such a person would be regarded by Li Chen as a talent worth developing. Thinking of this, Li Chen didn't hold back and said straightforwardly, in that case, I agree to your request. Upon hearing Li Chen's agreement, everyone in Chen Lei's team immediately showed expressions of excitement. They had wanted to join Li Chen's team for quite some time and had made many preparations for it. Now, they had finally become an affiliated army of the Qishan base. If nothing unexpected happened, they wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. Thank you, Leader Li Chen. In their excitement, Chen Lei bowed towards Li Chen and then knelt on one knee to show respect. The others behind Chen Lei also hurriedly knelt to express their gratitude. Li Chen suddenly thought of something. Chen Lei was a second-level Earth-type ability user, and after pondering for a moment, he said, Chen Lei, tell me about your abilities. I am Earth-type and reached the second level a month ago. I have an affinity for soil and the earth, and I can manipulate soil to some extent for combat. I am also good at sensing enemy information through the earth. However, controlling rocks is somewhat strenuous. When saying the last sentence, Chen Lei seemed a bit hesitant. Li Chen didn't say anything and tacitly accepted his statement. Clearly, Chen Lei's earth abilities were not suited for combat, as his attributes leaned more towards land rather than rocks. Among earth-type ability users, there are actually many classifications, such as those who manipulate soil, rocks, sand, etc. This is similar to physical ability users having independent enhancements. Zhang Jin enhanced his vision and speed, while Shen Luo enhanced the explosive power and jumping ability of his legs. As for Chen Lei, he leaned towards functional earth abilities, which naturally had shortcomings in combat. No problem, your ability will just happen to come in handy. Is that okay? Starting today, You will be stationed at the south side of the Qishan base. Walk about a kilometer south. There's a small flat area. Hearing that Li Chun had even found a location in advance, Chun Lei and the others were even more delighted. Thank you, leader, for them. This was a reflection of Li Chun's regard for them. Kaimo, Chao Han, you will take turns managing Chun Lei's team. Yes. Taking a glance at the darkening sky, Li Chen instructed Xiang Daji to hurry up and prepare dinner. In fact, there were already Earth-type ability users in the base, like Yin Feng. However, Yin Feng's attributes were more suitable to be classified as rock-type. His ability to manipulate rocks was strong, while he had little affinity for soil. Therefore, Li Chen planned to train Yin Feng as a combat personnel. Chen Lei's addition just happened to solve the problem of cultivating the planting area. Otherwise, relying solely on manual tilling would waste too much manpower. He then went to the basement and opened a door. This was the studio that Mi Yao had arranged for Zuotong. Zuotong, are you there? As soon as he opened the door, an industrial metallic smell greeted him. Li Chen looked inside. The originally empty room was now filled with various equipment and tools that Zuotong had brought in. Mi Yao seemed to have connected several nearby rooms to create this large space. In the midst of the cluttered equipment, Zuotong stood up silently. Boss, a 9-year-old girl, wearing goggles and holding a screwdriver, presented a somewhat strange scene. However, Zuotong had long been accustomed to this lifestyle, always wearing that expression of wanting to invent and create. Li Chen glanced a few times and found there was no sense of discomfort. Then, Li Chen began to observe in Zuotong's studio. Besides many scattered parts and tools, there were also many things that Zuotong had already completed. Just as Li Chen was about to reach out and check, Zuotong's voice came softly, Boss, don't touch things randomly. If you get blown up, I want to be responsible. Chapter 56. The role of chocolate. Hearing Zuotong's words, Li Chen paused slightly in his actions. But he only hesitated for a moment before directly and carelessly picking up a spiky, semi-finished metal plate from the table. You think a single sentence can scare the boss of Qishan base, huh? Hearing Li Chen's words, Zuotong could only give a sheepish smile. She had indeed wanted to trick Li Chen into thinking there were bombs here, but from the looks of it, Li Chen seemed completely unafraid. While having dinner, Li Chen contemplated many things about Zuotong. As a brain-type ability user, Zuotong was very sharp. Although she agreed to join the Qishan base, getting her to willingly help and work for the base would be quite a challenging task. Therefore, to win over Zuotong, he would have to put in some effort. Li Chen held the metal plate for a moment, unable to figure out its purpose, and then set it down. He then took out 2 slices of toast and placed them on the table. This is your dinner for tonight. This action instantly excited Zuotong, her expression clearly showing disbelief. As a brain power user, Zuotong was undoubtedly more important than 99 of the people in the Qishan base, and could be considered a rare talent. However, Li Chen only gave her 2 slices of tasteless toast, which felt like a way to dismiss a beggar. Seeing Zuotong's increasingly displeased expression, Li Chen chuckled. You don't really think that just because it's your first day at the Qishan base and you haven't done any work, you can eat meat, do you? Upon hearing this, Zuotong let out a sigh. What was bound to come had indeed arrived. Noticing Zuotong's troubled expression, Li Chen realized that the opportunity to completely win her over had come. He had to seize the moment while Zuotong was hungry and wavering in her heart to secure her allegiance. I know you're very smart, but I won't be fooled by your little girl appearance. What I need is someone with team spirit, willing to contribute to the Qishan base. Not a bookworm who just buries herself in little inventions. Do you understand what I mean? Zuotong leaned against the workbench, silently listening. Li Chen continued, I am a person of principle. Things I promise to others, I will definitely do. Through his previous life and interactions with other brain power users, Li Chen knew that this group of people often felt superior, believing that everyone else was foolish. If he wanted Zuotong to integrate into the Qishan base, he needed to find a way to make her let go of that notion. After all, Zuotong was currently hungry, and Li Chen could see the wavering in her expression. Since that was the case, he had to strike while the iron was hot. Li Chen quickly pulled out another item from his pocket. If you can do what I say, then besides your daily meals, I can also offer you this. Zuotong looked up and saw Li Chen holding a small, exquisite package. It was an unopened chocolate bar. The moment she saw the chocolate, Zuotong's eyes widened. How did you get chocolate? Zuotong's innocent voice shouted with force. Li Chun smiled. You know I've stockpiled a lot of supplies. Is it strange to keep some snacks? Seeing the chocolate, Zwatong finally couldn't control her expression and relaxed a bit, showing some compromise. Li Chun noticed this scene and realized it was indeed effective. Although Zwatong didn't like to communicate with others, she was very familiar with Miao. The two acted like sisters and exchanged a lot. Zwatong's fondness for chocolate was something Miao had told Li Chun. As a little genius inventor, Zwatong also had her own quirks. She had loved chocolate since she was young, to the point where she needed it every day. When she ate chocolate, she felt a surge of inspiration. Her thoughts became extremely clear, and her creative abilities greatly improved. However, the apocalypse made it difficult for her to even eat, let alone have chocolate. Later, she built the 5th-generation off-road combat vehicle and relied on its high combat effectiveness to obtain rice cakes and solve her hunger problem. But she searched most of Modu and couldn't find any traces of chocolate. Now, she finally found it, right in Li Chen's hands. What do you think? As long as you sincerely join, you can receive a piece of chocolate from me every 2 days. Li Chun shook the corner of the chocolate package repeatedly. The plastic wrapper made a crinkling sound, making Zwatong's heart itch. After pondering for a moment, Zwatong could no longer resist Li Chen's offer. She looked around, glanced at the screwdriver in her hand, and finally turned to Li Chun, her eyes sparkling as if she had made a significant decision. I agree. From now on, I'm a member of the Qishan base. After saying that, Zwatong let out a long sigh, her expression gradually relaxing. Li Chun could tell that she wasn't unwilling to join the Qishan base. It was just that this change of identity required some time for her. Li Chun smiled at Zwatong, then clapped his hands and called out Miao. Zwatong's gaze shifted to see Miao suddenly walk in from outside, carrying a tray with steaming hot food. This is your dinner. Zwatong glanced at Li Chun and, not being polite, picked up her bowl and chopsticks to start eating. Although it was all home-cooked dishes for Zwatong, who had been eating dry rations for months, it was simply delicious. Just as she stuffed a bite into her mouth, Zwatong seemed to remember something. She suddenly stood up and snatched the chocolate from Li Chen's hand. Seeing this scene, Miao couldn't help but chuckle. She then sat down beside Zwatong and gently patted her back. Zwatong, don't worry, Leader Li Chun is a really good person. Following him won't be a mistake. Besides, the Qishan base is great. Here you can complete many inventions and enjoy good meals. Yeah, I understand, I promised. Seeing Zwatong's serious gaze, Li Chun felt relieved. He then shifted his gaze and picked up a metal ball from the shelf beside him. Zwatong was startled. Boss, don't touch that, it's really a bomb. But she was too late to warn him. In the next moment, the bomb heated up in Li Chen's palm and then exploded. Boom! Chapter 57. Fully automatic defense system. Feeling the bomb's sudden heat in his palm, Li Chun cursed under his breath. With a thought, he immediately stored the bomb that was about to explode into his ability space. However, Zwatong's eyes widened. What happened? She clearly saw the small bomb, which was about to explode due to Li Chen's accidental touch, vanish right in front of her. There was no sound or warning. It just disappeared into thin air. Since Zwatong was still unaware that Li Chun possessed an ability space, she wasn't sure if Li Chun should tell her. As the person involved, Li Chun casually waved his hand. It's fine, I was just about to tell Zwatong about the ability space. In this life, only a handful of people knew that Li Chun had an ability space, and they were all his closest companions. As for Zwatong, Li Chun had no intention of hiding it. As a brain power user, Zwatong would eventually discover the clues about her ability space, so this matter couldn't be concealed. Moreover, if Li Chun wanted Zwatong to truly be of use to him, he shouldn't hide too much from her. Telling her about the ability space sooner rather than later would benefit both Li Chun personally and the development of the Qishan base. Ability space? As a brain power user, Zwatong was now full of questions. Li Chun then briefly explained the concept of the ability space, just as he had done with Lin Xiu and Miao before. From the very beginning, Zwatong had been suspicious of Li Chun. In the apocalypse, storing supplies and food was something everyone would do, but being able to produce fruit was something unique to him. Moreover, he had tropical fruits like strawberries, which were impossible to preserve under the rising surface temperatures. However, if Li Chun had an ability space, many doubts could be resolved. For Zwatong, Li Chun's power was indeed several levels above most people in the apocalypse. But relying solely on combat power would not be enough to completely convince her. Now, that Zhuotong knew Li Chen possessed an ability space. It was a capability that others absolutely did not have. It was a form of absolute capital that could enable them to stay ahead of everyone else in the apocalypse. Thinking of this, Zhuotong turned to Li Chen, and there seemed to be something changing in her gaze, revealing some admiration and respect. Li Chen was not in a hurry and gave Zhuotong some time to digest the information. When Lin and Mi Yao first learned about the ability space, they were also shocked for quite a while. After a long time, Zhuotong slowly spoke up. "Boss, let's talk about the mutated zombies, the ones gathered in the north." "Go ahead." Hearing Zhuotong's calm tone, Li Chen felt much better. Then, Zhuotong began to share the plan she had thought about all afternoon while having dinner. "Regarding the zombies in the north, I have conducted reconnaissance, and their scale is quite large, and they exhibit collective consciousness. I suspect that among the zombie horde, there has emerged a type of mutated zombie with advanced intelligence. Li Shen Nudda. Zombies above level 3 do indeed exhibit some intelligence. Referred to as predators. They have the ability to summon zombies within a certain range." "Predators? Is that a name you came up with?" Zhuotong paused. "No, that's what they are called worldwide. Predators is a term used in the last life to refer to level 3 and 4 zombies. Compared to ordinary zombies, predators are larger, reaching heights of 3 to 5 meters, and they are very fast, comparable to a level 3 physical ability user. The most important thing is that predators can command other zombies. Although they possess only simple intelligence, they will target human teams for attacks with specific purposes. Of course, having intelligence does not mean they won't eat humans. The higher the level of the predator, the more they crave human flesh." Li Chen vaguely remembered that some predators even had a particular fondness for human brains. In the last life, Zhong Shuang was once targeted by 2 level 5 zombies that loved human brains, who lay in ambush for several months to eat her brain. Fortunately, Zhong Shuang had the ironclad eagle in her last life, which allowed her to escape a disaster. "Zhuotong, boss, I have 3 ideas for dealing with the zombies in the north. First, we can take the initiative to attack. This batch of zombies is not yet fully gathered, so they are relatively weak. A proactive attack might have a chance to directly defeat them. Second, within the next half-month, we can raise the strength of the core personnel in the base to level 3 or above. If we have 10 level 3 ability users, I think it won't be difficult to resist the Predator's invasion. Third, we can enhance the defensive capabilities of the base itself. If we can get enough firearms, I can set up an automated defense system inside the base with functions like automatic targeting, identification, and firing. However, that requires a large number of firearms and electricity. After finishing the 3 options, Li Chen couldn't help but think. To be honest, Zhuotong's 3 methods could indeed solve the problem of the Predators gathering this time. The first 2 options, Li Chen had already considered. However, he directly dismissed the first option of taking the initiative to attack. On the surface, taking the initiative to attack seems to be the fastest and most labor-saving method. Just go fight. But having lived through the last life, Li Chen understood that the gathering of zombies would not stop. The zombies in the central plains and coastal areas would continue to gather, wave after wave. Moreover, the strength of the Predators would grow stronger. If they had to take the initiative to attack every wave, they would need to send out more manpower. In this way, wouldn't the Qishan base become an empty city? Based on past experience, Li Chen directly ruled out this method. As for raising the core personnel strength, Li Chen had always been doing that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have organized daily training for the base personnel. After hearing Zhuotong's suggestions, Li Chen was particularly interested in the third idea. If Zhuotong could really complete a fully automated defense system, it would be very effective for resisting both the zombie horde and other ability user teams. Overall, it seemed to have a somewhat lasting effect. Just as Li Chen was about to make a decision, Zhuotong suddenly had a curious look. Her next words left Li Chen puzzled. "Boss, can I take a look inside the ability space?" Chapter 58. The Armory in Modu. Hearing Zhuotong's idea, Li Chen immediately refused. "No, if you go in, you will fall freely from a height of 1,000 meters in the ability space and die." In fact, there was not much to say. The free fall was just a reason Li Chen casually found. After hearing this, Swatong let out a helpless sigh. She knew that Li Chen would not allow others to enter the ability space, but she was really curious about this ability. The idea of creating an automated defense system is good, but we don't have that many guns right now, do we? As for electricity, there's no need to worry. However, the number of firearms in the Qishan base is not much. They're basically scavenged from other ability users. It's even difficult to get one gun per person, let alone build a complete automated defense system. Swatong pondered for a moment, and then pulled out a small notebook from the drawer of the workbench, flipping through it. Half a minute later, Swatong stopped on a page of notes. Boss, I have actually scouted an armory. It's located in the eastern part of Modu, near the suburbs, about 50 kilometers from our base. I once scouted there. It is quite large, and the stockpile of weapons is enormous. However, someone occupied it half a month ago. I'm not sure about the strength and number of the personnel there. Hearing Swatong's report, Li Chen already had an idea in his mind. Regardless of whether the armory was occupied or not, we must go there. If the people there don't let us take things, we can just seize them directly. Boss, when are we setting off? Swatong asked eagerly. Wait for my arrangements. If the armory had not been occupied, Li Chen would probably set off immediately. However, based on Swatong's observation of signs of occupation, it was clear that the armory had already been taken over by an ability user organization. Therefore, Li Chen did not plan to act rashly. After chatting for a bit, Li Chen took me out and left Swatong's workshop. Early the next morning, Li Chen gathered people to prepare to investigate the armory. After thinking about it last night, Li Chen had guessed that there was likely a large team of ability users in the armory, and its scale would not be smaller than Zhongjin's political center. After all, besides weapons, the armory would surely have other supplies, attracting a large number of people. Additionally, the large scale of the armory building made it very suitable to be used as a base stronghold. After consideration, Li Chen took me Yao, Shen Luo, and Yin Feng's team to check it out. 50 kilometers was not far for everyone. In half an hour, Li Chen led the group to the outskirts of the armory. The scale of this building complex was immense, and there were no signs of damage. Look at the road in front of the armory's gate. The bodies of zombies are piled up like mountains. Are there bullets free? From a distance of over 100 meters, Yin Feng and the others observed carefully, then couldn't help but exclaim a few times. Just now, the group had walked through the center of Modu according to the map in Li Chen's hand. The scene in the city center was becoming more and more tragic, with buildings collapsing one after another, and many places were engulfed in flames. However, looking at the armory building complex in front of them, it was as if the apocalypse had never arrived. Li Chen knew that what they saw was just the office buildings and canteens of the armory. The real storage of firearms must be in the underground warehouse. At this time, everyone was already relatively close to the armory's main gate, but Li Chen was not in a hurry to approach. Instead, he began to observe carefully. From this angle, Li Chen could already see several armed guards above the armory building. Indeed, a strict management system had formed here, and it would definitely not work to charge indirectly. After a brief contemplation, Li Chen did not hesitate any longer and led Mi Yao and the others to the front door of the armory, planning to make inquiries directly. However, just 10 meters in front of the door, several bullets whizzed out, landing just before their feet. Mi Yao squinted slightly, revealing a hint of danger in her gaze as she looked towards the observation platform above the armory's entrance. 2 armed guards were aiming their guns at them, and it was clear that the previous shots had come from them. Who are you? What do you want? The 2 guards seemed to have received professional training, staring intently at Li Chen and the others. Li Chen didn't waste words. I am Li Chen from Qishan base. You should have heard of this name, right? As soon as Li Chen finished speaking, the 2 guards were momentarily taken aback, and then their expressions changed from slight surprise to gradually strange, and finally, they looked at Li Chen and the others with a hint of mockery. So it's Li Chen from Qishan base. What a big shot. You come in here announcing your name. Who gave you the confidence? Ha ha ha. Do you think that by taking down Zhongjin, you're the boss of Moda now? Zhongjin is nothing. The 2 guards laughed heartily, clutching their stomachs, almost dropping their guns. Their demeanor completely disregarded Li Chen and the others. This behavior undoubtedly enraged Mi Yao, and Shen Luo beside. Li Chen rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge forward. However, the 2 guards reacted quickly. Just as Shen Luo was about to make a move, 2 machine guns immediately swept towards him. Shen Luo cursed under his breath, and had to back off. After firing a few shots, the two guards stopped their attack and quickly made a few hand signals, after which one of them dashed into the armory. Chen, our boss just happens to want to see you too. Since you're here, just wait for our boss to speak. Meeting the other side's leader was not a problem. As long as they met the other side's leader, Chen could basically get a sense of their background. However, before that, Chen slowly raised his palm, aiming at the guard on the observation platform, using spatial strangulation. A twisted energy suddenly erupted from behind the guard, and with a puff, blood sprayed from his neck as he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this scene, the others felt a lot better, exhilarated. After waiting for about 10 minutes, when everyone was getting impatient, the door on the observation platform of the armory was finally pushed open, and a chaotic sound of footsteps gradually approached. A fat, greasy, bald man with a hot-bodied woman by his side appeared on the platform. The man looked to be in his mid-40s, his face shiny, with a receding hairline, creating a stark contrast with the woman beside him. Chen looked at the man and felt he was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him in the Chishan prison in his previous life. After a moment of thought, Chen finally recalled a name in his mind. You are Chen Biao? Chapter 59. The first confrontation. Chen Biao on the observation platform suddenly raised his eyebrows when Chen called out his full name. As the boss of the armory, everyone had to call him Biao Yi, and no one had ever dared to speak his name directly. Those who did were all beheaded. As soon as Chen finished speaking, one of the guards beside Chen Biao immediately pointed at Chen and scolded. Who do you think you are? Daring to call our boss by his name? Call him Biao Yi. Chen glanced at the guard, slightly exerting force from his palm to create a powerful suction using the method of spatial manipulation. He directly pulled the guard toward the outside, and after crashing against the railing of the observation platform, he fell from the 3-story height. Accompanied by a scream, the guard was likely disabled on the spot. Chen didn't care about the outcome, but looked at Chen Biao and grinned. Hey, Chen Biao, your little brother seems to think his life is tough. At this point, Chen Biao finally began to take Chen seriously. He walked to the edge of the observation platform, his eyes revealing a dangerous glint. The only reason Chen could directly call Chen Biao by name was that in his previous life, Chen Biao was under Zhang Dehai in Chishan prison. His ability seemed to be controlling some mutated flames, and his strength was average. After all, working under Zhang Dehai, most of the resources were taken by Zhang Dehai, leaving little room for Chen Biao to grow. However, it seemed that the butterfly effect had impacted things. Now, Chen Biao's identity had changed, and his strength was at least a level above what it was in the past life. Through his perception, Chen knew that Chen Biao was now also a third-tier ability user, even stronger than Chen. It was clear that Chen Biao had discovered the method of absorbing ability cores to enhance his strength. And with so many ability cores turned in by the people in the armory, it was entirely possible for Chen Biao's strength to surpass Chen. After a moment of silence, several subordinates behind Chen Biao finally noticed the guard that had been killed by Chen's spatial strangulation. They quickly pulled the alarm. Above the observation platform, a flashing red light alarm went off. Ding, ding, ding. Immediately after, the armory office building in front of everyone suddenly erupted with various chaotic gunfire sounds. All the windows on the upper floors opened, and numerous gun barrels protruded from these windows. This office building was essentially a large fortress. Chen took a quick glance and thought, wow, at least hundreds of guns are aimed at us from the direction they're facing. Beside him, Yin Feng and the others had twitching lips. Damn, these people have more guns than we have heads at the base. Rifles and machine guns were one thing, but there were also 2 rocket launcher platforms on the roof. For ordinary people, seeing so many gun barrels aimed at them would probably make them run away in fear. However, everyone beside Chen were competent ability users, and as long as they reacted in time, it would be relatively difficult for ordinary firearms to harm them. Therefore, everyone remained calm and stood in front of the office building in a standoff. Chen Biao leaned against the railing of the observation platform, his weight bending it slightly. Clearly, he was also observing Chen. After a moment, Chen Biao finally spoke. Chen, you have some guts to kill my subordinate in front of me. His eyes gleamed with menace. After Chen made his move, he actually wanted to give the order to shoot, but after seeing Chen's abilities, he had another thought. Chen, I can spare your life if you want, as long as you and your people acknowledge me as your big brother. About 3 times. and call me Biao Yi 3 times, I will let you go. How about it? As soon as Chen de Biao finished speaking, Li Chen burst into laughter. Haha. Chen de Biao, I actually have a collaboration I want to discuss with you. Hearing this, Chen de Biao was momentarily stunned, completely caught off guard. What collaboration? I want to borrow your weapons for a bit. If you hand them all over to me, I can make your death quick and painless. Li Chen looked at Chen de Biao with an extremely serious tone. To be honest, Li Chen was indeed planning this. Before setting out, he had thought about how to deal with the forces in the armory. In the current apocalyptic environment, once it involved resource competition, there was only one outcome between teams, which was war. Therefore, to obtain the weapons from the armory, killing Chen de Biao was a necessary step. After all, Li Chen knew that before the Great Evolution, there was no reliable cooperation among ability users. In fact, most ability users wouldn't survive until then. As long as it was the materials Li Chen needed, he could freely seize them. On the office building's viewing platform, Chen de Biao's face immediately turned as ugly as a dog's after hearing Li Chen's words. Damn it, I think you're tired of living. Kill him. As soon as Chen de Biao gave the order, the armed men in the entire office building instantly opened fire in the direction of Li Chen and his group. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce sound of machine gun fire exploded on the scene like a sonic boom. Fortunately, everyone reacted quickly, swiftly dodging and pulling back. Although they were all superpowered individuals, their physical bodies were still relatively fragile, and a stray bullet could cause serious injuries. So they had no choice but to retreat. However, the other side showed no signs of stopping, constantly adjusting the machine gun's positions and sweeping fire in pursuit of them. Damn, are bullets free? They had already retreated to a position over 100 meters away from the office building. Yet the enemy's bullets were still sticking to their heels, as if they were endless, never pausing for a moment. Miao steadied herself for a moment, then immediately gathered a fireball and hurled it towards the office building. But now they were too far from the building. After flying several dozen meters, the fireball slowly dissipated. Seeing that Li Chen's side dared to counterattack, the enemy intensified their gunfire. In fact, they had already moved out of the enemy's shooting range, but the other side just wouldn't let up, not allowing them to get close to the office building. Even Li Chen found this situation somewhat speechless. The ammunition reserves in the armory were probably beyond imagination, completely inexhaustible. Just then, a scream suddenly rang out beside Li Chen. It was Xiangzi screaming in agony. Chapter 60. Cutting off their supply line. Xiangzi's sudden scream startled several teammates nearby. Although everyone in the team were superpowered individuals, their physical bodies were still quite fragile, and it was unrealistic to withstand machine gun fire. As Li Chen turned his head, he saw Xiangzi frantically patting his back. On his back, a small flame had ignited at some point. The flame wasn't too fierce, but it had also singed the hair on the back of Xiangzi's head, producing a smell of burnt protein. Yin Feng and a few others quickly rushed over to help, extinguishing the flame in just a few moments. Afterwards, Xiangzi looked at Miao with tears in his eyes. Sister Miao, can you aim better when you throw fireballs? I'm going to be burned bald. Hearing this, Miao realized that it was her fault for not aiming properly when she hastily threw the fireball, inadvertently affecting Xiangzi. Xiangzi helplessly shrugged, having no other options. Fortunately, the flame that affected him wasn't large, and even after being extinguished, it only burned a few holes in his clothes without injuring his skin. After this incident, Miao felt a surge of anger rise within her. These bastards, relying on their abundant bullets, just hide up there and shoot. Why don't they come down for a one-on-one? Cowards! Saying this, Miao extended her palm, ready to launch another attack. However, at this moment Li Chen shook his head. Miao, forget it. Upon hearing this, Miao, though unconvinced, had to lower her hands. Li Chen was right. With Chen de Biao's advantage of having a large stockpile of ammunition in the armory, they could achieve excellent defense. Their frontal assault had left them unable to approach the office building's main entrance. After a brief correction, Li Chen led everyone back. On the way back, Li Chen pondered over the earlier events. Although this operation had not yielded any substantial gains, at least he now knew the identity of the opposing leader. Moreover, he had seen their defensive strategy, and next time they came, Li Chen would definitely find a way to avoid a frontal confrontation. In short, a direct breakthrough of the office building was not feasible. They had to find a way to outsmart them. Actually, obtaining this information was already quite good, considering that Chen Debiao's team was definitely not small. If they thought they could easily get weapons with just one trip, that would be quite a fantasy. For Li Chen, it was a useful piece of information. After a simple lunch, Li Chen hurried everyone into the office to hold a meeting. The meeting's content naturally revolved around how to deal with Chen Debiao in the armory, and then he handed the armory's map to Zwatong, asking her to come up with a strategy. At this time, Zwatong also reported some news, because she had recorded some notes while using a reconnaissance robot to scout the armory. Zwatong didn't know what Chen Debiao sent vehicles for, but she could guess, and it was likely for essential supplies like food or drinking water. Otherwise, Chen Debiao wouldn't have sent people out sneakily in the early morning, and he seemed to send vehicles almost every day. This information is good. After listening to Zwatong's explanation, Li Chen nodded with interest. In that case, let's catch him off guard tomorrow morning and cut off his supply line. Upon hearing this, everyone understood Li Chen's intent, and dangerous smiles appeared on their faces. As for why Chen Debiao sent armored vehicles in the early morning, Li Chen could basically conclude it was to transport water. In his previous life, many superpowered teams would do the same. The Red Mist invasion had affected the entire ecosystem, leading to a large number of mutated plants and animals. Thus, many surface water sources have been polluted. Survivors needed to dig wells for groundwater or travel long distances to find unpolluted water sources. Li Chen knew that the armory itself had a granary, and the food reserves would not be small, but water resources were uncertain. He wondered if cutting off Chen Debiao's water supply would make him reconsider the deal they had discussed earlier. Time quickly passed to the early morning of the next day. At the Magic City Armory, in front of the office building's main gate, 2 armored vehicles drove out as usual. Each vehicle was equipped with a driver, several operators, and 5 armed men. Moreover, all of them were superpowered individuals. However, none of the people in the 2 vehicles noticed that several shadows were closely following their vehicle's trail in the surrounding woods. The 2 armored vehicles sped towards the suburbs outside the armory, stopping about half an hour later. Ahead was a small group of buildings, still relatively intact, but it was clear they had undergone some renovations. Hidden in the darkness behind the armored vehicles, Li Chen immediately recognized this place. Before the apocalypse, it had been a hot spring resort. Utilizing natural underground water and geothermal effects, it had been transformed into a high-end vacation resort. However, it seemed that this place had already been converted by Chen Debiao into their water supply stronghold. Let's move. Li Chen's deep voice came out, and then the shadows beside him immediately sprang into action. Mi Yao was the first to charge in, throwing 2 fireballs directly at the person operating the water pipe. The man was focused on fiddling with the water pipe, but suddenly felt a wave of heat above his head, and then 2 fireballs hit him squarely in the face. A scream immediately followed. At the moment Mi Yao struck, Shen Luo also entered the battlefield, relying on powerful leg strength. Shen Luo almost left a trail of afterimages as he rushed in front of a man. Then, with a swift left kick, he sent the man flying into the wall behind him, knocking him out cold. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Chen Debiao's armed men finally reacted to what was happening and quickly rushed to the scene. Meanwhile, Yanfeng led a small team to join Mi Yao at the back. The atmosphere was tense, with everyone channeling their superpower energy, waiting to see which side would strike first. Chapter 61. A back-and-forth clash, the hot spring resort. After a fierce battle, Chen Debiao's group of thugs was all taken down by Li Chen and his team. It must be said that the strength of Chen Debiao's team is quite high. Among the 20 people, just now, 5 were around mid-second tier, and the rest were all late first tier. Fortunately, the people Li Chen brought were also the top fighters from Qishan base, so handling them was no problem at all. As for the strength level of the ability users, apart from Li Chen, the others were actually quite vague about this concept. Li Chen understood the general level of the opponents through his experience from his previous life and his perception. Otherwise, Chen Debiao probably wouldn't know anything, which wouldn't work. The hatred value wouldn't be enough. Before leaving, Yanfeng suggested whether to destroy the underground water source to fundamentally cut off Chen Debiao's drinking water supply. Li Chen stopped him. With such a large-scale power as Chen Debiao's military warehouse, it was impossible for there to be only one water source base. If this one was destroyed, he would just build another one. It would only take a bit more effort. Given the harsh environment of the apocalypse, this hot spring resort was quite hidden. Keeping the underground water here might not be a bad thing. Perhaps it could bring benefits to Qishan Base in the future. Meanwhile, inside the military warehouse, Chen led a group of people observing from the office building's viewing platform. Boss, should we send someone to the hot spring resort to check the situation? Chen turned his head, the flesh on his face shaking, and then suddenly kicked the talking subordinate. I raise you useless bunch, and you're just here waiting idly, right? Chen voice was sharp and frightening, and the few subordinates who were kicked didn't dare to make a sound. After all, Chen terrifying purple flames could take their lives at any moment. Just then, a sudden sound of footsteps came from below. The people on the platform looked over and saw a driver responsible for fetching water, covered in blood, staggering towards the entrance. Boss, whether out of fear or emotion, the moment the driver saw Chen he immediately knelt on both knees. It's Li Chun, the driver said, his voice trembling with tears as he recounted what had just happened. Chen gritted his teeth, his gaze growing more ferocious. Li Chun, that bastard. After a moment of contemplation, he turned his indifferent gaze to the still kneeling driver. The cold tone filled the driver with a sudden dread. Please spare me, boss. Li Chen's people are too strong. We can't resist at all. Before the driver could finish his words, an unnamed purple flame suddenly ignited from beneath him, quickly engulfing his entire body. In the end, amidst his screams, he was reduced to a charred corpse. Seeing this scene, Chen finally felt a bit of relief. He then turned to his subordinate beside him and said, "Open the number 3 underground warehouse and prepare the weapons." "Yes, boss." The subordinate replied and immediately headed towards the location of the number 3 underground warehouse. The underground warehouse was where the weapons and ammunition of the military warehouse were stored. Chen narrowed his eyes, looking in the direction of Modu. "Li Chun, I have an entire military warehouse. Let's see what you can use to fight me." At Qishan Base, the underground water all had a similar taste and generally needed to be boiled before drinking. However, out of curiosity, everyone gathered around to take a sip. Only Zwatong was more interested in the modified water-fetching vehicle in front of him, climbing into the driver's seat to start studying it. Li Chun didn't drink the water from the hot spring resort. Instead, he had breakfast with Lin Siyu and then went to the city gate, taking out a large chunk of raw meat to feed to Xiao Tai. Life at the base returned to normal, as if the conflict with the military warehouse didn't exist at all. People practiced as usual, worked in the planning area, and Li Chun occasionally walked around the base to check on others. This calm lasted until evening. After dinner, Li Chun was planning to take Xiao Tai for a walk outside the base when someone suddenly rushed in, urgently looking for Li Chun. Upon seeing it was Chun Lei from the affiliate army, Li Chun asked, "What's the matter?" Chun Lei organized his words and said, "There seem to be a lot of landmines outside our base. Just now, while I was clearing nearby zombies, I accidentally triggered 2 of them. Fortunately, no one was hurt, but I'm not sure if there are more landmines near the base." Landmines? Li Chun was puzzled. He had never buried any landmines near the base. If it were true, it must have been someone else's doing. "It's Chun isn't it? Zwatong, you and a few others come with me to take a look." Li Chun quickly gathered Zwatong and Yin Feng and left the base. However, once they were outside the range of their stronghold, they had to be cautious, as they could step on a landmine at any moment. Yin Feng used rock rain to attack ahead and find the landmines. Upon hearing this, Yin Feng immediately manipulated the surrounding stones, bombarding the area ahead with high frequency, resembling a rain of stones. But just a few seconds after Yin Feng acted, a deafening explosion erupted just 5 meters in front of them. Boom! The explosion's force sent surrounding stones and dirt flying into the air, and even Li Chun felt a ripple in the air beside him. Looks like Chun is quite ruthless. The power of this landmine could seriously injure even ability users if caught off guard. Damn it, there really are landmines. How did Chun manage to extend his reach to us? Strongzy cursed under his breath. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and said, "Boss, I know. This is a type of jump mine, a pressure-triggered landmine." Chapter 62. The battle for the military warehouse begins. Hearing Zwatong so proficiently identify the type of landmine, Li Chun raised an eyebrow. "You understand this type of landmine?" Zwatong waved his hand. "Of course. I can be considered a half-expert on weapons." "Boss, leave the mine-clearing work to me. I just need a few people. All right, Yin Feng, you guys assist Wutong with the mine clearing. Li Chen wasn't surprised that Chen Biao would come and bury landmines since he had cut off the other party's water source. However, the mine clearing work had to be done carefully. Who knows how many landmines Chen Biao buried around the base in retaliation. Fortunately, Wutong could use specialized mine-clearing devices. And with Yin Feng and the others' help, dealing with this batch of landmines wouldn't be difficult. After returning to the base, Li Chen began to think about how to take the military warehouse. From the current situation, it was unlikely that a life-and-death scenario would arise for either Qishan base or the military warehouse. Both bases had strong defensive capabilities, and as long as Li Chen and Chen Biao didn't engage in a desperate attack, they wouldn't reach that final step. However, continuing to entangle with each other wasn't a solution either. In fact, regardless of how much they harassed each other, it wouldn't cause any significant harm. After all, if Li Chen and Chen Biao were fine, it meant the base would be fine. However, Li Chen was eager to use the weapons and ammunition from the military warehouse to provide Wutong with an automated defense system. This was urgent, as the third-tier predators were already gathering zombie hordes and would be heading south within half a month. Without the automated defense system, defending would become quite challenging. The more he thought about it, the more Li Chen realized that capturing the military warehouse was something that needed to be done immediately. In the office, Li Chen looked over the operational plans Wutong had given him several times. This was a battle plan based on the military warehouse's topographic map and other intelligence. Although it couldn't cover everything, it was currently the most effective strategy. Moreover, Wutong hadn't included his additional ideas in it. If we factor in my own operations, the success rate of breaking into the armory would be much higher. Chen Biao, it's time to put an end to this. Li Chen gazed calmly out the window, his voice very steady. Often, when a great battle is imminent, Li Chen's mind becomes clearer and calmer. As a semi-military expert, Wutong finished the mine-clearing work in less than 2 hours. He believed that Chen Biao had only planted pressure-triggered mines, so Yin Feng could use rock attacks to clear the mines. However, this method is ultimately blind scanning, and if one is careless and misses one, it could still pose a danger. With the cooperation of Wutong's mine-clearing machine, the success rate of clearing mines for the group reached 100. After completing the mine clearance, Li Chen called all the core personnel together to announce the decision to fight Chen Biao to the death tomorrow. Naturally, everyone supported it, with several people even jumping up excitedly. Lin Xiu looked at Xiao Tai and asked, "Is this to prepare for tomorrow's battle?" Li Chen nodded. Lin Xiu pondered for a moment, but couldn't help but ask, "Li Chen, this battle is about the life and death of Qishan base and the armory. Let me go with you." But as soon as she finished speaking, Li Chen immediately shook his head. "No, the base needs someone to guard it. I can't trust anyone else. You must stay here." Hearing Li Chen's insistence, Lin Xiu could only smile helplessly, then gave him a gentle kiss before he left. Li Chen smiled and wiped his lips, not lingering, and leaped onto Xiao Tai's back, and the two disappeared from Lin Xiu's sight. After leaving the base, Li Chen controlled Xiao Tai to fly toward the outskirts of Magic City. In Li Chen's memory, there seemed to be a quarry in this area. After 30 minutes of searching, he indeed saw a group of densely packed small stones drying in the open below. However, as Li Chen descended, the size of these small stones grew larger. When Li Chen landed, he finally saw the full picture of these stones. As a quarry for the sculpture industry, each of these raw stones stood over 2 meters tall. If it weren't for the invasion of the red mist, these raw stones would ultimately be carved into stone lions or other large stone sculptures. The density of these stones is extremely high, each weighing tons. Li Chen didn't think much and walked directly up to these giant stones, waving his hand, making them disappear one by one. The next day, when Li Chen led the troops from Qishan base to the front of the armory's office building, Chen Biao realized that Li Chen was really planning to take action this time. "Li Chen, you have guts, but I'm surprised that your Qishan base really only has this few people, right?" Chen Biao's eyes seemed to be filled with disdain. "And you even made a ridiculous vehicle? Installing a machine gun? Is that useful?" Chen Biao shook his head as he spoke, seemingly feeling pity for his opponent's stupidity. Li Chen looked directly at him, his expression calm and casual as he replied, "Chen Biao, why don't you come and bow 3 times to me now? I can still keep your whole corpse. After all, You're about to die, so don't waste bullets. Save them. The sarcastic remarks undoubtedly ignited Chen Biao's fury. Sharp-tongued, kill them all. Leave none alive. At Chen Biao's command, the hundreds of machine gunners on the office building immediately opened fire. A tidal wave of bullets came sweeping in, but this time everyone did not retreat. Instead, they moved toward a certain corner ahead. From this moment on, Zuotong's combat plan began to take effect. After Zuotong's calculations, they found a blind spot in the enemy's machine gun fire. While it couldn't be said that no bullets passed through there at all, compared to the front, the bullets here were the least, and it allowed others' attacks to reach the enemy's machine gunners. Miao and the others could occupy this roughly 4 square meter area, creating a distraction for the enemy's frontal fire output and drawing fire. At the same time, Zuotong would drive the upgraded off-road vehicle number 8 to approach the cafeteria on the side of the building and find a way to break in. The upgraded off-road vehicle number 8, improved multiple times by Zuotong, retained most of its previous functions and combat capabilities while adding weapons like the poison dragon drill and flash bombs. As long as she could open a breach from the side, Li Chen would be able to lead people in. Finally, relying on Li Chen's ability to be flexible, they could capture Chen Biao. Since that's the case, I'll take action now. Zuotong manipulated the joystick of the off-road vehicle, and the massive drill of the poison dragon suddenly began to stir. Then, under the fire output from above, she charged forward. Chapter 63, Stalemate Battle. The Armory in Magic City. Chen Biao and Li Chen's teams were engaged in a fierce battle. Chen Biao occupied the buildings of the armory and had a large stockpile of firearms and ammunition, setting up numerous machine guns in all 4 directions of his base. However, compared to the front of the office building, the firepower output on the other 3 sides was slightly weaker, which is why Zuotong chose to break through from the side. Using the off-road vehicle number 8, she opened a breach from the direction of the cafeteria and then executed the next step of the plan. Having researched Chen Biao and the armory multiple times, Zuotong knew that their strongest defense was actually the defensive net formed by suppressive fire. As long as they could break through their defense line and let Li Chen and the ability users from Qishan Base enter, the probability of victory would greatly increase. Don't be fooled by the large number of Chen Biao's subordinates. There aren't too many top-tier fighters among them. As could be seen from the team they sent out to fetch water. As for the frontal battlefield, Miao needed to lead the other ability users to hold back Chen Biao's main fire output, giving Zuotong a chance to break through. As for Li Chen, he did not join the battlefield immediately. Instead, he rode Xiao Tai, observing from the periphery of the battlefield. At the same time, he was weighing whether to directly implement his breach plan. This breach plan, Li Chen had not told anyone. The method was simple: to drop the raw stones stored in the ability space directly from the air to smash through Chen Biao's front line. However, Li Chen did not want to do this directly for now. Instead, he curiously looked at the upgraded off-road vehicle number 8 that Zuotong was driving. This vehicle, which Zuotong had praised so highly, had never been in battle before, so he wondered how it would perform today. If Zuotong could really break through the enemy's wall, it would save Li Chen the trouble of dropping stones. With this thought, Li Chen had Xiao Tai hover in the air to observe. At the scene, as the upgraded off-road vehicle number 8 arrived at the side wall of the armory, the enemy's firepower immediately opened up. A large number of machine guns instantly began to fire, all aimed at the off-road vehicle. Bang! 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 Zuotong sat in the driver's seat, listening to the sound of bullets hitting the bulletproof glass, rolling her eyes. Since she dared to appear directly within the enemy's firing range, it was clear that she had the ability to withstand bullets. However, Chen Biao's subordinates were still wasting bullets on her. After thinking for a moment, Zuotong found there was nothing to be said. After all, the enemy's bullets truly cost them nothing. You guys take your time shooting. I'll play a song first, then go clear the mines. Although the off-road vehicle it was bulletproof, the sound of countless bullets hitting was still quite noisy. Zuotong casually played a song, put on her headphones, and began to operate the radar to scan. The off-road vehicle number 8 was designed by Zuotong, so she naturally understood what it feared: anti-tank mines. Therefore, before breaking through, Zuotong had to ensure that the road ahead was free of anti-tank mines, and if she found any, they had to be cleared immediately. At the same time, inside the armory's wall, Chen Biao, through the telescope, also spotted the off-road vehicle approaching the city wall. Biao Yi, should we send people from the front of the office building? That off-road vehicle is equipped with the poison dragon drill. Hearing his subordinate's suggestion, Chen de Biao sneered, "Tch. Didn't you see there's a little girl inside that car? It's not a big deal. Just focus our main force on the front. As long as those ability users can't get in, they have no way to do anything." Since the war began, the machine guns in the armory had been continuously firing for half an hour. At the front of the office building, Miao suddenly heard Zuotong's voice from the communicator. "Okay, I got it." Miao nodded and then looked at the others around her. "Brothers, Zuotong is about to start breaking the door. We need to increase the frequency of our attacks and not let them get distracted by Zuotong." "No problem. Let's go." Everyone replied and immediately used their abilities to attack the direction of the office building. At this moment, Miao and her team reached the back of a security booth, using it to evade the enemy's fire while continuously harassing them with range attacks. Although the distance was still a bit far, Miao's fireballs and Zhong Shuang's ice spikes had lost much of their energy by the time they reached the office building. But at least their continuous attacks ensured that the enemy's frontal firepower wouldn't be diverted, thus achieving their tactical goal. Meanwhile, at the side of the armory, Zuotong had also completed the mine-clearing work. Using reconnaissance technology and a mechanical arm of the off-road vehicle, clearing the mines was quite easy. Since that's the case, I won't hold back with my poison dragon drill. A mischievous glint flashed across Zuotong's youthful face as she pressed down on the switches of the two control handles simultaneously. The drill head in front of the battle vehicle suddenly began to spin rapidly, accelerating to maximum power in just a few seconds. The speed of rotation was so fast that it distorted the surrounding air, creating a series of sonic booms. Above the armory, Li Chen was also watching this scene. Feeling a surge of curiosity, is it about to begin? The kinetic energy of the off-road vehicle allowed the poison dragon drill to strike 3 times in succession. After calculating, Zuotong was confident that if the 3 strikes were accurately positioned, she could directly break through Chen de Biao's steel city wall. After a brief charge, the off-road vehicle charged forward. Bang! Bang! The first 2 strikes had a good effect, creating a conical large hole in the armory's city wall with deep levels of destruction. It seemed that the 3rd strike could potentially break the city gate. However, just after Zuotong completed the 2nd strike, a fat man wearing glasses appeared above the armory. After revealing himself, he showed a lewd smile to Zuotong inside the off-road vehicle, and then blue arcs of electricity flashed from his hands. He was actually a level 2 lightning ability user. The moment the poison dragon drill made contact with the steel city wall, a massive electric current caused the battle vehicle to emit thick black smoke, immediately paralyzing it on the spot. Inside the vehicle, Zuotong was also knocked unconscious by the instantaneous current. Seeing this scene from above the battlefield, Li Chen quickly commanded Xiao Tai to dive down. As they approached the ground, he teleported directly into the battle vehicle, grabbed Zuotong, opened the door, and ran towards the Iron Eagle. Chapter 64. Seizing the armory holding Zuotong, Li Chen exerted force with his legs and jumped onto Xiao Tai's back, gently patting the Iron Eagle's head, signaling it to fly towards the rear of the battlefield. However, this time he was not there to observe the situation. The firepower net set up in the armory was mainly used to deal with enemies on the ground, posing little threat to Li Chen in the air. Arriving above the armory guards, Li Chen made no move. Suddenly, densely packed giant stones over 2 meters high appeared in the air. These giant stones fell rapidly towards the people on the ground under the influence of gravitational acceleration. The guards operating the guns in the armory suddenly noticed a large shadow overhead. When they looked up, they were scared out of their wits. Run! Whether they were ability users or ordinary people, there was no difference under such giant stones. Being close meant death, and touching them meant injury. Seeing this, Miao, who was drawing fire at the front, shouted, "Brothers, charge with me. Victory is right before us." After saying this, she condensed a fireball in her hand and threw it forward while sprinting towards the city gate with her long legs. Following Miao, Zhong Shuang also stopped attacking. Instead, she conjured an ice shield and held it in front of Miao, protecting her as they rushed forward. At this moment, Li Chen was in the air, chasing after the fleeing guards. A gray shadow swept past, Anyone targeted couldn't escape death under the spatial strangulation. However, in the command room behind the armory, Chen was still playing a game of one dragon, two wins, completely unaware that his base had been breached. My beloved, don't run. Let me take good care of you. Chen loved this feeling of being an ancient emperor, insisting that all women call him your majesty in private. And he referred to himself as I. Biao Yi, it's not good. The city gate is about to break. What did you say? Damn, what use are you? As he spoke, Chen waved his hand, and the subordinate who came to report was engulfed in purple flames from his feet, looking both enchanting and sinister. Biao Yi, I'm telling the truth. Soon, the subordinate could no longer make a sound. His body was burned to a charred corpse. Chen grabbed the gun from the table and called to his trusted aides, "Damn it, come with me to see what the hell is going on." Before he could leave the backyard, a large number of subordinates came running from the front. Seeing this scene, even Chen being not the brightest, realized that his situation was dire. With only his current number of people, he couldn't deal with Li Chen at all. "Follow me," Chen called out, leading his strongest ability users toward a secret passage that only he knew about. This secret passage was built by several Earth-type ability users when he first occupied this place. And on the day it was completed, Chen killed those few to ensure that his secret wouldn't be revealed. Relying on Xiao Tai's mobility, Li Chen rushed towards Chen figure in the air. "Chen, you can't escape," Li Chen said indifferently while standing on Xiao Tai's back. "Shut up, Li Chen. I won't let you rest in peace, even if I die." Before Chen could finish his sentence, Li Chen had already teleported in front of him. Suspension. Absorption. In the blink of an eye, Li Chen had grabbed Chen by the neck. "You talk too much." After Li Chen said this, he moved his fingers slightly, and with a crack, Chen head drooped down weakly, unable to unleash his abilities even in death. Li Chen's consistent principle towards enemies was to avoid unnecessary chatter. Only the dead posed no threat, which was also the most basic ability that allowed him to survive. "Now, drop your weapons and kneel on the ground, or else I will kill you without mercy." Under Li Chen's murderous gaze, these people quickly raised their hands, indicating their surrender. They knew that any hesitation would mean they would be the next to lie on the ground. However, Li Chen did not trust these thugs. He struck each of them in the abdomen, crippling their abilities. By the time Yao rushed in with her team, Li Chen had already opened the large doors of the armory and was carefully counting the remaining weapons and ammunition. "Li Chen, you're too fast." Seeing the situation in the field, Yao pouted and complained, casually burning the naked corpse of a woman on the ground, subconsciously not wanting Li Chen to see it. "This is acting quickly. I'm the slow one. Put down your weapons." Li Chen squinted and teased, then instructed his people to load the items onto the transport vehicle. Whether it was due to the fighting or Li Chen's words, Yao's cheeks flushed and she lightly spat, hurriedly taking Zhong Shuang to deal with the incapacitated captives. Although Li Chen had already collected a large portion of supplies in his space, he still left some behind, not for any other reason, but to inspire his subordinates' enthusiasm for victory when they saw it, so that they would dare to fight and kill in future battles. In the entire armory, there were about 300 survivors. After this battle, half of them lost their lives on the battlefield, and the remaining were restrained and prepared to be taken to the base at Qishan prison. The saying "the winner takes all" is a truth that holds everywhere. Li Chen could not trust these people and could only let them work as miners in the future. "Chief, you're here." Seeing Li Chen approach, Lu Longji quickly stood up. "Sister Lu, there's no need to be so polite. How is Watong?" Lu Longji didn't say anything, just pointed inside, indicating that the girl was sulking. Li Chen naturally knew why Watong was angry, but still asked, "Do you know where you went wrong?" Chapter 65. Progress of Spatial Absorption. Hearing Li Chen's words, Watong grabbed the blanket and covered her head, indicating that she didn't want to talk to him. "This piece of chocolate is a reward for your performance on the battlefield. The resources and time you wasted cannot be overlooked." As he spoke, Li Chen took out a piece of chocolate and gently crinkled the wrapper, making a crackling sound. He had observed Watong's behavior, but this time she had also made the mistake of underestimating the enemy. As the leader, he still needed to teach her a lesson. 2 pieces. Injured people need 2 to recover. A small gap in the blanket revealed Watong's big watery eyes. Saying 1 piece means 1 piece. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm just being humane and caring for a child. He emphasized the word child deliberately. You are the child. Your whole family is children. Zwatong didn't dare to say this out loud, so she could only put on a sweet smile and say, Big brother, I know I was wrong. But Li Chen simply stared at her, remaining silent. In his previous life, he had fallen for this trick too many times, and now he had developed immunity. How can I encounter someone like you? A straight man of steel. Zwatong muttered, then said seriously, Actually, the reason for my failure is very simple. I didn't consider the abilities of the ability users, and I was too careless. I guarantee this won't happen again next time. Upon hearing her words, Li Chen thought to himself, as expected of a brain-enhanced ability user, her reaction speed is really fast. She can face her mistakes so quickly, which is something many big shots cannot do. He threw the candy far away, gave Lu Longji a couple of instructions, and walked outside, saying as he left, Clean up and get to work quickly. After all, our time is limited. Zwatong, lying on the bed, had no reaction and happily unwrapped the chocolate, putting it in her mouth and squinting her eyes in bliss like a little cat being fed. Back in his retreat area, Li Chen waved his hands, continuously releasing spatial absorption, the skill he had obtained at the beginning. Before his rebirth, Li Chen could only achieve maximum output with the cooperation of his teammates. But today's battle made him feel that spatial absorption could actually do even better. Just as he was experimenting, Li Siyu pushed the door open and walked in, holding a plate of cooked steak, which was coincidentally captured by Li Chen's spatial absorption, along with the knife and fork on the plate. Be careful. Seeing the knife and fork flying straight towards Li Chen, Li Siyu shouted in panic. Swish! Strangely, the knife and fork that were originally flying towards Li Chen turned at a right angle and firmly embedded themselves in the wall beside him. At this moment, Li Chen was startled awake, looking at the knife and fork on the wall, first stunned, then tightly hugged Li Siyu and excitedly said, Siyu, you are truly my lucky goddess. Give me a kiss. Fortunately, Li Siyu was an ability user, so she wasn't suffocated by this long, wet kiss. Disgusting. Hurry up and eat. It'll get cold soon. Gently punching Li Chen's chest, Li Siyu shyly lowered her head. Seeing her like this, Li Chen's fingers itched. But thinking about the tasks he still had to do, he could only endure and eat the steak in his hand. After finishing the meal, Li Chen climbed onto the wall, personally leading people to set up the automatic shooting array provided by Zwatong, which was crucial for whether he could defend the base in the future. They were busy until midnight before finishing the automatic devices for the base. But before Li Chen could catch his breath, Zwatong came over, accompanied by Miao. Boss, I discovered something and need to tell you. Zwatong had an unusually serious expression. Let's talk in your workspace. In fact, Li Chen had a rough idea of what Zwatong was going to say. It should be about the corrosion of machinery by the red mist. In his previous life, he had known about this phenomenon, but was unclear about the extent of the damage the red mist could do to metal products. After the three arrived at the workspace, Zwatong took a gun and said, Boss, find me a gun from before the disaster. Li Chen casually handed her one, and she placed 2 handguns on the workbench and stepped back. At this moment, Miao walked to the workbench and began to fully activate her ability, with pale, blue flames erupting from her hands, instantly raising the surrounding temperature. The 2 handguns began to undergo different changes shortly after coming into contact with the flames. The handgun Li Chen took from his space clearly melted more slowly. Boss, look, these 2 guns are made of the same material, but the one not corroded by the red mist is much sturdier. If this continues over time, the difference will become increasingly obvious. Seeing this experiment, Li Chen finally understood why some people preferred firearms preserved before the disaster. It turned out the difference was indeed significant. Li Chen nodded and said, This is indeed a big problem, but there's no need to worry too much. Ultimately, all power relies on the individual. Right now, firearms are still useful. Once the mutation levels increase in the future, these things won't matter much. Hearing this, the 2 looked at Li Chen in confusion. I'm now at level 3. Ordinary small caliber handguns no longer have much effect on me. The subsequent levels will be harder to improve, but the rewards will be greater. With that, Li Chen didn't elaborate further. It wasn't the right time to discuss such matters with them, as it would only increase their fear of the future. Instead, he shifted the topic and asked, Miao, are you about to level up? When the topic turned to her, Meow first nodded, then shook her head and said, I don't know either. This state only appeared today on the battlefield. It seems like I'm about to level up, but it also feels like something is missing. Hearing Meow admit this, Chen couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying talent of the Fire Queen. She was about to upgrade in such a short time. Unlike himself, who had to struggle to reach level 3. It's about experience and insight. These are the two aspects necessary to reach level 3. Chen then explained his upgrading process and the things to pay attention to. So Tong, who was nearby, was dozing off. She had no interest in these matters and would rather spend that time studying her big toys. After Chen's explanation, Meow finally realized where her shortcomings lay, and the thought of hunting outside the city arose in her mind. Chapter 66. Meow's upgrade, looking at the flames in her palm. Meow considered where she could find suitable mutated creatures to battle. At this moment, she heard Chen speak up. Tomorrow, go with me to TZ Mountain. Let's try to complete your upgrade. Thinking about Meow's upgrade, Chen's first reaction was TZ Mountain, which was Xiao Tai's favorite place. There are still many opportunities to encounter suitable mutated creatures there. Meow had lived in Magic City for quite some time and had never heard of such a mountain. So she asked curiously, TZ Mountain? I've never heard of it. Is it far from here? Not far, just 20 kilometers away. All right, but won't that delay your matters? I can go by myself, really. As she spoke, Meow's cheeks flushed with a faint anger, and her voice was much gentler than usual. It's fine. Everything is arranged here. It's not safe for you to go alone. When you upgrade, you need someone to protect you. If you succeed in upgrading, you can also help me fend off future zombie attacks. Okay, see you tomorrow morning. There was no conversation that night. In the morning, Chen got up early from bed. With his current physical condition, sleep wasn't necessary. It was merely a habit. As he reached the door, he found Meow already waiting there, dressed in a black tracksuit, which made her look particularly sharp. Let's go. The short 20 kilometers took them only a few minutes to cover. Looking at the not-so-tall hill, Meow asked, should we go straight up the hill, or... It's up to your decision. I will only intervene when you upgrade. The rest relies on you. Chen's main purpose for coming was to help Meow upgrade, and he also needed to acquire a higher level to upgrade himself. All right, wait for my good news. With that, Meow smiled confidently and strode into the forest. Chen, following behind, shook his head with a smile. Perhaps it was this sense of confidence that made countless people willingly call her the Flame Queen. As Chen entered the forest, he soon heard intense sounds of battle not far ahead, occasionally catching glimpses of blue flames dancing between the trees. Seeing that Meow could handle herself, Chen began to venture deeper into the forest. Soon, a bloodthirsty leopard came into his view. This type of leopard was quite common in the forest, but a level 3 leopard was the overlord of this area. Not only was it incredibly fast, but it could also enter a bloodthirsty state using red mist, increasing its speed and sharpening its claws. Before his rebirth, Chen was very familiar with this type of monster, especially since this one was level 3, which gave him no reason to hold back. The bloodthirsty leopard, seeing a living creature intruding into its territory, immediately crouched down and pounced at Chen. Chen didn't want to lose the first move. He took out an ice spirit crystal, and in an instant, numerous small ice spikes formed around him, which he shot towards the leopard. The fast, bloodthirsty leopard, at that moment, seemed to become a clumsy puppet, as if it was charging towards the ice spikes. In the blink of an eye, it was pinned to the ground in a prostrate position. Chen walked over, gently waved his hand, and the leopard's brain was in his hand, which he quickly stored away. This trivial incident did not halt Chen's steps. He kept an eye on Meow's situation while continuing to hunt the seen mutants until a delicate shout reached his ears, instantly teleporting over. Chen saw Meow confronting 3 male ability users, with a dead level 2 bloodthirsty leopard beside her. What do you want? This is my prey. Meow's heaving chest showed her extreme anger. This forest belongs to our ability association. If you want this, let my brothers have some fun. The leading man, with a big belly, leered, his eyes greedily fixed on Meow, who was revealing some allure due to the battle. You're looking for death. Hearing their words, Meow could no longer hold back. She raised her hand and shot a blue fireball. However, the 3 ability users were not easy targets. As soon as Meow lifted her hand, they unleashed their respective skills. The lewd man used a dark-type slow light, while the other two men used earth and lightning abilities. The moment the three beams of light struck, Miao's delicate body was sent flying, tracing a bloody arc in the air. The three men laughed lewdly as they approached, but at that moment, Miao shouted loudly, "Li Chun, save me!" Upon hearing that Miao had a companion, the three immediately took defensive stances, but unfortunately, it was too late. Li Chun, walking at a leisurely pace, appeared in front of the three. He raised his hand, and countless sharp ice shards flew forward. Seeing this person being so arrogant, the three used their strongest skills. But just as their skills approached Li Chun, they were shredded and annihilated by the space around him without causing a ripple. At this moment, the three ability users, unable to escape, were cut to pieces by the sharp ice shards, lacking any power to resist. "You can't kill us. We're from the Ability Association. If you kill us, our boss won't let you two go." "Oh, is that so?" Hearing their words, Li Chen's heart stirred, and he asked, "Is your leader called Wu Yuanjia? This hero? You know our leader? That's great. Let us not fight since we're acquainted." Upon hearing that name, Li Chen's killing intent surged, and just his aura pressed the surrounding weeds to the ground, showing how furious he was. In his previous life, it was this Wu Yuanjia who acted as an insider for the zombies, allowing them to breach the rear in that battle half a month later, forcing Li Chun and Li Siyu to flee. However, this Wu Yuanjia relied on the power of the zombies to make his ability association a top force in Magic City in a short time, eventually breaking the Qishan base and indirectly causing Li Siyu's death. Thinking of this, Li Chun lightly moved his fingers, and the rotating speed of the ice shards on the three men increased until he forced them to reveal the location of the ability association before killing them. Seeing the situation, Miao thought it was her injury that had made Li Chun furious. As she leaned on him for support, she burst into tears in his embrace. For a moment, Miao truly thought she was going to die, but this man saved her once again. With such experiences, it was hard for Miao not to develop feelings for Li Chun. Although she knew he was with Li Siyu, such matters were not easily suppressed by reason. Amidst the ups and downs of her emotions, the flames on Miao suddenly ignited uncontrollably, spreading all over her body in an instant. Chapter 67. The survivor's plea for help. Seeing this situation, Li Chun knew that the upgrade had begun. He quickly explained the precautions and stood guard nearby, without moving an inch. Miao's upgrade lasted quite a long time. It was not until a full day and night later that the blue flames on her body gradually diminished. When the flames completely disappeared, she slowly opened her phoenix-like eyes, and her black and white pupils flashed with strands of deep blue light. Hearing Miao's movements, Li Chun did not turn around but took out a set of clothes from his space and handed it back. "Put this on." Instead of immediately taking the clothes, Miao stepped forward, hugged Li Chun from behind, and said, "Don't you want to take a look? No one has ever had this body before." At her words, Li Chun turned around and saw the desire reflected in her black and white pupils. Without hesitation, he captured her fiery red lips and desperately sought after her. Miao, starting off shy, gradually became more cooperative. After a few minutes, they finally parted ways. "From now on, I will be your strongest support. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. I believe you." When the base walls appeared in their sight, Miao transformed back into the Flame Queen, striking fear into her enemies. The two walked into the base together and found that everyone had been waiting for them. When they learned that Miao had successfully upgraded, various exclamations erupted. Miao was the second level 3 ability user they knew of. As soon as Li Siyu saw something different, she wore a half-smile and approached, whispering a few words in Miao's ear, causing the latter to break her composure, her cheeks flushed with an irresistible beauty. Seeing that Li Chun wanted to speak, Li Siyu interrupted. "All right, you go handle your matters. Don't interfere in our women's affairs." After speaking, he led Miao towards the back room, continuing to talk as they walked. Li Chun smiled and shook his head, knowing what Li Siyu meant, and then stepped into the conference hall. When Shen Luo, Zuotong, and Zhao Shi saw him enter, they quickly stood up to greet him. "I called you here for 2 matters. One is the recent raiders moving south, and the other is to send people to gather information about the Ability Association, especially their leader, Wu Yuanjia." Without any small talk, Li Chen directly assigned tasks to the three, as these were crucial matters concerning the survival of the base in the future. Leader, I'll handle Wu Yuanjia. I have a friend working under him, so I believe I can get a lot of information, Shen Luo stepped forward and said. After a slight pause, Li Chen slowly replied, all right, then you handle the ability association. You can use meat as bait if necessary. Zuotong will assist Zhao Shi in keeping an eye on the raiders. Report to me if there's any sign of movement. Understood. After the incident at the armory, Zuotong had restrained her temper considerably, and Li Chen could now confidently entrust her with some matters. Time spent training always flew by quickly. The dozen or so third-level ability cores he had harvested had only allowed his crystal to grow by less than a third. Li Chen shook his head as he exited the secret room, realizing that it was already bright outside. Boss, here is the information on Wu Yuanjia. Please take a look. While enjoying Cantonese breakfast, Li Chen took the documents Shen Luo handed him and began to read. After finishing the documents, Li Chen pondered how to eliminate this ticking time bomb before the zombies attacked, while ensuring not to alert them. Leader, a group of people has come outside, claiming to seek help. Yin Feng reported as he walked in. Do you know which organization they belong to? It seems to be a coalition of several organizations. They said they are being hunted by the Ability Association and want you to help them seek justice. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's eyes lit up with a plan. A ready-made excuse had appeared, so he said, let's go take a look. After saying that, he stood up and headed outside, with the others quickly following suit. Li Shen, please save us. Those people from the Ability Association are too cruel. They don't see us as their kind at all. In their words, the members of the Ability Association were like gods descending to Earth, invincible, and the nearby camps were simply no match, losing many people instead. You say the team leader is called Wu Qi? Although their credibility was low, it was clear that the Ability Association was very powerful, stronger than the armory. And one name caught Li Chen's attention. Yes, it's this guy. He simply can't be harmed. Our attacks leave no mark on him, and he particularly enjoys tearing people apart. When Wu Qi was mentioned, the people below spoke with trembling voices, and some timid individuals even collapsed to the ground, unable to stand. Li Chen was familiar with this Wu Qi, as he was the younger brother of Wu Yuanjia, and had had intelligence issues since childhood, but his physique was excellent. After the apocalypse, he became one of the rare skin-enhanced ability users, and his strength was indeed formidable. Leader Li, all the heads of the survivor organizations nearby are here. For the sake of being human, please show mercy and save us. Seeing Li Chen hesitate, dozens of survivors under the wall began to cry out, and the smarter ones even invoked the righteousness of humanity to request shelter. Why? These people are acting pitiful, but in reality, they want to be the first to stick their necks out. However, such tricks can't fool Li Chen's eyes. You think just by touching your lips together you can make me save you? How naive. The leading man, realizing Li Chen was not easily fooled, conferred with a few people behind him and then gritted his teeth, saying, Leader Li, we know about a hidden place where the things produced can increase the mutation rate of ordinary people, as long as, if you have such good stuff, are you foolish enough to hand it over? Or am I? Is there a giant python guarding it? Li Chen already knew about the place they were speaking of, but that location was home to a terrifying black snake. Although it was not of a high level, its size was enormous, and, given his current strength, it would still be somewhat difficult to deal with. Upon hearing Li Chen expose their little scheme, these people had no choice but to follow the rules of Qishan, handing over enough items in exchange for a chance to survive. Chapter 68, Crisis Approaches. In fact, Li Chen didn't lack these items at all, but he understood well that if some things were obtained too easily, people would not cherish them. Only the harder they were to obtain, the more people would value them. Not long after these survivors left the city wall, a group of people chased out from the distant woods, led by the burly, blood-soaked Wu Qi. You are Li Chen? Hand over the people. Wu Qi came over without any nonsense. He had already seen the situation here from afar, and letting these people intentionally run to Qishan prison was something his brother had instructed him to do. Who do you think you're to speak to our boss like that? You're looking for death. Under Li Chen's signal, Kai Mo directly started cursing, while throwing a wind ball towards Wu Qi below. The iron tower-like Wu Qi didn't even move. He simply raised his hand slightly and blocked the wind ball. A second-level wind ability user did not pose any threat to him at all. With this level, you still want to oppose our ability association? Today, you'll all die. After saying that, Wu Qi waved his hand, and his underlings charged towards the prison gate, howling. At this moment, the automatic defense system on the city wall began to operate, and Zuotong's creation faced its first real battle, resulting in a surprising outcome. Most of these ability users were at the peak of level 1, with a few level 2 users, but under the crossfire specifically targeting them. They had no ability to fight back, only able to flee with their heads down, with red eyes and a bronze-like sheen covering his body. Wu Qi let out an angry roar, walking forward amidst countless bullets. Even large-caliber bullets only made his radiance flicker, but did nothing else. Standing above, Li Chen saw the glow on Wu Qi and realized he was still at level 2, having not broken through to level 3. Otherwise, his radiance would have turned silvery white. Li Chen, come out and fight me one-on-one. What kind of skill is relying on guns and ammunition? Shen Luo, unable to hold back her anger, stepped forward and said, "Leader, let me handle it. This guy's mouth is too foul." Li Chen agreed precisely because in the original timeline, Wu Qi had died at Shen Luo's hands, and that battle had earned Shen Luo the title of Shadowless Kick. Receiving the order, Shen Luo jumped down directly from a wall. Seeing someone come down, Wu Qi no longer simply defended but pushed off the ground, preparing to end the fight quickly. As soon as the two sides met, they realized the other's strength was not to be underestimated. Shen Luo's leg attacks were powerful, but her overall defense could not match Wu Qi's skin enhancement. Facing Shen Luo, who was faster than him, Wu Qi also had no good solution. The two sides reached a stalemate until Shen Luo feigned a weakness, risking injury to kick Wu Qi in the chest, pushing him away and creating distance between them. Rubbing his chest, Wu Qi said with a serious expression, "You dog, what is your name?" "Ha, little brat. Your grandpa is called Shen Luo. Remember to tell the king of hell when you get to the underground." After hearing this, Wu Qi glared at Li Chen on the wall with blood-red eyes. Gritting his teeth, "I will tear you in half sooner or later. Let's go." Wu Qi, who was born with intellectual deficiencies, did not listen to anyone's words. But he was completely obedient to his older brother and did not dare to refute at all. Wu Qi wanted to leave, but Li Chen was not the type to endure bullying at his doorstep. He immediately ordered, "Kill them." After saying that, he personally led a dozen people to charge towards Wu Qi. At this moment, 2 level 3 predators led 6 level 2 zombies out of the forest, blocking Li Chen's path. Seeing that these people had zombies secretly protecting them, Li Chen realized that Wu Yuanjia had already allied with the zombies. He waved his hand, and a large area of ice crystals shot out, simultaneously teleporting to the side of one predator, delivering a spatial strangulation that instantly took the zombie's life. By the time his subordinates arrived, 8 predators were already lying dead on the ground, their cores in their leader's hands. Li Chen calculated the time. Although he had resolved the battle in just a few seconds, it was a bit late to pursue those with abilities. "Li Chen, I'll join you. It's a good chance to test my newly developed abilities," Mi Yao said as she approached him. Seeing that most of the team had gathered, Li Chen waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The team of dozens walked through the forest, their aura attracting countless mutated creatures that wanted to ambush them. However, under Mi Yao's flames, only their cores remained, while the rest of their bodies turned to ashes. Is this the flame-binding skill? Li Chen watched in disbelief. In his previous life, he had heard that the Flame Queen was the strongest team on her own. He never expected her control skills to be this powerful, a level only attainable by ability users after reaching level 4. When an ability user reaches level 3, they need to have their own insights. But merely having insights doesn't allow for skills to be used for long periods. Of course, Li Chen, being an anomaly, was not included. Only upon reaching level 4 can ability users master new skill attributes, allowing skills to linger for a short while. Thinking of this, Li Chen explained the precautions for level 3 to Mi Yao, warning her, although level 3 is powerful, our total amount of crystals is still insufficient and cannot support us for prolonged battles. Chapter 69. The downfall of the ability association. Upon hearing this, Mi Yao nodded, continuing to look at the man who was carefully explaining things to her with a happy expression. After all, in the past, she had always fought alone, not knowing how wonderful it was to be pampered. Good advice, This is a lesson that many have exchanged their lives for. Seeing Mi Yao's expression, Li Chen rubbed her hair that was turning orange-red. Mi Yao gently puffed out her cheeks and said, "Oh, but you're just too handsome." I couldn't help it. "You're right. I want to argue with you." While the two were chatting, the team had already reached the vicinity of the Ability Association. The Ability Association was not built in a resource-rich area like other bases. Instead, it was situated between two small hills. Upon seeing this base, Li Chen felt a wave of nostalgia. It was here in his previous life that powerful predators led mutated zombies in a massacre against humanity, resulting in a direct loss of over 60% of human combat power. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Miao transformed back into the terrifying Flame Queen. "Who are you? Don't you know this is our Ability Association's territory? Get out now." In response, Yin Feng angrily shouted, "Bullshit. Your deputy leader, Wu Qi, came to our base flaunting his power, and now he pretends not to know us. Get Wu Yuanjia out here to kneel and apologize." "Li Shen, if your dog can't control itself, I can help." A weak man with glasses spoke from deep within the camp, having already moved to the front of the crowd in that brief moment. "Which dog is barking here? How strange." Hearing his words, the subordinates burst into laughter, all agreeing. "You sharp-tongued brat, let us see how long you can be arrogant. When you're dead, I'll take good care of your woman. Kill him." Upon receiving the order, Wu Qi shouted and charged at Li Chen. "Big guy, your opponent is me. Take this." Mi Yao darted out from behind Li Chen, raising her palm as blue flames shot out one after another. Seeing a fire-type ability user, Wu Qi quickly summoned a bronze glow around him, constantly changing directions to evade the incoming fireballs, but they seemed to be on a string. No matter how he moved, he couldn't escape. Enhancement-type ability users are inherently restrained by magic-type users, and Mi Yao had already reached level 3, making Wu Qi, a level 2, no match for her. When the flames were about to hit him, the glow around Wu Qi flickered dangerously, leaving only a thin layer protecting him. "Li Chen, do you only hide behind women? Are you still a man?" Li Chen had no reaction to this. Given Wu Qi's current strength, he didn't take it to heart at all. When the 10th fireball was about to hit him, Wu Qi finally got close to Mi Yao, but before he could rejoice, a rope of fire formed and instantly bound him in place, followed by being burned to a crisp by the fireball. In the camp, Wu Yuanjia, witnessing this, let out a roar, his body swelling like a small giant, stomping the ground with a loud thud, charging at Li Chen like an angry rhinoceros. Anyone who got in his way was sent flying, spitting blood. "You go ahead. I can't hold on anymore." Hearing Mi Yao's words, Li Chen nodded. Without any visible movement, a large number of ice spikes appeared around him, shooting towards Wu Yuanjia. At the same time, Li Chen's figure gradually faded, only to rematerialize above Wu Yuanjia's head. Stasis, absorption, strangulation. As Wu Yuanjia charged forward, he suddenly felt his body freeze in place, followed by intense pain as his most protected throat seemed to vanish. Soon hearing the devilish whisper of Li Chen, with a loud thud, the battlefield fell silent, all eyes converging on Li Chen, whose godlike presence made everyone's hearts tremble. Wu Yuanjia's raised finger fell weakly to the ground, his eyes looking skyward, filled with strong unwillingness as he lost his life just as he was about to reach the pinnacle of his existence. "Submit and you won't be killed." Seeing this, Kai Mo shouted loudly, "These are the best laborers for future mining. We can't waste them." Upon hearing this, the members of the Ability Association quickly dropped their weapons and squatted obediently on the ground, having lost their strongest leader and could only submit. However, at this moment, Li Chen's face showed no signs of joy as he quickly rushed towards the small hill behind the camp. His subordinates were confused, while Miao also took a combat stance, keeping a close eye on the direction Li Chen was leaving, ready to support him at any moment. The back hill. The previously powerful Li Chen now appeared especially cautious, the ice spirit crystal in his hand constantly flashing with blue light. "Come out, noble predator king. You shouldn't be so cowardly," Li Chen said lightly as he looked at the cave in front of him, his hand behind his back ready to unleash a skill. "Roar. I didn't expect there to be such a strong human among you. Unfortunately, you're going to die here." A predator with a crown-like structure on its head slowly walked out of the cave. Although its words were slurred, it was still possible to make out human language. Seeing the crown-like bony protrusion, Chen's heart tightened. He didn't expect a peak level 3 predator to appear so quickly. Predators are a fascinating type of mutated creature. When they reach peak level 3, a white tissue resembling a crown forms on their heads, and upon reaching level 4, the crown turns black. As their level increases, the crown's color also changes. Before his rebirth, Chen had seen the most powerful predator with a golden crown on its head, and that predator had killed many level 6 ability users with just one strike. Before the predator could attack, Chen activated his teleportation, aiming for the crown on its head, which was both a symbol of the predator's identity and its weakness. Roar! The predator tilted its head, its tail sweeping towards Chen while its claws extended. Having fought against such creatures many times, Chen naturally would not be easily hit. He forcibly lowered his body, executing an iron bridge maneuver to dodge the tail, while the space strangulation in his hand slammed fiercely towards the predator's outstretched claws. Seeing this human daring to clash his fragile hand against its claws, a hint of mockery flashed in the predator's eyes as it had already thought of how to consume this guy's brain. However, what it did not expect was that before this human's hand even touched its claws, an unknown force caused its claws to break off at the root. This predator was indeed a creature on the verge of evolution. Realizing it was at a disadvantage, it endured the pain of its severed claw and turned to flee without hesitation. Chapter 70. Chen Gang's loyalty watching the panicked predator flee. Chen felt the remaining energy within him and shook his head, walking down the mountain. At this moment, the energy in his body was no longer sufficient to support him in another high-intensity battle. Chen, are you okay? Miao asked with a worried expression. I'm fine. We'll talk later. Chen then instructed Kai Mo and Yin Feng to clean up the battlefield and categorize the materials from the ability association, while he took Miao into the depths of the camp. Only after seeing that no one was around did Miao look up at Chen, whose face showed signs of exhaustion. Playing with a strand of orange-red hair in his hand and letting out a gentle sigh, Chen spoke. The aura we sensed earlier was from a peak level 3 Predator King. Although he said it lightly, these words struck Miao like a bolt from the blue. A peak level 3? Then weren't you in great danger? Fortunately, I severed one of its claws, so it shouldn't appear for a while. Next time we meet, Mentioning the predator, a strong killing intent flashed in Chen's slightly squinted eyes. If he was not mistaken, this predator was the leader of the zombies. Originally standing next to Chen, Miao suddenly turned and leaped into his arms, looking up with determination in her eyes, saying, "Promise me that we will face any danger together from now on." The resolute words of the beauty in his arms touched Chen's heart, and he gently replied, "Okay, we'll move forward together." In his previous life, Chen had had a similar conversation with Siu, but at that time, both were extremely anxious, not even knowing if they would see the sun the next day. Now, Chen would no longer be afraid. Having been reborn, he would use his tremendous strength to make this apocalypse no longer terrifying. While they were talking, a subordinate of Yin Feng ran over to report, "Boss, we found many survivors in the dungeon. We need your decision." As this subordinate spoke, he cast a respectful glance at Chen before quickly lowering his head. As the aura from the boss grew increasingly imposing. "Lead the way. Let's take a look." Hearing about the survivors in the dungeon, Chen's heart stirred as he vaguely remembered that in his previous life, there was a top-tier physical enhancer known as Diamond who seemed to have escaped from the Ability Association's dungeon. Chen had never interacted with this strong individual, so he did not know which dungeon it was. He simply wanted to check it out with a mindset of giving it a try. Dozens of weak-looking men stood in an open area, their disheveled hair and the smell emanating from them like that of pickled, rotten fish, making it hard to approach. The expressions on these people's faces seemed to have opened a dying workshop, filled with both the joy of surviving and the unease about the future. "Have you figured out where these people come from?" Chen walked over and asked them. "We understand. They were all people with abilities at the beginning of the disaster, later attracted by the name of the Ability Association, and ended up like this. Not bad. If there are no bad records, let's absorb them into Zhao Shi's Qishangard." Chen thought for a moment and asked these people, "Who is Chen Gang?" "I'm Chen Gang." A particularly small man with a weak voice suddenly spoke up just as Li Chen was about to turn and leave. "Where are you from?" Looking at the small face, Li Chen asked, as this person was vastly different from the Chen gang he remembered. "I'm from the border. I came here to work." "Boss, have you seen my brother? His name is Chen Tao. Please help me find him." After speaking, the small man fell to his knees at Li Chen's feet, repeatedly knocking his head on the ground. "Get up first. As long as your brother is alive, I will definitely help you find him. Just follow me and work." At this moment, Li Chen had already confirmed that this was the same Chen gang who would later be called the most reliable shield. But his current image was far from that of the burly man in the future. "Thank you, boss. I will definitely work hard." Chen gang wanted to bow again, but was stopped by Li Chen. "No need to bow. Just being my strongest shield is the best reward for me." Without considering why the boss would know he was a physical enhancer, Chen gang hesitated for a moment, then suddenly knelt on one knee before Li Chen and forcefully pulled out a strand of his hair, presenting it with both hands. In their view, anyone who betrayed their oath would be despised by everyone. Even their ancestors would be looked down upon. Seeing the hair stained with blood, Chen gang stood up straight, placing the blood-soaked hair back into his arms, and uttered a prayer towards the sky before walking away with firm steps. The crowd witnessed a mysterious and solemn ceremony, and for some unknown reason, they were deeply shocked. Under Yin Feng's lead, they all knelt on one knee, chanting "Boss, boss." Miao, standing behind, looked at Li Chen, who was receiving the loyalty of the crowd, with a look of admiration. Meanwhile, in the Qishan base, the heads of several small organizations that had been taken and gathered together. "Brother Sun, did you confirm that they have all left?" "Confirmed. This is the best time for us to take the city. There are only a few women here who are somewhat formidable. Once we occupy this place, it'll be easy for us to do whatever we want." Thinking about the scene after their success, Brother Sun's face revealed a triumphant smile, as if he had already become the master of this base. "But I've heard that these women are not easy to deal with, our current strength. What are you afraid of?" "I've already secretly contacted an old friend. She is now a squad leader in an organization not inferior to this one. When the time comes, we'll offer this place up." However, they did not know that every move they made was being clearly monitored by hidden cameras on the walls. "Sister Siyu, these people are up to no good." In the monitoring room, Zwatong called Li Siyu over and pointed out these people one by one. "Let Xiaohan go. Didn't she say she developed a new plant? It's just the right time to test its power." Li Siyu nodded and said. Chapter 71. A bunch of little trash. Li Siyu, who usually appeared gentle and weak, was exceptionally decisive at this moment. If she truly relied on others, she wouldn't have supported Li Chen for 4 years in her past life. "Okay, I'll tell her right now." Zwatong swallowed the chocolate in her mouth, revealing a satisfied smile, her eyes narrowing into a beautiful arc as she tossed the backup plan into the trash can. When she had just discovered that these people were plotting something, Zwatong had already devised various plans for different scenarios before calling Li Siyu over. However, what Zwatong did not expect was that Li Siyu, who had always been inconspicuous, would be so decisive. Gently picking up a cup of coffee from the table, Li Siyu chuckled. "Don't think of me as so foolish. I'm willing to be Li Chen's virtuous assistant, but I'm also someone who has come through chaos." Zwatong's eyes widened, her mouth curling into an adorable smile as she leaned closer to Li Siyu and said, "Sister Siyu, you're wrong. I didn't have that thought. You little sly one, no need to be on guard with me. There is nothing messy between me and your sister Miao. What are you thinking at such a young age?" Li Siyu lightly tapped Zwatong on the head. She knew that this little guy was worried about her having a falling out with Miao. But what Zwatong didn't know was that Li Chen and Miao had gotten together, and she had also played a part in it. After receiving the news, Chao Han, carrying the newly developed thorn seed, walked to the incorporation area. After confirming who was present, she threw the seeds to the ground and lightly commanded, "Grow." In an instant, the seeds broke through the soil and rapidly expanded, quickly revealing their thorn-covered bodies to the world. The onlookers looked at Chao Han's actions in confusion, wondering why a delicate little girl was in such a place. When Brother Sun saw the branches full of spikes that were still elongating, he realized his plan had been exposed, so he shouted to those nearby, "This Qishan base doesn't keep its word. This woman is going to kill us all. Let's go." His accomplices quickly joined in, trying to create chaos so they could slip away in the confusion. However, Chao Han completely ignored them, waving her glowing green hand and commanding, "Constrain." Countless thorny branches, like a swarm of snakes emerging from their holes, tightly ensnared everyone present, rendering them unable to move. Brother Sun widened his eyes in the thorny prison, frozen in place, his face filled with disbelief. He never expected this woman, who usually only grew vegetables, could be so terrifying. At that moment, a deafening noise suddenly came from the base's walls. Upon hearing the sound, Chao Han knew something was wrong, and immediately took control of the thorns to pierce into these people's bodies. Under the influence of the toxin, Brother Sun and the others rolled their eyes back and fainted without resistance. At this time, Li Siyu and Zwatong had already arrived at the scene, where they saw a tall woman dressed provocatively standing boldly at the entrance, with a dozen fully armed soldiers behind her. It seemed that Sun Kai and his useless crew had failed to deal with you. TSK. Men are so unreliable. This woman had an alluring figure, but a diagonal scar across her face marred her beauty. At this moment, her hand crackled with dazzling lightning, her face filled with disdain. "Who are you?" "This is our Qishan base. Leave here." Li Siyu stood on the wall, her eyes filled with murderous intent as she shouted at the opponent. "Oh, this little girl is quite spicy. Listen up, we are from the Salvation Army. If you know what's good for you, quickly open the door and surrender. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless," the scar-faced woman said brazenly. At the same time, Chao Han also climbed up onto the wall and happened to hear this woman's words, loudly saying, "With just you stinky fish and rotten shrimp." The scar-faced woman didn't reply, but waved her hand to her subordinates. The team of over a dozen split into smaller groups, each person shining with different glows. They were all actually level 2 ability users. Zwatong controlled the automatic shooting device on the wall to fire at the opponents, but it couldn't break through the ice crystal shield they had formed, let alone the earth wall behind the ice shield. Seeing this, Chao Han scattered a large number of seeds, but before she could activate them, they were destroyed by a lightning chain from the leading scar-faced woman, turning them all into dead seeds. "Let me handle this." Lightning-type ability users typically had blue and white electric light, with few other colors. But since Li Siyu absorbed the extraterrestrial blue crystal, her electric light had turned into an enchanting purple, and her lightning power had also increased significantly. "Another lightning-type girl. Let me have a go at her," the scar-faced woman said, her hands itching with excitement upon seeing Li Siyu, who shared the same ability type. The two women of the same type on the battlefield raised their hands simultaneously, and 2 orbs of light, one blue and one purple, collided in midair, the explosion silencing everyone present. It was damage that didn't seem possible for level 2 abilities. Again, the scar-faced woman, not satisfied that her opponent was evenly matched, gathered her hands to create a larger lightning ball and threw it forward, the fluctuations of the orb releasing a burnt smell into the air. Li Siyu's purple orb, however, was more restrained, flying silently and appearing without any waves. It contained a power that made people's hearts tremble. Subsequently, the purple light effortlessly pierced through the blue light, hitting the scar-faced woman in the chest and sending her flying backward, spitting blood. The Salvation Army members immediately organized themselves and slowly advanced forward. Although Li Siyu's orb was powerful, it lost its effect under the peculiar formation created by the opponents. Her purple lightning couldn't penetrate their shield. "Little lady, no matter how powerful you are, what can you do? You think you can save this base? Don't dream. Once I get my hands on you, what will you do once you have me?" A cold male voice appeared in the scar-faced woman's ear. Of course, it was too late for her to realize something was wrong. A sharp ice spear grew larger in front of her, suddenly piercing through her head. Chapter 72. Team Annihilation. After killing the scar-faced woman, Li Chen didn't pause, turning to raise his hand toward the others. Absorb. The shields that usually left enemies helpless crumbled like paper in front of Li Chen, turning to fragments in just a few breaths. Thud, thud. The sounds of bodies hitting the ground were continuous as the members of the Salvation Army were all eliminated at the base's entrance. Li Chen didn't look at the situation of these people, but directly teleported to Li Siyu's side and gently asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a bit drained. I'll be okay after a short rest," Li Siyu replied, pale, shaking her head. Let's check the casualties first. Hearing Li Siyu say she was fine, Li Chen was still worried and checked her over before confirming she was indeed uninjured. He then turned to Zwatong beside him. Although Li Chen's tone wasn't high and his voice wasn't particularly cold, everyone present could hear the anger mixed in. Big brother, someone was leaking information, which is why people knew about the weak defenses here. Zwatong, no longer acting cute, quickly explained the whole situation, not wanting to be scolded for a few traitors. Where are they? Sister Siyu has already had Chao Han control them in the incorporation camp. Li Chen lightly glanced at Zwatong and slightly nodded. The reason he didn't take Zwatong out this time was to test this little one and ensure she wouldn't refuse to accept Siyu's assignments in the future. Wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead, Zwatong looked at Li Siyu and Mi Yao standing together, remaining silent. But her eyes clearly conveyed the message. How could you two like such terrifying individuals? The two who received her gaze turned to smile at each other. How could others understand Li Chen's goodness? Zhao Shi, bring the people to the square. Li Chen thought for a moment and decided it was time to give those who had defected a warning. Soon, over 30 people were escorted to the base's square by the guards. It was previously used for letting prisoners get some fresh air and was spacious enough. Zhao Shi stepped forward, taking a deep breath and addressing Li Chen on the platform. Report, leader, the traitors have been brought. Good, fall in. Yes. The onlookers watched the dozen or so people being brought up, murmuring among themselves, knowing that the total number of people in the Qishan base was still under 100. Sun Kai, tell me, why did you betray the base? Li Chen asked lightly. Li Chen, stop pretending here. It won't be long before the Salvation Army comes, and you'll see how you resist. If you let me go now, I might still plead for you, Sun Kai said arrogantly, completely unaware that his support outside had been wiped out. Oh really? Then I should thank you, huh? Look who this is, Li Chen said, instructing someone to present the head of the scar-faced woman in front of Sun Kai. Ah, this is Scarface. You killed her. Upon seeing this head, Sun Kai was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. He knew very well the strength of the Scarface woman, but such a powerful person was just beheaded like this. He realized he was wrong, and his mistake was particularly outrageous. Leaderly, please spare me. I know many secrets, and I have a lot of supplies hidden away. If you let me go, I am willing to hand all of this over. Seeing Sun Kai's reaction, the other captured people also begged for mercy, expressing their willingness to offer everything just to have Li Chen spare them. Bunch of clowns. Li Chen shook his head and instructed his subordinates, take them away and kill them. No matter how much they pleaded, they were still dragged to the wall. And with several gunshots, their cries for mercy abruptly ceased. Before anyone could react, Li Chen had his subordinates bring in a large amount of supplies. The mountain of supplies attracted everyone's attention, and many stared at the fragrant jerky, swallowing hard. This is the fate of traitors, and I, Li Chen, have plenty of supplies. As long as you dare to fight and kill, I will generously reward you with these things. Leader, leader, the deafening cheers came from below the stage. What is the hard currency in the apocalypse? It's not psychic nuclei, not money, and certainly not beautiful women, but food. Only by ensuring that people can eat can you gather subordinates, and only then will they dare to fight for you. Once this statement was made, the crowd below erupted as if a pot had boiled over. Usually, these people couldn't even see meat, and half a pound of meat was enough to drive them crazy. Is this for real? Do we really have a chance to eat meat every day now? Of course, the leader wouldn't lie to you. Just wait until I become the captain, and I'll make you all drool. You, go take a piss and look at yourself. Hearing the growing murmur of the crowd, Li Chen gathered his voice and said, anyone who wants to join the escort team can sign up with Yin Feng. The impatient crowd rushed towards Yin Feng, who had been waiting at the edge of the square, continuously shouting, I want to sign up. I want to sign up. Everything went as smoothly as Li Chen had envisioned. The execution of Sun Gu and others was mainly to set the stage for this statement. He wanted to provide these people with a clearer channel for advancement, ensuring the overall combat effectiveness of the base. Boss, Chen Gang has been brought over. Just as he arrived at the office, Kai Mo walked in with a clean and tidy Chen Gang. All right, if there's nothing else, go help Yin Feng more. He can't manage alone. Li Chen patted Kai Mo's shoulder and said meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Kai Mo's expression shifted and he bowed with cupped fists, saying, "I understand." Li Chun trusted Yin Feng very much, but a good leader would never hand all the power over to one person, especially in this apocalyptic environment, where one must guard against changes in people's hearts. After Kai Mo left, Li Chun turned around to assess this follower he was preparing to entrust with an important responsibility. Chapter 73. Chun Gang's divine skill. At this moment, the freshly washed Chun Gang finally bore a slight resemblance to the future powerhouse in Li Chun's memory. "Leader, is there anything I can help you with?" Chun Gang asked awkwardly, standing in place. "I used to work in construction. I can do wall repairs and plastering." "Huh, you don't need to do those things. We have dedicated people for that. First, tell me your ability level." Li Chun chuckled. I don't know what level I'm at now. How about I demonstrate it for you?" Chun Gang said hesitantly. He had been locked in a dungeon by the Ability Association when there was no such thing as levels, so he couldn't pinpoint his own status. "All right, go ahead." However, his ability dissipated after just a few seconds, and Chun Gang himself was exhausted and collapsed to the ground. "Leader, is my ability useless?" As he said this, Chun Gang was extremely frustrated, feeling that his ability was of no help in front of Li Chun. At this moment, Li Chun's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but smile, bending down to help Chun Gang up and patting his shoulder vigorously, saying, "Don't think like that. Your ability is very useful. It's simply a divine gift." In his previous life, Li Chun had never interacted with Chun Gang, and only now did he realize how abnormal Chun Gang's skill was. This skill was not the muscle enhancement Li Chun commonly understood, but rather a skill similar to a halo. Chun Gang could enhance the defense of allies with his own defenses and could also transfer his defense to allies. If this skill were in the hands of someone with ill intentions, it wouldn't be that extraordinary. Only in Chun Gang's hands could it become the strongest shield for allies. You take these items, hold them in your palm to absorb them. When you feel something wanting to come out from within your body, that means it's time to level up, and then you can come find me. While speaking, Li Chun handed a bunch of level 1 psychic nuclei to Chun Gang. He watched him learn to absorb them before letting him leave. "Come here." Calming down his excitement about gaining a divine skill, Li Chun called out to the small figure outside the door. "Hee, big brother." Zwatong walked in obediently and said, "My chocolate is finished. Look." Li Chun took out a whole box of chocolate from his space and gently placed it on the table, saying nothing, just quietly watching Zwatong. "That's so embarrassing." Looking at the neatly arranged chocolates in the box, Zwatong's eyes turned into crescent moons as she spoke politely, while her hands quickly reached for the chocolates on the table. However, the chocolate box was firmly held down by a finger, and no matter how hard Zwatong tried, it wouldn't budge. "Speak," Li Chun said lightly, "don't lie. Otherwise, you won't get a single piece of chocolate. I already reported the incident to you." Zwatong blinked her big eyes, pretending to be confused, hoping to deceive Li Chun into giving her candy with her information. But Li Chun remained unmoved. It was clear that this was not the answer he wanted to hear. "All right." Zwatong put away the expression on her face, sat down on a chair, and said, "That's a big organization. Their headquarters is not in Modu, but in Shanjing. This is just a branch. But their strength is 3 to 4 times stronger than that group in the armory." This statement made Li Chun fall into deep thought. He had only heard of the Salvation Army organization before, but had never interacted with them, knowing only that it was very large and that there were many capable people in the organization. Even the initial level division was proposed by them. By the time he had the qualifications to contact these organizations, the Salvation Army suddenly vanished without a trace, withdrawing all their personnel from Modu. Coming back to his senses, Li Chun continued to ask, "What about the other information?" "They are very powerful," Zwatong shrugged and said. "It is said that there are 8 squad leaders like Scarface in their organization, and above these people, there are even more powerful force symbols. But no one knows the truth." "For symbols? Are they like the Qinglong and Baihu?" Li Chun thought of something and hurriedly asked. "It seems so. But is there a problem?" Zwatong, who had evolved her brain, also couldn't know the truth of this information. She had only received it from other survivors. "No problem. You could go now. Have people strengthen security. This time, the enemy's strength is not to be underestimated. We must not be careless." "Okay, chocolate." Li Chun said nothing, lightly raised his finger, signaling Zwatong to take the items away. After Zwatong left the room and closed the door, An incredulous expression appeared on Li Chen's face. He was very familiar with one of the four symbols, Zhuke, because the Fire Queen Mi Yao was the last and also the strongest Zhuke. Could it be that Mi Yao entered the Salvation Army at this time and eventually became Zhuke? Li Chen thought secretly in his heart. After thinking it over and over, Li Chen couldn't unravel the mystery in between, so he had to strengthen his own power first. With strength, no matter what demons or monsters, it would no longer be a problem. Taking out the level 3 psychic nuclei he had obtained, as Li Chen activated his spatial power, a faint colorless mist began to rise from the psychic nuclei, creating ripples in the air. Having absorbed the in his hand, Li Chen felt the size of the crystal inside him had increased significantly. His enhanced limbs were also stronger than before, as if he had boundless strength. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the secret room was knocked on, and a gentlewoman walked in. Have something to eat? You've been cultivating all day. Placing the lunchbox aside, Li Xiyu took out various exquisite dishes prepared by a 5-star chef, and the aroma wafted through the small secret room as the box opened. You've worked hard, Xiyu, Li Chen said to the woman who had supported him throughout the apocalypse. If it weren't for you, I don't know what kind of messy appearance I would have. You're so sweet-talking. Hurry up and eat, it'll get cold soon. Li Xiyu leaned on the table, looking at Li Chen, and said, Once you're done, can you take me to hunt high-level zombies? I feel like I might level up soon. Really? Li Chen felt the aura emanating from Li Xiyu and said excitedly, Of course, that would be great. Li Xiyu's potential upgrade was unexpected for Li Chen, as she rarely had time to go out hunting zombies, focusing instead on coordinating the important matters in the base for him. Chapter 74. A great benefit in his previous life. The most painful thing for Li Chen was that when Li Xiyu obtained the precious level 3, she gave her chance to promote to him, resulting in her remaining a level 2 ability user until her death. Let's go tomorrow. Leveling up earlier will give you more self-defense power. Li Chen put down his food and gently hugged Li Xiyu onto his lap, saying, By the way, I'll also tell you some precautions tonight. Ha, you big pervert. I don't need you. I'm going to find Sister Me to sleep tonight. Li Xiyu shyly lowered her head. No way. She can't explain it as well as I do. Li Chen gently sniffed Li Xiyu's black hair and said, It's settled then. I'll find you later. Struggling to stand up from Li Chen's embrace, Li Xiyu hurriedly tidied up the lunchbox and blushed as she walked out quickly. Early the next morning, Li Chen and Li Xiyu walked through the base gate towards the distant mountains and forests. On the way, Li Xiyu appeared particularly happy. Even the zombies that interrupted her date with Li Chen were dispatched with a quick flash of purple light, fearing to delay their beautiful time together. Watching the purple light flicker past Li Xiyu, Li Chen couldn't help but feel emotional. Indeed, good-looking people had great luck. Even he would be injured by such level lightning if he was careless. Squeak! A piercing cry came from the tree, and a lunge towards the two. With his keen senses, Li Chen detected the first, but he did not attack. Instead, he wanted to see Li Xiyu's reaction. Bang! Before they got close, Li Xiyu raised her hand, and a flash of purple light cut the monster in half, dropping it under a distant tree. Before Li Xiyu could celebrate, Li Chen reminded her, there's more behind. It was a mutated spider affected by the red mist, primarily relying on spitting acid and setting web traps to hunt, usually attacking in groups. Previously, Li Chen had earned enough to enter the Qishan base by hunting for there. As soon as Li Chen's voice fell, hundreds of human head-sized appeared in the forest, their compound eyes glowing with an evil red light as they charged towards the charging Li Xiyu. Boom, boom, boom. Dazzling electric light burst from Li Xiyu's fingertips, striking the swarm of, crackling non-stop, and soon the smell of roasted meat mixed with burnt feathers filled the forest. However, for the numerous, these injuries were trivial and did not affect their speed in spitting acid or charging forward. Seeing Li Xiyu becoming flustered, Li Chen stepped up and lightly clenched his fist, sending a flurry of ice shards that knocked back the leading. In just a moment, the defenseless were completely annihilated by Li Chen, their yellow-green blood staining the forest floor, making it nauseating. Want to learn? Uh-huh. Li Xiyu nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. It's quite simple. The energy limit in our bodies is fixed, but you can't. Li Chen explained the subtle operational methods to Li Xiyu while using the zombies and mutated beasts continuously rushing out from the roadside for practical teaching. Just as Li Chen was getting into it, A middle-aged man in a suit, holding a cane, walked out from the woods, lightly clapping his hands and saying, "This little brother has such detailed operations. Thanks for the compliment." Chen rappelia indifferently. He had noticed this person long ago, but in his perception, this guy was just a level 2 fire user, so he didn't take it to heart. Seeing Li Chen's reaction, the cane man did not step aside, but continued. "I feel like I know you too well now, and I have a great benefit to offer. I wonder if you two are interested?" The man spoke with a very calm demeanor, as if he truly wanted to offer benefits to the two young people. "Is it real? Are you trying to deceive us? Let me tell you, I'm very powerful." Li Chen's eyes turned, feigning both suspicion and eagerness. Li Siyu, behind him, rolled her eyes hiddenly. Knowing Li Chen was up to something, and the man in front was going to have bad luck, but she didn't expose it. Instead, she played along with Li Chen. "Of course it's real. Do I look like a liar? As for the benefit, you'll have to come with me to find out," the cane man said casually, simultaneously showing them a small glass bottle containing a light green liquid that looked extraordinarily mysterious, as if it was indeed something remarkable. As soon as the man took out the bottle, Li Siyu felt a slight fluctuation of energy within her. "Wow, really, what is this? Why do I feel like my energy absorption speed has increased?" Li Chen immediately recognized what it was, but still pretended to be surprised, even reaching out to grab the man's bottle. The cane man flipped his hand, dodging Li Chen's grasp and putting the bottle away, saying, "This is a good thing that can increase energy affinity. Just this little bit would have at least 100 people fighting over it, but..." Seeing this, Li Chen urgently asked, "But what? Hurry up and tell me. I'm going to die of anxiety." Li Siyu, hidden behind him, almost laughed out loud and had to pinch Li Chen's back hard to hold it in. The cane man, seeing Li Chen's reaction, felt delighted. Knowing he was close to deceiving the two, but maintained a calm facade. "This is the great benefit I mentioned. As long as you follow me, all of this will be easy, and who knows, you might even become level 2 experts." "That's great, we'll go with you." Li Chen stepped forward, tightly grabbing the man's hands and shaking them vigorously, saying, "Wife, did you hear that? We can also become experts." Li Siyu didn't dare to speak, fearing she would burst out laughing, so she could only nod vigorously, hiding her face in the shadow. The cane man secretly glanced at Li Siyu, still maintaining that inscrutable expression, but inside he was already thrilled. He never expected to get a 2-for-1 deal, and such a perfect little girl at that. "Follow me, and you'll find out." The man led the way into the woods. Li Chen and Li Siyu followed behind him like a pair of novice rookies. Chapter 75. Big sister-in-law, don't do this. After winding through the woods, the man arrived at the door of a wooden cabin. He waited for both of them to arrive before saying, "In a moment, when you meet our boss, don't be afraid and don't scream. Although he looks terrifying, he has a kind heart and won't harm you." Hearing his reminder, Li Chen obediently nodded on the surface, but in his heart, he was curious about what tricks he was playing. Following the man with the cane into the room, Li Chen saw the boss sitting on the sofa. He was just over 1 meters tall and looked like a child, but his face sagged to the sides, resembling a Shar-Pei dog with cold, sinister eyes staring blankly at the door. Besides the man with the cane and the boss, there were 2 other people in the room, a burly man with a face full of flesh standing by the window with his arms crossed, and a woman with an attractive figure, but a snake-like face leaning on the boss's lap. "Come, let me introduce you to. This is Big Nyo. Don't be fooled by his fierce appearance. He wouldn't even squash an ant. This is Wang Hongwan. You could just call her sister-in-law," the man with the cane said, pointing to the burly man and the woman. Big Nyo forced an ugly smile on his fleshy face, while Wang Hongwan playfully stuck out her tongue and licked her lips at Li Chen. Li Siyu, with her head down, clenched her hands hidden in her sleeves, almost unable to hold back her anger at such indecent behavior towards Li Chen, not to mention the audacity of this woman. However, everyone else, including the boss, remained calm about Wang Hongjuan's actions, as if they were already used to it. "Hello, I'm Li Chen, and this is my girlfriend Siyu. Please take care of us," Li Chen said, stepping slightly to the side to block the greedy gazes of the others towards Li Siyu. The others showed no reaction, except for Wang Hongwan, who began packing some intimate clothing from the bed into a bag, occasionally picking it up to admire and casting provocative glances at Li Siyu. "Stop being so flirtatious. Hurry up and leave, or you'll miss out on the hot stuff," the boss scolded. Upon hearing this, Wang Hongjuan's body trembled involuntarily, quickly putting the clothes away without causing any more trouble. Big Neo and the man with the cane looked on with glee, but when their eyes met the boss's, a deep fear was evident. The four of them walked ahead, while Li Chen and Li Siyu walked behind, holding hands and occasionally whispering sweet nothings to each other. "If a fight breaks out later, remember to hide," Li Chen said softly, knowing that these people could hear him, so he didn't bother lowering his voice. You be careful too." Li Siyu understood the underlying message in Li Chen's words. She was worried about him getting hurt, just as she feared for her own safety. However, what Li Siyu didn't know was that Li Chen had already figured out the intentions of these people from the moment the man with the cane took out that bottle. "I really don't know if you're bold or just ignorant. That stuff is not easy to handle," Li Chen thought to himself. After about an hour of walking, they encountered a troublesome monster. Wang Hongwan, who was walking behind Big Neo, was suddenly attacked. The mouth of a raider sprang up from the ground, with drooling saliva corroding the ground and sizzling. Its long tongue shot towards Wang Hongwan's head like a sword. Seeing this, the boss leaped into the air, and a black light shot from his hand, accurately deflecting the monster's long tongue. At this moment, Wang Hongwan reacted, her fingernails rapidly extending like small daggers, slicing towards the monster's gaping mouth with astonishing speed. The second-level pinnacle monster had no chance to resist under the coordination of these two. Not only was its tongue severed, but its head was left with nothing but stark white bones, the flesh cleanly sliced away in an instant. Meanwhile, two more second-level pinnacle raiders appeared around the group. Big Neo roared and charged at the newly appeared raider, while the man with the cane no longer pretended to be elegant, drawing a thorn sword from his cane and rushing towards another raider. Within a few minutes, the three raiders were completely eliminated, and apart from a bit of disheveled clothing, the four of them were unharmed. "Wow, big brother, big sister, you are amazing. You can easily deal with such powerful monsters, unlike me. I can only cheer you on from the back." Li Chen pretended to be excited, exaggerating his praise. "Don't worry, as long as you want, sister can help you. It will be very enjoyable," Wang Hongwan said with a grin, her fingers gently caressing Li Chen's handsome face. Li Chen stepped back abruptly to dodge her blood-stained fingers, his face turning red as he said, "Sister-in-law, my girlfriend is still here. Please don't do that, it's inappropriate." "Ha, still a lovesick fool, what a pity." Wang Hongwan sighed lightly, a hint of melancholy on her face as she noticed Li Chen's rejection. The journey ahead was free of powerful, mutated zombies, and when they encountered some ordinary zombies, the boss asked Li Chen to step forward to train a bit. "Little Li, you've worked hard, come have some water. This has a mysterious liquid added, especially saved for you by the boss," the man with the cane said, handing over a water bottle. "Really? Thank you, boss." Li Chen pretended to drink, but in reality, he had already secretly poured the water into his personal space, as he had detected a smell reminiscent of rotten eggs when he opened the cap. "Drink more. This water is the most precious thing now." Watching Li Chen finish the water, the man with the cane wore a strange smile. At this moment, Li Chen fully understood the plans of these people. He guessed correctly that the water earlier contained the blood and egg liquid of the winged fire snake, which was used to lure hatred, allowing them to steal a large amount of ability affinity liquid. However, Li Chen couldn't figure out where they had obtained the winged fire snake's blood and egg liquid, and how they would mask their own scent, considering the keen sense of smell in snake-like creatures. The group, seeing their plan going smoothly, quickened their pace towards the location of the ability affinity liquid. Soon, they reached a spot about a kilometer away from the ability affinity liquid, and the boss raised his hand to signal the team to stop. The boss's sinister eyes fixed on Li Chen as he said harshly, "Kid, it's time for you to perform. The treasure is right ahead. As long as you can get it out, I only want 1/3. The rest is all yours." Chapter 76. Wang Hongjuan's revenge. Li Chen, who had long since seen through the group's plan, grabbed Li Siyu's hand and tried to move forward, but was blocked by Big Neo. "Kid, I said to go by yourself. Your girlfriend has to stay here with us," the boss said ominously, signaling the others to surround Li Siyu. At this moment, a faint energy aura emanated from Li Chen, and a light purple lightning flickered across Li Siyu's body as well. "That's absolutely impossible. I don't trust you," Li Chen replied firmly. "Either let me be with my girlfriend, or we part ways. When the boss said this, Big Neo and the man with the cane revealed subtle, yet twisted smiles, as if they were already imagining a cruel scenario. If that's the case, then we part ways. At worst, I'll just quit, Li Chen said, firmly positioning himself behind Li Xiyu. Li Chen definitely couldn't let Li Xiyu leave his sight. It wasn't that she didn't have the ability to protect herself, but it wasn't worth it to let her suffer just for the sake of putting on a show. The atmosphere stiffened for a moment, and just as the boss was about to strike with a faint black light in his hand, Wang Hongwan spoke up. Boss, calm down. Let's take a few more steps forward so the handsome guy can see our figures. That way everyone can be at ease, Wang Hongwan said, casting glances at the boss and the others, indicating to stabilize the situation. After a long pause, the boss slowly replied, Kid, this time it's sister-in-law helping you plead. I hope you won't be ungrateful. Hearing this, Li Chen thought for a moment and dispersed the spatial strangulation in his hands. He originally didn't plan to continue acting with these people, but at this moment, he changed his mind, estimating that he would still have a big show to watch. All right, but you have to protect CU well, otherwise, I'd rather gain nothing than fight you to the death, Li Chen said, pretending to be fierce. But his slightly trembling legs made the others burst into laughter. Okay, I'll help you protect her. Don't worry, boss of Chishan Base. Wang Hongwan said softly as she walked over to Li Chen's side. Upon hearing this, a slight fluctuation passed through Li Chen's hand, but then he heard Wang Hongwan say, This is something only I know. These clowns don't have the qualifications. What is it? Li Chen asked. However, no one spoke. They didn't want to reveal any information about their clothes, especially to someone who was about to die. It was unnecessary. Li Chen didn't mind. When he first saw these things, he already knew their purpose. These white clothes should have been sewn from the abdominal skin of the octopus-like creatures they had collected to conceal their scents. All right, let's go. Kid, I advise you not to play tricks, or you will know what real cruelty is. The leader pushed Li Chun to the front and pulled Li Xiyu to Wang Hongjuan's side as a threat. Just as Li Chen was about to turn hostile, he secretly received a reassuring signal from Wang Hongwan, and only then did he pretend to reluctantly move forward. Maintaining this formation, the group began to advance towards the location of the ability affinity liquid. When they could see the massive body of the winged fire serpent from afar, the leader ordered everyone to stop and said, Kid, go ahead. If you dare to make any small moves, be careful of your girlfriend. At this moment, Li Chen smiled slightly without speaking, but instead took out a bottle of yellow liquid to show everyone. This is the blood of the winged fire serpent. The leader's pupils shook violently, and he turned to the cane man, roaring, Cane, didn't you say this kid had already drunk it? Tell me, what is this? At that moment, when Li Chen just took out the liquid, a glow appeared on Dainyu, and his palm, as big as a fan, swung towards Li Xiyu. Before Li Chen could react, the lightning from Li Xiyu's fingertips had already shot out, and the purple electric light struck Dainyu's sturdy body, sending him crashing into the large tree behind, after which he collapsed softly and took a long time to recover. Damn, we were set up. The leader realized from the electric light that these two were not to be trifled with and decisively ran towards the winged fire serpent, trying to escape using the effect of the clothes to conceal their scent. Just as Li Chen was about to take action, he was interrupted by a burst of laughter. Ha ha! Wang Hongwan seemed to have transformed into a different person, her flirtatious demeanor completely gone. Leader, why are you running? Isn't this the good thing you've been yearning for? But it all depends on whether you have the life to take it. As if in coordination with Wang Hongjuan's words, the winged fire serpent, which had been sleeping, suddenly opened its lantern-sized eyes and looked at the leader, who was like a small ant. Wang Hongwan, you bitch, it's you who's causing trouble, the leader shouted in anger, changing direction and running away from the winged fire serpent. Of course it's me. Don't forget that all your clothes were made by me, and the method was provided by me, Wang Hongwan shouted with a mix of tears and laughter as she knelt on the ground. Husband, I've avenged you. After saying this, Wang Hongwan took out a whole snake egg from her clothes, and with a squeeze of her hand, a foul smell spread through the forest. Are you crazy? Everyone will die like this. The cane man exclaimed, if you want revenge, go find the leader. We didn't do anything. Yes, it has nothing to do with us. Dainyu echoed. Really? Wang Hongwan suddenly tore open her clothes, pointing at the scars on her body, and said, one of you assaulted me. and the other held my husband and child to watch. Tell me, what do you mean by having done nothing? Today, you will pay for your blood debts with blood. On the other side, the chase between the leader and the winged fire serpent was still ongoing. And as the leader was being chased, his space for maneuvering was getting smaller, and the dark color in his hands was fading. The Cane Man and Daniel, seeing their once powerful leader in danger under the attack of the winged fire serpent, dared not stay any longer, and while the leader was being attacked, they split up and fled in different directions. Standing still and watching the show, Chen saw the two escape and called out, pointing at one of them with one hand, closing his fist. The two fleeing were instantly frozen in place, their faces still showing the joy of imminent escape. But inside they were filled with terror, unable to mobilize their usual powerful strength, only able to watch helplessly as they were controlled. Where are you running? That's your dear leader. How can you abandon your teammates? Come on, believe that you can defeat the monster snake. While speaking, Chen used his space suction skill to throw the two back towards the winged fire serpent. Chapter 77. Killing the winged fire serpent. As Daniel and the Cane Man were in the air, the spatial power Chen had placed on them was already released. But due to inertia, they were still crashing towards their leader. You two fools. The leader's small frame was tightly pinned under Daniel, leaving only one hand able to move. But the falling dagger from the Cane Man happened to pierce through the leader's outstretched hand. At this moment, the winged fire serpent coiled its body, as thick as a water jar, and after a brief accumulation of power, its raised head lunged at the three with lightning speed, creating a wind pressure that made the nearby trees rustle. The three of them stood in a triangular formation, with Daniel at the front and the Cane Man and the leader behind him, each channeling their strongest powers towards the serpent's head. Boom! After a loud explosion, the three of them spat out blood and flew backward, crashing under a distant tree and rolling several times, unsure of their fate. The originally tightly arranged scales of the winged fire serpent lightly shed two pieces, as if mocking the three for their overestimation of their abilities. TSK, so weak. Chen shook his head from outside the battlefield and said, "Giving you a chance is useless." At this moment, Chen planned to take action himself, but someone was faster than him. "Monster, look here!" Wang Hongwan dashed out and shouted while attacking. "Chen, thank you for giving me the chance for revenge. Now I'm going to find my husband and son. I hope they haven't gone far." Before Li Siyu could stop her, Wang Hongwan had already charged to the head of the winged fire serpent, her hands waving, creating phantoms like daggers, cutting sparks at the giant snake-s eyelids. "Hurry up and save Sister Wan. She's seeking death," Li Siyu said anxiously, feeling pity for this unfortunate woman. "She knows my strength," Chen said gently. "She's deliberately seeking death. For her, living is a torment." "Fine. I respect her choice." As a woman herself, Li Siyu empathized and realized that if she were in Wang Hongjuan's situation, she might not be as brave as her. While they were talking, Wang Hongwan had already been pierced through the chest by the winged fire serpent's long fangs. "Monster, it's because you seriously injured my husband that these scumbags have the opportunity. Now, let's all die together." Boom, boom, boom. The long fangs of the winged fire serpent lit up with brilliant fireworks, accompanied by a deafening roar. The giant snake, driven mad by pain, rolled toward Chen. "Get out of the way!" Chen shouted violently, simultaneously sending out ice spikes. Under Chen's control, the ice spikes specifically attacked the serpent's pupils and wounds. Although the spatial strangulation attached to the ice spikes was small, it was overbearing and unreasonable. With a gentle touch, the giant snake would lose a chunk of flesh. After the pain on the winged fire serpent lessened slightly, it quickly coiled its body up, especially hiding its heavily injured head tightly, leaving no gaps. However, under Chen's exquisite control, those ice spikes and ice shards shot towards the gaps in the scales of the winged fire serpent, which are the most vulnerable spots. The winged fire serpent, which had long been entrenched near the energy affinity liquid, had scales that were well nourished, making them the hardest part of its body, much sharper than the special alloy steel made by humans. Finally, when the energy within Chen was running low, the winged fire serpent could no longer hold on and fell to the ground with a thud. Although its body was still twitching slightly, its head was nearly destroyed, exposing white bone. "See you," Chen gasped heavily while standing in the clearing. Use your strongest skill and aim for this guy's 7 inches. Li Siyu did not hesitate. She gathered all her energy at her fingertips. The originally purple electric light faintly showed signs of turning black. With a delicate shout, angry thunder, the purple and black electric light struck fiercely at the 7 inches of the winged fire serpent, piercing through its hard scales without obstruction and damaging its insides. The massive body of the winged fire serpent suddenly convulsed violently, and the holes in its body emitted the smell of roasted meat from within. Its eyes, which were already on the verge of being blinded, suddenly exploded, and yellow-green liquid corroded the ground into pits. After twitching for quite a while, the winged fire serpent finally calmed down, and with its breath fading, the original scales and skin of its body became loose, easily removable in large patches. Well done. Li Chen generously praised Li Siyu. He waved his hand, and the enormous of the winged fire serpent flew towards Li Siyu. With this upgrade, success was certain. Don't worry. Li Chen held Li Siyu's hand that was holding thee and said, I will be by your side. When you can't absorb it, I will naturally help you. Just relax. Upon hearing this, Li Siyu felt reassured and stored the close to her. At that moment, a crisp voice rang out. You two are enough, getting too close. Mi Jia. Li Siyu blushed and ran to Mi Yao's side, saying, just wait and see the joke. The person who appeared was none other than the Fire Queen Mi Yao. Long before Li Chen planned to hunt the winged fire serpent, he had informed Mi Yao in the base, asking her to hide here to prevent attracting the attention of other ability users. What should we do with these things? After playing around with Li Siyu for a while, Mi Yao asked, should we put them all in your space? After tidying up the outside, the three of them entered the winged fire serpent's lair, or rather, the spring of energy affinity liquid. Chapter 78. Explosive Head Tree. This was originally an ordinary small spring, but due to the invasion of the red mist, some unknown mutation caused part of the liquid to become energy affinity liquid, which had the effect of increasing the chances for ordinary people to become ability users. Before Li Chen's rebirth, this substance was already quite common. It was mainly useful for ordinary people and first or second level ability users, and completely ineffective for higher levels. With this, can we cultivate a large number of experts? Li Siyu calmed her energy fluctuations and said, will our base become a place full of ability users? Although Li Siyu was about to reach the 3rd level, she had not truly become a 3rd level user, so she was still affected by the energy filling the area, causing her own energy fluctuations to rise. In contrast, Li Chen and Mi Yao showed no reaction at all. Not necessarily. Li Chen poured cold water on her enthusiasm. This thing can only increase the mutation chances of ordinary people, but it's not 100%. First and second levels only increase absorption efficiency. Leveling up still depends on oneself. As they spoke, the spring of energy affinity liquid appeared before them. A small puddle about 1 meter square contained a thin layer of emerald green liquid, and beside the puddle lay a black-yellow snake egg quietly. Is there only one? Mi Yao asked in surprise. Given the size of this giant snake, it should have many eggs each time. Not many, counting the 2 destroyed ones. There are a total of 3. Li Chen picked up the snake egg and said, the stronger the creature, the lower the chance of pregnancy. Is that so? Mi Yao hugged Li Siyu and said, then will it be difficult for Siyu to have children in the future? Mi Jia. Li Siyu pouted. What are you talking about? I don't want to have children so early. I think you want to have them. Watching the two tease each other, Li Chen revealed a satisfied smile. He put the snake egg in a cloth bag, checked to ensure nothing was left behind, and then signaled the 2 women to leave. Just as they were about to exit the cave, Li Chen suddenly said, wait. Hearing this, Mi Yao and Li Siyu quickly summoned their energy and assumed a combat stance. Come out. Li Chen waved his hand, shooting the condensed ice spikes into the woods. Do 3rd level experts only hide in the shadows? Upon hearing this, a man wearing glasses stepped out from the forest, his tall figure resembling a green pine, and the golden-rimmed glasses made him appear refined and cultured. He waved his hands, and several beams of white light flashed by, destroying Li Chen's ice spikes. In front of Leader Li, who dares to claim to be an expert, the man shook his numb hands and introduced himself. My name is Dongfeng Sheng, and I am currently the leader of the Dongfeng base. At that moment, A glimmer of realization flashed in Li Chen's eyes. This Dongfang Sheng was a prominent figure in his past life, organizing forces in Magic City to resist the attacks of the raiders. May I ask, Leader Dongfang, what brings you here? Don't talk about nonsense like taking a walk, Li Chen said lightly. Leader Li is indeed straightforward. Dongfang Sheng gently adjusted his glasses and continued. I would like to invite the Qishan base to join the alliance against the raiders. We can support each other and guard Magic City together. Not interested. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Sheng did not get angry and still wore a gentle smile as he said, I am not trying to recruit Leader Li's base. But the Raider King has already advanced to the 4th level. We can only have a chance if we unite. Hearing this, Li Chen's heart sank. He had not expected the Raider King to advance so quickly after being injured by him. Really? Li Chen asked suspiciously, where did you get this information? I have my channels, Dongfang Sheng replied softly. Moreover, not only the Raider King, but also an explosive head tree has advanced alongside it. Explosive head tree? Are you sure it's that giant tree with fruits that look like human heads? Li Chen asked in surprise. Such a troublesome thing should not appear in this area. The growth conditions for head trees were extremely harsh, requiring a place with a lot of dead bodies to thrive. When it came to the head tree, Dongfang Sheng also looked serious. The explosions caused by the fruits of that tree still sent shivers down his spine. Definitely, I saw it with my own eyes. After pondering for a moment, Li Chen slowly spoke, I can agree to your alliance, but I need to make some things clear first. If you don't agree, we can just resist the zombies on our own and not talk about the alliance anymore. You say, first, your people cannot enter my base. Second, your other allies cannot enter my territory without my permission. Third, during battles, I hope everyone takes responsibility for a part of the area and tries not to disturb each other. Okay, Li Chen nodded and said, but I hope you act quickly. The production speed of the head tree is very fast, and the longer we delay, the more variables there will be. All right, I will act quickly. Hearing his agreement, Li Chen said nothing more and left with the 2 women. He did not ask Dongfang Sheng why he was here. Those who could stand out later all had their own capabilities. On the way back, Miao, who had been silent, couldn't help but ask, what exactly is this explosive head tree that makes you so wary? Recalling the events, Li Chen finally revealed to the 2 women the terrifying aspects of the head tree. This thing is not a naturally occurring species. It is actually a particularly robust vine that, after absorbing a large number of corpses, has been transformed by the red mist into a strange existence that is half plant and half animal. Chapter 79. Winning people's hearts, can its fruit really explode? Li Xiyu asked after hearing this. Is it like a bomb, or does it not really explode, but is more terrifying than an explosion? The fruit is actually the red mist absorbed by the head tree, but due to a complex transformation, it has become something like a smoke bomb. Any creature contaminated by it will turn into a zombie that knows only how to kill. Li Chen explained that this type of thing had appeared once in the capital in his previous life, but it was a level 6 explosion tree. At that time, the capital, which was filled with talented people, lost 3 level 7 experts and dozens of level 6 experts before it was completely eradicated. It is worth noting that at that time, Li Chen was only level 5, yet he had already outpaced many survivors and was regarded as a master. As they spoke, the 3 reached the entrance of the base and were spotted by Zhong Shuang, who was on patrol today. With a creaking sound, the prison gate slid open, and Zhong Shuang hurried out, but even faster was the armored eagle Xiao Tai. All right, don't throw a tantrum. Next time, I will definitely take you out. It took 3 or 4 pounds of fresh meat for Li Chen to calm Xiao Tai down. At this moment, many people in the base received the news and gathered at the gate to wait. Stop talking here. Let us go to the office. After saying that, Li Chen was the first to walk inside, with Li Xiyu and Mi Yao following him on either side, and the other core members trailing behind. Everyone, please sit down, Li Chen said as he took the seat of honor. Zhuotong, you go first and tell us the recent news. Okay, big brother. There are mainly 2 aspects. One is about the zombies. The King of Raiders has successfully advanced to level 4, and the Savior Army hasn't come to find us these days. It is said that they have joined a coalition, and I am still assessing the impact on us. Zhuotong said crisply. Everyone in the base knew that she had the highest IQ and was most valued by Li Chen, so no one dared to steal the spotlight from this 8 or 9-year-old girl. Does anyone have anything to add? Li Chen asked when he saw no one speaking. He then turned his gaze towards Yin Feng and Kaimo and said, "How is the establishment of your guard team going? We have successfully screened 30 suitable individuals, both male and female." Yin Feng handed over a list and continued, "Additionally, during the selection process, we found 3 spies sent by other camps, and they have all been detained." Looking at the list in his hand, Li Chen frowned tightly. Although he had anticipated that there would definitely be people sent from other camps, he did not expect there to be so many. "All right, I understand. Investigate and see where they came from." Seeing that there was nothing else from the others, Li Chen briefly shared the news he had received and the situation with the explosive head tree. "Big Brother is right. We need allies for this matter." Swatong was the first to stand up and say, "However, if this tree is so powerful, what if the coalition's strength is insufficient? Should we prepare for contingencies?" The others remained silent. They knew very well that their intelligence could not grasp these things, and obediently listening was the best choice. "You don't need to worry about this," Li Chen said lightly. "I have a way to deal with the head tree. And as for the coalition, you just need to communicate with them." Since before the apocalypse began, Li Chen had been making various preparations. Now, most of the resources in the base were in his personal space, as powerful and inexplicable monsters could appear at any time during the apocalypse. After establishing a plan, Li Chen took out several bottles containing a green liquid. This is energy affinity liquid, which can help those without abilities increase their mutation chances. Level 1 and 2 individuals can also apply this diluted liquid on themselves while absorbing the to enhance efficiency. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes lit up. This kind of auxiliary training item was something they had never seen before. "Leader, are these all for us?" Lu Lonji asked first. Her son still showed no signs of becoming an ability user, which she had been watching closely and worrying about, but she had no good solutions. "Yes, take these and divide them up," Li Chen said with a smile. "Tell others that this is a reward for those who performed outstandingly in battles." Li Chen observed everyone's reactions. The purpose of taking out these items was to solidify his leadership position, as so many people who had not become ability users were still waiting for a chance to turn the tables. "That's right. He has already advanced to level 2 and has not disappointed my training. This zombie attack is a great opportunity for you to make a name for yourself," Li Chen said, gently patting Chen Gang's shoulder. Only after advancing to level 2 did Chen Gang qualify to execute the tasks he would assign him. "Thank you for your guidance, boss. I will not let you down," Chen Gang said excitedly. "As long as the boss has orders, I will go through fire and water to help you accomplish them." After whispering a few instructions in Chen Gang's ear, Li Chen let him go and urged him to familiarize himself with his skills to ensure there would be no mistakes during the great battle. In the secret room, Mi Yao and Li Chen were sitting cross-legged in a corner of the room, while Li Siyu was in the middle of the secret room absorbing the massive of the winged fire snake. "Can't you just guard Siyu by yourself? Why do you need me here? There are a lot of things going on in the base right now," Mi Yao whispered in Li Chen's ear. "Can you handle it? What if he disturbs Siyu's breakthrough?" Mi Yao was somewhat worried. She had also experienced the breakthrough to level 3 and was well aware of the difficulties in between. Even a small disturbance might lead to failure in advancement. "Don't worry, I will remind you when the time comes." Li Chen smiled gently and comforted Mi Yao. Seeing his confidence, Mi Yao put down her concerns and turned to look at Li Siyu, who was in the midst of her breakthrough. Chapter 80. Successful upgrade. At this moment, a faint purple glow surrounded Li Siyu, illuminating her like a goddess carved from amethyst, noble and pure. As the purple light intensified, it gradually showed signs of turning black purple, and crackling sounds began to resonate, with faint arcs of electricity flickering in the air. In the originally windless secret room, Li Siyu's hair began to fly wildly. The entire process lasted for about 20 hours, until with a loud bang, a purple lightning bolt the thickness of a finger penetrated the thick cement floor, leaving behind a bottomless hole. "Your turn to take the stage," Li Chen called to the anxious Mi Yao beside him. Hearing the call, Mi Yao cautiously walked to sit cross-legged opposite Li Siyu and extended a hand to rest on the. As Mi Yao activated her energy, a bluish flame emerged in the void. For a moment, the secret room was filled with the interplay of flames and purple lightning, a breathtaking sight. Li Siyu, having completed her breakthrough, felt a familiar energy connecting with her and did not resist. Instead, she gathered her energy and absorbed it only from the other end of the. It was only in the evening that the two women finished absorbing the massive, and the scene of lightning and fire in the secret room slowly faded away. Meow and Li Xiu opened their eyes simultaneously. Upon seeing the familiar figure across from them, they exchanged smiles, instantly adding a different color to the entire secret room. Hurry up and get up. Li Chen's gentle voice came from his side. The food has been reheated several times. Quickly replenish your energy. After finishing off the delicious food, the two women looked at Li Chen simultaneously. At this moment, Li Chen naturally understood what the two meant and nodded, saying, I will be waiting for you at the training ground. Just breaking through, Li Xiu and Mi Yao, who have significantly improved their strength, wanted to test their current level. And the most suitable candidate, of course, was Li Chen, who was a step ahead of them. Here they come, the two women called out, their bodies simultaneously flashing with energy brilliance, attacking Li Chen from left and right. When the dark blue flames and purple-black lightning were just about 2 meters away from Li Chen, they suddenly vanished without a trace. At that moment, Li Chen had already controlled the two women's bodies and flung them in different directions, stopping just in time before they hit the ground. You are so sneaky. We can't even get close to you. Meow stomped her foot and said. No. Li Chen shook his head and said, actually, before you even made your move, I had already set up spatial strangulation around me, and controlling your spatial absorption consumed quite a bit of energy from my body. Early the next morning, Li Chen stretched his sore waist and kissed each of the two women on the cheek before heading to the office. As soon as he pushed open the door, Li Chen saw the petite Tong standing on a stool, trying hard to reach for the chocolate on the top shelf of the bookcase. Cough! Hearing the noise, Tong was startled and turned quickly, only to step on air and immediately fall towards the ground. Li Chen lightly waved his hand, controlling Tong to sit on a chair and casually taking down the candy before walking toward his position. You're not working in your operation room this early in the morning, but here to steal candy? I give you access to my office. And this is how you use it? Li Chen picked up the documents on the table and said casually, Hee, big brother, I'm just here to report something. Tong showed no signs of embarrassment at being caught, quickly changing the subject. From Tong's account, Li Chen learned that last night, Dongfang Sheng had agreed to his request, but still wanted to bring two friends to visit the base. They were confident in their combat abilities, but not in the combat quality of the base personnel. Then let them come. Li Chen thought for a moment and said, let Yin Feng take the guard team to practice in the square, so they can see our strength. Okay, I'll go prepare them. Tong said as she grabbed the chocolate from the table and hopped out. The reason Li Chen agreed to let them visit was not for any other reason, but to demonstrate his strength. In a chaotic world, showing off one's muscles to others was also a necessary thing to earn respect and reduce unnecessary trouble. Before noon, Shen Luo came to report that Dongfang Sheng had brought people over and asked Li Chen if he wanted to go see. Let's go, Li Chen said, walking slowly toward the entrance with Shen Luo. Before they reached the entrance, Li Chen could feel the strong presence from afar and sighed inwardly. No wonder it's the end of the world. There are so many powerful people. Just picking two is already level 3. When they arrive at the entrance, and Li Chen clearly saw the only woman among the three, he slightly paused, his pupils quivering, and his heart felt as if it was being tightly grasped. The woman's appearance was quite ordinary, and her figure wasn't particularly impressive. But the aura of maternal love emanating from her was enough to attract countless gazes towards her, who was walking last, suppressing the fluttering in his heart. Li Chen walked forward unhurriedly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he looked at the two men behind Dongfang Sheng. I was so excited that I forgot to introduce you. This is the leader of the White Tiger team from the Salvation Army. Dongfang Sheng pointed to the burly man and introduced. Hearing Dongfang Sheng's introduction, Li Chen's gaze fell on the man named White Tiger, who stood a full 2 meters tall, with a massive build that exuded an oppressive aura. His face, as solid as marble, was filled with authority, and the calluses on his hands indicated that White Tiger was a seasoned warrior. I am White Tiger. The man extended his thick hand and said, also the superior of the scarred woman. Li Chen also extended his hand and said, I am Li Chen, the one who killed the scarred woman. As soon as these words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the room froze, and the veins on their hands, which were still clasped together, bulged, clearly indicating that their handshake was anything but ordinary. After a long moment, accompanied by a soft cough from the woman at the back, they finally released each other's hands. "Your strength is not bad. The scarred woman died without injustice," White Tiger said, staring hard at Chen. "She had her faults, and I could punish her, but you killed her, so be prepared to be killed by me." "Bring it on. I've never been afraid of anyone," Chen replied boldly. Seeing this, Dongfang Sheng quickly stepped in and said, "Leader Li, let me continue introducing. This is also a captain of the Salvation Army, named Zhu Ke." The woman, radiating maternal love, stepped forward and said, "Hello, I am Zhu Ke." Chapter 81. White Tiger, who is always frustrated. This woman's name is Zhu Ke, and like White Tiger, she uses her code name as her name. Chen was also very familiar with both the name and the person. After meeting this woman named Zhu Ke, she had always given Chen encouragement and support, even introducing Mi Yao, whom she regarded as her daughter, to him, allowing them to become companions in the apocalypse. It wasn't until a week before Chen's suicide that he heard that this woman had single-handedly entered a zombie nest to avenge her subordinates, ultimately meeting a fate of being completely devoured. "I am Chen. It's nice to see you again." When mentioning the word again, Chen's tone was very light, and his voice was somewhat vague. "Leader Li, have we met somewhere before?" Zhu Ke tilted her head slightly and asked, "I feel like you're very familiar." Chen smiled and said, "Maybe. The world is so big. Some fates are always quite wonderful." Beside them, Shen Luo looked at her leader with a surprised expression, feeling that since meeting this woman, the leader had been acting strangely, almost like a different person. At that moment, Chen also realized that he was being influenced by his past emotions. Taking a deep breath, he expelled the complex feelings from his heart and became clear-headed again. "Let's go inside." Chen did not continue conversing with Zhu Ke, but shifted his gaze to Dongfang Sheng. Accompanied by Chen, the three walked inside, where they could feel the fluctuating aura from the square from afar. Upon seeing the guard team practicing formations under Yin Feng's leadership, White Tiger's anger instantly surged, and he asked, Chen, what does this mean?" "What?" Chen feigned confusion, looking at White Tiger, whose veins were bulging from anger. "This is our White Tiger Army's formation. Not only did you plagiarize, but you dare to present it so brazenly. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Just because you say so doesn't make it true. I can easily come up with a dozen formations like this. With your little tricks, I don't even care." "All right." At that moment, Zhu Ke, who had been walking behind, suddenly spoke up. "The main business is important. You can settle your grievances after defeating the zombies." The tall and muscular White Tiger, although reluctant, could only clench his fists tightly and suppress his anger after Zhu Ke spoke. The reason was simple. He couldn't defeat Zhu Ke. The Salvation Army has its branches in every region, and each branch has 4 major legions, which always have differences in strength. In Magic City, it is not surprising that the all-female Zhu Ke Legion holds the advantage, which explains White Tiger's reaction. After reprimanding White Tiger, Zhu Ke looked at Chen and said, "Leader Li, we came here with sincerity this time, and we hope these probing tricks won't appear again." Seeing that familiar face, Chen moved his lips but swallowed the words he was about to say, only lightly replying, "Okay, I'll give Zhu Ke captain some face." Stepping onto the square, the few of them could see Chen's guard team's formation more clearly. There were only about 20 people in the square, with Yin Feng standing at the front of the team. Following Chen's command, the guard team quickly sprang into action. The crowd was divided into 5 small teams, each with a nearly identical configuration of ability users. Colors of various lights flashed in their hands. Some were responsible for enhancement, some for defense, and the rest were dedicated to attacking. The lowest among them were peak level 1, and surprisingly, the leaders of each team were level 2. Dongfang Sheng was quite surprised as he thought to himself. It's worth noting that in his Dongfang base, level 2 ability users were already considered high-level combatants, typically deployed as spearhead units, and they would never deign to participate in such training normally. Baihu and Zhu Ke were not shocked by the level of the guard army. Chen's people were powerful, and their own subordinates were not weak either. What puzzled them was how these individuals managed to look so radiant. Under the current conditions, few organizations could ensure their subordinates were well fed. let alone that these people appeared robust and healthy. Leader Li, your people are impressive, Zhu Ke remarked, observing the highly motivated guard army trainees. Their nutrition must be excellent. Li Chen knew that the fact he had food would soon become known, so he decided not to hide it and spoke openly. Yes. I have to thank those in the armory for delivering so much food to me. Survivors in Magic City were certainly familiar with the name armory. Dongfang Sheng had once considered it, but after reconnaissance, he found that the other side had too many firearms and ample food reserves, making it too difficult to take. So he gave up. However, Dongfang Sheng never expected that such a hard-to-take place had actually fallen into Li Chen's hands. He could only feel envy. As for the thought of snatching it away, it barely flickered in his mind before being cast aside. Not to mention those well-trained subordinates. Just Li Chen alone was enough for Dongfang Sheng to feel he wouldn't win. Leader Li, since you have plenty of food, why not? Bai Hu's words were cut short as the trainees in the guard army turned their gazes toward him, their energy fluctuations becoming intense, clearly indicating that if Bai Hu dared to continue speaking, they would be ready to act. In the apocalypse, while people were undoubtedly the most important resource, food was far more critical. Now that Bai Hu wanted to seize food, how could the guard team not be agitated? Bai Hu, go ahead. I'm still waiting to hear more. And my brothers are too? Li Chen said coldly, as countless ice shards appeared around him. The winds generated by their rotation pressing the dry grass firmly to the ground. What I meant was, can we exchange something for some food? Seeing the situation, Bai Hu changed his wording from seizing to exchanging. It wasn't that he was timid. Rather, the moment he felt Li Chen's icy gaze, it was as if he were in a freezing world, emanating a bone-chilling cold that made him instinctively step back. Bai Hu was just joking, Zhu Ke said, stepping forward. Calm and unhurried. Leader Li need not take it to heart. This guy is always so reckless with his words. Li Chen remained silent, his cold gaze still fixed on Bai Hu. Realizing the gravity of the situation and that it wouldn't be easily resolved, Bai Hu looked at Zhu Ke beside him, only to find her wearing a similarly serious expression, making him realize he was in trouble. He bit the bullet and pulled out a large item from his belongings. Chapter 82. The tempting level 4 ability core. Everyone present gasped when they saw what Bai Hu pulled out, even lowering the room's temperature a few degrees. It was a large ability core, sparkling like a magnificent gem before their eyes. Its smooth surface shimmered with a faint blue glow in the sunlight, making everyone present envious. At that moment, a hint of astonishment flashed in Li Chen's eyes. He did not expect Bai Hu to be so bold as to offer such a precious level 4 ability core in exchange for his forgiveness. At this point in time, level 3 ability users were already rare, and although zombies and monsters might evolve faster than humans, level 4 was still at the top tier. It was unknown how many lives it would take to obtain such a level 4 ability core. This was my mistake. Consider this ability core a gift of apology. Bai Hu expressionlessly tossed the item to Li Chen, casually saying, Our Salvation Army has plenty of these things. If it weren't for the twitching of Bai Hu's lips, Li Chen might have actually believed him. Thank you very much, Bai Hu. I happen to need a level 4 ability core. When I reach level 4, I'll invite you to witness it. Li Chen teased as he received the core, nearly causing Bai Hu to explode with anger again. Seeing the atmosphere between them remain tense, Dongfang Sheng smiled and stepped forward to mediate, saying, Leader Li, since we've been here for a while, why don't you invite us in for a chat? Shen Luo, go get some water, Li Chen commanded, then turned to Dongfang Sheng and said, Let's talk in my office. With that, Li Chen led the way to his office. When they arrived, Zwatong was already waiting there. Hearing the door open, she stood up from her chair, flashing a sweet and adorable smile toward the entrance. Seeing such a young girl, around 8 or 9 years old, in the office, the three of them from Dongfang Sheng paused slightly before continuing to sit down as if nothing was amiss, though they couldn't help but think less of Li Chen. Noticing their subtle expressions, Li Chen understood they had misunderstood and chose to ignore their petty thoughts, directly informing them that during future battles, communication between both parties would be handled by Zwatong. The three of them showed awkward smiles while also being shocked by Li Chen's boldness in entrusting such significant matters of the base to such a young child. May I ask what brings you three here? Zwatong asked, her expression unchanged, her sweet smile never fading. No need for the excuse of a tour. Just state your purpose directly to save time. At first, seeing this sweet, doll-like girl, they had a hint of subtle disdain, but her directness made them put away any joking thoughts. Dongfang Sheng glanced at Bai Hu and Zhu Ke beside him, and, seeing no reaction from them, slowly began to speak. Actually, we came to invite Leader Li to join us in investigating the lair of the raiders. Then, Dongfang Sheng detailed his plan. He intended to join forces with several strong individuals to first go to the lair of the Raider King, taking advantage of the zombies not being prepared yet to eliminate the head tree, making future battles much easier. Hearing Dongfang Sheng's thoughts, Li Chun fell into contemplation. While implementing the plan wouldn't be difficult, these people probably had no idea how terrifying the head tree was, merely thinking of it as a mutated plant. Okay, but I need to bring a companion, Li Chun said, seeing everyone waiting for his decision. According to Li Chen's estimates, there was a high probability of failure in this operation, yet he still wanted to give it a try. His primary goal was to allow Chen Gang to gain experience and insight into fighting the head tree. Bai Hu, who had remained silent since entering, snorted coldly and voiced his dissatisfaction. What if you bring along some random person and cause the operation to fail? To be honest, Zhu Ke was nearly driven to madness by this brainless guy. If it weren't for the fear of losing face in front of others, she genuinely wanted to beat Bai Hu up. In an instant, everyone in the room was subdued by the seemingly delicate woman. Li Chan felt as if he were seeing his former self, as Zhu Ke had once motivated him in a similar manner. In the end, Bai Hu merely moved his lips, turned his face aside, and dared not say anything more. After agreeing to set off early the next morning, Li Chun instructed Shen Luo to escort Dongfang Sheng and the others out of the base. After only Li Chun was left in the office, he asked someone to call Chen Gang over. "Boss, you called for me?" With the enhancement of energy affinity liquid, Chen Gang had grown a few centimeters taller compared to before, and his muscles were more pronounced, making him appear drastically different from before. "How's your skill proficiency?" Li Chen asked kindly. "How many people's defense can you withstand?" Although Chen Gang's skill was powerful, it wasn't an unlimited absorption of his teammates' defense. The ultimate limit depended on his physical fitness. After speaking, without needing Li Chen to remind him, he actively demonstrated his abilities. Originally taller than most, Chen Gang became even more robust after activating his skill, with a faint golden glow appearing on his bronze-colored body, and a slight metallic sound emanated from his skin as it collided. After briefing Chen Gang, Li Chun dove into the secret chamber, as he still had a level 4 anomalous core waiting for him to handle. Which was radiating light under the sun, had now retracted all its anomalies, appearing like an unremarkable gray stone. Li Chun took out various liquids from his space and gently tossed the end of the air, then began to perform complex hand seals while directing the extracted liquids toward the. This process took over half an hour, and it wasn't finished yet. He repeated similar processes more than a dozen times, until they finally transformed into a transparent, colorless form. Li Chun wiped the sweat from his forehead and gently stored the transformed. This was a method Li Chun had learned in his previous life, allowing him to cleanly process the energy without the aid of instruments. Chapter 83. Instant kill of armored zombie. After processing the, Li Chun stood up from the ground, stretched lazily, and glanced outside, noticing that the eastern sky was beginning to brighten. He decided to head out. Given his level, it took him a whole night to process a level 4, while other level 3 ability users, even using the same method, would take at least 2 days to accomplish it. Thus, Li Chun wasn't worried about anyone leveling up before him. After finding Miao and Li Siyu and briefing them on the base situation, Li Chun took Chen Gang to the agreed location with Dongfang Sheng. From a distance, Li Chun sensed the presence of Dongfang Sheng and his 2 companions, as evident as candlelight in the dark night. "Everyone is here," Dongfang Sheng said, putting away the map. "Let's set off, Leader Li. Are you all set?" "Of course, my people are definitely fine," Li Chun replied, understanding that he was being asked if he could protect Chen Gang. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, aside from Bai Hu's cold snort expressing his dissatisfaction, the other 2 had no reaction. The 4 then suppressed their energy fluctuations and cautiously advanced toward the location of the raiders' lair. As they got closer to the raiders' nest, the number of zombies on the road increased, but they were all low-level ones, and Chen Gang could handle them himself. Soon, Chen spotted their first level 3 zombie. In the dark corner of the woods, a fat zombie over 3 meters tall, covered in rotten flesh and oozing pale green pus, was wandering like many ordinary zombies. When it saw Chen and the others, the fat zombie let out a loud roar and charged towards them with heavy steps, its decaying body flinging pus everywhere with its movements. "Don't move, let me handle it," Baihu growled, his battle instincts already ignited. But on the way, they had encountered only low-level zombies, so he hadn't had a chance to fight. The others saw this and had to stop, letting Baihu go solve the zombie himself. Baihu took a fighting stance, with a faint blue light emanating from his fists, stepping steadily as he focused on the charging zombie. When the zombie was about 2 meters away from him, the light on Baihu's fists suddenly dimmed, replaced by countless wind blades slicing through the zombie. "Trash! Is that all you've got?" Baihu said, dissatisfied. In an instant, the zombie was pierced through by Baihu's wind blades, its rotten body turning into minced meat, leaving a large pile on the ground. After watching Baihu's battle, Chen grasped this guy's fighting style, from the initial fighting stance to his later movements. It was clear that Baihu's close combat skills were quite high. The group ignored Baihu's dissatisfaction and moved forward. Upon seeing a level 3 zombie outside, they knew the nest wouldn't be simple. Before they could walk far, another fat zombie appeared. This time it wasn't just one. A group of them followed a large, heavily armored fat zombie. "Captain Baihu, go ahead. Weren't you feeling unsatisfied just now?" Chen said lightly. "Sure, I'll warm up," Baihu replied, putting on his arm guards and assuming a serious stance. This time, Baihu didn't dare take risks and directly unleashed his wind blades. The faint blue wind blades flickered in the air, and when they grazed a tree as thick as a person, it was sliced cleanly in half. However, the powerful wind blades lost all effectiveness when they encountered the leading armored zombie. With a roar from the armored zombie, countless black smoke billowed out, instantly dissipating the wind blades. Seeing his skill fail, Baihu changed tactics, enveloping himself in blue light as 2 folding knives popped out from his arm guards. He charged towards the zombies, attempting to use his powerful melee skills to kill them. However, just 3 seconds later, Baihu's voice came through. "Sister, help. These guys are too fierce." Hearing this, Zhu Ke couldn't help but laugh. "You big oaf." Despite the teasing, Zhu Ke's movements were quick. Numerous orange flames erupted around her, and with a wave of her fingers, they transformed into sparks, raining down on the zombies attacking Baihu. Any zombie touched by the sparks initially didn't react, but soon they all screamed in agony, with pale flames visibly burning from their insides. Watching Zhu Ke's signature skill, Starry Sparks, once again, Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. It was still so beautiful and powerful, although most of the fat zombies were burned by the flames. The leading armored zombie was completely unaffected, with only a slight flicker of smoke when the sparks landed on it, but no further reaction followed. Holding back his urge to step in and help, Chen said lightly to Dongfang Sheng, "Let me handle it." He quickly formed an ice spear the size of an arm in his hand, and as soon as it was formed, he threw it. The ice spear appeared to move slowly, but it hit the armored zombie's visor precisely. After a brief pause, it shot through the zombie's head like an arrow piercing paper. Emerging from the other side, the massive, dark body of the armored zombie took 2 or 3 steps forward before crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Dongfang Sheng, who had been watching Chen act, was stunned, his mouth agape for a long time. He had never known that killing zombies could be so easy, even without needing to move. Literally, what high-level skills! Such amazing combat intuition. Zhu Ke exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. "It's hard to imagine how you mastered such skills." Chen looked at her familiar face and said nothing. He had had a similar conversation before his rebirth, but at that time, it was to praise Zhu Ke's skills. Kill the remaining fat zombies, and the white tiger walked over breathlessly, cupping his hands towards Chen, who stood with his hands behind his back, and said, "Thanks, when I find a chance for revenge, you can kill or torture me. It's all up to you." "You idiot." Zhu Ke, behind the white tiger, kicked him hard and said, "Revenge? Your life was saved by them. Otherwise, you should just commit suicide and return their favor." "You fool." The white tiger still held his head high, unwilling to say a soft word. Seeing this, Li Chen coldly said, "I'm just doing this for the mission. I don't need your thanks, and as for revenge, you're welcome anytime." After speaking, he didn't wait for the others to respond and strode forward with Chen Gang. Angry, Zhu Ke kicked the white tiger a few more times before quickly catching up with Li Chen. Chapter 84. The Conspiracy of the Tribunal. As Zhu Ke caught up with Li Chen, just as she was about to speak, a sudden loud explosion interrupted her. The explosion also drew the attention of the others. At that moment, upon hearing the strange explosion, a guess that was hard for Li Chen himself to believe suddenly formed his mind. "Don't speak." Li Chen, not caring about the white tiger anymore, whispered to the few people behind him, "Follow me, and don't make a sound." "Damn, the intensity of this zombie explosion is insufficient." A voice said, "The data is inaccurate. Just do your job. There's no need for so much talk. This new type of potion is an experimental product. We're just here to test it." A cold voice reprimanded. "All right, you're the captain. You decide, but this godforsaken place really sucks. It's all zombies. Not even a woman around." Upon hearing this, several different voices nearby laughed heartily, mixed with various crude jokes. After these people walked far away, Li Chen stepped out, but his face had turned ashen, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Long before he heard the explosion, Li Chen had vaguely guessed that it was the most disgusting mutated type among zombies, the exploding zombies. These biologically engineered weapons of war would charge at attackers without regard for their own safety when attacked, and upon reaching a certain distance, they would explode violently, releasing concentrated zombie virus inside, causing enemies to become infected. Understanding Li Chen's expression, Zhu Ke hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" With her question, Dongfang Sheng and the other two fell silent. Each of them was the leader of their own faction, but now they had to entrust their lives to others, which was hard for them to accept. After pondering for a moment, Zhu Ke was the first to ask, "Is it because of those people?" "Yes. Their faction is something we can't resist right now." Li Chen looked at the trees hidden in the darkness ahead and said, "All of us combined can't resist them." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Sheng raised an eyebrow, looking at Li Chen in surprise. It was no wonder he was puzzled. The combined strength of the few factions could not claim to dominate the demon city, but at least controlled about 80% of the city's power. However, now they couldn't even resist one organization, which was hard for Dongfang Sheng to believe. Upon hearing the words, the tribunal, Zhu Ke and the others suddenly realized that this was indeed a faction they couldn't resist, and all the leaders had at least heard of its infamous reputation. The tribunal was a massive organization formed by various wealthy individuals and politicians before the emergence of the Red Mist. These people believed they were gods, while others were merely their subjects ruled by the gods. Those who did not follow their ideas were deemed heretics and would face judgment. But why would they appear here? What could possibly be worth their attention in the current demon city? Dongfang Sheng asked in confusion. At that moment, Li Chen casually uttered a name, the exploding head tree. In his previous life, after Li Chen became powerful, he had considered joining the tribunal, but later discovered that these people were conducting biological experiments in various places, sometimes using the entire population of a city and zombies as their test subjects. The tribunal commonly used the tactic of cultivating powerful zombies locally and letting these strong zombies rampage. When people could no longer hold on, they would appear as saviors and rescue them. They had no other choice. After all, the enemy had already knocked on their door. It was better to surrender to the tribunal than to remain passive. The only option now was to follow Li Chen and take the initiative. Soon, under Li Chen's leadership, the group followed the footsteps of the tribunal members. About 20 people from the tribunal had arrived, protecting an old man with white hair holding a briefcase in the center. The last few young people were leading a dozen fat, exploding zombies. They encountered third-level zombies but did not attack. Instead, they used the exploding zombies to take the front. With several deafening explosions, the powerful third-level zombies were blown to pieces. Then, the elderly man in the middle opened a briefcase and took out several syringes, handing them to his assistants. Meanwhile, several young people had already begun to move without waiting for orders, bringing along 14 or 15 ordinary zombies. The assistant had people hold down the zombies, gently pushing the diluted potion from the syringe into the zombies' bodies. In just a few minutes, the zombies struggled to stand up, their bodies swelling, quickly transforming into the appearance of exploding zombies. Chen immediately saw through their intentions and coldly said, "Don't even think about it. This requires the blood of dozens of zombies and ability users to extract. Even if you get it, you won't be able to keep it." In his previous life, Chen had seen a faction obtain this thing, but shortly after, they were wiped out by the tribunal without leaving a trace. Upon hearing the cost was so high, the three of them abandoned their plans to seize the potion. Thus, they followed behind the tribunal members unimpeded and arrived at the valley where the exploding head trees grew. Chapter 85. Unexpected changes in the small valley. A 2-meter diameter exploding head tree stood in the center. Beneath the tree were various corpses. But all these corpses had one thing in common. They all lacked heads. The heads of all the corpses hung from the tree like little lanterns, some still dripping fresh red blood onto the ground, creating an extremely eerie sight. As I got closer, Dongfang Sheng and the others saw that these were not tree branches but rather thick vines wrapped around human bones, piled up to form the shape of a tree. At this moment, Chen felt a bit relieved. Judging by the appearance of the head tree, it had only just advanced to level 4 and had not yet produced mature head fruits, or else it would be much harder to deal with. The head fruits on the head tree were nothing to humans, but for mutated zombies, they were true treasures. A single mature head fruit was enough for a 3rd-level zombie to successfully advance to level 4. Although cultivating mature head fruits would consume all the vitality of the head tree, as long as there were living human corpses, the head tree could quickly revive. The tribunal members also knew that the head tree was not to be trifled with, so they became more cautious in their actions. However, they were not overly afraid, as this was a product of their technology. The elderly man in the middle, protected by others, spoke in a hoarse and cold voice. "Go catch zombies. I want more exploding zombies to clear the way." Hearing the old man's orders, everyone except 4 or 5 protectors quickly moved to pounce on the ordinary zombies wandering in the woods. Seeing this, the white tiger whispered, "Let us go. This is a great opportunity. With as few people on their side, I can handle it myself." This statement garnered agreement from Dongfang Sheng and Zhu Ke, who also felt it was a good time to act. However, Chen shook his head and said, "No, they are clearly fishing, and the king of plunderers has yet to appear. What are you afraid of?" The white tiger whispered angrily, "What a great opportunity. At worst, we can grab what we need and run. I can easily handle these tier 2 guys." However, no matter how anxious White Tiger was, Chen remained unmoved and firmly refused to take action. These people had subdued the zombies and brought them to the old man's assistant for him to inject the serum. Soon, dozens of explosive zombies appeared in the valley, and the powerful energy fluctuations naturally attracted the attention of the head tree. The headless zombies that had been lying under the head tree were controlled to stand up, while the head tree accurately placed the heads hanging from its branches onto these bodies, instantly activating the monsters. Thus, an explosive battle began in the arena. The zombies controlled by the head tree lacked energy, so their explosive power was not very strong, but their numbers were overwhelming. The explosive zombies, driven by instinct, occasionally harmed their teammates, but each individual explosion was powerful enough. Soon, the outcome of the battle became clear, with the powerful explosive zombies gaining the upper hand and eliminating all the zombies controlled by the head tree. The old man from the tribunal nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the situation. Once the red mist in the arena dissipated somewhat, he removed the mask from his head and tossed it aside, pulling out a set of precision collection equipment. "Go ahead, this is the final experiment," the old man said fervently. "In 2 hours, this precious head tree will become our powerful ally." The assistant, like a fanatic, eagerly took the instruments and pointed randomly at a few guards before walking towards the head tree. However, at this moment, there were not only Chen and the others watching in the valley. A pair of cold eyes were also observing the actions of the tribunal members. Just as the assistant was about to place the instrument on the head tree, a piercing roar sounded. The Tier 4 king of predators swooped down from a rock face several meters high. In an instant, the assistant and several guards were decapitated, with bright red blood spraying from their severed necks. "Ha ha, a beast is still a beast. You just couldn't hold back," the old man laughed triumphantly, hands on his hips. "Did you think I was satisfied with just this head tree? You're also my target. The three hidden in the shadows, including White Tiger, gasped in surprise. They were glad they had listened to Li Chen's advice and had not acted rashly. Otherwise, they might have ended up in the same situation. How did you know this guy had a hidden hand? White Tiger couldn't help but ask Li Chen. Because I'm not stupid. Who the hell are you calling stupid? White Tiger was about to get angry when Zhu Ke, standing behind him, slapped him on the back of the head and said, "Shut up." White Tiger, who had been like a cat with its fur standing on end, immediately fell silent, too scared to continue. Zhu Ke, hidden at the back, looked at Li Chen's figure in front and couldn't help but feel curious. Despite his young age, he acted with such maturity and composure, without a hint of youthful arrogance. At this moment, the King of Predators was already engaged with the 4 Tier 3 guards. Relying on its Tier 4 physical advantage, it kept probing around the 4, looking for weaknesses. However, these 4 were originally brothers who had bonded closely and had later been modified by the tribunal. Not only had their levels increased, but their cooperation was also seamless. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been assigned to protect the old man closely. After a few minutes of stalemate, the King of Predators realized it couldn't break through their defenses, so tried to bypass them and attack the old man at the back. However, after several unsuccessful attempts, it could only roar in frustration. Almost at the same time as the King of Predators roared, the head tree extended its vines to sweep across the 4 guards, making a hissing sound like a long whip slicing through the air. The 4 guards, seeing this, changed their energy usage from defense to attack, concentrating their power on the one in front, and in an instant, they severed the incoming vine. But in that moment of vulnerability, the King of Predators seized the opportunity and lunged toward the old man behind the 4 guards, intending to kill the old man first. Li Chen, hidden in the forest, growled now. Without waiting for the sound to fade, Li Chen was already charging toward the lunging King of Predators, while the ice spike in his hand was aimed at the old man's head, intending to take on 2 at once. After shooting out the ice spike, Li Chen focused on 2 tasks, controlling the spatial distortion in his palm to shatter the King of Predators' claws and directing the ice spike's trajectory. The King of Predators, with a cruel glint in its eyes, was about to attack the old man, but after a gust of wind, it saw the figure it hated most appear before it. Roar! Seeing its enemy, the King of Predators immediately gathered all its strength to charge at Li Chen, disregarding the old man it was about to kill. Bang! Bang! With 2 crisp sounds, both Li Chen and the King of Predators were sent flying backward. However, while Li Chen's palm, which was controlling the spatial distortion, bled from the backlash, the King of Predators only lost some flesh, with its bones remaining intact. But this was exactly what Li Chen intended. Using the force of being thrown back, he instantly teleported to the old man's side, and the ice spike was right at the old man's forehead. "Don't move," Li Chen said coldly, gripping the old man's neck. "Tell your subordinates to kill the King of Predators, or you die." In fact, after observing earlier, Li Chen had roughly understood these people's intentions and why the tribunal had so many Tier 4 experts in its early stages. The captured old man showed no signs of panic. Instead, he said calmly, "Kid, do you know who I am? You're looking for death." "I'm so scared." "Dr. Bai," Li Chen said expressionlessly, pushing the ice spike forward a bit more. "Stop with the nonsense. I know they're under your control. Otherwise, I'd have you feeding zombies right now." Upon receiving the order, the 4 guards changed their energy operation mode, turning all defense into attack, and charged at the King of Predators, who was lurking nearby, trying to pounce on Li Chen again. Although it seemed like a long time, it was actually just a brief moment. The 3 from Dongfang Sheng, who had just rushed down from the cliff, landed and quickly formed a triangular formation to protect Li Chen and Dr. Bai in the middle. White Tiger had time to secretly give Li Chen a thumbs up, expressing his admiration. However, at that moment, Li Chen couldn't feel happy. Dr. Bai was too calm, showing no sign of panic as a hostage, and even wore a hint of a mocking smile. Ahead, the King of Predators was engaged in a fierce battle with the Tier 3 guards, with both sides exchanging blows and gaining and losing ground. The King of Predators had several new wounds oozing blood, while 2 of the tribunal guards had large gashes in their abdomens and were on the verge of collapsing. "Kid, aren't you going to take action?" Dr. Bai said with a strange smile. "If you don't, my guards will soon be defeated. With just you left, you probably can't handle the zombies." In truth, Li Chen was also aware that, as Dr. Bai had said, Dongfang Sheng and his companions were no match for those guards. Once they fell, their situation would become even more difficult. However, facing someone like Dr. Bai, Li Chun dared not let his guard down. Hearing their conversation, White Tiger at the front began to ponder, thinking that he didn't necessarily have to follow Li Chen's orders and could take the opportunity to take down the king of predators, showing Li Chun who was truly powerful. With that thought, White Tiger's body uncontrollably dashed forward at high speed, and by the time Li Chun noticed, he was already engaged with the king of predators. However, at this moment, the White Tiger seemed to be under some spell, completely ignoring the calls of the vermilion bird behind it, and instead focused on attacking the king of plunderers with its energy. This voice kept echoing in the vermilion bird's mind, causing her eyes to be enveloped in a layer of blood-red light, and her original intention to save the White Tiger transformed into a killing move. The Whispering Demon was the title given to Dr. Bai by people in Li Chen's previous life, and it was said that he could amplify the desires in people's hearts during conversation, thus achieving the purpose of controlling them. This deafening voice not only caused Dongfang Sheng's swaying body to come to a halt, but had no effect on the two who were in battle. "Damn it, idiot," Li Chun said, slapping the back of Dr. Bai's head hard. Immediately, Dr. Bai's eyes rolled back, and his body slumped to the ground. Then, Li Chun made sure Dongfang Sheng stayed close to the unconscious guy while he lightly waved his hand, controlling countless summoned ice shards to attack the plunderer. In truth, Li Chun wanted to kill Dr. Bai, but he feared that if this guy died, the 4 guards who were fighting would also perish, making it extremely difficult for them to contend with the plunderer with just their small group. Therefore, he could only knock Dr. Bai unconscious first. The sharp ice shards, under Li Chen's control, attacked the plunderer's wounds and other defenseless areas like eyes and ears at odd angles. However, the level 4 zombie body was much tougher than a level 3, and these simple ice shards had no effect at all. Only those that were entangled with Li Chen's space could inflict some damage on the plunderer. Seeing this situation, Li Chen quickly changed his strategy, condensing the ice spikes into ice blades and ice shields, attacking the king of plunderers with one hand wielding a blade and the other holding a shield. Upon seeing Li Chen advance, the king of plunderers no longer cared about anyone else and was solely focused on killing the human who had ruined its left claw. However, as the group continued to attack, the king of plunderers gradually realized that revenge was hopeless. Thus, it braced itself against several attacks, mobilizing the little energy it had left, forming a dazzling yellow energy ball in its mouth. Chapter 87. At the end of the road, seeing the plunderer's movements, Li Chen thought it was bad and quickly teleported to the side. Just as he steadied himself, the plunderer's energy ball arrived. Except for Li Chen, everyone else was severely injured by this final strike. Realizing its purpose had been achieved, the plunderer turned to flee into the forest, but unexpectedly, a pale hand reached out beside it, accompanied by that annoying aura. Anticipating the king of plunderers' escape, Li Chun maximized the space disruption, forcefully slapping it on the plunderer's head. In that instant, the king of plunderers tilted its head, and the entire left half of its body was shredded into pieces by Li Chen's spatial power. Roar! The king of plunderers howled in pain. It was the same annoying human who had used the same energy to destroy its left front claw last time, causing a significant delay in its evolution. Now, with its entire left half destroyed, the plunderer was eager to turn around and fight this guy to the death. But seeing the few humans who were trying to stand up behind it, it suppressed its anger and fled into the forest on its remaining 3 legs. At this moment, Li Chun stood still, the mountain wind blowing his clothes, rustling, exuding the demeanor of a master. Seeing this, Dongfang Sheng hurried over to assist Li Chun in sitting down on a nearby rock. "Quickly inject the substance from the device into the head tree," Li Chun said weakly, his face pale. "Otherwise, once the head tree recovers, we will all die here." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Sheng quickly walked towards the head tree, picked up the device from the ground, and jabbed it into the thick vine. In just a second or two, he extracted some light green liquid from the vine. This liquid reacted with something in the device, causing it to emit a hissing sound, and then transformed into a light red liquid that re-entered the vine through the syringe. As soon as this liquid entered the vine, the head tree began to tremble violently, and all the immature explosive fruits on it fell to the ground. while the tangled white bones also dropped out. The head tree's thick vines began to change from dark green to a withered yellow, and some small branches even turned to ash, fluttering in the mountain wind. "Oh my God!" Dongfang Sheng exclaimed, shocked by the scene. The process was neither fast nor slow. Within 10 minutes, the entire head tree had disappeared, leaving only 2 fruits, one red and one green, in the deep pit. The green fruit had complex patterns growing on it, looking vibrant and making one unable to resist the urge to swallow it and taste it, while the red fruit was covered in small, unsightly bumps, making one feel nauseated just by looking at it. "Is this the mature head fruit? It's really beautiful," Dongfang Sheng exclaimed repeatedly, salivating at the fragrance of the fruit. Seeing his expression, Li Chen was about to speak, but was interrupted by a chilling laugh. "Ha, kid, thank you for fetching me the fruit. I will grant you a whole corpse." However, to Dr. Bai's surprise, Li Chen, sitting on the stone, merely glanced at him faintly and said nothing more, as if Dr. Bai didn't exist at all. "Kid, why are you still so calm? Speak." Dr. Bai felt that everything he did was for naught, angrily shouting at the guards, "Go, get the fruit for me. Let's see what he can do." The 4 guards, who had originally been lying on the ground, sprang to their feet upon hearing Dr. Bai's command. Although they were all severely injured, they still staggered towards Dongfang Sheng. Seeing this, Dongfang Sheng emitted energy fluctuations from his hands, preparing to fight desperately, but Li Chen's words made him doubt himself. "Give it to them. You can't defeat these people." Li Chen, who appeared extremely weak, said softly, lifting his hand but then letting it fall weakly. Seeing Li Chen in this state, Dr. Bai laughed heartily, assuming a victorious demeanor. In the distance, the vermilion bird and white tiger wanted to come to support, but were unable to move, only able to anxiously wait in place. In the end, Dongfang Sheng reluctantly handed over the 2 fruits, realizing he had no choice in the face of the situation, opting to preserve his strength for a chance to escape with his teammates later. It smells really good." Dr. Bai took a deep sniff of the green fruit, exaggerating. "This aroma, just a whiff, makes one feel invigorated." After speaking, Dr. Bai slowly brought the green fruit to his lips, pretending to eat it. This display made Dongfang Sheng and the white tiger feel heartbroken. The things they had worked so hard to obtain were being taken away by the enemy, which left them feeling very unwilling. Li Chen on the stone still appeared extremely weak, not even looking at Dr. Bai. Instead, the vermilion bird beside the white tiger seemed to understand something at this moment. Although it also showed signs of anxiety, its body remained still, focusing on regaining energy. Dr. Bai deliberately kept lifting and lowering the green fruit near his lips, enjoying the despairing expressions of the others, but he never saw a change in Li Chen's expression, which infuriated him, leading him to shove the entire green fruit into his mouth. So tingly and numb, the aroma is enticing. It's delicious. After swallowing the fruit, Dr. Bai wanted to continue his previous act, but soon his words got stuck in his throat. The enticing green fruit suddenly began to expand in his mouth, with tiny hairs probing down his esophagus into his stomach. Just as he realized something was wrong, Dr. Bai forcefully yanked the fruit out of his mouth, tearing off a piece of flesh in the process. Damn it! In just a second, Li Chen had already grabbed the bloody green fruit in his hand, casually extracting the hearts of the 4 guards as well. "Are you okay?" Dr. Bai pointed at Li Chen in disbelief and asked, "Why? Why are you fine when you clearly look exhausted?" "That's why you're a fool. With your pathetic acting skills, I don't even need to guess your little tricks. Do you really think I don't understand your demon language?" Li Chen gently brushed off the blood and flesh from the green fruit and said, "I know you better than you know yourself." As he spoke, Li Chen shot an ice spike into the center of Dr. Bai's forehead, and with a flick of his hand, the ice spike pierced through his head and flew out the back. At that moment, the phrase "I know you better than you know yourself" echoed in Dr. Bai's ears, but unfortunately, he would never be able to contemplate its meaning again. Chapter 88. After the great battle, only then did the bodies of the 4 guards crash to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The reversal of events left Dongfang Sheng and the others dumbfounded. The most straightforward, Baihu, snapped his jaw shut and said, "You were just pretending? What else could it be?" Li Chen waved his hand and took the red fruit into his possession, saying, "Just as foolish as them, unable to control your own body." Who are you calling foolish? Dong Fangsheng was just as surprised as I was, by who retorted. Besides, the boss didn't even acknowledge this idiot. Ignoring him, Li Chen walked over to Zhu Ke, gently picked her up, and carefully placed her on the mat he carried with him. The moment Zhu Ke was lifted, she felt her face suddenly become very hot. Her heart raced, and she felt dizzy, which was quite strange. Seeing Li Chen carry Zhu Ke away, Bai Hu protested loudly from the side, but no one paid him any attention. So he had no choice but to lie down and rest on a pile of stones. After settling Zhu Ke, Li Chen sat beside her, looking at the two fruits in his hands. In truth, Dr. Bai's death was not unjust. In Li Chen's previous life, many people lost their lives because they mistakenly ingested the green fruits, including many skilled individuals from various organizations and powerful lone wolves. The mature human head fruit should actually be red, but just like many plants have their own protective camouflage, the human head tree possesses this ability as well. The real fruit is so unappetizing that it makes people nauseous, while the green fruit, serving as the seed, is incredibly enticing. The human head tree evolved this way because it requires fresh blood and flesh to grow. Only by disguising the seeds as delicious can they be consumed, allowing the tree to absorb enough nutrients to regrow and sprout. While Li Chen was deep in thought, Dong Fangsheng walked over, looking dejected, and asked, "Was I also influenced by Dr. Bai's words just now, as one of the least involved in the battle?" Dong Fangsheng had been observing everything closely and had clearly heard Li Chen mention the demon language. Reflecting on his own reaction at the time, he couldn't help but ask. Yes, Li Chen replied readily. There was no need for him to hide such matters. "Don't worry, it won't affect your future promotions," Li Chen smiled and said. In simple terms, demon language is a skill of head power users. They can use their mental strength to influence others' actions through words or gestures. Then, while the others were recuperating, Li Chen continued to explain the concept of demon language to them. After hearing this, Dong Fangsheng broke into a cold sweat. If it weren't for Li Chen during this operation, with only the three of them, they would not only have failed the mission, but might have also been kidnapped to become thugs. As for Bai Hu, who was lying on the side, he felt an even greater sense of dread. He had been manipulated into fighting by just a few words and hadn't noticed anything unusual at all. So there's no way to defend against it? Zhu Ke, who had been resting with her eyes closed, asked. She wanted to know how Li Chen managed to remain unaffected. Hearing her question, Li Chen thought for a moment and shared his method with the three of them. The method was quite simple. As long as you could identify that the person was a mental power user and firmly maintain your own will, you could completely ignore the demon language's influence. However, Li Chen's immunity was not only due to his strong mental state, but also because of Zuotong's assistance. Many people at the Qishan base liked Zuotong, not only because she was cute, but also because of her unintentional use of the demon language skill. Although Zuotong focused her talent on machinery and didn't primarily pursue this aspect, she would subconsciously use this skill when she often acted cute and spoiled around Li Chen. Thus, Li Chen had already developed immunity to this low-level demon language. As soon as they walked out of the woods, Li Chen saw Mi Yao and Li Siyu leading the base's people toward them, so he quickly shouted, "We're over here." Hearing that familiar voice, Li Siyu and Mi Yao almost simultaneously leaped into Li Chen's arms. "Ah, why are you covered in so much blood?" Li Siyu exclaimed. "Are you hurt? Let me take a look." On the other side, Mi Yao remained silent, but wore a worried expression, with small flames flickering on her body due to her heightened emotions. "I'm fine," Li Chen said with a gentle smile. "It's all from others. How could I possibly be hurt?" Dong Fangsheng, who was narrating from the side, also agreed, as he was worried about his own base. As they were leaving, Zhu Ke looked at Mi Yao and said, "This sister is also a fire-type ability user. You should get to know her when you have the time." Mi Yao was initially taken aback, but upon seeing the orange-red flames on Zhu Ke, she smiled and agreed. There were too few ability users of the same type at their level, especially since both were women, which created a sense of camaraderie between them. Seeing this scene, Li Chen couldn't help but marvel at how miraculous fate was. These two generations of Zhu Ke had met just like in his previous life, and it was all because of him. Li Chen's space could only hold inanimate objects. Living beings like this could not be stored inside. So he had to use a lead box. as only the lead box could contain the appetizing scent of the green fruit. Lying on his bed in his room, Chen finally relaxed and had time to think about the upcoming war and the matters concerning the judging court. He had a premonition that the king of raiders would not easily let this go, and the judging court would not back down easily either. War was likely imminent, and it would definitely be more brutal and intense than in his previous life. Chapter 89. The calm before the storm. Early in the morning, he took Zwatong to various places in the base to set up defensive measures, making full preparations for the impending war. "Boss, there's something I want to tell you," Chen Gang said hesitantly. Chen nodded and said, "Come over." Once in the office, Chen Gang said, "Boss, when I went out to hunt zombies today, I felt like the strength of the zombies outside has increased slightly. I don't know if it's just my illusion, so I wanted to inform you. Every evolution of the zombies is a test for humanity, and the number of survivors gradually decreases with each evolution." However, Chen wasn't overly worried. This was just a minor evolution and not particularly dangerous, though would definitely have some impact on the future war. Thinking this, Chen said, "Your information is very valuable. Keep it up. Recently, let everyone stay vigilant and try to improve their strength as soon as possible. We are about to start a war." After giving his instructions, Chen let Chen Gang leave. It wasn't that he didn't want to discuss the evolution, but once more people knew about it, it would inevitably cause great panic, which was a scene he did not wish to see. After a brief moment of thought, Chen had someone call Zwatong in. The zombies were about to evolve again. As Zwatong just walked into the office and heard this sentence, the lovely smile on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by a serious expression. "When?" Zwatong slowly put down the mechanical toy in her hand and said, "Does that mean we need to readjust our deployment? Should we get some other weapons and equipment on the city wall?" The last zombie evolution had left a significant psychological shadow on Zwatong, as the suddenly stronger zombies had almost led her to meet her deceased relatives. Upon hearing that this evolution was different from the last one, Zwatong's expression improved somewhat, and her little feet, which were stretched out from her chair, began to swing again. Subsequently, the two discussed the future war against the zombies and how to handle relationships within the alliance. Soon, the entire secret room was flooded with massive energy. Anyone below level 3 who entered would feel anxious and might even be suppressed by the overwhelming energy to the point of immobility. Siyu and Miyao, guarding outside the secret room, felt the power of this energy and retreated outside, although they were not in danger here. The feeling of being oppressed by the energy was quite uncomfortable. "Siyu, do you think Chen will successfully level up this time?" Miyao leaned against the wall, holding her grand aspirations, and said, "Now is not a good time for leveling up." Siyu shook her head and remained silent. She knew that Chen had been under a lot of pressure, as everyone in the base was growing under his protection. The powerful energy in the secret room only lasted for about half a day before slowly dissipating. Seeing this, Miyao pulled Siyu into the secret room and asked, "Why has the upgrade suddenly stopped?" "It's not time yet." Chen shook his head helplessly and said, "The energy outside is not stable enough. Forcing an upgrade might leave hidden injuries." Upon hearing this, Siyu and Miyao sighed. They could also feel the increasingly restless energy in the air, making it more difficult to activate skills than usual. While Chen was distressed about not being able to upgrade, far away in the mountains, the king of raiders was watching the two humans before him with a cruel gaze. "I don't believe in humans," the raider said in a peculiar voice, its mouth still smeared with fresh human blood and flesh. "This is just our greeting." The man, whose face was hidden beneath a cloak, pointed at a few fresh bodies of ability users in the corner and said calmly, "As long as you agree to our cooperation, we can give you the heads. We only need the seeds." Next to this man was his partner, a short-statured woman who also hid her face in a large cloak. "The food is good." The king of raiders swallowed the human flesh in his mouth and said vaguely, "But I also want the seeds. You will also become my food." As soon as these words were spoken, the zombies in the background sensed their leader's killing intent and began to excitedly roar. However, this mysterious man and woman showed no signs of panic. The woman said, "I told you these mindless guys can't negotiate. We should just beat them into submission." The man did not refute but silently took down and opened the large box he was carrying, revealing a 2-meter-long, glimmering two-handed sword. The heavy sword seemed as light as straw in a man's hands as he swung it a few times, creating a wind pressure that slammed the nearby, roaring zombies against the wall. No one dares to take my things and still go back on their word, not even zombies. The man raised the sword high and charged towards the raider with his immense strength, easily using a few moves to make the raider spit blood and fall to the ground. I will come again in a week. By then, I hope the seeds are already in front of me. The man cleaned the sword and slowly placed it back into its sheath. These two mysterious individuals did not care whether the king of raiders agreed or not. They believed that the intelligence of a level 4 zombie was sufficient for it to make a choice. At the Chishan base, in the office, Chen was focused on dealing with documents when Shen Luo came in to report that Baihu had arrived, shouting at the base gate that he wanted revenge for his subordinates. Upon hearing this news, Chen raised his eyebrows and, after finishing the documents in his hand, lifted his head and said, "Let's go take a look." Upon hearing this, Shen Luo quickly led Chen towards the base gate. Before they reached the gate, Chen heard Baihu's boisterous voice, "I tell you, I'm here to seek revenge on Chen. No one stop me." Surprisingly, Baihu was not shouting at the people of the Chishan base. Instead, he was struggling to break free from the restraints of his subordinates. "Let's go, team leader. Have you forgotten how terrifying Leader Li is? It's not worth it for a few traitors." The subordinates held Baihu tightly, not allowing him to move forward. They knew this was embarrassing, but they didn't want their boss to risk his life over a few losers. "Let go of me. I want to clear my name today. I, Baihu, am not weaker than Chen." Baihu struggled to free himself from the grasp of his subordinates, shouting madly towards the Chishan base. With a creaking sound, the heavy iron door was opened from the inside. Everyone turned their gaze, and they saw a tall man with a strong aura stepping out step by step. The not-so-loud footsteps sounded like heavy hammers striking the hearts of Baihu's group. Although they were far from the man, his imposing presence felt like a mountain pressing down on them, making them dare not move. "Baihu, are you looking to die?" Chen frowned and said lightly, "Are you sure you want to bring your subordinates to seek revenge on me?" Upon hearing this, Baihu's subordinates immediately released their grip on their boss, standing aside respectfully and saying, "Leader Li, we are just passers-by, coincidentally strolling by." Seeing this, Baihu was so furious that smoke was coming out of his nose and mouth. He glared at his subordinates and turned to Chen, shouting with red eyes, "I'm here for revenge today, Chen, I tell you." However, his gradually escalating voice diminished, leaving only his lips moving, as he saw the change in Chen's expression from impatience to a hint of killing intent, sending chills down Baihu's spine. Already troubled by not being able to upgrade, Baihu's provocation made Chen's mood even worse. With a wave of his hand, numerous spinning ice spikes appeared around Chen, each showcasing its sharp tips glimmering with cold light. Whoosh! Under Chen's control, the ice spikes shot towards the fully alert Baihu, each tracing a strange yet beautiful curve in the air. As soon as Baihu felt Chen's imposing aura, he realized that the other party was truly intent on killing him, and he didn't dare to be careless. He immediately gathered his energy, forming numerous wind blades in his palms to shoot out. However, these wind blades could not even cause the ice spikes to tremble upon impact. Baihu realized he was outmatched, but did not expect the gap to be so wide, so he had to gather more and larger wind blades to counterattack. Yet, these efforts were in vain, and soon the ice spikes broke through the wind blades' defenses, forcing Baihu to rely on his speed to dodge. At this moment, Chen directly teleported to Baihu's side, and in the next second, placed his hand on Baihu's neck. Baihu saw Chen's hand movement, and knew the target was his neck, but no matter how he tried to evade, he could not escape those pale fingers that seemed like the hand of a god or demon. The leader is mighty. The people in the base saw this scene and shouted. Such a powerful leader of the Salvation Army was like a chick that could be easily killed in their leader's hands, making them feel incredibly excited. The subordinates of the White Tiger were not so happy. Seeing their leader being subdued in a few moves, they were glowing with various colors, ready to rush forward to save him. Although these people usually seemed to disregard the White Tiger, that was just their usual playful banter. Now that the White Tiger was in real trouble, they would risk their lives without hesitation. "Stop!" A delicate shout came from afar, and a woman in a red dress rushed over like a red ribbon, sparks flying from her body due to her urgency. She reached Li Chen's side and said, "Li Chen, let him go, okay? For my sake, don't hold it against this fool." Seeing this woman who had helped him a lot in his previous life, with her eyes full of pleading, Li Chen found himself in a dilemma. If the white tiger's provocation were in another scenario, he could have released him without hesitation in response to Zhu Chue's plea. However, at the entrance of the base, he represented not only himself, but also the leader of an organization. If he couldn't retaliate against the enemy's provocation, it would make his subordinates look down on him. At that moment, Li Siyu, who had heard the commotion inside the base, also rushed out. Upon seeing the scene, as someone who had spent every day with Li Chen, she understood his predicament very well and said, "Sister Zhuke, the White Tiger's actions at the entrance of the base are not just a challenge to Li Chen himself, but also a slap in the face to everyone in Xishan." Seeing Zhuke about to speak, Li Siyu interrupted, "We definitely won't let this go easily, but if this is just a small internal conflict within the base, I think everyone would find it easier to accept." Upon hearing this, everyone in the base turned their eyes to Li Siyu, and they had to admit that they had underestimated this seemingly fragile girl. Not only could she manage the base well, but she was also incredibly adept at dealing with enemies. "Truly hidden talent," said Zhuo Tong, standing next to Mi Yao. "I didn't expect Sister Siyu to be so capable. No wonder, Sister Yao, you've always been overshadowed by her." With Zhuo Tong's intelligence, she clearly understood Li Siyu's intentions. She wanted to take this opportunity to help Li Chen bring the White Tiger under his command, especially since a level 3 expert was not something to be taken lightly. Mi Yao smiled but did not speak. She understood her position well. She could not compete with Li Siyu for the power to manage the base, as that would lead the base to destruction. In her previous life, Mi Yao had always fought alone, and even after becoming Zhuke, she had handed over command to her deputy, focusing solely on fighting. In this life, with Li Chen as her support, she had also become a combatant rather than a manager. At this moment, everyone was waiting for Zhu Chue's decision. Zhuke tried to say something, but when she saw the hand around the White Tiger's neck tightening, his large face was already turning purple. This was Li Chen doing it on purpose. Although he didn't want to force Zhuke in this way, it was indeed a good opportunity to subdue the White Tiger. Looking at the White Tiger, who had always regarded her as an elder sister, and the pain on his face, Zhuke found it impossible to say the word no. After a long time, Zhuke let out a heavy sigh and said with a dim expression, "I agree on his behalf. The White Tiger Corps will become a subordinate legion of Xishan." Having gotten the answer he wanted, Li Chen prepared to let the person in his hand go. But at that moment, Li Siyu suddenly spoke up, "Sister Zhuke, it's not just the White Tiger Corps. There's also your Zhuke Corps." Chapter 91. Zhu Chue's dilemma. This statement made everyone present gasp in shock. They were astonished at Li Siyu's audacity. One White Tiger was not enough, and she actually wanted to subdue Zhuke as well. "Are you not afraid of being overwhelmed?" Pointing at Li Siyu, Zhuke was so furious that she was speechless for a long time. She truly did not expect that such a seemingly delicate girl harbored an insatiable appetite. The victor takes all, the loser loses everything. Li Siyu smiled gently. But her words were exceptionally cruel. "After so long in the apocalypse, Sister Zhuke, you haven't realized this yet, have you?" Since her birth, Zhuke had never thought she would be so weak. Anger, unwillingness, and powerlessness flickered across her face in succession. "Husband, just kill her." This sentence also came from Li Siyu's mouth. Seeing that Zhuke was still unable to make up her mind, she wanted to push her further. "No, don't kill her." "I agree." After saying this, Zhuke could no longer hold on, as if all her strength had been drained, collapsing to the ground. Li Chen was not worried at all that Zhuke would not keep her promise. Firstly, he trusted Zhu Chue's character, and secondly, he knew that in 2 days, a significant event would occur in the Savior Army that would change these people's beliefs. "Sister Siyu, are you not worried that these people will oppose you later?" Zhuo Tong approached and sweetly asked, "These guys' power is not inferior to ours. What is there to fear?" Li Siyu patted Zhuo Tong's head and said, "Isn't there still Li Chen? He has great charisma. Besides, since someone has to take on the role of the villain, let me bear that blame." These words made Li Chen, who was walking ahead, stop in his tracks. He turned around and fiercely hugged Li Siyu, saying with concern, "Siyu, you don't have to do this." "No, As long as it's for you, I'll do anything. Li Xiu buried her head in Li Chen's chest, murmuring softly. This made Mi Yao, who was walking behind them, deeply envious, but she also knew she could never play such a role. Doing her best was the best choice. 2 days later, just as Li Chen had known, the Savior Army underwent a tremendous change. The original leader of the Savior Army was killed while fighting against zombies. As soon as this news broke, it plunged everyone in the Savior Army into sadness. But before these people could recover, even more shocking news came in the afternoon. The newly appointed second-generation leader announced that they had collaborated with the Tribunal to develop a special medicine against zombies. This news undoubtedly brought hope to survivors worldwide. Some places even held wild celebrations. However, that night, someone exposed it as fake news, claiming it was a lie from both organizations to gain the trust of survivors for their human trials. In an instant, various messages spread among the survivors, making it hard to discern the truth. The same news also reached the Savior Army branch in Modu. The leaders of the Savior Army in various cities were basically cultivated by the former leader, especially Zhuke and White Tiger, who were treated like successors. How can we go? Zombies occupy the roads now, and with our strength, we would be killed before reaching the capital. Zhuke was equally furious. When she left, the old leader was still in the prime of life, and she had recently heard that he was about to become the first level 4 ability user. She couldn't believe he would be killed by zombies in just a few days. Another puzzling aspect was that Qing Long, the deputy leader, announced a collaboration with the tribunal even before the leader was buried. It was well known that the old leader looked down on those self-important tribunal people the most. Just as the two were speculating in the room, a flash of lightning suddenly shot towards them from outside. Zhuke, whose strength was relatively strong, reacted the fastest. When she caught a glimpse of the lightning, she quickly pressed White Tiger's large head down onto the table and tightly pressed her body against the back of the chair, narrowly avoiding it. Following the lightning were 5 men wearing masks. They had no identifiable insignia, but were all newly advanced level 3 experts. Who are you? White Tiger, regaining his senses, shouted loudly. He hoped to summon his subordinates, but there was still no response from outside. Kill. The normally gentle-looking Zhuke was now enveloped in orange flames, her long hair flying wildly behind her like a Valkyrie born from the flames. With a wave of her hand, dozens of fireballs formed around Zhuke and flew towards the 5 men, while she herself raised her fists and followed closely behind. Baihu, not to be outdone, had a fierce look on his knife-like face, raised his dual blades, and charged forward. However, the 5 men not only coordinated seamlessly, but were also extraordinarily familiar with the two's techniques. They easily dodged the fireballs and completely thwarted Baihu's attacks. After a brief exchange, Zhuke and Baihu were firmly suppressed, barely managing to protect themselves under the relentless assault of the 5. Seeing this situation, Baihu let out a loud roar, took the hits from the 5 attackers on his back, and forcefully threw Zhuke away. Go, finally Chen, someone in the organization is targeting us. As he spoke, Baihu was struck in the chest by the attackers and flew backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with tiny fragments of internal organs. Although Zhuke felt heartbroken, she knew that staying would only lead to death. Therefore, she used her legs to break through the glass and ran outside. Seeing their target attempting to escape, 3 of the 5 quickly split off to pursue her. However, as soon as they stepped out of the courtyard, they encountered a young man with a fierce expression. Li Chen slightly raised his hand, and the 3 masked men were struck as if by a speeding truck, flying out several dozen meters in an instant. Without caring about the 3, Li Chen directly teleported into the house and saw a masked man's hand piercing through Baihu's abdomen, throwing him backward. At this moment, Li Chen couldn't afford to hide any longer. He activated his time abilities directly. Stasis, absorption, crushing. Using a significant amount of stamina, he shattered the necks of 2 masked men and grabbed Baihu in one motion. Baihu, how are you? Zhuke, who had rushed into the house, saw Baihu, who was barely breathing in Li Chen's hands, and quickly rushed forward to pick him up. Quick, find a doctor. There's still hope. Li Chen's words snapped Zhuke back to reality. She didn't have time to thank him and hurriedly ran towards Dongfang Sheng's base, where the best surgeon in the area was located. Chapter 92. war ahead by the time Li Chun arrived at the Dongfang base. Baihu had already been taken into the operating room, leaving Zhu Ke alone outside, dazed. When she saw Li Chun, she could no longer hold back and threw herself into his arms, crying bitterly, as if venting all her inner grievances. The repeated blows had completely worn down this seemingly weak yet strong-hearted woman, and the only support she could find was Li Chun. "All right, stop crying." Li Chun patted Zhu Qiue's back, and once she calmed down, he gently said, "With Baihu's physique, this injury shouldn't be a problem. Don't scare yourself." After a while, Zhu Ke realized her behavior was inappropriate, quickly stepping back from Li Chun's chest and wiping her tears away. "What made you come here at this time?" Zhu Ke asked, steadying her emotions. Looking at her tear-streaked face, Li Chun said gently, "Maybe it was a reminder from above. Something within me told me that I had to come here tonight. But I'm still late. I'm sorry." "No, you don't need to apologize. This wasn't your fault. No one expected we would be attacked in our own base," Zhu Ke quickly replied. Although she was sad, she did not lose her rationality and understood that there were oddities in the attack. Li Chun had heard Zhu Ke say something similar in his previous life, but back then, it was her self-deprecating remark when she talked about her past experiences. Since hearing that the Salvation Army had changed leaders in the afternoon, Li Chun thought of what Zhu Ke had told him in his previous life. After much contemplation, he decided to come and support her. Li Chun knew that Zhu Ke had gone through similar experiences in his previous life, but the difference was that no one came to save them at that time, leading to Baihu's death. It was only after the Salvation Army's disappearance that Zhu Ke uncovered the truth behind the attack. In fact, the previous leader of the Salvation Army was not killed by zombies, but was surrounded and killed by the current leader and the Tribunal's people, all to seize power and control the Salvation Army, facilitating his access to more resources to become even stronger. The Tribunal cooperated with Qinglong not only because they were eyeing the Salvation Army's armed forces scattered across the country, but also because of the information Qinglong held, which was rumored to increase the success rate of human promotions. "Are the people in our base okay?" After calming herself down, Zhu Ke suddenly thought of her subordinates and asked, "Are they all ready?" "They're fine," Li Chun reassured her. "They were just drugged and are all asleep. The attackers didn't wipe everyone out. Perhaps they wanted to deal with you first before targeting your subordinates." Hearing that her subordinates were okay, Zhu Ke let out a long sigh of relief. What she didn't know was that if Li Chun hadn't shown up that night, none of those subordinates would have survived. The attackers would have killed them all after dealing with Zhu Ke and Baihu, and then set the base on fire to make it look like a zombie attack. The absence of such an outcome only indicated that the wings of Li Chun's butterfly were too powerful, stirring the future toward a new branch. 3 to 4 hours later, Dongfang Sheng and the base's doctor walked out of the operating room, looking exhausted. Zhu Ke quickly approached them and asked, "How is it? Has Baihu woken up?" "Not yet," the doctor said, taking off his surgical gown. "However, Captain Baihu has a strong physique, and the surgery went smoothly. The wound has been stitched up. Only the internal injuries from the shock will require long-term recovery." When the doctor first saw Baihu, he had already assessed his injuries. Although the wounds looked severe, they were mainly concentrated in the right abdomen, where there weren't many vital organs, so it was a small mercy in the midst of misfortune. Hearing that Baihu was temporarily okay, Zhu Ke finally relaxed. As soon as she let out a breath, her body could no longer hold up, and her legs went weak. About to collapse, Li Chun, standing nearby, quickly supported her. At that moment, Dongfang Sheng spoke up, "Go rest with me for a while. We won't be needed here for now. I also have things to discuss with Leader Li." Li Chun nodded, then helped Zhu Ke follow Dongfang Sheng to the office. Without too many pleasantries, Dongfang Sheng directly said, "Although I know it's not the right time to say this, things are urgent, so I can't worry about that right now." Seeing Dongfang Sheng's expression, Li Chun knew that something must be quite serious. Otherwise, he wouldn't be saying such things at this time. So he asked, "What happened?" "Just now, I received news that the zombies gathered by the raiders have exited the mountains and are now about 10 kilometers from the edge of the city. They will launch an attack by tomorrow morning at the latest." "Is the source of the news reliable?" Li Chun asked solemnly. Knowing that this was a week earlier than the zombie attack, he remembered. It was the leader of a small organization who came to seek help in person. Not only here, but other city zombies are also moving to varying degrees, and it seems that one city has already been completely taken over by zombies, with all survivors killed. Upon hearing this, Chen instinctively glanced at Zhuge. The city that was overtaken by zombies in his previous life was the place where Zhuge later died in battle. It was also the city with the most mutated and advanced zombies. So what are you planning to do? Chen asked Dongfang Sheng. Are we preparing to defend or take the initiative to attack? Compared to Qishan base, Dongfang base was even closer to the city and nearer to the zombies. So Chen needed to consult Dongfang Sheng's opinion before making plans. After a slight pause, Dongfang Sheng said, I plan to first engage in a defensive battle. After all, the zombies in the city have not all been summoned outside, and we still need to keep an eye on our rear. If we were to take the initiative, it would be easy for others to raid us. Originally, the forces in Magic City were distributed in a triangular formation on the outskirts, and Dongfang Sheng, being at the easternmost edge, wanted to rally various organizations to unite and clear the zombies in the city before confronting the King of Raiders. However, Chen had a different idea. How about this? You lead the organizations to clean up the zombies in the city, while I find a way to attract the raiders to fight me. We can regroup later and eliminate the zombies together. But if that happens, your base will bear considerable pressure, as the King of Raiders is a level 4 zombie. Chen smiled without saying a word, looking up at the dark night sky, his confident gaze compelling admiration. Chapter 93. The brave and skilled sisters no need. The white tiger needs you to guard it, and you need to settle your subordinates. They need you now. After saying this, Chen did not linger, but fully activated his spatial abilities to rush towards the base. The first to notice the zombies outside the base was the aerial beast, the ironclad eagle, circling in the sky, waiting for Chen's return in the house. Yu suddenly heard the urgent calls of Little Iron and felt a tightness in her heart, realizing something might be wrong. She quickly called for people to search for Mi Yao and Zuotong, while she herself ran towards the prison entrance. When Yu reached the city wall, she saw a large number of level 1 zombies appearing in the open area ahead, led by a colorful tiger zombie covered in bone spines, charging towards the base like relentless waves crashing against rocks. Sensing the presence of human power, the leading tiger zombie roared at the front, its mouth suddenly spewing countless light blue wind blades, swiftly heading towards the city wall. Before Yu could make a move, a ghostly blue flame appeared from behind, dispersing the wind blades and turning the tiger zombie into a pile of ashes, temporarily halting the momentum of the advancing zombies. At that moment, the master of the flames appeared, holding a little girl in front of everyone. Sister Yao Yao, put me down, Zuotong said, looking helpless. There are so many people watching, it's embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Miao smiled apologetically at Zuotong and gently set her down on the ground. At this point, Zuotong couldn't say anything and just walked over to Yu, saying, Sister Yu, can you see how many zombies there are? I can't see the end, and I feel there are a lot of high-level zombies behind. The ones coming now might just be cannon fodder. Yu felt a bit of a headache. Who knew why the zombies would choose to attack the base at this time? After a moment of consideration, when Zuotong and Mi Yao also arrived, she shared the plan she had discussed with Chen. Then, Yu called Yin Feng and Zhao Shi to her side, saying, get your people ready. Once the zombies break through the automatic defense system, it's your turn. Understood, the two replied in unison, as they had been waiting for this day, and their subordinates were already prepared for battle. Soon, large numbers of zombies clearly appeared before everyone, with many faster zombies even entering the prison's automatic shooting defense system. Fire! Hearing Yu's crisp voice from the loudspeaker, Zuotong fiercely pressed the switch in her hand, her originally cute face wearing a fierce grin as she said, You zombie dogs, trying to scare me? Taste my power. The moment the switch was pressed, numerous gun barrels extended from the reserved holes in the wall, and countless bullets surged forth, shooting into the bodies of the zombies with tremendous force. Upon contact, countless howling zombies fell, with blood and flesh flying, the severed limbs becoming the battle's theme song, and the strong smell of blood quickly filled the air, making people feel nauseous. However, the zombies didn't care about that. Before the fallen could die, the zombies behind had already stepped over their bodies, driven mad by their thirst for flesh. Soon, a thick layer of bloody flesh carpet accumulated on the ground, turning the prison's perimeter into a swamp of blood and flesh, a hell on earth. As time passed, Zwatong noticed something was amiss. Along with the death of many zombies, although their numbers had decreased, some zombies showed signs of leveling up, causing the bullet's lethality to diminish. Although it was just a few rare cases, this situation still raised Zwatong's alertness. She quickly ran to Li Siyu's side and said, "Sister Siyu, something's wrong with these zombies. They seem to be leveling up while taking advantage of the situation. I see it. You keep killing the ordinary zombies, and leave those about to level up to the guard team." A fierce expression crossed Li Siyu's delicate face as she waved her hand towards Yin Feng, signaling the guard team to prepare for action. Seeing the signal, Yin Feng shouted to his teammates, "Brothers, it's time for us to shine. Kill a level 2 zombie, and you get a pound of meat and 10 milliliters of energy affinity liquid. Charge!" This was the reward system Li Siyu had set for them at the beginning of the battle. She knew that only sufficient rewards could ignite people's enthusiasm for combat, especially the energy affinity liquid, which was a great motivator. As more and more level 2 zombies breached the automatic weapons blockade and charged toward the prison door, the guard team was already prepared, just waiting for these running rewards to come to them. "You damn monkey, watch out, this is a level 2 zombie." "Nonsense. I can kill it with one hand." The usually strict training showed its results at this moment, allowing the guard team members to hunt zombies with ease, eager for more zombies to appear so they could showcase their skills. Seeing that these cannon fodder had little effect, the king of raiders at the back of the zombie horde roared to the side, and instantly 6 ironclad zombies began to run forward. The ground trembled slightly under the trampling of these zombies, and some slower zombies were ruthlessly crushed beneath their feet, instantly turning into zombie meat paste. "Meow. They've dispatched level 3 zombies. Prepare to engage." Li Siyu shouted from the top of the city wall. "Chen gang, take your people to assist the guard team." After saying this, Li Siyu's body shimmered with purple lightning, holding a massive thunderball in her hand, resembling the female thunder god from Norse mythology. Fearless, brave, and skilled in battle, charging towards the leading ironclad zombie. On the other side, as soon as Mi Yao saw the ironclad zombies, ghostly blue flames began to emerge from her body. Unlike Li Siyu, she concentrated all the flames in her palm, forming them into the shape of a long spear. The 2 women attacked the 6 most eye-catching ironclad zombies from left and right, both of their abilities effectively countering the ironclad zombies. However, even as peers, they couldn't quickly dispatch the zombies and were instead held back, unable to divert their attention elsewhere. Chapter 94. The Furious Li Chen. Fortunately, before the battle started, Li Siyu had handed over command of the base to Zwatong, preventing chaos from breaking out. Watching the 6 ironclad zombies blocking their way, Miao felt they couldn't continue like this. She keenly sensed that several powerful presences behind the battlefield were stirring. "Siyu, this isn't working. Let us use the heavenly thunder and earth fire. We need to quickly deal with these guys." "All right, I'll take the lead." The heavenly thunder and earth fire was a combined technique the 2 had devised during their leisure time, allowing them to exponentially amplify the power of fire and lightning by leveraging their abilities. After Li Siyu finished speaking, she squeezed the thunderball in her hand, transforming it into an electric net, and threw it vigorously towards the 6 armored zombies. After a brief moment of charging, a surge of purple-black lightning appeared in her hand, connecting to the electric net and instantly dyeing it a deep purple. Seeing that Li Siyu had successfully trapped the zombies, Miao did not dare to hesitate. The fire spear in her hand transformed into a fireball the size of a mahjong tile, flying accurately into the gaps of the electric net and sticking to the zombies. "Withdraw," Miao shouted, quickly picking up the exhausted Li Siyu and running towards the base. After sending out the purple-black lightning, Li Siyu's expression visibly deteriorated. The once shining electric light on her body faded, and her legs lacked the strength to stand. At that moment, the armored zombies, stimulated by the eerie blue flames, caused the purple-black lightning to become unstable, emanating an aura of destruction. Finally, the lightning reached its limit, producing a deafening sound that attracted the attention of all intelligent beings on the battlefield. The place where the armored zombies had stood had turned into a deep pit, and all the zombies within several dozen meters were cleared away, while the 6 zombies had long since vanished, leaving only shattered pieces of armor scattered around. Sensing the disappearance of his minions, the king of plunderers roared in anger, no longer hiding. With a forceful movement, he charged forward. "Everyone defend!" Meow managed to shout. But before she could react, the immense energy carried by the king of plunderers slammed her against the wall, causing blood to seep from the corner of her mouth. The other guards instinctively crouched down as they received the command, connecting their energy to their captain, who then transferred all the energy to Yanfeng, instantly forming a massive protective shield. This shield couldn't even ripple when grabbed by other Tier 3 zombies, but when the plunderer's claws struck it for the first time, it began to shake violently, and everyone turned pale, seeing that his first strike had failed to shatter the glowing shield. The plunderer used his other claw with even greater force. This time, the shield could not hold, and everyone spat out blood, flying backward, with some fainting in midair and collapsing to the ground, unconscious and unaware of their fate. Li Siyu, witnessing this, struggled to stand up and weakly said, "Sister Me, let's do it again." "But your body," Meow said worriedly, forcibly swallowing the blood in her mouth. After Li Siyu finished speaking, electric light flickered back to her body, but this time it was dimmed to the point of being nearly invisible. "This time, I'll take the lead." Meow took the initiative to transform her remaining energy into a solid fire whip that wrapped around the king of plunderers. As the fire whip just coiled around the plunderer, Li Siyu's faint electric light also arrived, instantly causing that intense explosion to occur once more. The plunderer, whose body had just been repaired, was again blasted, leaving him bloodied and bruised, but it was still not enough to inflict fatal damage. Seeing this scene, everyone fell into despair. Was it really going to end like this? All the efforts they had made for so long were in vain? Standing on the city wall, Lu Longji desperately cast healing spells towards Li Siyu, and the Chung sisters were also doing their best to support, but it was all futile. They could only watch helplessly as the plunderer slowly approached with a cruel smile. Roar! The plunderer raised his claw and heavily struck down towards the fallen Meow. "Beast! Seeking death!" In that critical moment, an angry voice came from afar, and as the voice fell, Li Chun controlled Meow's body to evade the plunderer's deadly claws. After placing Meow aside and confirming that she was only exhausted and not harmed, Li Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief, then turned his gaze toward the king of plunderers, the killing intent surrounding him causing the plunderer to instinctively take a small step back. Li Chun did not speak any harsh words. At that moment, no word could express the anger in his heart. He only thought of wanting to tear this monster apart. With a flip of his palm, countless ice blades appeared around him, each radiating a bone-chilling coldness. The thin, gossamer-like blades shimmered painfully to the eyes of onlookers. And under Li Chen's control, these ice blades seemed to leap through space, suddenly appearing on the plunderer's body. The plunderer, heavily injured on one side, was pierced by the sudden onslaught of ice blades. The spatial shredding caused the skin that had begun to heal to bleed profusely again, with some even injuring internal organs. Realizing the familiar sensation once more, the king of plunderers went completely mad, his claws glowing with a thick black light, spewing acidic liquid as he charged towards Li Chun. The spatial shift gave Li Chun unparalleled agility, and in that moment, he flashed to right above the plunderer's head, pressing down with the maximally charged spatial shredder. Time froze. The plunderer, sensing something was wrong and feeling the killing intent from above, quickly turned its head to the side. However, it could only think about it. The frozen time kept everything the plunderer did in the previous second. Boom! Those nearby were shocked, their mouths agape, unable to understand how their leader had killed the powerful plunderer with just a flash. Were they facing a fake zombie? The first to react was Zuotong, who shouted excitedly, "We won! We won!" to express her exhilaration. Her childish shout awakened the others, who began to cheer as well. Chapter 95. The Parasitized Plunderer. However, at this moment, Li Chen's expression did not ease. He stared intently at the plunderer's corpse. The gradually cheering crowd noticed something amiss as they saw the plunderer's belly rising and falling as if it were breathing, and the frequency of the movements increased until it suddenly burst open with a bang. "What the hell?" Yin Feng shouted from the ground, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Not just Yin Feng, but everyone present, including Li Chun, found it hard to believe that a creature resembling an octopus, but with hundreds more tentacles, had exploded from the belly of the king of plunderers. When the parasite first emerged, it was less than a meter in size. But as it thrust its long appendages into the plunderer's body for a few seconds, it rapidly grew to about 2 meters. Seeing the monster before him, Chen prepared to strike down this newly emerged creature, but then he heard applause coming from a distance. Surprisingly, upon hearing the sound of clapping, the parasite quickly shrank, becoming only a few centimeters long, crawling towards the sound with its densely packed appendages. Leader Li, you are indeed a powerful figure in the Demon City. Thank you for helping us hatch such a lovely baby. A person hidden beneath a large black cloak mocked, waving his hand gently, allowing the parasite to crawl into the seams of his clothing. Who are you? Chen asked coldly, secretly gathering the remaining energy in his body, ready to act at any moment. However, at this moment, another tall, mysterious figure approached from afar, saying lightly, "Who we are is not important. Leader Li should think about what he has done." After speaking, the two vanished before Chen could respond, their figures flickering away without any visible movement. Feeling the power within him, Chen gave up on the idea of pursuing them, sensing that the auras of these two individuals were not much weaker than when he was at his peak. Watching the direction they left, Chen felt utterly perplexed. In his previous life, he had never heard of parasites emerging after the death of the king of plunderers, nor had he encountered any so-called mysterious people. However, the words of these two people still made Chen's heart stir with suspicion. He estimated that these two should belong to either the Salvation Army headquarters or the Tribunal. Two major factions. "Big brother, hurry and check on Sister Siyu." Zwatong's words jolted Chen awake. He quickly dashed into the base, and the scene before him pained his heart immensely. At this moment, Siyu had lost the valiant demeanor of a Valkyrie. Her pale face bore no trace of color. Strands of white hair mixed in with her beautiful black locks, and her tired eyes looked at Chen. I know, don't speak, just rest now. Sleep for a bit, and everything will be fine when you wake up," Chen said softly, his tone gentle as if coaxing a child, not daring to raise his voice for fear of startling the person in his arms. Hearing his words, Siyu could no longer hold on. Her eyes gently closed, and she fell asleep in Chen's embrace. Carefully placing Siyu on the bed and tucking her in, Chen then signaled Lu Lanji to take care of her and asked someone to call Cheng Shui over, informing both of them to use their skills every hour to ensure that Siyu could recover as quickly as possible. When Zwatong saw Chen come out, she hurriedly approached and asked, "Big brother, is Sister Siyu okay?" "She's fine, just exhausted." Chen had to temporarily set aside his worries and asked, "Have the zombies outside retreated?" After a moment's hesitation, Zwatong replied, "They did retreat, but it's not quite what we imagined." It turned out that after the death of the King of Raiders, the summoned zombies not only did not disperse, but instead retreated into the forest in an orderly manner, as if someone were commanding them. Upon hearing this news, Chen was not particularly surprised. He had already been able to roughly guess the role of the parasite in the raider's belly when he saw those two mysterious individuals. After coming to a realization, Chen formed a plan in his heart and called his subordinates into the office. "Let us discuss the personnel losses of each squad," Chen said calmly as he sat in his chair. At this moment, everyone turned their attention to Yin Feng, the captain of the guard team, whose men were the first to engage in the battle. Sitting at the front, Yin Feng spoke without hesitation. 3 members of the guard team have died. 8 are seriously injured, and the rest are all injured to some extent. While speaking, Yin Feng continued to gasp for breath. He had been the first to be impacted when the shield shattered, and even though a lot of time had passed, he still felt pain all over his body. In an hour, go to the warehouse to collect 100 pounds of meat and 100 milliliters of energy affinity liquid. Tell them that as long as they fight for the base, I won't be stingy with rewards. The rewards for those who died in battle will be doubled. Despite the pain, Yin Feng knelt on one knee and, with tears in his fierce eyes, exclaimed, "Thank you, leader. I will ensure that these rewards are distributed properly so that they know your kindness." After dealing with the guard team, matters, Chen turned his gaze to Chen Gang and asked, "How is the training of your team going?" "No problem, boss. Just say the word, and I can withstand 3 full-force attacks from a level 4 expert," Chen Gang replied confidently. "Rest for one night, and tomorrow morning, come with me to take revenge." When speaking of revenge, Li Chen's hands clenched tightly together. He wanted those who were scheming behind the scenes to know that his base was not somewhere they could come and go as they pleased. Understood? Chen Gong nodded firmly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, wanting to prove his worth to the world. After sending his subordinates away, Li Chen took Mi Yao into the secret room. "I need to find a way to reach level 4. If I undergo a mutation, make sure to kill me immediately." Taking out the level 4, Li Chen said to Mi Yao, feeling that after the battle with the raider, his crystal had already reached saturation, and now he just needed to make that final push. Chapter 96. Ascend to level 4. At this moment, Li Chen sat cross-legged in the center of the room. As he drew out the vast energy from the room was instantly filled with a suffocating intensity, and in an instant, the small space was flooded with surging energy. Following the operation of the spatial ability within his body, Li Chen absorbed the energy into his crystal and gradually assimilated the incoming energy through continuous operation. This process was the simplest yet also the most tedious, unlike the energy absorption of the previous 3 levels. The energy at level 4 was not only violent, but also in massive quantities. Li Chen could only rely on painstaking effort to absorb and assimilate it without any shortcuts. As time passed, the energy around Li Chen gradually calmed down, transforming from a turbulent ocean into a meandering stream, and it stopped spewing energy outward. At this moment, Li Chen truly felt a different sensation compared to his previous life. In his past life, when he ascended to level 4, it had already been 3 or 4 years into the apocalypse, and by then, the red mist in the environment had stabilized, not as agitated. So he felt much pain during the upgrade. Come on, what apocalypse? As long as you give up your identity as a human and rely on your memories and strength, what Salvation Army or tribunal won't bow beneath your feet? With his tenacious will, Li Chen firmly resisted the voice in his mind. He knew that this was not someone else scheming against him, but rather the dark desires within his heart being infinitely amplified, creating illusions. Mi Yao, who was anxiously waiting, noticed that Li Chen's face was gradually turning extremely ugly. His tightly furrowed brows, clenched fists, and the veins bulging on his neck all indicated that he was currently enduring immense pain. However, Mi Yao could only stand by anxiously, not daring to make a sound, fearing that any noise from her would undo all of Li Chen's efforts. As time went by, Li Chen's condition worsened. His tightly closed mouth slightly opened, and indistinct sounds came from within. Kill you all." Seeing Li Chen's body movements becoming more erratic, and his hands beginning to flail wildly, Mi Yao could no longer hold back and prepared to intervene to interrupt Li Chen's upgrade. Just then Li Chen, whose face had turned incredibly ferocious, suddenly stood up and shouted, "Get lost!" In an instant, the surrounding energy vanished, and even the space itself rippled with endless waves. After Li Chen shouted "Get lost," his expression suddenly calmed down and his body naturally sat back down. The surrounding energy was no longer violent, but began to nourish his body instead. Mi Yao, who was extremely tense, suddenly slumped to the ground, knowing that from this moment on, Li Chen's upgrade had been successful, and she no longer needed to worry. Soon, Li Chen absorbed all the energy into his crystal core and continuously assimilated and compressed it within the crystal. When the observation window of the secret room received the first rays of sunlight, Li Chen's crystal finally completed its evolution. At this moment, the crystal core was about a third smaller than before, only the size of quail egg. However, the smaller crystal core became as pristine as top-grade white jade, not only transparent and free of impurities, but also surrounded by a mist resembling a treasure born from mythology. Just as Li Chen was becoming a level 4 expert, far in the northern capital, an old man with a thin frame and disheveled hair suddenly stood up from his seat, exclaiming, "Impossible! This can't be. It should be in the capital. How could it appear there?" Several young people beside him rushed up to ask, "Grandfather Wu, what's wrong? Has something happened?" "It's nothing." "Nothing." Grandfather Wu glanced at the young talents from various factions and pretended to apologize, saying, "The old man had a nightmare and disturbed everyone. I'm truly sorry." As he spoke, he was about to bow an apology. The people nearby quickly stepped back, saying it was unnecessary. They did not dare to accept the renowned prophet's courtesy in this post-apocalyptic world, unsure if the old man was setting a trap. Wu San was puzzled. He had clearly predicted through his supernatural ability that the first level 4 master among humans should emerge in the capital. Why was there now a level 4 aura coming from the demon city? He could only use discreet gestures to instruct his subordinates to investigate quickly. At the Qishan base, in a secret room, in the center of the room, Li Chen opened his eyes, and thin, almost invisible cracks flashed around him, causing a light cracking sound in the air. Seeing that Li Chen had awakened, Miao hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "How is it?" "I succeeded." Li Chen revealed a relieved smile and gently embraced Miao, saying, "You've worked hard this time." In his previous life, when Li Chen ascended to level 4, he awakened the skill of spatial storage. However, this time he awakened spatial cracks, a skill that allowed him to manipulate space within 100 meters around him, creating fissures no wider than 1 centimeter. It sounded like spatial cracks were a lower-level skill compared to spatial storage, as spatial storage was merely a survival skill, while spatial cracks were a lethal skill. Glancing outside at the already brightening sky, Li Chen got up and left the secret room to check on Li Siyu's condition in the medical room. "Chief, you're here." Lu Longji looked up upon seeing Li Chen enter and said, "Siyu just woke up? You can talk to her. I'll step out first." After saying that, she pulled along Chang Shui, who wanted to see the excitement, and left. As someone who had been through it, Lu Longji naturally did not want to be a third wheel here. "Siyu, how are you feeling now?" Li Chen gently held Li Siyu's hand and asked softly, "Do you feel any discomfort?" "No, I'm not a child. If I felt uncomfortable, I would tell Sister Lu and the others." After confirming that Li Siyu was fine, Li Chen chatted with her for a while and told her that he had successfully leveled up. Hearing this news, Li Siyu was very happy, wishing she could recover immediately to catch up with Li Chen's pace. Li Siyu hugged Li Chen's neck and said sweetly, without asking where he was going, as she knew very well that in the apocalypse, only by constantly moving forward could one win a chance at survival. Chapter 97. Strange parasitic zombies. After bidding farewell to Li Siyu, Li Chen set off with Changgang. Li Chen did not head directly to the zombies' lair, but instead took a detour to the eastern base to find Zhuke. After all, according to his plan, achieving this mission required a fire-type supernatural user, and the most suitable candidate was Zhuke. "Chief Li, why are you here at this time? Weren't you going to stop the raiders?" Dongfang Sheng asked in confusion upon seeing Li Chen. "Has something changed? The king of raiders is dead." "What? Dead? Is that true?" Dongfang Sheng rubbed his ears in disbelief, saying, "Just last night, I was worried about how to deal with a level 4 raider. But today I'm told such a powerful zombie is dead." At this moment, Chung Gang stepped forward and said, "How could it be fake? The raider was killed by my boss in just a few moves. You wouldn't believe the scene." The people nearby were deeply attracted by the scene described by Chung Gang. This was also something Li Chen had instructed Chung Gang to do on the way. In the apocalypse, strength was the best business card. After resolving the zombie crisis, it was time for Dongfang Sheng's base to take action. Li Chen was merely laying the groundwork to avoid conflict between the two bases later. "Why are you here?" Upon hearing a voice at the door, Zhuke raised her tired eyes and, upon seeing it was Li Chen, quickly stood up. "I want to deal with 2 enemies, and your fire-type supernatural ability is essential." "Kumba?" Li Chen nodded and informed Zhuke about the situation after the raider's death, along with his speculations. "Okay, I'll go. But just the 2 of us might be too weak, right?" Zhuke said worriedly. "How about we check with Dongfang Sheng first?" Before Zhuke could finish, Li Chen released a portion of his hidden strength, and instantly, the room felt as if a storm had swept through, causing the doors and windows to rattle with the force. "You become level 4? How is that possible?" Zhuke was shocked upon sensing this aura. Her mouth agape in disbelief. "There is nothing impossible for me. Cognition is meant to be broken," Li Chen said confidently, "and this is just the ascension to level 4. If I didn't have this courage, how could I face future challenges?" Inspired by Li Chen's aura, Zhuke involuntarily said, "I'll go with you." After discussing, the 2 did not delay any longer and, accompanied by Chung Gang, who was recounting Li Chen's heroic deeds at the camp entrance, set off towards the zombies' lair. However, this time the 3 did not take the same route as last time, but instead took a large detour from another direction. perhaps influenced by the raiders' summons. There were not many zombies on this road. Even if a few low-level wandering zombies appeared, they posed no threat to Chen. Just as Chen was approaching the zombie lair, he encountered a remarkable scene. In a clearing deep in the forest, two groups of zombies were actually confronting each other. One side was the armored zombies that Chen was very familiar with, while the other side was somewhat peculiar, appearing to be ordinary zombies, but exuding the aura of level 3 zombies. Chen Gang crouched beside Chen and asked, "Boss, should we take a detour?" "No need." Chen was fully focused on the peculiar zombies, as these creatures gave him a familiar feeling, but he just couldn't recall where he had seen them before. At that moment, Zhuke whispered in Chen's ear, "Why do these zombies have additional organs compared to other zombies?" Just as Zhuke said, these zombies either had an extra arm or an extra leg. The leading zombie was even stranger. It had 2 different heads on its neck, both capable of emitting roaring sounds. Seeing this, Chen's mind flashed, and the doubts in his heart were instantly resolved. These were the parasitic zombies, famous in his previous life alongside the explosive zombies in the tribunal. Strictly speaking, these zombies were actually dead. The reason they could still move was that the extra organs were controlling them, and the level of these zombies completely depended on the level of the organs controlled by the parasites. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as the tribunal's parasites could acquire parts of other level 4 zombies, they could use their abilities to create a large number of incomplete level 4 parasitic zombies. Thinking of this, Chen immediately said, "If the 2 sides start fighting, try to capture a zombie with extra organs alive without exposing ourselves." The 3 could only hold their breath and focus on the battle in front of them. After spewing flames from its mouth, the 2-headed zombie's other head also opened wide, spraying a thick acid. As soon as this acid touched the armored zombies, it emitted a hissing sound and quickly corroded into the bodies of the zombies behind the armor. The battle below was in full swing, and Chen was not idle above either. He whispered a few words to the 2 beside him and then instantly moved to the side. Seeing their leader leave, Chen Gang activated his skill. His body rapidly swelled, and his originally simple expression took on a somewhat fierce look, his already large hands becoming even more robust. At this moment, Zhuke did not use her supernatural ability, but instead took out the rope she had with her and handed it to Chen Gang. Then she concentrated and conjured a large fireball in her hand, throwing it hard at the 2-headed zombie. Sensing an energy fluctuation nearby, the 2-headed zombie withstood an armored zombie's headbutt, hiding its head at an incredible angle behind its body to dodge the fireball. Seeing that both had already made their moves, Chen no longer waited. He manipulated his spatial abilities to open a space crack of about 1 centimeter beside the 2-headed zombie and Chen Gang. Sensing something unusual nearby, Chen Gang immediately tied one end of the rope to himself, forming a noose with the other end and throwing it directly into the crack. A miraculous event occurred. The rope thrown and accurately wrapped around the body of the 2-headed zombie, tightening as the zombie struggled. In the distance, Chen Gang firmly fixed his body in place, not moving an inch despite the zombie's efforts. Seeing the plan succeed, Chen could no longer hold on and quickly retracted his spatial abilities. The spatial rift skill consumed energy, and at Chen's current level, he could only use it 5 times in a single battle before exhausting himself. Moreover, releasing it this way increased the consumption exponentially. Chapter 98. Researching the 2-headed zombie, taking a few deep breaths, Chen calmed the surging energy within him, then instantly teleported to Chen Gang's side. At this moment, Zhuke stealthily approached a distance not far from the zombie and unleashed her signature skill, Starry Light, to create greater chaos among the zombies. Pull hard. Along with Chen's roar, Chen Gang's muscles bulged, his arms becoming thicker than an average person's waist, and his expression turned extremely fierce. Although the 2-headed zombie struggled vigorously to escape the grip of the rope, it could not withstand the immense strength of Chen Gang, who had deliberately maximized his abilities, borrowing the power that Chen could handle at his limit. As the 2-headed zombie left the ground, Chen gathered energy, lightly rotating his palm, activating both time suspension and spatial absorption simultaneously. In an instant, together with Chen Gang, they pulled the zombie in front of them. No matter how the zombie struggled, It could not break free from Chen Gang's powerful grip. Retrieving a thicker rope, Li Chun securely bound the zombie into a mummy-like shape, especially plugging its mouth, nose, and ears with various objects. Retreat. With Li Chen's shout, Zhu Ke used her abilities on her legs and swiftly left the battlefield, catching up with the two. Several minutes later, the three arrived at an abandoned cave with the zombie. Throwing the zombie to the ground, Li Chun asked the panting Zhu Ke and Chen Gang, "Are you okay?" "Yes. Aside from the three-legged zombie moving a bit faster, everything else is minor," Zhu Ke confidently replied, then curiously asked, "Why are we capturing this zombie alive?" Hearing Zhu Qiu's question, Li Chun kicked the wriggling two-headed zombie and smiled. "Don't worry, you'll find out soon." Although he told them not to worry, Li Chun was more excited than anyone else inside. After all, this was one of the few opportunities to capture a parasitic zombie alive. In the future, when the Judgment Institute stepped on the stage, everyone knew they had two powerful modification techniques to turn zombies into parasitic zombies or explosive zombies. But almost no one knew how to deal with these two types of zombies. It wasn't until dissatisfaction with the Judgment Institute grew among the people that various factions, after countless inquiries, discovered the weaknesses of explosive zombies. However, parasitic zombies remained an unshakable nightmare for many survivors. Now that a parasitic zombie appeared so early, Li Chun was determined to seize the time to find the weaknesses of the parasitic beasts. He didn't believe that without the assistance of these two types of zombies, the Judgment Institute could continue to act so recklessly as in his previous life. As he drew closer, Li Chun clearly saw that the two heads of the zombie were quite different, even to the point of being two distinct species. The fire-breathing head resembled a Western face, with a high nose and deep-set eyes, and one could occasionally see traces of red in the remaining hair. The head that spewed corrosive acid was rather strange. Beneath an ordinary face, it had a mouth made up of 4 fleshy petals, looking as peculiar as a flower about to bloom. Why does this monster's mouth look like this? Doesn't it need to eat? Chen Gang wondered, incredibly curious about the strange mouth. Stop studying it. Hurry up and throw it out. Li Chun pointed at the severed zombie body and said, "Make sure to watch it burn completely. We must not leave any blood or flesh behind." Although most parasitic beasts were hidden in the zombie's head, Li Chun was still concerned that there might be parasitic beasts on the zombie's body. If they left and the zombie revived, it would be awkward. Before long, the two entered, and upon looking up, they saw Li Chun flipping the zombie's head over and over, observing it. Upon seeing Zhu Ke come in, Li Chun handed her the head that spewed corrosive acid, saying, "Use fire to force out the little things inside. Be careful not to let the temperature get too high." Zhu Ke took the head, placed it on the ground, and with a snap of her fingers, flames began to burn around the head, filling the cave with the aroma of roasted meat. As the skin of the head turned charred black, the previously closed eyes suddenly opened, and the peculiar mouth violently opened to attack Zhu Ke, who was closest. Li Chun, who had been observing from the side, quickly reached out and crushed the mouth. At that moment, a small parasitic creature, resembling an octopus but much smaller, appeared in the zombie's eyeball, constantly wriggling out. Seeing this, Li Chun quickly signaled Zhu Ke to stop, then gently waved his hand to extract the zombie's eyeball along with the parasite inside. After seeing what he wanted, Li Chun let out a long sigh of relief, took out a sealed glass bottle, and placed the eyeball inside. Zhu Ke, confused, asked, "What is this?" Before Li Chun could answer, Chen Gang spoke up, "Boss, this wouldn't be something that grew on the river after it died, would it?" "No." Li Chun turned the bottle in his hand, saying lightly, "This is its grandson." The parasite extracted from the zombie's eyeball was much smaller than those on the river and didn't have as many tentacles. It resembled an undeveloped jellyfish more than an octopus. However, this small creature could control the zombie to become a Tier 3 zombie and simultaneously possess different abilities. Li Chun could only marvel at the wonders of nature. Placing the bottle in the backpack behind Chen Gang, Li Chun clapped his hands and, after blowing the two heads into pieces, said, "Let us go. Keep moving." After exiting the cave, Li Chun surveyed the direction and walked towards the area with the densest trees. Not long after the three set off, a group of 8-legged creatures entered the cave they had just vacated. The largest eight-legged creature that had just entered the cave let out a piercing scream, its large pincers waving around as if anxiously searching for something. Influenced by their leader, a group of smaller eight-legged creatures also began to stir, running wildly around the cave. Before long, the smallest eight-legged creature climbed in front of the leader, holding a piece of the head and shaking its body continuously. On that bone fragment was clearly the corpse of another parasite. In the leader's enormous compound eyes, wisps of white material flashed by, but they disappeared in an instant. However, as this long thread appeared, the eight-legged leader became even angrier, smashing everything around it to pieces, whether it was its subordinates or the cave walls. All suffered. After a long time, the eight-legged leader finally led its remaining subordinates out of the cave and quickly moved in the direction away from Chen. After more than half an hour of walking, the sounds of various creatures in the forest grew fewer, until only the sound of the wind rustling through the branches remained. "We've been discovered." Stopping in his tracks, Chen looked at the dense trees ahead. Zhuge and Chen Gang, upon hearing this, quickly gathered their energy, warily gazing at the shadowy forest in front of them. "Where are you in such a hurry to go, leaderly?" Amidst the swaying trees, a voice that sounded neither male nor female came from above. Although the person's voice had changed significantly, Chen could still determine from the sensed aura that this was the mysterious person who first appeared after the Reaver's death. "Playing tricks." Zhuge snorted coldly and threw a fist-sized fireball towards the direction of the voice. "Oh, this sister has quite the temper, but do calm down, will you?" The mysterious person chuckled lightly and then said, "Kill them." Chapter 99. Hitting a stone with an egg. As soon as this person finished speaking, a large number of parasitic zombies appeared from the gaps in the forest. Among the zombies that emerged this time, those with extra hands and feet could only be considered sparse and ordinary. More were zombies with other internal organs or even flesh hanging from them attacking. Seeing these zombies rush up, Chen Gang shouted loudly, his body transforming back into a giant form, a faint golden light sparkling on his skin, making him look like a golden-armored warrior from mythology. Soon, under Chen Gang's control, this golden light condensed into the shape of a shield, gathering in front of him to defend against the zombies. Zhuge also emanated an orange-yellow glow, and as he waved his hands, sparks scattered like dandelion seeds drifting toward the frenzied horde of corpses. As the most powerful, Chen did not act at this moment. Instead, he was secretly searching for the mysterious person's hiding place, knowing that only by finding this person could he completely kill these zombies. In the blink of an eye, the horde had already lunged at Chen Gang's shield, the continuous attacks causing the faint golden shield to ripple. However, Chen Gang did not take a step back, his resolute face showing no signs of discomfort, as if he did not take these ferocious zombies to heart at all. At this moment, Zhuchue's sparks began to show their power. Any zombie touched by them, whether level 2 or level 3, erupted with pale flames from the inside out. In a brief moment, the two had heavily damaged the horde in front of them. Suddenly, a few bloated explosive zombies came rushing from behind the horde. They had already been charging up during their advance and unhesitatingly detonated themselves in front of Chen Gang's shield. Boom! 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 After the explosions, Chen Gang's feet had carved 2 deep grooves into the ground, and blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth, indicating that he had sustained internal injuries from blasts. Just as Zhuge was about to unleash another skill to kill the remaining zombies, Chen's voice came through. "All right, leave the rest to me." While the two were fighting, Chen not only lent his defensive power to Chen Gang, but also successfully pinpointed the mysterious person's location. He was enveloped in a colorless haze, and dense ice spikes condensed in his hands. When the number was sufficient, he twisted his palm, and the ice spikes flew over the horde toward the figure under the big tree in the back. In the blink of an eye, a protective shield made of plants formed around him, blocking all of Chen's ice spikes. As expected of a full-force strike from a leader, the mysterious person shook his head and said, "But now that you have no energy, let's see how you stop my move." The mysterious person forcefully shook off the cloak covering his head, revealing a face resembling a snake spirit, with hair flying chaotically in the air. "Come out, my little treasures." As soon as this person's voice fell, the leader of the 8-legged jellyfish appeared with many subordinates in the forest. Seeing the scene, Despair rose in Zhu and Chen Gang's eyes. The original zombies had already exhausted them, and now new monsters had appeared, making them foresee their own demise. Meanwhile, the hare seemed to have found its home, accurately entering the bodies of each 8-legged jellyfish, making their breaths instantly become violent. Being eaten clean by bugs is the best reward I can think of for you, the mysterious person shouted madly, his eyes brimming with cruelty as he eagerly anticipated this grand spectacle. Fool! Watching this person's frenzied state, Li Chun said, and then once again condensed more ice spikes swirling around him. With a gentle snap of his fingers, the ice spikes shot out from his side, instantly killing all the densely packed 8-legged jellyfish. Impossible, it can't be like this. Why do you still have strength? How can a level 3 ability user have so much energy? Suddenly, it was like falling from heaven to hell. The mysterious person screamed like a duck caught by the throat, clinging to his bald head, not wanting to hear this person's noise any longer. Li Chun raised his hand to end this person's life when a series of sonic booms came from afar. At the same time, an angry shout rang out. Li Chun, how dare you? Hearing this voice, Li Chun raised his eyebrows and said, another fool. However, his movements did not stop. Spatial strangulation directly turned the snake's spirit face into a headless corpse. I will kill you. The newcomer raised the broadsword in his hand and charged at Li Chun like an enraged bull. As he charged, he shouted, this is the favorite granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Tribunal. You're dead. Not even the gods can save you. Just as the broadsword was about to reach him, Li Chun lightly stepped aside and then instantly teleported behind the man, pressing the spatial strangulation against his heart. The man, being a master swordsman, took advantage of the recoil to step forward and with a strong twist of his waist, he forced himself to turn and block with the sword body. Bang! However, what he did not expect was that the broadsword, crafted by a large number of artisans in the tribunal over many days, shattered from the point of contact with Li Chen's palm. Why, you are a level 4 spatial ability user. The man retreated a distance, gripping the sword hilt, trembling as he spoke. His extensive combat experience allowed him to easily detect Li Chen's level and the nature of his abilities. At this moment, Li Chen calmly said, you have some skills, but I didn't expect the most famous great swordsman of this generation has now become a lapdog for the tribunal. At first, Li Chen had not recalled this person's identity until he mentioned the Grand Elder. Li Chen then suddenly realized that the tribunal's emergence from behind the scenes had a significant prologue, which was this guy, known as the Great Swordsman, abducting the Grand Elder's nominal daughter-in-law, thus revealing the tribunal's power to the world. At that time, many organizations that had helped this guy were annihilated by the tribunal's personnel. The Great Swordsman tossed aside the sword hilt, his hands forming claws, stepping with an unusual gait toward Li Chen. Seeing this posture, Li Chen instantly recognized it as the tiger form from traditional martial arts Xingyi Quan, but he felt no tension, no matter how powerful the routine. It could never compare to the experience he had gained from fighting for his life. The Great Swordsman clawed toward Li Chen's face while striking toward his chest with the other hand, under the enhancement of his abilities. The Great Swordsman's speed was as swift as a ghost. However, Li Chen merely raised his hand lightly, and in an instant, the Great Swordsman, who was clawing, fell to the ground, clutching his neck. You lack martial ethics. The Great Swordsman stared wide-eyed, unwilling to accept his last breath. Watching the Great Swordsman fall, Li Chen felt this person was too naive. In a life-and-death struggle, who talks about martial ethics? With that energy, it would be better to gather more ability cores to level up. Chapter 100, A Sudden Delivery. After the snake spirit woman fell, the zombies she controlled also lost their vitality one after another, leaving only Li Chen and the two others still standing. Looking at the large number of corpses, Li Chen said to Zhu, burn them all. We can't leave any future troubles. Upon hearing this, Zhu nodded, and with a wave of his hand, orange flames appeared out of nowhere, engulfing the corpses. The lifeless bodies ignited instantly upon contact with the flames. And soon the forest was filled with the smell of rotting corpses mixed with roasted meat and burnt hair. Boss, let's get out of here. It stinks too much. Chen Gang covered his nose and said in a muffled voice, vowing in his heart that he didn't want to see roasted meat for the next few days. Li Shen, who was lost in thought watching the flames, was startled awake. He glanced at Zhuge, who was also covering his nose, and smiled, saying, "Let's go. We need to quickly deal with the parasitic beast's mother body." Hearing his words, both of them exclaimed in surprise. Mother body? Yes. As Li Chen walked outside, he explained, "These parasites controlling the zombies are just split-offs from the mother body. The snake-faced creature doesn't have the ability to directly control the bugs." Zhuge, following behind Li Chen, tilted her head and asked, "But why do these zombies and octopuses obey her?" "All right." Zhuge swatted Li Chen's hand away and glared at him, saying, "Don't mess with my hair. It's a hassle to comb." The two with the snake face probably also received the seeds of the parasitic beasts, but they cultivated them from the flesh and blood of level 4 zombies, which is why this parasitic beast appears so powerful, capable of splitting into various forms. After all, level 4 zombies are still quite rare at this time. Watching the affectionate exchange between the two, Chen, walking behind, wisely kept silent. After a short while, the three arrived at the former lair of the raiders. They saw several parasitic zombies lying crookedly at the entrance, their energy fluctuations suggesting they were only second level. Li Chen signaled Chen to deal with these zombies. However, no matter how Chen approached, the zombies remained motionless, as if they were already dead. Even so, Chen diligently executed Li Chen's orders, swiftly beheading the zombies and crushing the parasites within their brains. After clearing away the cluttered stones at the cave entrance, the three of them entered the cave without obstruction. "Boss, the situation feels off. We've come this far, yet we haven't seen a single zombie." Chen scratched his head and voiced his concerns. At this moment, Li Chen remained silent, simply placing his palm against the nearby stone wall and tapping it gently. Then he nodded, a surprised smile appearing on his face, and quickened his pace. The two behind were puzzled and had no choice but to speed up to catch up. After turning a corner, the scene in front of them was suddenly revealed. The parasitic beast that once appeared at the base's entrance was now bound by several thick iron chains to a large rectangular stone, although its face was unseen. From the countless creeping appendages slightly raised, Li Chen could still sense that it was quite satisfied. "I owe these two an apology. They're not just ordinary folks." Li Chen muttered to himself, "They're like delivery personnel from the heavens." Seeing his boss's state, Chen shouted, "What the hell? Come out. Dare to harm my boss?" Then he felt a tap on his head, and Li Chen's voice came through. "What are you shouting about?" "I'm just excited." "Huh?" Chen had no idea how stirred Li Chen was at that moment, not because of the trapped mother body, but because of the chains and the stone. The chains were made of a type of underground or called demon sealing steel, named so because of its steel-like appearance. Initially, demon sealing steel had a slight hindrance on the energy flow of ability users, but due to its brittleness, it was often mixed with other materials to make handcuffs and similar items. It wasn't until 3 years into the apocalypse that a fire ability user accidentally discovered that it could be forged into armor, which not only had excellent defensive capabilities, but could also conceal one's aura, eliminating the drawback of hindering energy flow. Before his rebirth, the price of 1 pound of demon sealing steel had skyrocketed to the value of a level 5 mutant core and was hard to come by. But this was just a side note. What truly excited him was that large stone. That thing had a glitch name, Qingming Stoneheart. Its effect was simple. It could double the efficiency of absorbing mutant cores for those on it, and under the right conditions, reaching a twofold effect was easy. And where there was a stone heart, there would definitely be a large amount of ordinary Qingming stones, which could enhance the overall strength of the base. Now, Li Chen finally understood why the raiders could become level 4 zombies. It was all because of the effect of the Qingming stones. Looking at this treasure before him, Li Chen no longer hesitated and waved his hand to collect the demon sealing steel from the parasitic beast. With a light feeling on its body, the parasitic beast emitted a sharp, pleasant cry, and countless appendages unfurled around it, while its small, grain-like eyes slowly opened. Upon seeing intruders in its lair, the cries of the parasitic beast became urgent and short, trying to summon its subordinates. However, no matter how it called, there was no response. "Stop calling. Your subordinates are all dead," Li Chen said, a faint glow in his hand. "Also, I know you can understand human speech." The parasitic beast ignored this, continuing its cries. Zhuge, annoyed by the piercing sound, shot a fireball at it. Seeing the fire energy it despised the most, the parasitic beast immediately fell silent, closed its eyes, and its numerous appendages began to ripple, causing all surrounding energy to become chaotic, but it was helpless against the fire energy. Kill it. Chen naturally anticipated this situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Zhuge here to fight. The energy from Zhuge surged wildly, raising the energy levels in the cave several degrees. And countless flames were born in the void, demonstrating their immense power to the parasitic beast. Seeing this, the timid parasitic beast completely abandoned the idea of escape, shrinking down to a size of a dozen centimeters and staying still, too scared to move. Noticing the parasitic beast's compliance, Chen took out a sealed iron jar and said, "Come here." The parasitic beast hesitated for a long time, but eventually crawled inside obediently under the threat of the approaching flames. After dealing with the creature, Chen casually stored the Qingming stone heart and, when leaving the cave, blocked the entrance tightly with stones to prevent others from discovering it. Chapter 101. The White Tiger's loyalty. Nodding with a smile, Chen proceeded directly to Dongfang Sheng's office. However, what puzzled Chen was that everyone he encountered along the way acted like the gatekeeper, displaying an unusually excited demeanor as if they were fervent fans meeting their idol. "What's wrong with the people in this base?" Chen turned to the two behind him and asked, "Why do they feel so strange?" Hearing this, Chen Gang proudly raised his head and said, "Boss, you don't know. Ever since I told them about your accomplishments, those guys were envious to the point of wanting to join our base immediately." Upon hearing this, Chen rubbed his forehead and quickened his pace. He could even imagine how unpleasant Dongfang Sheng's expression would be at that moment. In fact, Dongfang Sheng had already been quite restrained. If the other leaders knew that all their subordinates idolized the base leader, their expressions would likely be even worse, and their words would be harsher. Dongfang Sheng never expected that this usually quiet and honest man who followed Chen would be so sharp-tongued when it came to speaking. Seeing that his subordinates had not been at a disadvantage in the conversation, Chen quickly said, "Chen Gang, stop talking. Leader Dongfang has been running around to resist the zombies. His character is very admirable." After saying this, Dongfang Sheng ignored the three and walked straight to the lounge behind. Upon hearing that the White Tiger had awakened, Zhuge didn't want to waste any time and hurried over. "White Tiger, how are you feeling? You scare me to death," Zhuge said, holding back tears. "You can't do such foolish things next time. If anything happens to you, I'm fine," the White Tiger said weakly. "I thought I was definitely going to die. I didn't expect to see you again. Was it Dongfang Sheng who saved us?" Hearing this, Zhuchua's expression became a bit awkward. After hesitating for a long time, she finally said, "It was Chen who saved us." Chen? It made sense. The only one capable of saving them from 5 equally powerful experts was him, the White Tiger murmured, with his godless eyes staring at the ceiling for a long time. Baihu constantly recalled the foolish things he had done in the past. After walking through the edge of life and death, he felt that he had been so naive before. If it weren't for Chen's generosity, he might have died several times already. Lost in thought, Baihu suddenly smiled. Although his body was too weak to make many movements, his open eyes were exceptionally bright. "I want to see Chen." Seeing Baihu's expression, Zhuge felt a strange sense of a child growing up and quickly said, "Okay, don't move, I'll go call him." At the door, Chen was explaining to Chen Gang the things to pay attention to when leveling up. He looked up and saw Zhuge waving at him, so he got up and walked over. "How's Baihu?" Chen asked. "He's doing well. He just wants to see you," Zhuge replied. Hearing this, Chen hesitated for a moment, but then directly walked into the ward. It was hard for him to refuse Zhuge's request, whether in his past life or this one. Zhuge said, "You saved me." Baihu turned his head to look at Chen. "It was just a coincidence. I mainly came to save Zhuge. You were just incidental." At that moment, Zhuge saw Baihu struggling to get up from the bed and quickly rushed over to support him. "You're in this condition. What are you doing?" she said. Baihu, however, ignored her advice and insisted on getting up. Although he grimaced in pain from his wounds, he still struggled to stand up from the bed, straightened his clothes, and said, "Chief, I was foolish before. Please don't hold grudges. From now on, if you say east, I won't go west. If you say chase the dog, I won't catch the chicken." Li Chun and Zhu Ke were both stunned. They never expected Bai Hu to make such a move. All right, as long as you don't betray me, Li Chun, will never betray you. He didn't expect that after experiencing life and death, Bai Hu would so easily submit to him. It should be noted that the previous Bai Hu was quite unruly and listened to no one but Zhu Quebec. After chatting with Bai Hu for a while, Li Chun left Zhu Ke and Chun Gang at the eastern base and headed to the main base first. With a swift movement, Li Chun dodged a pounce and conveniently shoved a large box of chocolates in his Zhuotong's hands. Zhuotong, who was falling behind, pouted but, seeing the chocolates, put on a sweet smile again and picked up the walkie-talkie to implement what Li Chun had said one by one. After seeing Yin Feng and Zhao Shi, Li Chun said directly, I'm giving you a position. Bring people and encircle this area completely. No one can enter or exit without my permission, or it's kill on sight. Understood. Upon hearing the chief's words, both felt a tightening in their hearts, knowing that the base was about to make significant moves. They hurriedly took their people down to prepare. After giving instructions to Yin Feng and Zhao Shi, Li Chun went to a secret room to see Miao. Why did you rush to call me over? Did something happen? Miao asked, puzzled, knowing that Li Chun rarely brought her here unless it was for something significant. At this moment, Li Chun took out several black iron chains from his space and said, I'll teach you a way to control fire. Try to see if you can melt these things. After saying that, Li Chun taught Miao step by step how to melt the demon sealing steel and explained the key points that needed attention. Chapter 102, Demon Sealing Steel Armor. With Li Chun's explanation, Miao quickly learned the control method. She gently moved her hand, and the originally azure flame turned bright yellow, with the temperature rising significantly. Controlling the flame and approaching the demon sealing steel, Miao suddenly felt the energy she had been adeptly controlling become chaotic, almost extinguishing the flame. Fortunately, her control was good enough to stabilize it again. While outputting energy, Miao asked, What material is this? It feels like it affects the body's control of energy. Demon sealing steel, Li Chun replied without looking up, staring at the chain being licked by the flames. Seeing Li Chun's cautious demeanor, Miao stopped talking and focused all her attention on controlling the flames. After more than half an hour, when Miao's energy was almost depleted, she finally melted the last piece of chain in her hand. She poured the melted steel into the prepared mold, and then Li Chun took out ice spirit crystal to form a large amount of ice crystals around the mold. After a long wait, when Li Chun saw that the outer layer of ice crystals had completely melted, he gently pried open the mold and revealed the completed demon sealing steel armor inside. Li Chun chose the style of Mingguang armor from ancient Central Plains, which was not only highly practical, but also aesthetically pleasing. This armor looks too good. You have such skills? Miao exclaimed with her mouth agape upon seeing the item. And why can I see this thing clearly, but I can't feel it with my abilities? That's right, that's the characteristic of this material. Then, Li Chun explained all the properties of the demon sealing steel to Miao and warned her not to tell anyone about it, not even Zhuotong. Okay, I understand the importance, but this armor is so small. Can you wear it? This isn't mine. Li Chun placed the armor in Miao's hands and said, This is specially made for you. After all, you are the one who created this armor. Miao took it with a face full of surprise, stood up, kissed Li Chun on the cheek, and then put it on. She knew that this item only had one forging opportunity and couldn't be modified. It's a great fit, but since you gave this to me, do you have any spare material? Miao tapped the armor on her body and said, I want to make one for CU2, otherwise I. Gently hugging Miao, Li Chun whispered in her ear, Don't worry, there is plenty of material. At least we can each have one. Just then, a cough suddenly broke the sweet moment between the two. Am I coming at the wrong time? The newcomer teased. Should I come back in 2 hours? See you. You can get out of bed and move now. Miao exclaimed in surprise, immediately pushing Li Chun aside and linking arms with Li Siyu. Seeing Li Siyu recover, Li Chun was also very happy. He opened his arms and walked over to embrace both women. After a moment of intimacy with them, he didn't linger but walked out of the secret room towards the guard team. After entering the room, Li Chun asked Yin Feng and Zhao Shi, who were standing by, Are you ready? We're all set and can leave at any time, Yin Feng said while bowing and handing over the list. Li Chun usually didn't pay much attention to the list and would directly let them set off with their people. However, because the items this time were too precious. He opened the list and took a glance, noticing an unusual name. Who is this Takeda-kin? I've never seen this person before. This was someone from the original equipment warehouse. Later, due to good performance, he was promoted to a guard team member, Zhao Sure explained, then nervously asked, "Is there something wrong with this person?" At this moment, he felt very uneasy since this person was someone he had personally promoted, and if there was a problem, he couldn't escape blame either. "It's fine, I was just asking." Chen closed the list and said, "Once you're ready, let us go. This time, we'll bring Cheng Shui along." When the puzzled Cheng Shui was called over, Chen ordered them to depart. Hurrying to Chen's side, Cheng Shui asked cheerfully, "Chief, why did you suddenly think of bringing me? I have a most useless ability and can't help in combat at all. Last time when the raiders attacked the base, Cheng Shui's light enhancement on Li Si didn't have any effect, so she had been secretly frustrated that her ability was useless." Looking at the bright queen from his past life, who had driven him to a dead end, Chen smiled and said, "Don't be discouraged. It's just that your level hasn't reached yet. I believe in your potential, and there's someone I need you to help me keep an eye on." Hearing that it was about doing surveillance work, Cheng Shui, who had a strong sense of pride, pouted her lips high, her face full of unhappiness. Seeing Cheng Shui's expression, Chen secretly felt a headache and thought for a moment before taking out a glass bottle from his backpack, temporarily changing his words. "It's not just surveillance. I also want to ask you for a favor. Let's see if your ability is useful for this thing." "I knew it. You definitely need my ability," Cheng Shui said with determination, her expression immediately brightening. After that, Cheng Shui mobilized the power of light, gathering a beam of white light in her palm, and directed it straight at the parasitic entity inside the glass bottle. However, after a long while, the parasite still looked half dead, showing no signs of fear or excitement. Seeing this, Cheng Shui had to retract her energy, her expression gradually falling, and she fell back into self-doubt. "It's okay," Chen quickly comforted. "Many types of energy don't work on this bug. It's not just you who can't do it." Chen couldn't afford to let Cheng Shui lose confidence. He knew that on the battlefield, light-type ability users could greatly enhance the combat power of soldiers, not to mention her, a future top-tier Bright Queen. However, the effectiveness of all light-type ability users was greatly related to their mood. Soon, Chen led the group to the cave where the Qingming stone was discovered. Seeing that the stone blocking the entrance had not been damaged, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Everyone, clear out all the zombies within 2 kilometers of this cave." Chen stood on the stone and instructed his subordinates, after clearing it out, surround this area. Hearing Chen's words, Yin Feng and Zhao Shi quickly sprang into action with their subordinates. Yin Feng moved left towards the entrance of the cave, while Zhao Shi surrounded to the right, and they began to clear out the nearby, threatening creatures from both sides. "Boss, why do we need to clear out the zombies here first? Are there a lot?" Cheng Shui tilted her head in confusion and asked, "I didn't see any zombies when we came. This used to be a den for raiders," Chen said loudly while sitting on the stone, "and there are good things here that will continuously attract zombies. We need to be a bit cautious." Chapter 103. Obsequious Takeda-kin. Hearing this, the others found nothing odd, but Takeda-kin's movements slightly stalled, then returned to normal. If one weren't careful, they would not notice his anomaly. Takeda-kin was originally a mixed blood of Central Plains and Sakura, and had undergone strict spy training in Sakura since childhood. The day the apocalypse began was the day he successfully infiltrated the arms depot in the Demon City, but the arrival of the apocalypse made all his previous efforts go to waste. After Chen broke into the arms depot, Takeda-kin was captured, but he was not satisfied with such a life, so he found a way to contact his former comrades, planning to seize the Chishan base as the headquarters for the remnants of Sakura when the time was ripe. Now, hearing Chen's words made Takeda-kin even more attentive to this operation. After such a long time of probing, he was very clear that whatever could make Chen mobilize so much would definitely be valuable. "Zhao Ge, what exactly is the good thing our leader mentioned?" Takeda-kin jokingly asked Zhao Shi. The people nearby also leaned in, looking at Zhao Shi with curiosity, hoping he would reveal some inside information. Eavesdropping on gossip was humanity's most instinctive desire, Zhao Shi turned around to look at Takeda Ken for a few seconds, then surveyed the others, saying, "Don't ask about what you shouldn't know. Just get on with your damn work." Seeing that there was no gossip to hear, everyone dispersed in a rush. Usually, everyone would play and joke around like this, so no one felt anything was wrong. Although Zhao Shi didn't understand what Li Chen's question meant before they set off. Due to his professional military training, he felt that Takeda Ken was not simple and that there must be things he didn't know. "Lao He, come here." Zhao Shi called over his deputy. Lao He had partnered with Zhao Shi for several years, and during many difficult times, the two had led their subordinates through together. In Zhao Shi's heart, Lao He was the most trustworthy person. "What's up, Lao He? Have you noticed anything unusual about this Takeda Ken lately?" "Not really. This guy's always been quite honest." "Did you notice something?" "Hard to say, but keep an eye on him. I just feel that the leader's behavior this time is a bit unusual." Seeing the expression of his old partner, Lao He felt a chill in his heart and nodded heavily, indicating he understood. Li Chen, standing high above, could actually see all these people's reactions clearly. The fourth level ability not only enhanced his energy, but also significantly strengthened his physical quality. "You must keep an eye on that guy in the blue windbreaker, who is not tall and looks extremely ordinary." Li Chen repeatedly reminded Chang Shui beside him. "Got it. You've said it 800 times already." Chang Shui rolled her big eyes at him. It was no wonder Li Chen was so talkative. One reason was that the Qingming stone was indeed important, and the other was that when he saw the name Takeda Ken, he recalled something that had been delayed for a long time. There was a base formed by remnants of Sakura near the Demon City, beneath which lay an underground warehouse dug long ago by the Sakura people, containing a large amount of fresh meat and fresh water. Long before the apocalypse, Li Chen had had his eye on that place, but later, due to the strict defenses there, the difficulty of success was too great, so he gave up. Taking advantage of this opportunity with the Qingming stone, Li Chen hoped to succeed in fishing. According to the Sakura people's characteristic of digging deep holes, the protective measures there should not have allowed the contents inside to be damaged. Leave some patrolling personnel and let the others rest in the cave. Li Chen felt the temperature outside and said, "The Qingming stone here can help us speed up the absorption of mutant cores. Don't waste time." After saying this, Li Chen took Cheng Shui inside first. He naturally was not afraid of low temperatures, but he had to leave some opportunity for those with ulterior motives. Hearing Li Chen's words, everyone wore incredulous expressions and began to murmur, wondering what kind of stone could have such a magical effect. When Zhao Shi was assigning patrolling personnel, Takeda Ken actively requested to patrol, giving this good opportunity for absorbing mutant cores to his teammates, which won him unanimous favor from the rest of the group. Seeing this person's actions, Lao He was moved in his heart and also requested to join the patrol team, coincidentally teaming up with Takeda Ken. As time passed, Takeda Ken grew increasingly impatient. He had already contacted his master on the way here and agreed on the time and place to meet. As the agreed time drew closer, Takeda Ken seized the opportunity and said to Lao He, "Deputy Captain, I'm going to patrol first. You should rest for a while." "Are you sure you can handle it alone?" "I'll go with you," Lao He said, standing up and preparing to head outside. Seeing this, Takeda Ken quickly stopped him and said, "Really no need, just rest well. If I run into any tricky situations, I'll contact you." To assure Lao He that he could manage, Takeda Ken even deliberately demonstrated that he had already advanced to a second-level ability. When Lao He saw that Takeda Ken had unexpectedly become a second level without him realizing it, he thought of a plan and said, "All right, just be careful and send a signal if anything happens." "Don't worry," Takeda Ken promised while quickly walking outside. When he arrived, a short man dressed as a ninja was already waiting under a tree. "Baka, do you know how long I've waited?" "You idiot." The short man kicked Takeda Ken hard. Before the short man could kick him, Takeda Ken was already kneeling on the ground with his head lowered, saying in a fearful tone, "I'm sorry, master. I won't dare to do it again next time." After a long while, the short man, having vented his anger, stepped on Takeda Ken's head and said, "Now tell me the information you've obtained." Takeda Ken, with his head under the short man's foot, felt nothing wrong and respectfully said, "Li Chen came here this time reportedly to obtain a treasure called the Qingming stone. Do you know what it does?" "It's said to increase the efficiency of absorbing, but I haven't verified it yet, so I don't know if it's true. That's basically it. The rest is up to you, master." The short man then moved his foot away and said, I see. Your performance this time was mediocre. You need to keep working hard in the future. Otherwise, you won't be my most capable loyal dog anymore. After saying that, the man ignored Takeda Ken's reaction, formed a hand seal, and sank into the ground, speeding away into the distance. Chapter 104. Not being a good person, but wanting to be a dog as he walked. He fantasized about the rewards he would receive for his great achievements, and in his excitement, he couldn't help but sing a folk song from Sakura country. However, not far from there, under a tree, a pair of eyes in the darkness watched everything. It turned out that after Takeda Ken exited the cave, Oldie waited a few minutes and quietly followed him. He intended to see what this person was up to, but unexpectedly discovered such a shocking scene. This bastard actually colluded with the enemy. I must report this matter immediately. Oldie thought bitterly and quickly mobilized energy to his feet, maximizing his speed. At this moment in the cave, Chen was eating roasted meat with Chang Shui. Has this guy really gone to deliver the message? Chen gently flipped the roasted meat in his hand, sprinkling seasoning before handing it to Chang Shui. Of course, I saw him leave with my own eyes. Chang Shui said, taking a bite of the roasted meat, his words unclear. And not just him. Zhao Shi's assistant, Old He, followed him out as well. Sweating profusely, Old He stepped forward and said, Leader, I discovered Takeda Ken's conspiracy first. He colluded with the enemy to steal our ore. As he spoke, his fists were tightly clenched. His red eyes filled with rage, and his voice trembled slightly. Old He couldn't understand why a good person would choose to become a dog. At this time, Chang Shui interjected, Didn't they say that Sakura country has fallen? How can we still see their presence here? Before Chen could respond, Old He explained the situation regarding Sakura country. When the apocalypse occurred, the entire Sakura country was essentially conquered, and due to what they had done to the ocean, the creatures in the surrounding sea were far more terrifying than elsewhere. Seeing Old He's reaction, Chen stood up, patted his shoulder, and said, Don't be angry. There are many small-minded people like this. However, I've been keeping an eye on this guy for a long time. Don't worry. As long as they dare to come, this place will be their grave. Leader, Old He said in surprise. Should we strike first? What if there are powerful? He stopped speaking when he mentioned powerful beings, as so far, he had not encountered anyone stronger than his leader. Don't worry. Just act as usual. I'll handle the rest. Chen said gently. But, Old He, you'll need to work a bit harder. Go to the base and inform Zwatong about this. She will know what to do. Hearing this, Old He nodded heavily and said, I'll take care of it and ensure the message gets through. No rush. We'll set off tomorrow morning, Chen said, taking out a transparent stone and tossing it to Old He. From now on, keep this with you. It will benefit your training. The moment Old He touched the stone, he felt the previously restless energy within him calm down, immediately realizing this was a good item. After accepting the stone, Old He exited. After sending Chang Shui away, Chen took out the to absorb, but after a short while, he put the down, opened his eyes, and shook his head. These Tier 3 no longer had any effect on him. The next morning, after a night of rest, the people Chen brought out had mostly recovered and began mining the ore in the cave according to orders. At the Qishan base, upon hearing this, Old He recounted everything that happened last night. After listening, Zwatong first let Old He rest and then hurried to Li Siyu's residence. Although Chen had transferred authority to Zwatong when he left, with her intelligence, she could still tell who truly held power in the base. After pondering for a moment, Li Siyu said, You decide. Since Chen has handed the base over to you, just command directly. Upon hearing this, Zwatong no longer hesitated and took Li Siyu to find Zhu Ke, who was in the medical room. After all, the only forces that could easily mobilize in the base at this time were this portion. Upon seeing Zhu Ke, Zwatong approached with a sweet smile and said, Sister Zhu Ke, how is Brother Baihu's injury? Has it worsened? As a highly intelligent, evolved human, Zwatong knew that what Zhu Ke cared about most at this moment was Baihu's injury. It's much better. Thank you for your concern. Zhu Ke said politely before changing the subject. Have you encountered any issues? Zhu Ke, having once been a leader of a faction, naturally wouldn't be swayed by the smile of this little girl, especially with Li Siyu and Mi Yao behind her, who had left a strong impression on her. Seeing Zhu Ke's gaze shift to her, Li Siyu remained silent and signaled to Zhuotong that she was the main person in charge. I can set off right now. Fukasidli Saisibli. She had never thought of causing trouble in the Qishan base with just her group. At this moment, a mature woman walked in from outside, her voluptuous figure causing many girls to lower their heads and look at their toes. After greeting the others, Lu Lanji began to channel healing energy, her palms glowing with a green light. Under the woman's control, the light flew to Baihu's horrific wound on his abdomen. As the green light penetrated, the wound miraculously began to transform towards a smooth and dry state, and the painful expression on Baihu's face gradually eased. Before long, Lu Lanji's energy was depleted, and she took a heavy breath, saying, "My level is a bit low. After 2 or 3 more treatments like this, he should recover to normal." Zhu Ke quickly moved forward to support Lu Lanji, saying, "Thank you." Li Siyu interrupted her, saying, "From now on, we are all brothers and sisters, so there's no need to be so polite. Helping Baihu is what we should do." After ensuring Baihu is settled, Zhu Ke and her subordinates set off under Mi Yao's lead, aiming to take the base while Sakura base's defenses were weak. Chapter 105. There are always troublemakers trying to harm me. Just as Mi Yao and the others set off, Li Chen here also unearthed the first batch of Qingming stones. Chang Shui picked up a white stone, instantly feeling the light energy within her body slightly activate, and the irritability caused by waking up early was also suppressed, which surprised her greatly. Not only Chang Shui, but other guards also felt an immense joy when they held the stones. And after personally verifying the miraculous effects of these stones, they mined with even more motivation. Meanwhile, Takeda Ken, who was responsible for patrolling, also had a Qingming stone in hand. However, besides surprise, he felt more anger. He could not tolerate these Central Plains people possessing such good things and desperately wanted to notify his master. "What are you thinking?" One of Takeda Ken's teammates patted his shoulder from behind and said, "I called you several times, but you didn't respond." At this moment, Takeda Ken was startled awake and said, "It's nothing, just shocked by the effects of these things. Is there something going on? The captain wants us to move these items to the camp. Let's go, we just need you to hurry up." Then a fellow team member with a mysterious look whispered, "I heard this is just the first batch. The quality of the later ones is even better." Takeda Ken didn't show it on his face, but he was extremely anxious inside, constantly thinking about how to send out the message under Li Chen's nose. So, Takeda Ken volunteered and ran in front of Li Chen, saying, "Leader, let me go. I'm a level 2 wind type ability user, and my speed is the fastest among my peers. Others can't outrun me." "Are you sure?" Li Chen pretended to be puzzled and said, "I was planning to have your team leader escort these valuable items. Such precious things might only be found with us." Upon hearing this, Takeda Ken couldn't let the opportunity slip away, raising his hand and swearing, "I can definitely do it. Leader, please trust me this once. If I can't accomplish it, let me die with my whole family and never advance in this life." After suppressing the smile in his heart, Li Chen reluctantly nodded in agreement and reminded Takeda Ken, "These are our most precious supplies. If other organizations find out, the consequences will be unimaginable." After Takeda Ken's figure disappeared, Li Chen exchanged glances with Zhao Shi, who immediately understood, put down his tools, and quickly followed him. All of this was within Li Chen's expectations. After all, if he wanted to fish, he had to throw out bait first, and he believed these baits would draw out those stinky fish from the Sakura Nation. Once the matters at the mine were arranged, Li Chen went alone deep into the mountains and forests. He needed to find a good burial site for these Sakura nationals and see if there were any newly evolved level 4 creatures that could give him in. Since this area had been occupied by raiders, there were no signs of other survivors in the deep forest behind the nest, and with the absence of human activity, the environment in the mountains was quite beautiful. Amidst the green trees, thin mist spread through the mountains, and the fresh air filled Li Chen's nostrils, allowing his weary body and mind to relax temporarily after days of fatigue. Shadows of various small animals occasionally flashed between the trees, and even with the red mist inducing mutations, the originally weak creatures did not receive much enhancement. Apart from becoming more agile, they had no other remarkable traits. While Li Chen was strolling in this beautiful scenery, faint footsteps came from afar. If it weren't for his enhanced hearing after the upgrade, he wouldn't have heard anything. Without making any noise, Li Chun used a few instantaneous movements to reach the source of the sound, hiding in a tree that would take dozens of people to wrap around. At this moment, a pair of men and women were carefully walking through the forest. After confirming that the surrounding environment was safe, they rested under the tree where Li Chun was hiding. Brother Sheng, do you really think there are mutated beasts about to evolve in a level 4 here? The plain-looking woman whispered, pulling out 2 pieces of military biscuit from her pocket and handing one to the man. Of course, the man replied, taking the biscuit and drinking some water before leisurely saying, "This is information passed down from the Salvation Army. It is said that whoever gets the specific information can be rewarded with a level 3. The two were chatting enthusiastically under the tree, while Li Chun was silently pondering. He had never heard of any level 4 mutated beasts in the mountains at this time in his past life. Could there be creatures that were just upgraded and then killed? Filled with doubt, Li Chun held his breath and continued to observe the two below. After finishing their biscuits, the two took out a blood-stained notebook from their backpack and searched through it before getting up to continue moving forward. After following them for a while, Li Chun found that their path was becoming increasingly familiar, and soon they arrived at the spot where he had just entered the forest. Seeing this, Li Chun immediately understood that someone was watching him, trying to use these ordinary survivors to test the waters. "Oomph. They think too highly of themselves," Li Chun sneered inwardly. Then, with a movement of his body, he directly appeared in front of the two and reached out to control these two newly upgraded level 2 individuals in midair. Big brother, please don't kill us." This information was passed down from the new commander of the Salvation Army. "Many people are already rushing over here. We're just the fastest group." The man spoke without holding back, revealing everything he knew, not daring to show any hesitation in front of a powerful figure. Chapter 106. Choose a good time to set off. After returning to the base, Li Chun immediately saw Zhao Shi pacing back and forth in the open area. "How's it going?" Li Chun interrupted Zhao Shi's next words and brought him to a secluded place before asking, "Did you figure out the situation inside?" At this moment, Zhao Shi confidently smiled and said, "Of course. I'm the strongest scout in our squad. With their arrangements, I could figure it out with my eyes closed." "Stop bragging. Just tell me," Li Chun chided with a smile, knowing Zhao Shi's scouting skills well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have assigned this task to him. Putting away his smile, Zhao Shi quickly explained the layout of the Sakura base, finally scratching his head and hesitantly saying, "It doesn't seem like there are that many residences, but their manpower is much greater." Perhaps feeling that he had boasted a bit too much, Zhao Shi felt a bit embarrassed by the end. Li Chun had anticipated this situation. Those Sakura nationals likely converted part of the underground warehouse into residences, as they were used to living in confined spaces. "Did you see what types of abilities they have?" Li Chun suddenly asked. "The ones that are different from ours." This made Li Chun even more certain that these people were the Sakura nationals who had seized large areas of Central Land in his memories. The person Zhao Shi mentioned was someone Li Chun had seen in his past life. He was the most brutal and powerful leader among the Sakura nationals, known as the High Priest, who particularly enjoyed eating the hearts of virgins raw. "Well done, but there's one more thing I need you to do." Li Chun praised him and then changed the subject. "In a while, Xiao Tai will come to pick you up. Just listen to me Yao when you see her." Zhao Shi instantly realized they were going to fight the Sakura nationals, and at the thought of this, the energy within him surged, his face flushed, and he excitedly said, "Don't worry, leader. Even if it costs me my life, I'll make those guys know how formidable we Central Plains people are." As the two were talking, a clear eagle cry rang out from the sky, and an exceptionally majestic male eagle swooped down toward Li Chun. "Chirp, chirp, chirp. All right. I'm just a bit busy. Don't worry, I'll definitely take you out often in the future," Li Chun said while soothing Xiao Tai, pulling out a large piece of raw meat to offer to it. This made Zhao Shi extremely envious, feeling that he had lived for years not even as well as an eagle. At least the eagle could reach level 3, while he could only muddle through at level 2. When Xiao Tai's gaze turned toward him, Zhao Shi quickly smiled. After all, he was waiting to ride it. If it got angry halfway and threw him off, that would be fatal. "Go ahead, take him to find me, Yao," Li Chun said, patting Xiao Tai's head. "Yep." Xiao Tai called out displeased, but still lowered its body, allowing Zhao Shi to mount. Then, with a flap of its wings, it soared into the sky, accompanied by Zhao Shi's gradually paling face. Watching the sky darken, Li Chun called Yin Feng over. "Let everyone rest," Li Chun said meaningfully. "Gather your strength and prepare to welcome our distant guests." Instantly, Yin Feng understood what this meant and quickly went down to start preparations with his subordinates. Sakura Base. At this moment, Takeda Kin's body was tightly pressed against the ground, and he respectfully said, "Lord Priest, those Central Plains people are foolish. They easily believe me." The priest, dressed in traditional cherry blossom attire and wearing a demon mask, coldly replied, "Is that so? I hope your information is not wrong. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Upon hearing the word consequences, Takeda Kin's body involuntarily trembled, and he quickly said, "It won't be, my lord. I was extremely discreet. Those stupid Central Plains people won't notice." The priest said nothing, merely waved his hand to the people beside him, signaling them to drag Takeda Kin away. Then, with a slight movement of his fingers, a young woman with a vacant expression walked out from behind him. The woman gently removed her clothing, picked up a dagger from beside her, and forcefully stabbed it into her chest. After pulling out the dagger, she fumbled around in her chest for a moment and soon extracted a complete heart, holding it with both hands and presenting it to the priest. Once the priest placed the heart in his mouth and chewed slowly for a moment, the woman collapsed to the ground, her eyes suddenly regaining clarity, but it was already too late. She struggled a few times while clutching her chest before losing consciousness. The heart of this Central Plains woman was indeed delicious. The priest paid no attention to the blood on his body, reaching out to smooth the features of the woman's face, which were crumpled in pain, with a delicate motion, as if afraid of hurting her. His subordinates had long been accustomed to such matters, and only when the priest stood up to wipe his hands did they dare to approach and say, "My lord, everything is ready. When do you think we should depart?" As if he hadn't heard, the priest slowly cleaned the blood between his fingers, and after seeing his hands return to their pristine state, he said, "No rush. The Central Plains people love to see time pass. We should help them choose a good time. Midnight is just fine. My lord is merciful." His subordinate bowed in praise. "I believe these Central Plains people will understand your kind intentions and will set off on time." "Chief, everything we brought is ready." Yin Feng cupped his fists and said, "It will definitely provide these guys with a great experience." Shortly after Yin Feng left, Chang Shui walked in and asked, "What do I need to do?" "I'll teach you a method of empowerment." Li Chun took out 2 sheets of white paper filled with writing from space and said, "If you see someone dressed strangely making a move, use this method twice." This was a method of empowerment that Li Chun specifically retrieved from his memory, designed to counter the priest's spells. The reason for asking Cheng Shui to use it twice was that her energy level wasn't enough to negate the priest's spells with just one use. The Cherry Blossom people do not refer to ability users in the usual way. They call mental ability users on Myoji, who usually hold positions as leaders or priests, while other types of ability users are collectively referred to as ninjas. Those with physical abilities are seen as the lowest level, thus referred to as warriors or laborers. Chapter 107. The priest strikes. After receiving the papers, Cheng Shui immediately went down to study them, feeling intuitively that this method of empowerment would play a significant role in her future. The moonlight, like water, poured down from the sky, blending with the white frost on the ground, as if draping the earth in a layer of silver gauze, filling the world with a sense of desolation. Deep in the mountains, 8 men carried a lavishly decorated palanquin, moving swiftly. Their strong physical abilities allowed them to walk with remarkable stability, causing no disturbance to the person in the palanquin. The priest, dressed in ceremonial robes and wearing a demon mask, knelt upright in the palanquin, reciting prayers constantly. As he chanted, the blood-colored mist gradually rose around the hundreds of subordinates following him. Leading the group was Takeda Kin, who not only exhibited a red mist around him, but also felt the overwhelming urge to kill, causing his eyes to turn a beast-like shade of red. After a long while, the group stopped a few kilometers away from Li Chun. "My lord, we have arrived at the designated location," a warrior attendant said as he bowed outside the palanquin. "Please instruct us on the next course of action." The priest glanced at the time. It was exactly midnight. He then spoke in a gloomy voice, "Let the Earth-type ninjas clear the obstacles first. All warriors will follow behind to attack. I want to see this place transformed into our cherry blossom territory before the sun rises. Yes. The warrior attendant bowed and complied, then went to relay the priest's orders to the rear. The ninjas, with their eyes bloodshot, could no longer hold back, raising their weapons and using earth techniques to sneak toward Chen's mining site. Leading the ninja squad was a short man named Yamamura Shinaka, the third-level ability user most skilled in earth techniques. He sank into the ground like water, leaving only faint traces on the surface. However, when he confidently led his team within 3 kilometers of the mine, a muffled grunt made Yamamura Shinaka's heart tremble, and he quickly popped his head up to check. He saw one of his subordinates half buried in the ground, a spiny iron object lodged in his neck, his eyes rolling back as he struggled violently, soon losing all signs of life. Just as Yamamura Shinaka was about to scold him, a series of muffled grunts erupted, and several subordinates emerged from the ground, many injured by similarly shaped iron objects. Damn it, it's an ambush! Everyone cancel earth techniques immediately. Yamamura Shinaka roared, issuing the order. Once his subordinates surfaced, Yamamura Shinaka realized that 2/5 of his team had already lost their lives, and the remaining members were all injured to varying degrees. Takeda, you said these Central Plains people weren't prepared. What is this? Yamamura Shinaka grabbed Takeda-kin and pressed a ninja knife against his neck. At that moment, Takeda-kin was already trembling on the ground, cold sweat soaking his clothes, despair evident in his eyes, as a pool of yellow liquid slowly seeped out beneath him. Just when he thought he was doomed, the priest's voice echoed from afar, "Advance first. We'll settle accounts after the battle." Terrified and having wet himself, Takeda-kin cursed Chen in his heart, wondering why they couldn't just give up resisting obediently. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so scared. Yamamura Shinaka kicked Takeda-kin hard twice, then turned to lead his subordinates in another direction, not daring to defy the priest's orders. The previous ninja squad leader had died after 3 days of howling for not obeying. This scene was witnessed by Yin Feng and his subordinates hiding in the cave, and everyone burst into laughter. A clever subordinate stepped forward and asked, "Captain, they are attacking from another direction. Should we defend?" Transitioning to another direction, Yamamura Shinaka got smart and gathered over a dozen wind-type ability users, instructing them to unleash their maximum strength and shoot wind blades at the open ground ahead. Countless wind blades ravaged the earth, causing the ground to sink several centimeters, while nearby trees and shrubs were utterly destroyed. Yamamura Shinaka's purpose was clear. Since the enemy was already aware of his attack, he decided not to hide any longer, directly creating a show of force to attract the enemy, then allowing the warrior group to attack from the rear. To his surprise, no matter how lively things were, no one from the mine emerged, as if they were completely unconcerned about his attack. "Everyone, charge forward and let these foolish Central Plains people see the might of our cherry blossom warriors." Yamamura Shinaka shouted hoarsely while raising his ninja knife. The ninjas, already agitated by the priest's empowerment, turned red-eyed and rushed forward with their ninja knives in hand at their leader's command. Soon, these irrational ninjas faced a heavy blow from reality. In their path, a patch of ground appeared different, but in the darkness, it was not obvious. The ninjas at this moment couldn't take care of anything else and charged in with large strides. The leading ninja noticed something was off with the ground beneath his feet, just as he attempted to use his energy to lift himself up. He realized he couldn't gather any energy at all and could only watch helplessly as he sank into the swamp. "Baka, help me, Captain." As this person's cry for help echoed, the others behind him gradually sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. The mud seemed to have a life of its own, continuously devouring their bodies. Yamamura Makoto, who witnessed this scene, nearly had his eyes bulge out and quickly shouted, "Earth-type ability user, flatten this place." Without waiting for anyone's reaction, he activated the powerful energy within him, gathering it into a sphere of light in his hands, attempting to raise a wall of earth from the swamp to lift his subordinates. Unexpectedly, the moment the swamp came into contact with the earth wall, a violent explosion sounded, and like a chain reaction, the energy fluctuations instantly shattered the crystal cores within all the ability users in the swamp. Seeing this scene, Yamamura Makoto collapsed to the ground with a thud, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. The priest at the back of the group also saw this scene and walked to the edge of the swamp, looking at his fallen subordinates, saying, "With the energy of water and earth mixed with lightning, Li Chen, I am increasingly curious about you. I hope you can hold on for a few more seconds in my hands." Chapter 108. This is a power bank at this moment. Li Chen was standing at the top of the mountain, coldly observing everything happening in the Sakura team's ranks. It seemed he sensed something as he cast his gaze over just as the priest emerged. "Old monster, you really think you've got me figured out?" Still daring to wear a ceremonial robe, Li Chen scufa inwardly. Although he didn't know much about Sakura culture, he understood that such a complicated-looking outfit was only worn during moments of victory. And the priest wearing it now made its meaning clear. "Yin Feng, get ready. It's time to go on stage," Li Chen instructed Yin Feng. "Don't forget to protect Cheng Shui." With Li Chen's command, his subordinates, who had long been itching to act, quickly sprang into action. They connected their energy with that of their teammates, as they had been trained. Soon, the 30-odd subordinates Li Chen brought had completed the energy connection, dividing into 7 small groups and quietly waiting behind the cover outside the cave for the enemy's arrival. Inside the cave, Cheng Shui, under Yin Feng's protection, reached the most inconspicuous corner. Although the location was remote, it allowed her to see the movements of everyone on the battlefield, making it ideal for someone in her support role. After a long wait, the vanguard of the Sakura team, clad in samurai armor and wielding specially made katana, finally appeared. As soon as they emerged, these warriors, glowing with a red light, charged in like fierce beasts, shouting in Sakura language, brandishing their heavy katana without a care for whether they would be hit by energy balls. Seeing this, Yin Feng did not hold back and directly ordered an attack. Instantly, the ability users responsible for offense in the formation waved their hands, sending scorching fireballs, whistling wind blades, and dazzling lightning all flying toward the samurai. However, these energy balls, upon contacting the red light on the samurai, were mysteriously neutralized, causing no damage at all. Noticing this, Yin Feng glanced at Cheng Shui beside him, who immediately understood. She summoned specks of white light between her fingers, resembling fireflies dancing in a summer night, flying toward the samurai enveloped in red light. As soon as the samurai in the red light came into contact with the white light, they felt a chill throughout their bodies, and an inexplicable force calmed their restless killing intent. Seeing her buff had an effect, Cheng Shui seized the opportunity to activate her skill again. But this time the white light was much dimmer, and it no longer danced as nimbly. Knowing that these white lights were not good news, the samurai did their utmost to avoid them. Yet the white light seemed to have a homing ability, accurately landing on them no matter how they dodged. The priest at the back, seeing his buff completely undone by a little girl, felt an immense shame and anger. He forcefully tore off a page from the prayer scroll in his hand, then bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of hot blood. Once the scroll was soaked in blood, the priest exerted himself, shouting loudly, 800 demons and gods, heed the call of the Onmyoji and appear. This prayer scroll, originally made of ordinary yellow paper, gained inexplicable power after being tainted with the priest's blood, glowing brightly and releasing numerous phantoms that attached themselves to the samurai below. "What the hell, that's amazing." Yin Feng's earth spikes trembled in shock, nearly scattering. "Use the buff method I taught you again," Li Chen said to Cheng Shui. "Just use a little energy." Upon hearing this, Cheng Shui looked puzzled but still followed Li Chen's instructions to use the skill again. This time, the white light was almost dim to the extreme, difficult to see under the bright moonlight. Yet, as soon as this white light touched the samurai's bodies, they screamed, as if balloons bursting, bleeding everywhere, with some even collapsing directly to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Even the initiator Cheng Shui was surprised, looking at her fair hand, not knowing when she had become so powerful. Li Chen, standing beside her, explained with a faint smile, "The priest's buff has caused these people's internal energy to become abundant. At this point, even a slight external force will overwhelm their bodies." Seeing such a great opportunity, Yin Feng could no longer hold back and immediately said, "Brothers, this is the moment. Let's kill." The guards of the Qishan camp finally revealed their ferocious side. with the defenders at the front of each squad exerting all their strength to maximize their shields, while the attackers behind mobilized all their energy to bombard the enemy. Although Li Chen's side was small in number, facing the disorganized Sakura people was like a tiger descending the mountain, causing them to scatter in chaos. With nearly every minute seeing a ninja fall, the priest, hiding at the back of the group, could no longer afford to act cool. He leaped off his palanquin, and the exquisite ceremonial robe on his body exploded in midair, revealing the close-fitting armor beneath. The evil spirit mask he had been wearing on his head now shone brightly, powered by the energy provided by the prayer, transforming into a massive illusory demon standing on the ground. Li Chen, do you think you're impressive just because you've reached level 4? Let us see how long you can hold up against the attacks of my Sakura Nation's divine techniques. At this moment, the priest, no longer concealed by the evil spirit mask, revealed his aged face, covered in age spots, with loose and powerless skin hanging down, resembling a human Shar-Pei dog. Now Li Chen finally understood why these Sakura people could find powerful high-level zombies as their support and manipulate them freely. It turned out they were nurtured with the flesh and blood of living people. Feeling the intense resentment emanating from the evil spirit phantom, along with the numerous female faces flashing by, Li Chen's anger erupted like a volcano, no longer suppressible. Powerful energy swirled around him, like a tangible killing intent, causing the trees in the distance to rustle, and his hair flew wildly, creating ripples in the air. You are doomed. Countless ice spikes gathered around Li Chen, their sharp tips piercing through space, instantly stabbing into the evil spirit phantom, particularly concentrating on the massive demon face. But that wasn't all. After shooting out the ice spikes, Li Chen clenched his left fist, which was covered in spatial strangulation, and then teleported several times to the top of the demon's head. Before teleporting, he swung his right hand, creating a spatial rift beside the priest. Chapter 109. Beating a drowned dog in the brief moment that followed. The massive evil spirit phantom exploded like fireworks, and the evil spirit mask that had served as its core was cracked with 7 or 8 fissures. The priest saw Li Chen's movements and felt something was off in his heart. Without thinking, he directly twisted his body into a strange angle using his steel plank bridge. As he swung his right hand, Li Chen had already anticipated the priest's reaction, unleashing 5 fissures in one breath that spread across the priest's body. No matter how he dodged, it was impossible for him to escape unscathed. Just as the priest, relieved that he had dodged, noticed a dark spatial fissure appearing in his murky eyes. It grew larger and larger until it swallowed most of his aged neck. Everyone present gasped in shock. They couldn't understand how, in the blink of an eye, the formidable, ghostly shadow had been obliterated, and even a strong figure like the priest was decapitated on the spot. What are you waiting for? Beat the drowning dog. Yin Feng was the first to react, shouting at his subordinates. Only then did the subordinates come to their senses, their morale soaring as they shouted praises for their leader and charged towards the panicked cherry blossom people. Meanwhile, Li Chen was standing next to the priest's corpse, observing it closely. Suddenly, he sneered and said, "The old dog is indeed afraid of death." He mastered the soul transfer method so early. Cheng Shui, who had just walked over, tilted his head in confusion and asked, "Soul transfer? What kind of skill is that?" After exploding the priest's body into pieces with a wave of his hand, Li Chen explained, "Psychic ability users have a very special ability. They can temporarily store their souls using various magical items. If the same soul wave appears from afar, they can instantly summon this soul back. This secret of soul transfer originally existed among psychic ability users and was not publicly known to outsiders, but in his previous life, Zuotong had only mentioned it once in passing to Li Chen to compensate for the trouble he had caused him. Little Iron, leave this to Yin Feng and Cheng Shui." Li Chen called out to his pet, the ironclad eagle, in the sky. In an instant, a fierce wind arose, and a level 3 mutant beast swooped down, landing beside Li Chen and affectionately rubbing its head against his palm. "Take me to find me, Yao." After receiving Li Chen's command, Little Iron spread its wings and, aided by the strong winds, shot up into the clouds like an arrow. At the cherry blossom base, in the most hidden room of the underground warehouse, Lights were bright, filled with various instruments. A young body, lying in a solution, suddenly opened its eyes, and a hint of confusion flashed through its stark black and white pupils, which soon turned into anger. "Li Chen, I will make you pay in blood for your debts." The two guards outside the warehouse heard the commotion inside and opened the heavy door, respectfully calling out, "Congratulations, master, on your rebirth." At this moment, the young man was already dressed, and his fitted outfit made him look like a nobleman experiencing the world, but the hint of coldness in his eyes ruined the aura. In the name of the priest, send a distress signal to the leaders of other organizations, saying that the survivor organization from other cities are coming to seize our territory. After saying this, the man picked up a mask carved with the image of SHT, hesitating for a long time before putting it on his face. Immediately, a faint aroma of sake wafted through the air, accompanied by faint whispers. Zhuke, walking behind Miao, suddenly felt a wave of anxiety, as if a powerful presence was watching her. "Sister Zhuke, what's wrong?" Miao sensed the unusualness behind her and turned to ask worriedly. Zhuke shook her head, indicating that she was fine. After the feeling passed, she circulated her energy through her body and found nothing else out of the ordinary, so she did not dwell on it. At that moment, Zhao Shi approached and bowed, saying, "Captains, we have arrived at the Cherry Blossom base. What should we do next?" The two women exchanged glances, and Miao said, "Let's prepare to attack. We must take this place down before the Cherry Blossom people can react." "Yes." Looking at the Cherry Blossom base gate right before them, Miao wasted no time. With a powerful grab, a massive azure fireball formed between her hands, and when the fireball reached a certain size, she threw it forward. The richly cherry blossom-style gate was blown to pieces under the fireball as if it were made of paper, and the explosion startled the cherry blossom people left in the base. Baka. The foolish people from the Central Plains dare to launch a surprise attack on the great East Asian warriors. You shall pay. The remaining cherry blossom warriors signaled inside, while charging forward with their sharp katana, cursing in cherry blossom language. Before Miao could take action, Zhao Shi could no longer hold back, rushing in front of the cherry blossom warriors with powerful strides and swinging his ghost head big knife down hard. Ever since he learned he was going to fight the cherry blossom people, Zhao Shi had specially had his subordinates find a ghost head big knife with a strap, hoping to emulate his ancestors in a classic scene of chopping a demon's head off.